Chapter 1. Activation of the Sign-In System. 29. 30. After completing the final push-up, Chen Luo made his way to the riverside, intending to wash his face before heading home. However, the reflection on the water's surface caused him to pause momentarily. A child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, stared back at him, possessing a face as delicate and charming as a porcelain doll. 3 days had passed. Chen Luo still struggled to acclimate to this new body each time he caught sight of his own appearance. He found himself lingering a moment longer. Originally, Chen Luo was an ordinary young man from Blue Star, having recently graduated from university and busy searching for a job. On that fateful day, while on his way to an interview, he had dashed to rescue a little girl from an oncoming truck, only to find himself collapsing in a pool of blood. When he awoke again, he had already arrived in this world, endowed with a new body and a new identity orphan. Chen Luo, I knew you would be here. As he washed his face and prepared to rise, a suddenly hoarse and aged voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw an elderly man hunched over a cane. Tomorrow, the Spirit Hall will send someone to our village's branch to awaken the spirits of the children. You should join them as well, the old man said with a warm smile, his face radiating kindness. Understood, Grandpa Village Chief. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall come to fetch you in the morning. Chen Luo returned to his home, a modest wooden house that appeared somewhat dilapidated from the outside, situated on the outskirts of the village. Inside, simple wooden furniture adorned the space, which was remarkably clean and tidy. This house had once belonged to the late village chief's son, who had met with misfortune while hunting over a decade ago, leaving the dwelling unoccupied ever since. Just half a month prior, the village chief had discovered a young Childa boy who was the original owner of this body, living in a state akin to a beggar, tattered and gravely ill-moved by the child's plight. The village chief took him in, offering food and clothing, and arranged for him to stay in his son's former home. Diligently attempting to nurse him back to health, this demonstrated the village chief's remarkable kindness. Yet, due to the severity of the illness, or perhaps other reasons, the child had lost all memory, even of his own name. Despite the village chief's best efforts to heal the boy, his condition only deteriorated further day by day. 3 days prior, the child had been on the brink of death, seemingly already departed from this world. In truth, the child had already passed away. Chen Luo had entered this world, becoming this boy. This world is known as Douluo continent. And the village where Chen Luo resided was the Grass Dog Village, located adjacent to the Holy Spirit Village. Tomorrow, it'll awaken my spirit. A chance to change my fate has arrived. I hope to obtain a formidable spirit. I do not wish to live out my days in this world as an ordinary person, Chen Luo thought as he grabbed a flatbread from the table, chewing it vigorously while seated on his bed, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The following morning, Chen Luo, Grandpa has come to fetch you, called the village chief from outside the wooden house. Before long, Chen Luo followed the village chief to the Spirit Hall's branch in the village. Though referred to as a branch, it was merely a larger wooden structure. Chen Luo was not surprised by this. Upon entering the branch, he found that the other children from the village had already gathered, all around 5 or 6 years old, 10 in total. In addition to these children, there was a young man in his 20s who was the representative sent by the Spirit Hall. The young man was strikingly handsome, clad in a white outfit, with a black cloak cascading behind him. A sole character, roughly the size of a fist, adorned the center of his chest, while a badge featuring 3 intercrossed long swords was etched on his left side. Youthful, handsome, a grand soul master-level spirit master could be him? While the other children appeared somewhat shy and even frightened in his presence, Chen Luo's gaze contained a hint of astonishment. The young man spoke. Children, line up. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Yuntao, a Grand Soul Master of level 26. Goodness, it was indeed him. Among all the children, Chen Luo was the smallest, having arrived last, so he naturally positioned himself at the end of the line. Even standing at the edge, he clearly heard the name Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao is the one who awakened Tang San. Though outwardly calm, Chen Luo's heart raced with excitement. If given the chance, he would eagerly approach Su Yuntao to inquire about Tang San. Douluo continent was the first novel he had ever read, and despite not having revisited it for years, he retained vivid memories of its characters. Whether it was due to his remarkable memory or some other reason, he could recall even the most inconspicuous minor characters and locations from the story. When Chen Luo realized he had arrived in the world of Douluo continent, he was filled with elation. Upon learning that his village, Grass Dog Village, was adjacent to Holy Spirit Village, his excitement reached new heights. Everything seemed so serendipitous, and he fervently hoped for even more fortunate occurrences. Just as he had wished, An even more fortuitous event unfolded. Su Yuntao, the one who awakened Tang San, had indeed come to Grass Dog Village, and in just a few minutes at most Tenhe would commence the awakening for him. With such remarkable coincidences, it seemed likely that Su Yuntao had just finished awakening Tang San in Holy Spirit Village before arriving at Grass Dog Village, given their close proximity. If that were the case, it would be perfect. After the spirit awakening, he would certainly inquire. Chen Luo's keen interest in these details stemmed from his desperate desire to grasp the current timeline of Douluo continent. Understanding the plot of Douluo continent became his sole advantage for survival in this world. Of course, he also harbored hope for the imminent spirit awakening. As Su Yuntao conducted a brief self-introduction, he began preparing for the spirit awakenings of the children from Grass Dog Village. 6 black, round stones were arranged in a hexagonal formation on the ground, and a boy stepped into the center at Su Yuntao's indication. With that, Su Yuntao unleashed his spirit, 2 rings of light, 1 white, 1 yellow ascending slowly from beneath his feet. Meanwhile, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. He grew considerably larger, his body becoming muscular, his formerly short black hair now cascading into long gray locks, and fur the same hue sprouted from his hands, with claws glimmering ominously between his fingers, seemingly capable of tearing through anything. The boy standing before Su Yuntao, witnessing this transformation from the closest vantage point, felt his legs weaken, trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes, as if his very soul had been frightened away, leaving him unable to think, let alone flee in instinctive terror. Not just this boy, but all the children exhibited the same state, perfectly embodying the meaning of overwhelming fear. Among all the children, only Chen Luo stood as an exception. Far from being afraid, his eyes shimmered with fervor, and his youthful face was filled with longing. Upon observing the children's reactions, Su Yuntao showed no surprise. His gaze lingered on Chen Luo for a moment longer, as Chen Luo's demeanor was notably distinct from that of the others. With the gentlest of tones, he skillfully reassured the children, and once their emotions stabilized, Su Yuntao officially commenced the spirit awakening. Under Su Yuntao's guidance, green light shot forth from his palm, merging into each black stone subsequently. Each stone emanated a layer of golden light, ultimately converging into a golden barrier enveloping the boy within. After a brief moment, Su Yuntao's authoritative voice rang out, "Extend your right hand." The boy instinctively extended his right hand, and all the light particles converged, forming a shoulder pole. Next came the soul power test, determining whether the boy could become a soul master. Test result: no soul power. The boy's face fell, while Su Yuntao remained unfazed. Next, the golden barrier appeared again and again, yet none of the children from Grass Dog Village managed to create a miracle to bring glory to the village. Most of their spirits were common agricultural tools or familiar plants, such as blue silvergrass. Though 10 children had gathered, not a single one possessed soul power, rendering them incapable of becoming soul masters. Finally, it was Chen Luo's turn. Chen Luo had observed the spirit awakening processes of all the children. Even after witnessing 10 awakenings, he remained enthralled, growing increasingly captivated. This first-hand experience was far more thrilling than reading novels or watching animations. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompting, Chen Luo stepped into the circle of 6 stones, silently awaiting the whims of fate. Su Yuntao maintained a calm demeanor, offering no superfluous words, and once again infused soul power into all the black stones, marking the official beginning of Chen Luo's spirit awakening. Golden light surged forth from the black stones, forming yet another golden barrier, and the entire process mirrored that of the previous children's awakenings, showing no signs of deviation. However, Chen Luo, enveloped in the golden aura, bore an expression that starkly contrasted with that of all the other children. Those children, upon awakening their martial spirits, were remarkably relaxed and reveling in the experience. In stark contrast, Chen Luo was engulfed in profound agony. Su Yuntao also noticed this change, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Luo. A flicker of surprise, accompanied by a hint of expectation, surfaced on his previously indifferent face. Cold. A bone-chilling cold. This was the most immediate sensation that Chen Luo was experiencing. He felt as if he were trapped in an ice cellar or submerged in freezing water. The chill surged from all directions, bringing him perilously close to the brink of collapse. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the frigid sensation gradually subsided, accompanied by Su Yuntao's authoritative voice, "Extend your right hand." Instinctively, Chen Luo extended his hand. In that fleeting moment, the icy sensation struck him once more, but lingered only briefly before rushing towards the palm of his hand. Sign-in system activated. Douluo world, sign-in successful. Obtain the martial spirit, death god. A chilling synthetic female voice echoed abruptly within Chen Luo's mind. Simultaneously, a gray scythe materialized in Chen Luo's grasp. It appeared nondescript, akin to an ordinary scythe, save for its longer handle and slightly elongated blade. Witnessing this scene, disappointment flickered in Su Yuntao's eyes. I had hoped for a formidable martial spirit, yet it is merely a scythe, he remarked, extending the blue crystal ball toward Chen Luo. Now, let us test your soul power. Chen Luo did not immediately reach out. Instead, he remained transfixed by the scythe in his hand, his expression a whirlwind of fervor, surprise, excitement, and confusion. Su Yuntao stated calmly, even if it is a scythe, as long as you possess soul power, you can still become a soul master. The complex emotions on Chen Luo's face, from Su Yuntao's perspective, appeared as disappointment and bewilderment, prompting him to offer customary words of consolation. It was only then that Chen Luo regained his senses, instinctively nodding before placing his hand upon the blue crystal ball. Can he not see it? The death god wielding the scythe. Chen Luo cast a surprised glance at Su Yuntao, but in the next instant, his attention was drawn back to the blue crystal ball beneath his hand. To his astonishment, the blue crystal ball did not undergo any extravagant transformation. Instead, it simply cracked open. P.S. It is essential to address the protagonist's level. Should anyone comment without having read the book, I will simply disregard it. One influenced by his martial spirit and divine level cultivation methods, the protagonist possesses a unique physique that allows him to accommodate vast amounts of soul power, prioritizing quality over speed. Each time he reaches a bottleneck, he solidifies his strength for future development. To the level of soul power does not represent the protagonist's true strength. He remains formidable, and his rate of power enhancement is unparalleled. This is a tale of invincibility, not one of suffering. 3. His unique physique and formidable soul power lay the groundwork for the absorption of high-level soul rings. For some of the protagonist's special skills require immense soul power for support. This substantial soul power is not arbitrarily written by the author, but is intrinsically linked to the protagonist's ascendance after reaching level 30. 5. It is crucial to clarify that the protagonist, Chen Luo, is not forcibly integrated into the protagonist group in Shrek. His presence is also specially arranged, and he does not blend into the 7 monsters of Shrek. Those suggesting a name change should refrain from spreading misconceptions. Different individuals experiencing similar events will inevitably yield different circumstances. Furthermore, in the early stages, the protagonist is relatively weak and will naturally develop in familiar surroundings. The chapters in Shrek are minimal, merely touching upon classic scenes, often written from the protagonist's perspective, with few chapters devoted to his independent growth. Additionally, a brief mention of the romantic subplot. The female lead is Xiao Wu, revealed here in advance. The soft-bone rabbit is not an ordinary rabbit, at least as per my book's setting. Please enjoy the playful banter without taking it too seriously. Let's not delve into bitterness. Xiao Wu's personality will also undergo some changes due to the protagonist's influence, rendering her less objectionable. People are inherently diverse. Many may feel that this disrupts the so-called trio or quintet of CPs, yet we can wholly immerse ourselves in the narrative. Imagine you traverse into the Douluo world and are acquainted with Xiao Wu alongside Tang. Then would you choose to facilitate their union or pursue your own desires? If you do not favor Xiao Wu, then disregard my words. There are no absolute fits, only the timing of encounters. If you admire someone, pursue them. There is nothing wrong with that. If you believe you could do better, why should you relinquish her to another? Failure is a different matter entirely. When an opportunity presents itself, one must seize it and strive. If Tang San and Xiao Wu are already familiar and share a certain emotional foundation, then the protagonist's attempt to intrude would raise moral concern for those who cannot bypass Tang Hao. Please refer to chapter 138. Xiao Wu stands as Tang San's soul ring and soul bone before Tang Hao, and only when Tang San is capable of absorption will action be taken. Should one think that romantic feelings exist among children, and that a titled Douluo would remain passive, then consider my silence on the matter. The protagonist's appearance or absence in the early stages does not significantly impact this aspect. Furthermore, it perplexes me that many readers casually toss around the term simp. I wonder if they truly understand its meaning. Simp, a popular internet term denoting someone who persistently seeks the affection of another who shows no interest, sacrificing their dignity to pursue unrequited love. It describes an individual who, in romantic contexts, knowingly chases after someone who does not reciprocate their feelings, losing their self-respect in the process. Being kind to others does not make one a simp. If that were the case, everyone would be labeled as such. There are not that many simps in the world. It is acceptable to jest with the term occasionally, but to misuse it without understanding its meaning is truly disheartening. Hence, I felt compelled to address it here. I respect each of my readers. I respond to your comments and critiques, and I will promptly amend any issues raised. However, I also hope that readers can show me respect if you enjoy the story. Please support it. If not, simply move on to the next book. There is no need to spread negativity that affects the author and misleads fellow readers. It is entirely unnecessary. I genuinely dislike introducing these topics within the main narrative. It has become unbearable. And for that, I apologize. 002 Innate Level 17. The blue crystal ball shattered, and in an instant, the entire sphere was covered in cracks, fragments cascading to the ground. Chen Luo's hand lingered in midair, her expression one of bewilderment. Su Yutao exhibited little reaction, his gaze shifting to a flicker of astonishment, which swiftly transformed into realization. It seemed that the usage of this object had reached its limit. When your hand was placed upon it just now, did you experience any remarkable sensations? Su Yutao inquired, directing his attention towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo withdrew his hand and shook his head, stating, no. This was not a deliberate lie to conceal anything. He genuinely felt no particular emotions. If pressed to articulate a sensation, he might mention that the azure crystal orb felt somewhat cool. Su Yutao nodded in agreement, having sensed no fluctuations in Chen Luo's soul power either. It appeared that the soul power testing orb had reached its maximum usage limit. Even an individual with innate full soul power could not exhibit such a phenomenon, let alone someone wielding a scythe martial spirit. Su Yutao then retrieved another soul power testing orb and gestured for Chen Luo to place his hand upon it. Chen Luo Zhao completed the task without any unforeseen incidents this time. As his hand made contact with the soul power testing orb, the orb quivered momentarily, subsequently radiating a brilliant light. At that moment, Chen Luo Zhao distinctly felt the lingering chill within him swiftly converge towards his palm, only to be devoured by the azure crystal sphere. The bone-chilling cold experience during his martial spirit awakening left an indelible impression on him. Even after the completion of the awakening, although the icy sensation dissipated, a remnant chill continued to swirl within his body, rendering him quite uncomfortable. During the soul power testing process, the coldness was siphoned away, replaced by a comforting warmth, a sensation Chen Luo Zhao found immensely pleasurable. After a brief moment, the soul power test concluded. Innate Level 7 Soul Power. Su Yuntao's voice resonated throughout the wooden cabin, the previous authority in his tone entirely replaced by exhilaration and excitement. It was unexpected that a child with innate Level 7 soul power could emerge from this place, and with a martial spirit of a scythe. After all the efforts expended over these days, a delightful surprise had finally been attained, rather than a fright. Only Level 7? In stark contrast to Su Yuntao's overwhelming enthusiasm, Chen Luo Zhao appeared somewhat perplexed. Hearing Chen Luo Zhao's murmurs, Su Yuntao shot him an exasperated glare. What are you saying, child? When I tested my soul power, I was merely at innate Level 2, and you have already achieved innate Level 7, yet you still seem discontent. Furthermore, your martial spirit is not a worthless blue-silver grass, but a scythe, a weapon with combat capability. You are destined to become an exceptional weapon spirit master. Su Yuntao's excitement escalated with each word, nearly shaking Chen Luo Zhao by the shoulders in his fervor. You are already at innate Level 7 and still find it insufficient. I might as well find a patch of land to cultivate with my innate Level 2. A faint smile graced Chen Luo's face as he mused inwardly. If this is their reaction to my innate soul power being at Level 7, how would they respond if they knew it truly stood at 17? Before him hovered a blue holographic panel, visible only to Chen Luo, displaying a series of information. Host, Chen Luo Martial Soul, Death God Current Soul Power Level 17. Upon witnessing Chen Luo's soul power assessment results, Su Yuntao's gaze underwent a remarkable transformation. The initial indifference morphed into admiration and optimism. In that fleeting moment, I even entertained the notion of taking you as my disciple. How utterly deluded I was, for I am not worthy of such a privilege. You deserve a far superior manner. With a grin, Su Yuntao remarked, I shall accurately report your circumstances. I am certain many elders will find you intriguing. Now, I must hasten to the next village for martial soul awakenings. I am eager to complete all tasks and return to report on your situation. With a smile, Su Yuntao patted Chen Luo on the shoulder, adding, I believe we shall meet again very soon. Having expressed his excitement, Su Yuntao swiftly began to gather his belongings. On the surface, Chen Luo appeared remarkably composed, yet internally, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration and anticipation. Just moments ago, he had acquired a sign-in system, through which he obtained the supreme martial soul, Death God. This would undoubtedly evoke immense excitement in anyone, for at last, he held the reins of his own destiny. No one could fathom the anxiety and trepidation that had plagued Chen Luo during his initial days in this world. With no background to rely upon, the only assets at his disposal were his knowledge of the Douluo continent and the martial soul he was on the verge of awakening. Should his martial soul prove to be subpar, or his innate soul power exceedingly low, even with an encyclopedic understanding of Douluo, his prospects would be bleak. One must possess the necessary capital and strength to align with the powerful. The weak, no matter how diligently they strive, can never truly integrate into the realm of the strong. Now, with the essential system in place for a traverser and the acquisition of a top-tier martial soul right from the start, the future gleamed with promise. Striving to maintain his composure, Chen Luo hesitated for a moment before finally addressing Su Yuntao. "Uncle, may I inquire if you have visited Holy Soul Village?" Chen Luo had always paid close attention to every word spoken by Su Yuntao. Just now, upon hearing the phrase blue-silver grass waste spirit from Su Yuntao's lips, he immediately associated it with Tang San, though he had yet to find an opportunity to inquire about Tang San's circumstances. As soon as Chen Luo posed his question, Su Yuntao ceased his actions, turned to Chen Luo, and responded with enthusiasm, "I visited him yesterday. What would you like to know?" Chen Luo immediately became excited and asked, "May I inquire, Uncle, when you conducted the soul awakening for the children in Holy Spirit Village, did you happen to encounter a child named Tang San? How did his soul awakening manifest?" After speaking, Chen Luo added, "He is my friend." Su Yuntao smiled upon hearing this. "Are you referring to the one with innate full soul power who awakened the seemingly useless blue-silver grass? That must be him. In my recollection, he is the only one named Tang San." "Indeed, that is him." Chen Luo's tone transformed into one of fervent excitement. It appeared that his arrival in the Douluo world coincided perfectly with Tang San's timeline. Had Chen Luo not acquired the sign-in system and the Death God martial spirit, he would have endeavored to seek Tang San's favor, although this would have necessitated a certain level of strength and resources. Otherwise, Tang San would undoubtedly have overlooked him. However, the circumstances were now vastly different. He no longer needed to cling to Tang San for support. He was now the pillar of strength himself. His keen interest in the timeline of Douluo and Tang San's situation primarily stemmed from his desire to seize the opportunities that Tang San encountered for himself. Su Yutao expressed a hint of regret. "Your friend is truly unfortunate. Despite possessing innate full soul power, he awakened a worthless spirit. No matter how much blue-silver grass evolves, it will always remain blue-silver grass, and a useless spirit will forever be deemed worthless. Even if he becomes a soul master, he is likely to be merely a mediocre one. You, however, are different. Your future is exceedingly bright." Su Yutao approached Chen Luo once more, patting him on the shoulder. The gaze he directed at Chen Luo had shifted from one of mere approval and admiration to an expression of profound optimism and deep appreciation. Chen Luo smiled faintly, inwardly acknowledging, "Brother, your insight is truly remarkable." After tidying up his belongings, Su Yunhao departed from Saogo village. Before his departure, he offered Chen Luo numerous encouraging words. Had it not been for his pressing mission, Su Yuntao would likely have taken Chen Luo back to the spirit hall with him. The old village chief, who had been waiting outside the sub-branch, was already aware of Chen Luo's soul awakening. Soon, with an innate spirit power of level 7 and a scythe as his spirit, Chen Luo became a well-known figure in Saogo village. In merely one morning, he transformed from an unpopular outsider to the beacon of hope for the entire village. Throughout the day, the villagers engaged in fervent discussions about Chen Luo. "I've believed in this child since he was little. He is the future hope of Saogo village." The day the old village chief brought Chen Luo back, I knew our village was destined for greatness. While the villagers focused their conversations on Chen Luo, he himself lay in bed, contemplating his system and spirit, 003, the invincible sign-in system. The system obtained by Chen Luo is formally known as the invincible check-in system. This system is remarkably straightforward, consisting of merely 3 interfaces: the personal interface, the task interface, and the lottery interface. Chen Luo had previously accessed the personal interface while testing his soul power, allowing him to clearly observe his current strength information. At this moment, Chen Luo has opened the task interface, which displays the main task: travel to Notting City to check in and enter the Spirit Hall. The side task is to check in at the Black Forest. Simply arriving at the destination will suffice. The Black Forest is a wooded area located to the east of the village, rumored to be quite perilous. Chen furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon a smile graced his face. After all, it was merely a matter of reaching that place. He pondered the nature of the rewards, speculating that they would likely be commendable, especially considering that the system had bestowed upon him a divine-level martial soul from the very beginning. Chen Luo, adhering to the principle of proximity, directed his attention towards the side quests. The main quest to enter the Spirit Hall in Nodding City was inevitable. Yet he deemed it prudent to complete the side tasks first. Closing the quest interface, Chen Luo opened the lottery interface. The lottery interface presented a vast spinning wheel, shrouded in a veil of black mist. As he endeavored to discern the contents of the wheel, he was met with a notification stating, "Current lottery points are insufficient. Completing tasks will yield lottery points." At this moment, Chen Luo noticed a line of information displayed above the lottery wheel, indicating the amount of his lottery points. Lottery points. 1. He was uncertain how many points were required to draw once, but the minimum points consumed for a lottery draw was 5. Now he understood. Chen Luo was instantly filled with vigor, ready to set off for the dark woods located to the east of the village. Before doing so, however, he took a moment to examine his martial spirit. Chen Luo extended his right hand, and a gray radiance blossomed, manifesting a scythe within his grasp. This scythe bore a resemblance to an ordinary one, albeit larger in size, enveloped in an aura of gray. Chen Luo is now merely 5 or 6 years old, and the scythe appears quite enormous in his small hands. Chen Luo's gaze was not fixated on the scythe itself, but rather on the figure that wielded it. To call it a person would be a misnomer. It was more akin to an ethereal shadow. Though it too grasped the scythe, its form was hauntingly insubstantial, existing yet seemingly not. The features of its face eluded clarity, leaving only an impression. At times, it resembled a grotesque monster, at others, a faceless youth. And in fleeting moments, it mirrored Chen Luo himself. When Chen Luo sought to behold it, the apparition hovered before him. Yet, when his attention shifted to the scythe, the two figures appeared to merge into one. The scythe in his grasp served as a bridge connecting them, with the shadowy figure steadfastly clutching it in whatever guise it assumed. Thus manifested was Chen Luo's martial soul, the Grim Reaper. Others seemed oblivious to the presence of the Grim Reaper, perceiving only the scythe of death. Chen Luo inferred this point from Su Yuntao's reaction upon witnessing his martial soul, which was indeed a fortunate development for him, as he preferred not to attract excessive attention. The martial soul, Death God, imparted an overwhelmingly powerful sensation to Chen Luo. Even though he had only just awakened his martial soul, he distinctly sensed a profound transformation within his body, with both strength and perception experiencing remarkable enhancement. However, within the narratives of Douluo, it appeared that no one had previously attained such an extraordinary boost solely due to the awakening of their martial soul. While it is true that the awakening of a martial soul can enhance a soul master's physical attributes to a certain extent, such an exaggerated enhancement is certainly unheard of. If such an elevation in physical prowess were indeed attributable to a martial soul, it would likely be exclusive to exceedingly rare martial souls, or the innate martial souls depicted in the second installment of Douluo. Could it be that the martial soul, Death God, possesses a unique affinity akin to that of innate martial souls? Should it indeed augment my physical strength and perception in tandem with my growing prowess, this martial soul would undoubtedly be exceptionally formidable. Chen Luo felt an instinctive certainty that his assumptions were indeed correct. Without obtaining a spirit ring, merely gazing at his martial spirit revealed little of substance. After admiring it for a brief moment, he decided to retract his martial spirit. With ample time remaining, he prepared to embark on a side quest to the dark woods located to the east of the village. Just then, a sudden knocking echoed through the air, followed by the voice of the old village chief from outside. "Chen Luo, are you home?" "Grandpa Village Chief, I am here." Chen Luo promptly composed himself and proceeded to open the door. As the door swung open, the elderly village chief stood there with remarkable vitality, his wrinkled face adorned with a broad smile, subtly hinting at a sense of pride. Before Chen Luo could inquire about the reason for the village elder's visit, the elder spoke up on his own. "The news of your soul awakening has reached every corner of our village. Ever since I brought you back from outside, you have become a part of our humble Chaogo village. Each year, we are entitled to send one student to a specialized Soul Master Academy to learn everything about the art of soul mastery. The entire village has unanimously agreed to grant this opportunity to you." The elder chuckled and continued. "It may amuse you to know that our village has not utilized this opportunity for many years, despite its rarity. It was only when our village produced a soul emperor that we were able to secure it." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo instinctively twitched the corner of his mouth. The Sacred Soul Village has produced a soul saint, while the Grass Dog Village boasts a soul emperor, truly a testament to the proximity of these two villages. If all goes as anticipated, The Soul Emperor's martial soul from Grass Dog Village is likely to have a significant connection to the name itself. Very well, esteemed village elder. Thank you. Chen Luo readily agreed. Even if he refrained from attending the Soul Master Academy, it would not be long before individuals from the Spirit Hall would seek him out. Su Yuntao's exuberant demeanor was not feigned. For possessing innate 7th-level soul power carries considerable weight. Fortunately, the soul power testing orb did not reveal Chen Luo's true prowess. Otherwise, his innate 17th-level soul power would undoubtedly create a significant stir in this world. In truth, the testing orb did yield results, although he need not worry about his future. Chen Luo still yearned to attend the Soul Master Academy, not for any other reason, but to forge friendships. Given the proximity of Grass Dog Village to Sacred Soul Village, it is highly likely they share the same Soul Master Academy. Excellent. Upon receiving Chen Luo's affirmative response, the old village chief beamed with joy, exclaiming, I shall come to fetch you tomorrow. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. Tomorrow? But isn't it supposed to be 3 months until the enrollment at the Nodding Soul Master Academy? The old village chief chuckled and replied, Yes. Tomorrow, I will take you on a tour of Nodding City to help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Although the academy does not commence for another 3 months, we cannot afford to wait idly. Our village has indeed produced a Soul Emperor in the past, yet the current villagers possess scant knowledge about Soul Masters. I intend to take you to the Spirit Hall in Nodding City so that you can begin learning about the ways of Soul Masters, starting with methods to cultivate soul power. Time is of the essence for a Soul Master and must not be squandered. If possible, we even hope you can begin your journey in Nodding City tomorrow, as our humble Tsaogo village is simply too small. You are our beacon of hope. It would be too late to go today, and you have just completed your spirit awakening. You need to rest well. It seems we can indeed head to Nodding City ahead of schedule to fulfill the main quest. Chen Luo nodded vigorously, acknowledging, Yes, I understand, Grandpa Village Chief. Hearing the old village chief's words filled Chen Luo's heart with warmth. While he was unaware of the circumstances of the other villagers, he recognized that this elderly man before him was truly kind-hearted and selflessly devoted to others. Were it not for the benevolence of this village chief, the original owner of this body might have perished in some forgotten corner, and perhaps he would have lost the chance to live again. In the few days since his arrival in this world, Chen Luo had consistently felt the old village chief's kindness and concern for him. He was genuinely grateful to the village chief. Let it be for now. If you wish to have something for lunch, Grandpa will prepare it for you, the village chief said as he prepared to depart. Chen Luo chuckled, I shall feast on fish for lunch. I plan to fish by the river on the eastern edge of the village. The old village chief, with a benevolent smile, nodded in agreement. Indeed. Do hurry there and back. Upon your return, Grandfather shall prepare a meal for you. But Grandfather, you must ready a larger pot. And it would be wise to prepare a big water bucket as well. Rest assured, Grandfather will be prepared for your return. Once the old village chief departed, Chen Luo retreated to his home to gather his fishing gear. Yet, his intention was not to fish in earnest. Rather, it served as a mere pretext to venture into the dark woods on the village's eastern edge. Should time permit, he might also attempt to fish by the river for a brief while. Before long, Chen Luo arrived at the riverbank on the village's eastern side, concealing his fishing equipment before making his way directly into the dark woods. As he walked along the path, he faintly heard the urgent and fearful cries of children. Chen Luo quickened his pace, as the cries of children seemed to emanate from the depths of the dark woods. The sound grew increasingly nearer, and soon, Chen Luo arrived at his destination, precisely as he had anticipated, the dark woods. Although the woods lay at least 3 miles from the riverbank, Chen Luo could distinctly hear the cries, suggesting a remarkable enhancement in his perceptive abilities. Not far ahead, 2 children, approximately 10 years of age, clung to a tree trunk, while beneath them lay several bundles of firewood strewn carelessly on the ground. Before the tree stood a ferocious tiger, clearly indicating that the children, out gathering firewood, had encountered this menacing beast. In their desperation, they had climbed the tree. However, the situation was dire. The tiger was poised to pounce, ready to spring at any moment towards the children perched above. Fortunately, due to the distance, Chen Luo's arrival had not attracted the tiger's attention. Observing the unfolding scene with furrowed brows, Chen Luo contemplated his next move. Should he become a hero and confront the tiger? He could not simply stand by and watch the children perish. Without further hesitation, he extended his right hand, and with a focused thought, the scythe of death manifested in his grip. Another hand grasped the scythe, perfectly overlapping with his own. This was the embodiment of death itself. Upon summoning his martial spirit, death, Chen Luo felt an extraordinary surge of strength coursing through his body. rendering him undaunted by the formidable tiger before him. It was time to act. Delay any longer, and it would be too late. Chen Luo tightly gripped the scythe of death and began to stride forward, poised to become a hero against the tiger. However, a peculiar sound captured his attention. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from the dense underbrush nearby, instantly piercing the head of the ferocious tiger. Thud! The beast collapsed lifelessly, thus averting the peril faced by the two children in the tree. Rustle, 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 a young man in his 20s emerged from the thicket. His skin a deep shade of brown, clad in simple fabric attire, and bearing an unremarkable appearance. Yet, his muscular physique and the longbow he wielded were strikingly noteworthy. With a firm grip, the young man made the bow vanish from sight. It was evident that the longbow was his weapon spirit. Quickly return. This place is perilous, rife with dangerous beasts. You must never come here again. He called out to the two children perched in the tree. The children promptly replied, Understood, Uncle Dahe. They swiftly descended from the tree, abandoning the firewood they had painstakingly gathered, and fled. After casting a final glance at the tiger, the young man made no further delay and followed the two children. They were likely villagers from Douluo village. Chen Luo quietly murmured to himself. At this moment, he had already retracted his martial soul, but chose not to depart. He had arrived at the designated location, the Black Woods, yet had not received any indication that his mission was complete, compelling him to continue his wait. After a considerable time had passed, impatience overcame him, and he prepared to leave. However, as he turned to retrace his steps, an unusual sensation suddenly seized him. Perhaps it was a moment of madness. For Chen Luo inexplicably turned back and strode toward the corpse of the tiger. Upon reaching the imposing figure of the tiger, which measured at least 5 meters in length, Chen Luo swallowed hard. From a distance atop the mountain, its size had seemed less daunting, yet now, standing directly before it, he felt a pang of trepidation. Striving to calm his racing heart, he extended his right hand and placed it upon the tiger's lifeless body. This action felt instinctual, requiring little thought on his part. Moments later, with a sudden jerk, Chen Luo lifted his hand, and a swirling mass of gray mist materialized above the tiger's corpse. Was this the soul of the tiger? What on earth was happening? Just as confusion washed over him, he felt an unfamiliar weight in his hand, the scythe of the Grim Reaper. As the scythe made contact with the gray mist, it vanished in an instant, as if absorbed by the scythe itself. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Chen Luo's mind. Sign-in at the Blackwood successful, soul hunting and awakening acquired. The mission is finally complete. Chen Luo immediately checked his task rewards. Soul harvest, reap souls to enhance one's strength. Awakening, control the inanimate, bending them to one's will. These are 2 abilities, seemingly tailor-made for the martial soul of the Grim Reaper. The methods of utilizing these skills are already etched in Chen Luo's mind. There is no need for further study, as he can wield them with remarkable proficiency whenever he desires. I feel as though I have grown stronger, distinctly perceiving an increase in the soul power within me. This must be the effect of soul harvest. Chen Luo's gaze returned to the scythe of death in his hands, excitement and exhilaration gradually illuminating his countenance. Now, let us attempt to awaken once more. Chen Luo raised the Grim Reaper's scythe in his hand, without any extravagant movements, and brought it down directly upon the corpse of the fierce tiger. The blade of the scythe pierced into the tiger's body, yet there was no visible wound nor any splatter of blood. Suddenly, a tremendous pull emanated from the scythe, and in an instant, all of Chen Luo's strength was drained away, leaving his soul power utterly depleted. Concurrently, a gray luminescence blossomed upon the lifeless form of the tiger, which slowly opened its eyes and rose to its feet. The tiger had returned to life, albeit bereft of its intellect. It remained a mere vessel, yet capable of combat. Its eyes had turned a lifeless gray, and its physique underwent subtle transformations, suggesting a newfound robustness. Faint wisps of gray energy swirled around the tiger's form. Was this what awakening entailed? Truly formidable. Although Chen Luo felt somewhat weakened after exhausting his soul power, it did not diminish the exhilaration and excitement within him. He could distinctly sense that the combat prowess of the tiger before him exceeded its former self by more than double. Reviving a lifeless entity and enhancing its strength for one's own purposes was indeed an extraordinary feat. The most astonishing aspect was that this awakening seemed devoid of any temporal constraints. How magnificent! The smile on Chen Luo's face had blossomed to an extraordinary degree. It seemed there was no longer any need to worry about the safety of his return. He had not forgotten the cautionary words that Dahe had imparted to those 2 children earlier. Although he was currently enveloped in a state of great excitement, he remained acutely aware of the perilous environment surrounding him. Within this dark forest, fierce tigers lurked, and it was not uncommon for other formidable beasts to roam as well. Perhaps due to the disparity between worlds, even ordinary wild animals appeared significantly larger than those from Chen Luo's original realm. This was the first time he had encountered such a colossal tiger, and he certainly hoped to avoid any further encounters with other behemoths on his journey home. Chen Luo did not linger excessively, guiding the fierce tiger ahead to carve a path as he began his retreat. The Grim Reaper's scythe remained firmly grasped in his hand, his entire being steeped in acute vigilance. Once he successfully emerged from the dark woods, he would allow the fierce tiger to perish once more. He wished to avoid drawing undue attention, for ostentation would only invite unnecessary troubles. A sudden alert resonated within Chen Luo's mind. Special task detected, do you accept? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming aura of danger surged towards him. 005, the Reaper's Art. Sensing the imminent threat, Chen Luo's nerves tensed instantaneously, his grip on the Grim Reaper's side instinctively tightening. The system was indeed courteous. This special task was one he could not decline. Chen Luo mused with a wry smile in his heart, promptly opting to accept the task. Special task has been accepted. Completing the special task will yield a certain probability of receiving exceptional rewards. Special task, eliminate the giant python. A faint rustling sound, reminiscent of the wind stirring the leaves, reached his ears. Had he not been sufficiently perceptive, he would have undoubtedly overlooked it. Here it comes. Chen Luo swallowed hard, instantly entering a state of combat readiness. While the ferocious tiger before him had also prepared for the impending clash, the presence of the hunter had been detected by the prey, prompting the concealed hunter to abandon their stealth and confront the situation head-on. The rustling sound that Chen Luo had heard earlier resonated once more, drawing ever closer to him. Chen Luo held his breath, intensely focused on the path ahead. Suddenly, a colossal figure burst forth from the thicket, causing Chen's eyes to widen involuntarily, and cold sweat to stream down his brow. Before him lay a giant python, as thick as a barrel and more than 10 meters long, its gaping maw. A crimson cavern revealed a vividly flickering tongue that darted in and out, strikingly conspicuous. How could such a monstrous creature exist? It was undeniably terrifying. Even more chilling was the thought of how this immense beast had silently ambushed him on his return journey. Chen Luo took a deep breath, unleashing the full strength of his being. The target had emerged. Escape was no longer an option, leaving only the path of a desperate battle. The colossal python before him was likely not a soul beast, as it did not emanate the aura of soul power, merely embodying the form of a gigantic wild creature. However, this did not signify a favorable development, for soul beasts exist in various ranks, and it was evident that this formidable entity surpassed ordinary lower-tier soul beasts in strength. Chen Luo was acutely aware that he was by no means a match for the colossal python, even though he had undergone the awakening of his martial soul, which was indeed formidable, and he could already be regarded as a soul master with a soul power of level 17. He still found himself woefully inadequate in the presence of the giant serpent, which was not even a soul beast. Had he possessed a soul ring, the current predicament could have been swiftly transformed. However, it mattered little, for he had an audacious ally unafraid of death by his side. Chen Luo fixed his gaze intently upon the colossal python hurtling toward him, and with a decisive flick of his small hand, he issued a command for battle to the fierce tiger before him. Eliminated. Without hesitation, the tiger sprang into action, undeterred by the imposing creature ahead. Its formidable presence seemingly rivaling that of the python, despite the stark disparity in their sizes. The python, sensing an ominous turn of events, paused for a fleeting moment, lifting its massive head to cast a swift glance at a large tree to its left, before recklessly charging in Chen Luo's direction. This subtle detail did not escape Chen Luo's notice. Could it be that others were present here as well? Chen Luo was certain that the python's recent pause was not due to the tiger. He then turned his gaze to the large tree that the python was staring at. After a moment, his doubts and apprehensions dissipated, and his focus returned to the python before him. In the brief span of mere meters, the distance was swiftly closed by the python and the tiger. With no unnecessary standoff, the two colossal beasts engaged in a fierce battle. The python opened its enormous maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs that seemed capable of piercing anything, and lunged violently at the tiger. Before the python, the tiger appeared as small as a kitten. Yet this size allowed it to be agile, propelling itself toward the python's neck with the force of a cannonball. The tiger deftly evaded the python's strike and successfully clamped its jaws around the python's neck, causing blood to spurt forth as the python let out a painful roar. With a resounding thud, the tiger pinned the python to the ground, its sharp teeth penetrating the python's scales, biting down fiercely on its neck. In an instant, the ground was soaked with the python's blood. At that moment, the python swiftly utilized its massive body to ensnare the tiger, constricting it mercilessly. The sickening sound of cracking bones echoed, sending chills down one's spine. The tiger's form soon became severely distorted, yet it never relinquished its grip. Biting down harder on the python's neck, its blood staining the ground black. Chen Luo, originally intent on joining the fray, had abandoned that notion. Though he had regained some strength, he sheathed the scythe of death, his earlier concerns and tension having vanished, replaced by a demeanor of strategic calm. He had already glimpsed the outcome. If the tiger were alive, it would have been oblivious to the many times it had perished. Yet the crucial point was that it was dead, feeling no pain and difficult to kill again. What could the python possibly do against it, despite its enormous size? With the tiger gripping its vital spot, the python could only await its demise. The tiger's attack retained its natural instinct, striking precisely at the neck to deliver a swift death, which had led to the current scenario. The wound at the neck bled profusely, and the python grew increasingly weak. It wasn't long before it succumbed entirely. Even in death, the python continued to coil around the tiger's body, which remained locked in its grip on the python's neck. Despite its form being unrecognizable, the outcome aligned with Chen Luo's expectations, albeit with a more gruesome display. Chen Luo took a deep breath, standing still for a considerable time before he slowly approached the corpses of the giant python and the ferocious tiger. His decision proved to be remarkably astute. 3 minutes post-mortem. The python suddenly convulsed violently, its tail sweeping through a vast area, leaving devastation in its wake. Had Chen Luo ventured near the python's remains at that moment, he would likely have become yet another lifeless body. Despite the blood staining his shoes, Chen Luo remained unfazed, resolutely making his way to the python's corpse. Chen Luo extended his right hand and pressed it against the corpse of the colossal python, then lifted it upwards. A dense gray mist emerged, far more potent than that which had been extracted from the tiger's carcass before. In the next moment, the scythe of death manifested in Chen Luo's grasp, its blade unhesitatingly plunging into the gray mist, which vanished instantaneously. Chen Luo, who had previously been in a state of weakness and fatigue, was instantly revitalized, his entire being suffused with newfound strength. Additionally, his soul power experienced a notable enhancement. After completing this, Chen Luo departed without a backward glance. The tiger had now succumbed completely, the gray hue in its eyes dissipating, leaving behind lifeless orbs devoid of brilliance. On his way back, Chen Luo encountered no further perils. The forest, it seemed, had held the greatest threats in the forms of the tiger and the python, both of which were now utterly vanquished. Shortly after Chen Luo's departure, a figure descended from a nearby tree. In his 20s, with dark skin and firmly gripping a longbow, it was Dehei. At that moment, a white halo floated beneath Dehei's feet as he intently gazed at the remains of the python and the tiger, cautiously approaching. Despite the short distance, it took Dehei considerable time to reach the bodies, ensuring that the two massive creatures were indeed lifeless. He then cast his gaze in the direction Chen Luo had taken, his face a portrait of astonishment. The successful slaying of the python had fulfilled the special mission, and congratulations were in order for the host for receiving the extraordinary reward, the death god's secret technique. As Chen Luo stepped out of the dark woods, he promptly received a notification indicating the completion of a special task. Upon learning that he had been awarded a rare prize, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he swiftly proceeded to investigate further. 006, Nodding City, the death god's technique, a supreme-level cultivation method. A blue holographic panel hovered before Chen Luo, revealing the information regarding the exceptional reward he had triggered upon completing the special task. The introduction was succinct, devoid of excessive embellishments. The term supreme alone sufficed to convey its significance. At that moment, Chen Luo also found his mind enriched with an immensely profound technique. There was no need for deliberate comprehension. With a mere thought, he could effortlessly wield the technique as if he had employed it thousands of times before. Chen Luo was filled with an overwhelming sense of excitement, for what he yearned for most at this moment was a suitable cultivation technique. Once he ascertained that no one was around, he promptly settled into a meditative posture on the ground and began to circulate his energy. The process was remarkably smooth, devoid of any hindrances, and he experienced none of the unfamiliarity typically associated with initial attempts. Instead, it felt as though he was engaged in an endeavor he had perfected through countless repetitions. In no time, a series of invisible energies began to swirl around Chen Luo, continuously merging into his being. These energies emanated from the cosmos, extraordinarily pure and entirely devoid of any impurities. Chen Luo greatly relished the process of cultivation, becoming instantly immersed in it. He could distinctly sense his gradual strengthening, not only in terms of soul power, but also in the fortitude of his body. However, time was slipping away. It was time to return, with plans to continue his training in the evening. Reluctantly, Chen Luo concluded his meditative state and rose to continue on his journey. He had entered the dark woods around noon, and by the time he emerged, it was already dusk. Before long, Chen Luo returned to the riverside, effortlessly catching a fish to take back with him. Grandfather Village Chief, the fish is ready for roasting. Before an old wooden cabin, a fire crackled to life as Chen Luo presented the grilled fish to the elder. The village chief, receiving the fish with a broad smile, exclaimed, "What a sizable catch. It seems that the two of us may struggle to finish it." With that, he placed the roasted fish into a large bowl on the table, chuckling. "Ah, how delightful. I never imagined you could grill fish, Chen Luo. Today, I am truly fortunate." As he took a bite of the tender, succulent fish, its sweetness and freshness were exquisite. The village chief, unable to restrain himself, continued to eat while praising, "Delicious. Simply delicious. I have never tasted such delectable roasted fish before." Though it was slightly charred, the flavor remained exceptional. Chen Luo savored a bite of the fish he had grilled, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. As he enjoyed the delicacy, the old village chief suddenly expressed his astonishment. "Chen Luo, my dear boy, it feels as though I am in a dream. Just a few days ago, you were on the brink of death, and now you are able to prepare grilled fish for me. Most remarkably, you have also awakened your martial spirit, possessing innate soul power of level 7. To be honest, I never even dreamed of such a possibility." Chen Luo smiled faintly. He had never dreamed that he would find himself traversing into the world of Douluo. Even after several days in this realm, he still felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. "It is a pity that I do not know where your loved ones are. If they were aware of your spirit awakening, they would surely be overjoyed," remarked the old village chief. Chen Luo appeared rather indifferent. "I have no relatives. I harbor no recollections of so-called family, nor do I retain memories of the past. The only thing I remember is my name." This was not a lie on Chen Luo's part. Rather, this body had left no vestiges of past memories for him. And even his name was merely the one he had appropriated for himself. "It's all right. Your grandfather is your family, if my little Chen Luo does not mind," the old village chief comforted. Chen Luo immediately smiled and said, "How could I possibly harbor any disdain? It is you, grandfather, who granted me this life. Had you not brought me back, I would likely have become nothing more than a heap of decaying bones." Chen Luo felt an immense gratitude towards the kindly elder before him, truly experiencing a sense of familial bond. It was not merely the debt of life saved, but also the meticulous care he had received. Such kindness is often lacking even among so-called relatives. "By the way, grandfather, is Dahe from our village?" Chen Luo inquired. The old village chief nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Have you met him today?" Chen Luo said, "In the dark woods to the east of the village. I encountered 2 children who had come face to face with a formidable tiger. It was Dahe who rescued them, and it was through those children that I learned his name." "Did you venture into the dark woods to the east of the village today? I thought you were fishing and would not return for lunch." The old village chief became agitated. "You foolish child, did I not warn you? That place is exceedingly perilous. It harbors not just a single tiger, but also a giant snake. Many years ago, my son sought to rid the area of that serpent, and he never returned. Such creatures are man-eaters. It is said that the snake measures several dozen meters in length, with a girth surpassing that of 4 tables combined. Truly terrifying and utterly vile." The old village chief grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes reddened with emotion. "I have slain that serpent. Though it was not as exaggerated as you claim. It was merely around 17 or 18 meters long, at most 20, and as thick as an oversized barrel. 4 tables combined? That is an exaggeration," Chen Luo remarked nonchalantly. Chen Luo initially wished to keep his encounter with the great serpent to himself. However, upon hearing the village elder lament that the serpent was the very cause of his son's absence, he felt compelled to reveal the truth, not for any personal gain, but to ease the elder's troubled heart. Once Chen Luo finished recounting his tale, the old village chief was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he regarded Chen Luo with a mixture of surprise and amusement before responding with a dismissive smile. "Ah, Chen Luo, do not jest with me. Even if you have awakened your martial spirit, how could such a slight frame possibly vanquish a great serpent?" Chen Luo chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. The old village chief then spoke of Dahe. Dehe is one of the few soul masters who emerged from our village. Upon awakening his martial soul, he possessed only a first-level innate soul power. Despite his tireless efforts in cultivation, his talent proved insufficient, preventing him from graduating from the Soul Master Academy. Reluctant to venture elsewhere, he returned to the village, expressing his desire to protect it. Alas, Dehe is a foolish child. As a soul master, he could flourish anywhere. Yet he chooses to remain in our humble mountain village. Tomorrow, we will journey to Nodding City, where Dehe will accompany us to ensure our safety. In the inky black sky hung a slender crescent moon, adorned by twinkling stars. The village nights were perpetually tranquil, punctuated only by the chirping of insects, devoid of the bustling nightlife found elsewhere. After savoring grilled fish at the old village chief's home, Chen Luo returned early, grateful that he did not delay further, lest the village chief have to escort him back with the torch. He remained puzzled as to why nightfall descended so swiftly in this place. Upon reaching home, Chen Luo settled cross-legged on his bed, entering a state of cultivation. At dawn the next day, the old village chief arrived at Chen Luo's doorstep, accompanied by Dehe. Due to their impending journey to the city, the village chief had donned a new outfit, albeit still of coarse fabric. It simply appeared more pristine. Clad in deep blue attire and gray trousers, his stooped and aged frame, combined with a pair of spirited eyes, lent him an unexpected charm that day. Dehe, in contrast, retained his attire from the previous day, gray garments stained with dirt and faint traces of blood. He stood tall, though his visage was ordinary. And despite being in his 20s, he exuded an air of maturity. The village chief leaned on his trusty cane, while Dehe carried a bundle on his back. That boy, Chen Luo, is truly something. I specifically reminded him last night about our trip to the city and urged him to rise early. Yet here he is, still indulging in slumber. The village chief chuckled with a hint of exasperation, his tone devoid of reproach. Dehe interjected, perhaps he was simply too fatigued yesterday. Let him rest a bit longer. After all, it is still early, and a slight delay in reaching Nodding City will not hinder us. Upon hearing this, a warm smile spread across the village chief's wrinkled face as he nodded in agreement. Suddenly recalling something, he chuckled, that must be it. After all, he spent the entire day fishing yesterday. By the way, he mentioned to me last night that he killed the great serpent in the Blackwoods to the east of the village. Dehe froze momentarily, the vivid scenes from the previous afternoon in the Blackwoods replaying in his mind. The serpent, which had devoured countless villagers and posed the greatest threat to their safety, had been slain by a mere child of around 6 years old. Even if that child possessed some extraordinary ability, it was simply unbelievable. Haha, Dehe. You cannot possibly believe that. Chen Luo was clearly jesting. Even if he has awakened his martial soul and possesses 7th-level innate soul power, with his slight frame, he would be insufficient even to stuff the serpent's fangs. The village chief laughed heartily. While the village chief and Dehe engaged in conversation, Chen Luo emerged from his room. He had already awakened while the village chief was speaking and quickly tidied himself up, though as a 6-year-old, there was little to arrange. Grandfather, brother Dehe, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, Chen Luo expressed regretfully. The village chief shook his head with a smile. No matter. We have only just arrived. Dehe's gaze remained fixed upon Chen Luo. Although he seemed to have much to say, he ultimately uttered but 2 words, let us go. Nodding City was not particularly distant from Grass Dog Village. In less than half a day, under the guidance of Dehe and the village chief, Chen Luo arrived at their destination. After passing through the soldiers at the city gates, the trio entered the bustling city. In contrast to the remote village, Nodding City exuded a sense of urban vibrancy, with numerous pedestrians populating the streets and an array of shops lining either side, modestly embodying the essence of prosperity. Upon entering the city, Chen Luo and his companions did not linger at the shops lining the streets but instead made their way directly to the Spirit Hall. 007. The coveted Chen Luo, you have yet to enroll in the Nodding Spirit Master Academy. During the academic term, outsiders are prohibited from entering the academy, thus precluding any opportunity to acquire knowledge pertaining to spirit masters. However, the Spirit Hall is a different matter. It welcomes all spirit masters with open arms. As they traversed the bustling streets of Nodding City, Dehe was explaining to Chen Luo the reasons for their direct journey to the Spirit Hall. Understood. Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. On his journey to Nodding City, Chen Luo pondered over how to find an excuse to visit the Spirit Hall and fulfill his main quest. However, it seemed that he could avoid that hassle as circumstances unfolded more favorably. In Chen Luo's recollection, the training methods of soul masters appeared to be rather uniform. At least within the realm of Douluo, there had been no significant emphasis on the training techniques of soul masters. Apart from Tang San's profound heavenly treasure record and a few exceptional cases, such as the unique training methods of the poison Douluo, there seemed to be little differentiation. Given that Dehe was already a soul master, he should possess knowledge of the training protocols. Yet, Dehe and his companions had taken the considerable effort to travel all the way to Notting City to impart knowledge about soul masters, particularly their training methodologies. Dehe, aren't all soul masters' training methods essentially the same? Chen Luo inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity after holding it in for so long. Dehe chuckled. People are categorized into different ranks, and naturally, the training methods of soul masters vary in quality as well. As an ordinary individual like myself, I can only learn the most basic training techniques. With your innate spirit power at level 7 and an impressive weapon spirit like the scythe, you must seek superior training methods. I am confident that once we arrive at the Spirit Hall, they will arrange for that. In addition to the training methods, you can also acquire a wealth of knowledge about soul masters at the Spirit Hall. My abilities are limited, and what I know is quite scant. Rather than burden you with my fragmented understanding, it would be far better for you to learn the most legitimate knowledge about soul masters, as you are entirely qualified for it. Indeed, Chen Luo, once you reach the Spirit Hall, make sure to study diligently. The old village chief chimed in with a smile. Chen Luo gently nodded, silently reflecting. I have already acquired the methods of soul master cultivation, and they are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Once I arrive at the Spirit Hall, I shall have the opportunity to further immerse myself in the knowledge pertaining to soul masters. We are on the verge of reaching the Spirit Hall, and I foresee no difficulties with the check-in task. Should it require a prolonged stay at the Spirit Hall for the check-in to be deemed successful, I shall seize the moment to delve deeper into the wisdom of soul masters. Chen Luo arrived at the Soul Hall in Notting City, primarily driven by his main quest for a sign and task. The Soul Hall stands as a quintessential architectural emblem in this world. One could easily inquire with any passerby to ascertain its general location. Before long, Chen Luo, accompanied by the old village chief and Dehe, reached the entrance of the Soul Hall. From the outside, the Soul Hall appeared remarkably grand, spanning over 100 meters in width and towering more than 20 meters high, featuring a dome structure with 3 levels, all enveloped in a gray hue. At the entrance, 2 guards stood watch. Upon noticing Chen Luo and his companions, the guards promptly approached and inquired, "What brings you here?" Though the guards bore a somewhat stern demeanor, they remained courteous. Dehe stepped forward with a smile, stating, "I am a soul master, and my brother has also become one. I brought him here today to learn about the methods of cultivating soul power." Upon hearing this, the guards ceased their inquiries and graciously stepped aside, allowing them entry. Dehe led Chen Luo into the Soul Hall while the old village chief waited outside. Methods of cultivating soul power? In the reception hall, a female soul master clad in a light-colored robe, possessing an unremarkable physique and appearance, regarded Dehe and Chen Luo with an expression akin to that reserved for the intellectually challenged. "Lu Dehe," she remarked, "should I call you foolish, or merely reiterate your folly? Are not the methods of soul power cultivation among soul masters virtually identical? There is hardly any distinction. You could very well instruct your brother in the art of soul power cultivation yourself. Yang Tsue, could you please allow me to finish speaking?" Chen Luo stood beside and glanced at the female spirit master named Yang Tsue, then turned his gaze towards Dehe. It appeared that Dehe's full name was Lu Dehe, and he seemed to share a cordial relationship with the spirit master before him. Upon entering the Spirit Hall, Chen Luo had yet to admire the grandiose dome within when Lu Dehe promptly led him to the reception hall. Naturally, Chen Luo harbored no aspirations regarding the cultivation methods for spirit masters. His death god technique was the pinnacle of its kind, if not the absolute best. It was undoubtedly the most suited for him. Upon arriving at the Spirit Hall, Chen Luo's attention was primarily drawn to the system notifications. Eagerly awaiting the melodious chime indicating task completion, Yang Tsue continued to regard Lu Dehe with an expression akin to one observing a fool. "Pray tell. I am quite curious to see what excuses you can muster. You merely sought some trivial pretext to visit me, did you not?" Hearing this, Chen Luo's gaze towards Lu Dehe and Yang Tsue transformed into one of intrigue. Before Lu Dehe could respond, Yang Tsue interjected, "Do not tell me this little brat possesses innate spirit power exceeding level 5. How could such talent possibly emerge from your dilapidated village?" "Apologies, but it is indeed true. My innate spirit power is at level 17. Chen Luo silently reveled in his cleverness. Lu Dehe nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, his innate spirit power is at level 7. Our humble village has indeed produced a remarkable talent." As he spoke, Lu Dehe's tone grew decidedly more assertive, tinged with a hint of pride. "Are you serious?" Yang Tsue furrowed her brow. Lu Dehe merely nodded earnestly. Upon realizing that Lu Dehe was not fabricating, Yang Tsue's demeanor shifted dramatically. Ah, I have never encountered such an adorable younger brother before. Come, sister shall take you to find cultivation methods. With a beaming smile directed at Chen Luo. She radiated warmth and enthusiasm, a stark contrast to her indifference upon their initial meeting. Lu Dehe, why are you still standing there like a statue? Hurry and order from the finest restaurant in Notting City. Since my brother has come to visit, we must treat him well. Yang Tsue shot a glare at Lu Dehe, then turned back to Chen Luo with her warm smile resurfacing. Oh, wait, sister misspoke. I suspect it won't be long before we can see you frequently. With your talents, you will undoubtedly gain admission to the Notting Spirit Master Junior Academy. Or you could come to the Spirit Hall. I am certain many older folks would take a liking to you. As she spoke, Yang Tsue had already approached Chen Luo, gently taking his hand to lead him away. Before departing, she shot another admonishing look at Lu Dehe. Stop dawdling. Go find a restaurant now. If you lack funds, just charge it to me. What's mine is yours. Chen Luo was bewilderedly led away by Yang Tsue, directly ascending to the third floor. The third floor was lined with tightly shut rooms, and Yang Tsue guided Chen Luo to the leftmost chamber. This appeared to be the library of the Spirit Hall, featuring but a solitary bookshelf, sparsely adorned with a few tomes, exuding an air of stark desolation. As soon as Yang Tsue and Chen Luo entered, an aged voice resonated. Inquiring, what brings you here? Yang Tsue promptly responded with utmost respect. Elder, I present to you my younger brother. He possesses innate soul power at level 7 and wishes to learn the methods of soul power cultivation. Innate soul power at level 7? The elderly voice instantly brimmed with excitement, muttering to itself, could this child be the one that Su Yuntao spoke of? Just as they departed. This child has come forth on his own. The voice grew increasingly closer, having initially echoed within the library, now suddenly materializing behind Chen Luo and Yang Tsue. Chen Luo turned his head and noticed that the room opposite the library had been opened. A frail old man, draped in a black robe and adorned with white hair, emerged. Elder. Yang Tsue also turned around at that moment, addressing him with great reverence. However, the elder did not cast a glance at Yang Tsue. Instead, he fixed his intense gaze upon Chen Luo, his eyes ablaze with curiosity. What is your name? He inquired. Chen Luo, came the reply. Chen Liao responded calmly. Yet a shiver coursed through him as he silently pondered. Why does this old man's gaze seem so peculiar, sending chills down one's spine? At this moment, Chen Luo also noticed the emblem of the Spirit Hall on the elder's black robe, depicting 5 longswords, signifying that this elder was a soul ancestor. It was unexpected to find a soul master of such caliber in this remote branch of the Spirit Hall. No wonder he could attain the position of elder here. Chen Luo, what a splendid name. The elder remarked with a smile. Would you care to become my disciple? Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, however. Yang Tsue by his side displayed no surprise, instead exuding a palpable excitement. The elder, observing Chen Luo's astonished expression, stroked his chin adorned with white stubble and chuckled. Have I been too forthright? Did I frighten you? It is quite natural. After all, you are still but a child. You need only to know that should you choose to become my disciple, I assure you that your journey in cultivation will be smooth and unimpeded. All the soul rings you will require in the future can be provided by me. Your talent is remarkably impressive, and with my guidance, you shall undoubtedly surpass my current achievements within 20 years. Yet, as the elder continued to extol the benefits of Chen Luo becoming his disciple, Chen Luo resolutely declined. Having lived 2 lives, albeit with the experience of only a couple of decades, he was no longer a child. A 6-year-old might have been easily swayed. But Chen Luo felt no need for a mentor. If he were to seek one, it would have to be an individual of considerable strength. Though he may have had little choice upon arriving in this world, he now possessed the means to choose. Upon witnessing Chen Luo's unambiguous and decisive refusal, the elder's demeanor shifted dramatically. You young man, think it over well. My doors shall always remain open for you. With that, the elder uttered his parting words and retreated into the adjoining room, firmly closing the door behind him. Chen Luo's heart remained as tranquil as a still lake. His brows slightly raised as he pondered, why has the task of signing in yet to be completed? After the old man departed, Yang Tsue cast a disbelieving glance at Chen Luo, yet she refrained from further comment. She led Chen Luo into the library, where she presented him with a unique scroll, saying, attempt to attune to it, for it shall impart the cultivation method most suited to you. Chen Luo followed Chui's instructions diligently, attuning himself to the scroll in his hands. Even though he had already mastered the Death God incantation, it did not preclude him from exploring other methods of soul energy cultivation. Before long, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from the scroll, and simultaneously, a wealth of information flooded his mind. However, just as he was about to delve into this newfound knowledge, a sudden coolness swept through his brain, causing all the information to vanish, along with the warmth radiating from the scroll. Must it be so domineering, preventing me from exploring other cultivation techniques? Chen fell into a momentary daze, then suddenly felt a hint of amusement. He glanced down at the scroll in his hand, realizing that it was likely already rendered useless. After Chen Luo completed the study of the soul power cultivation method, he promptly returned the scroll to Cui Cui, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sister." Cui Cui, with a bewildered expression, took the scroll back. "So soon?" Chen Luo nodded, acknowledging the rapidity of the exchange, as he had barely had the opportunity to peruse it before it was gone. Cui Cui carefully placed the scroll back in its original position and then led Chen Luo away. As they descended the stairs, Chen Luo finally received the eagerly anticipated system notification, successfully checked in at the Wuhuan Hall in Notting City. Current main quest completed. Reward, Death Goddess Ring. At a restaurant in Notting City, as promised, Cui Cui treated Chen Luo and his companions to a lavish meal. Once they were satiated and ready to depart, Cui Cui attempted to persuade them to stay. "Old village chief, I believe that Chen Luo could truly cultivate here in Notting City. The environment is far superior, and he could gain extensive knowledge about soul masters. If he wishes, he could even reside directly within the Wuhuan Hall. I am certain that the old fellows there would warmly welcome him." The old village chief smiled contentedly, saying, "If that is indeed possible, it would be the best outcome. However, this matter is not solely within my purview. It ultimately depends on Chen Luo's desires. Initially, our village had decided to allow Chen Luo to cultivate in Notting City, yet we were unable to afford the exorbitant living expenses. Now that this concern seems alleviated, the final decision rests with Chen Luo." With that, the old village chief turned to Chen Luo, inquiring, "What do you think, Chen Luo?" Chen Luo shrugged and remarked, "It is better to return. The city is excessively noisy. The village is far more tranquil. If he remained in Notting City, he would likely face incessant disturbances, were it not for witnessing the elder of the Spirit Hall's exuberant demeanor." Chen Luo would hardly have believed that possessing innate soul power at level 7 could wield such significant influence. The old village chief smiled knowingly at Yang Suetsue and then cheerfully said, "We respect your decision, Chen Luo." In response, Yang Suetsue inquired, "Dear brother Chen Luo, is there anything you wish to eat or do?" "It is my treat." Chen Luo gently shook his head. He had already completed the signing-in task in Notting City and now yearned to return swiftly to his cultivation. Were it not for Yang Suetsue's warm hospitality and consideration for the old village chief and Lu Dahe's feelings, Chen Luo would have likely skipped this lunch altogether and headed straight back. Yang Suetsue laughed. "Then I can only wish you a safe journey. After all, dear brother Chen Luo, you will soon find yourself in Notting City, and at that time, I shall treat you to food, drink, and merriment." "Thank you, sister." Chen Luo replied with a polite smile. By the time Chen Luo and his companions returned to Canine Grass Village, it was already evening. Chen Luo and Lu Dahe enjoyed an evening meal at the home of the elderly village chief before returning to their respective abodes. Upon arriving home, Chen Luo did not immediately engage in his cultivation practice. Instead, he gazed at his left wrist. Under his watchful eyes, a circle of black tattoo, approximately 1 finger's width, gradually emerged upon his wrist. At the moment the tattoo materialized, a black bracelet manifested itself on Chen Luo's hand. At first glance, the bracelet appeared rather unremarkable. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern countless intricate patterns upon it, resembling a myriad of formations intricately intertwined in a unique balance. This was none other than the reward for completing the main quest of signing in at Notting City, the Death God Bracelet. The Death God Bracelet possesses 2 primary functions. Firstly, it serves as a storage space, the dimensions of which are influenced by Chen Luo's strength. Should his power grow sufficiently formidable, the storage space could expand indefinitely. Currently, the storage capacity of the Death God Bracelet is equivalent to that of a wardrobe. Secondly, it functions as a realm for the undead, aptly named the Undead Space, where the deceased are housed. The creatures revived by Chen Luo through awakening are classified as undead, and in the future, he will be able to store these entities within the Undead Space, summoning them as needed, similar to the storage space. The size of the Undead Space is also contingent upon Chen Luo's strength, and at present, this space has yet to be unlocked. With diligent cultivation, he aspires to unlock the Undead Space at the earliest opportunity, which would enable him to summon a powerful undead creature for safekeeping, thus ensuring a measure of security. Chen Luo gazed upon the Death God bracelet, its purpose serving to inspire him, for it is only when one possesses hope that they strive relentlessly. With the bracelet safely tucked away, Chen Luo promptly commenced his training. 3 months later, today marks the inaugural day of the Nodding Soul Master Academy. And early in the morning, the old village chief and Lu Dahei arrived at Chen Luo's doorstep. Chen Luo tidied up his belongings with a sense of purpose before setting off alongside the old village chief and Lu Dahei. Over the course of the past 3 months, Chen Luo had devoted himself to relentless training, demonstrating remarkable diligence. Given the chance to be reborn and the opportunity to strive for improvement, how could he possibly refrain from exerting himself? Chen Luo cherishes each day of his life here, having squandered much time in his past existence. He is determined not to lead a life of futility again in this lifetime. Presently, Chen Luo's soul power approaches the 20th level, and with further diligence, he will be able to acquire 2 soul rings simultaneously. Nonetheless, he plans to obtain his first soul ring only after entering the Nodding Academy. Although a soul master's progress in cultivating soul power is not hindered by the absence of a soul ring, it does restrict their combat capabilities, which Chen Luo has long desired to enhance. Furthermore, there exists a more pressing motive, the refreshment of system tasks. After completing the main quest of signing in at Nodding City, no new main quests have appeared, and the same applies to side quests. The task interface only displays a single prompt: obtain the second soul ring to refresh all tasks. Chen Luo, it is imperative that you study diligently at the Soul Master Academy. We believe you will undoubtedly succeed, as the hope of the entire village. Upon his arrival in Nodding City, the old village chief immediately began to impart earnest advice to him. Chen nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Grandpa, I will." The old village chief responded with a smile, "Indeed, I believe in you. We have always believed in you. Your efforts have never gone unnoticed. Oh, by the way, there is something I have yet to mention to you." "What is it?" "Do you recall the Master Su Yutao who sought you out 3 months ago, along with the elder from the Spirit Hall?" Chen nodded and replied, "I remember. What is it?" 3 months prior, the day after Chen returned from signing in at the Soul Hall in Nodding City, Su Yutao and an elder from the Soul Hall sought out Chen. Their intentions mirrored those of the Soul Elder he had encountered at the Soul Hall. However, Chen declined their offer once more. The old village chief remarked, "They mentioned that if you ever require assistance in acquiring soul rings, you are welcome to seek their help at any time. They also expressed that you would always be greeted with open arms. It is indeed a fortunate circumstance to have someone willing to assist you. I understand your strong-willed nature, but at times, it is essential to learn the art of adaptability." Chen Luo nodded, affirming, "Yes, I understand, Grandfather." At that moment, Lu Dahai interjected, "If you require assistance, you may also seek out Yang Tsuetsue at the Spirit Hall." "Very well," Chen replied, confident that he would soon need their help. The old village head and Lu Dahai accompanied Chen to the entrance of the Nodding Spirit Master Junior Academy. The academy exuded an impressive aura. With its grand stone archway and imposing iron gates, likely the most eye-catching structure in Nodding City apart from the Spirit Hall. The gatekeeper, a middle-aged man in his 30s, did not exhibit the arrogance often depicted in literature. Instead, he greeted Chen and his companions with utmost courtesy. "Are you here to report to the Spirit Master Academy?" The gatekeeper inquired with a warm smile, displaying genuine politeness. Chen Luo and his companions nodded, and the gatekeeper promptly stepped aside, urging them to enter. This courteous gesture left Chen Luo somewhat astonished. After exchanging brief farewells with the old village chief and Lu Dahei, Chen Luo strode into the Soul Master Academy. As he walked a short distance, he overheard the gatekeeper's murmured comments, which quickly dispelled his surprise. "Why are there so many work-study students this year? What is going on? A lad just went in, and now another one arrives. Regardless, I must restrain myself and treat everyone with courtesy. If the master sees me misbehaving again, I fear for my position." "Work-study students? The master?" Chen Luo immediately thought of Tang San. Could it be that Tang San had just arrived as well? Chen Luo quickened his pace. Before long, he found the Academic Affairs office and smoothly completed his registration. With innate soul power at level 7, there was no junior soul master academy that would refuse him. Upon providing his information and the certification from the Spirit Hall, the teachers no longer cared whether Chen Luo was a work-study student. He was even eligible for special treatment. Nevertheless, Chen Luo still desired to experience life as an ordinary student. "These are your belongings, distributed free by the academy. You have been assigned to room 7 in the dormitory building. Allow me to escort you there," a young teacher said with great enthusiasm. "Thank you, teacher." I can make my way there on my own. No need to trouble you. Chen Luo received the items and politely bowed slightly to the young teacher before departing. The young teacher smiled and remarked, "What a courteous child. Should you require any assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out at any time." After Chen Luo left, Director Su, unable to contain a chuckle, shook his head and said, "It seems that this year, our Nodding Academy is destined for fame. First, we have a student with innate full soul power, and now another with innate soul power at level 7. In my decades of service here, I have never encountered either of these phenomena, and today I have met them both." The young teacher, with a dismissive expression, retorted, "Let us not speak of that innate full soul power. What potential could a blue silver grass possess? To think it has even taken a master as its mentor. Enough of that. Do not regard me with such an expression. I hold greater hope for the child I just encountered." Director Su cast a disdainful glance at the young teacher, replying, "You need not say it. I have already discerned that." Meanwhile, Chen Luo had arrived at the foot of the dormitory building. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Soon, he would meet Tang San, and if all went as expected, Xiao should also be arriving around this time. A smile unconsciously appeared on Chen Luo's face. "I hope I haven't arrived too late." Room 009, Xiao. "Let me share a bed with you." Room 7 is not difficult to find. It appears to be the most dilapidated in the dormitory building. The residents of Room 7 are all work-study students, irrespective of their grades or ages. The academy is not a charitable organization, and being free of charge naturally means a considerable disparity in quality. Chen Luo initially had the opportunity and qualification to choose a dormitory, yet he relinquished it, opting instead for the standard worker-student dormitory, known as Room 7. His motivation was simple, to savor the experience of life. Upon reaching the threshold of Room 7, Chen Luo peered inside, where a vibrant scene unfolded before him. A group of 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, were gathered around. At the center were a boy and a girl, who appeared to have just concluded a scuffle. The boy, around 6 years old, donned a plain cloth outfit, his sun-kissed complexion and tousled black hair lending him an air of normalcy. In contrast, the girl, of similar age and height, possessed an adorably rosy face and large, sparkling eyes that made her remarkably charming. Her long black hair was braided into a scorpion braid cascading down her back, and she wore a pristine pink dress, exuding neatness. According to the dormitory rules, the victor of their confrontation would assume the role of dorm leader, becoming the de facto leader of their group. The boy declared, "If you win against me, you will be the dorm leader from now on." The girl smiled slightly, her eyes gleaming with delight. "Leader? That sounds quite fun. So, I shall be your leader from now on." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, drawing the attention of all present. Chen Luo stepped into the dormitory with a seemingly calm demeanor, yet his heart raced with unparalleled excitement. Before him stood a boy and girl, undoubtedly Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San appeared rather ordinary, while Xiao Wu exuded beauty. "Is this room 7? Chen Luo inquired, glancing at Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Could it be another one? Last year, there wasn't a single work-study student, and now 3 have arrived?" An older child exclaimed in disbelief. Approaching Chen Luo, the boy managed a strained smile and said, "Hello, my name is Wang Sheng. My martial spirit is the Battle Tiger, and I aspire to be a future Battle Spirit Master. This is indeed Room 7, and I am the 3rd in command here. Are you also a new work-study student?" Having been defeated by Tang San and then witnessing Xiao Wu besting him, Wang Sheng no longer dared to underestimate the newcomers. Chen nodded, "Indeed. I am a work-study student from Douluo Village." Douluo Village? A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Wang Sheng's mouth, struggling to suppress a chuckle. Yet ultimately, he could not contain himself. The other children, upon hearing the name of the village, exhibited expressions of barely concealed amusement, save for Tang San, who remained composed. Xiao Wu, however, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! How delightfully amusing to have such an intriguing village name. By the way, we have a rule in our dormitory. New work-study students must demonstrate their martial soul's prowess. As the leader, I shall not take advantage of you. Tang San, you shall engage in a friendly spar with him." With that, Xiao Wu turned her gaze towards Tang San, who, though resigned, ultimately nodded in agreement. Chen Luo casually set his belongings aside and moved to a more spacious area, gazing at Tang San. Chen Luo, martial soul, scythe. Tang San, martial soul, blue silver grass. Tang San also advanced. Xiao Wu, with a beaming smile, expressed her anticipation for the impending battle, excitedly exclaiming, "Let us begin." Chen Luo and Tang San locked eyes, and thus the battle commenced in earnest. Tang San appeared quite cautious, refraining from initiating an attack, adopting a defensive posture. Chen Luo paid no heed to the intricacies, advancing directly and unleashing a punch devoid of any superfluous movements. Tang San favored such straightforward opponents, his mind already formulating a strategy to employ the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to secure victory. Chen Luo's punching speed was not particularly swift, affording Tang San ample time to react. Seizing the opportunity, he employed the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, attempting to redirect Chen Luo's fist elsewhere. However, he met with failure. The strength of Chen Luo far exceeded Tang San's expectations. The technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon was utterly ineffective. Chen Luo's fist descended directly before Tang San's forehead, halting just short of impact. Tang San, taken aback, gazed with wide, astonished eyes. It was over. Chen Luo retracted his fist. The look of shock on Tang San's face gradually faded as he slowly spoke. Well, I concede. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are rendered utterly feeble. Chen Luo now possesses a soul power of level 19, which undoubtedly surpasses Tang San in terms of sheer strength. Furthermore, influenced by the martial soul of the god of death, Chen Luo's power is considerably greater than that of Tang San. Had Chen Luo not restrained himself, a single punch to Tang San's forehead could have resulted in instant demise. Wang Sheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this it? It's over?" The other children mirrored his incredulity. They had all witnessed Tang San's formidable prowess, having just seen him effortlessly defeat their former leader, Wang Sheng, who had been rendered utterly powerless. They had anticipated a similar outcome for the newcomer, Chen Luo, yet it turned out that Tang San could not withstand even a single exchange before him. Xiao Wu, equally astonished, glanced at Tang San and curiously inquired, "Weren't you just formidable? What happened now?" Tang San remained silent, casting a wary look at Chen Luo, internally reflecting. His strength is terrifying. Could his soul power truly exceed mine? Yet, judging by his age, it seems he must have only recently awakened his martial soul. Noticing Tang San's silence, Xiaohui chose not to press further. Instead, she turned her attention to Chen Luo, adopting a commanding demeanor. "It seems I must take the lead. Let us proceed." Chen Luo smiled gently but shook her head, saying, "I cannot defeat you." Xiaowu furrowed her brows slightly. "You haven't even tried yet. And you're already giving up?" Chen Luo smiled gently, carrying her belongings towards the bed. With a single glance, she discerned the position chosen by Xiaowu and selected a bed adjacent to hers. "How mundane," Xiaowu pouted. Chen Luo certainly could not bear to harm Xiaowu. Faced with such a beautiful and endearing girl, he simply could not bring himself to do so. Glancing at his empty bed, he then turned his gaze toward the neatly arranged bedding of Wang Sheng and the others, a frown creasing his forehead as he silently lamented the oversight of not bringing 2 sets of bedding when he arrived. At that moment, a teacher in her 30s, with light green hair, entered the dormitory carrying 2 sets of bedding, announcing, "All new work-study students, please come out and introduce yourselves. Chen Luo, Tang San." And Xiaowu immediately stepped forward and introduced themselves. "I am Mo Hen. You may refer to me as Teacher Mo," with a gentle smile. Mo Hen made his self-introduction and then handed a quilt to Chen Luo. "This is prepared by the Academy for you. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit me at the Academic Affairs office." He then presented another quilt to Tang San, saying, "This is from the master for you." Mo Hen assigned Tang San and Xiaowu the task of cleaning within the academy, urging them to approach their duties with a positive attitude. He warned that any negligence could result in the academy exercising its right to expel them. Turning to Chen Luo, he offered, "If you wish to join, you may also assist in the cleaning at the Academic Affairs office. If not, that is acceptable, like Tang San and Xiaowu. You will receive 10 copper spirit coins daily." At this moment, Xiaowu could no longer contain herself and protested, "Why does he receive special treatment? He not only is betting but also gets to avoid work while still earning money, without the fear of expulsion. This is utterly unfair." Mo Hen cast a calm glance at Xiaowu and replied, "Do not question the arrangements of the academy." Xiaowu refrained from further commentary, yet her expression still conveyed her dissatisfaction. Chen Luo felt a pang of embarrassment within. Is it truly fair to incite such animosity towards me? In truth, Xiaowu could also relish in special privileges, for she shares the same innate full soul power as Tang San and possesses an authentic beast martial soul. However, it seems the academy remains unaware of this fact. Otherwise, Xiaowu would undoubtedly be a focal point of their attention. Mo Hen then succinctly outlined the arrangements for the new students' enrollment before taking his leave. sitting on her bed. Xiao Wu cast a glance at the new bedding of Tang San and Chen Luo, feeling a twinge of envy. Chen Luo noticed Xiao Wu's gaze and directly offered his blanket to her. Here, take this, he said. Xiao Wu instinctively replied, what about you? I'll find another way. Chen Luo responded, that seems a bit awkward. How about we sleep together? After all, this blanket is quite large. Xiao Wu smiled. All right. Chen Luo reluctantly agreed. Xiao Wu was dissatisfied with the academy's arrangements, but she harbored no ill feelings toward Chen Luo. Furthermore, Chen Luo possessed an exceptionally delicate appearance, leaving a remarkably favorable first impression. It was impossible for Xiao Wu and Chen Luo to share a single bed, so they pushed their beds together. Xiao Wu placed her belongings in the gap between the two beds, and Chen Luo, understanding the situation, placed his things there as well. This will be our boundary. If you cross it, don't blame me for being impolite, Chen Luo said calmly, preemptively voicing what Xiao Wu was about to say. Xiao Wu shot him a glare and assertively declared, I am the boss. Your bed is my bed. If I want to go over, I will. But you can't come over. Fine, Chen Luo agreed once more, albeit reluctantly. As Chen Luo and Xiao Wu had just finished arranging the bed, Wang Xing approached with a smile, saying, it's time for lunch, boss, Chen Luo, Tang San, let us go together. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, please refrain from calling me boss. It makes me feel aged. From now on, refer to me as Sister Xiao Wu. Understood, Sister Xiao Wu. Wang Xing immediately complied with a grin, then gestured towards the entrance, let us be off. Xiao Wu's demeanor transformed into one of excitement, let us go, and see what delicious food awaits. The cafeteria of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite expansive, spanning 2 floors, ample enough to accommodate all the faculty and students for their meals. As Chen Luo and his companions made their way to the dining hall, they observed a multitude of students hurrying towards it. Upon their arrival, they found a long queue at the serving window. Initially, Tang San was reluctant to join them for a meal, primarily due to his lack of soul coins. He had squandered all his funds on his father's drinking habits back in Holy Soul Village. Ultimately, it was Wang Sheng who stepped forward, inviting Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, the 3 newcomers, to dine together. Shortly after entering the dining hall, Chen Luo and his friends were met with provocation from a group of upperclassmen. Look over there, it's Wang Sheng and his band of paupers. One sneered. Indeed, paupers will always remain paupers, confined to dining on the 1st floor, forever barred from ascending to the 2nd. Upon encountering this familiar scene from Douluo, Chen Luo raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, surely, Xiao Wu is about to make her entrance. As expected, the formidable Xiao Wu stepped forward, declaring, what are you even worth? What's so remarkable about the 2nd floor? Oh, how strikingly beautiful this girl is, though regrettably, she is merely a work-study student. The male students, upon catching sight of Xiao Wu, were utterly captivated. After smacking their lips in admiration, they shot a glare at Wang Sheng, exclaiming, consider yourself fortunate this time, but I'm off to have my meal. With that, the group of male students ascended to the 2nd floor. Xiao Wu, feeling a surge of indignation, prepared to pursue them. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Luo immediately pursued, unable to tolerate the indignity inflicted upon Xiao Wu by that group of ruffians. However, just as Xiao Wu and Chen Luo had taken a few steps, a figure suddenly emerged before them, blocking their path. It was Tang San. Let it go. We are here to dine, Tang San remarked. Xiao Wu cast a disdainful glance at Tang San, saying, are you so fearful of confrontation? Look at others, Chen Luo. Humph. Without further elaboration, Tang San proceeded to join the queue for food. Chen Luo turned to Xiao Wu and asked, shall we go up? I will accompany you. Xiao Wu smiled gently at Chen Luo, replying, never mind, let us go eat instead. Wang Sheng immediately chimed in, Sister Xiao Wu, this way. In contrast to Tang San's cautious nature, Wang Sheng preferred the boldness exhibited by Xiao Wu and Chen Luo. Following the recent incident, Wang Sheng's fondness for both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu had significantly increased. Under Wang Sheng's guidance, Chen Luo and the others joined the queue for their meal. At that moment, Tang San spotted a familiar face and approached to greet him, instantly drawing the attention of Chen Luo and the others. It's the master, Wang Sheng murmured. Before them stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, clad entirely in black. His short black hair was styled in a subtle parting, and though his appearance was rather ordinary, he possessed an unmistakable aura of distinction. Could this truly be the master? Chen Luo contemplated inwardly. Should I approach and offer a greeting? Perhaps it would be best to refrain, as it seemed the master's attention was solely on Tang San at this moment. To intrude could appear rather peculiar. Tang San addressed the master as teacher. Their interaction was limited to a brief exchange of pleasantries. The master inquired about the bedding situation before preparing to escort Tang San upstairs for a meal, which Tang San declined. Once the master departed, Tang San returned to join Chen Luo and the others, continuing to queue for food. Wang Sheng regarded Tang San with incredulity and asked with concern, "Tang San, is the master truly your teacher?" Tang San nodded affirmatively. Wang Sheng replied, "How did you come to choose the master? I've heard that his abilities are rather lacking. He is nearly 50 and has yet to break through to the Great Soul Master level. It seems unlikely he ever will. The only reason he is at our school is due to his close ties with the principal. To put it bluntly, he is simply coasting along." Silence. Tang San interjected with visible ire, cutting Wang Sheng off. "I implore you not to speak disparagingly of my teacher. This is your first and final warning. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." With that, Tang San turned on his heel and departed. Wang Sheng stood there, stunned, gazing at Tang San's retreating figure. His lips twitching slightly. Is this kid out of his mind? I was merely offering a friendly warning. Indeed, I've never encountered someone so petty, Xiao Wu scoffed. Chen Luo glanced unexpectedly at Xiao Wu. According to the narrative, at that moment, Xiao Wu should have felt that Tang San suddenly appeared taller. However, it must be noted that Tang San's reaction was indeed somewhat excessive. It was only today that he had taken Master as his mentor. How could such a profound bond develop in less than a day? The adage "one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father" presupposes a foundation of emotional connection. Moreover, Wang Xing had been quite amiable towards Tang San, inviting him to dinner on the very first day and just moments ago offering a kind reminder. Perhaps this is the hallmark of a protagonist, distinctly exceptional. Tang San's departure did not disrupt Chen Luo and the others' lunch. After serving their meals, they gathered together to enjoy their meal, basking in a warm and cheerful atmosphere. "Xiao Wu, once I have money, I shall treat you to a splendid meal," Chen Luo said with a smile, transferring the sole piece of meat from his bowl to hers. Xiao Wu nodded eagerly. "That sounds wonderful." Wang Xing and the others exchanged knowing glances with Chen Luo, each displaying expressions of encouragement, before returning to their meals. After lunch, Chen Luo and his companions returned to their dormitory. With the opening ceremony scheduled for the following day and nothing to occupy their afternoon, they chatted for a while before settling on their respective beds to practice their cultivation. The opportunity to be a work-study student was rare, and each one of them was diligently committed to their training. Although Xiao Wu initially wished to play longer, seeing everyone engrossed in their cultivation, she decided to join in. It was not until evening that they gradually concluded their training sessions. Chen Luo was the last to conclude his cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a pair of glistening, watery eyes, followed by an exquisitely delicate, rosy face. It was Xiao Wu. She had perched herself on Chen Luo's bed, gazing intently at him. "It's time for dinner," Xiao Wu said with a smile. "Yes, I understand, but I suddenly feel that this is somewhat unfair," Chen Luo replied. "What do you mean by unfair?" Xiao Wu inquired. "You can come to my bed, yet I cannot go to yours," Chen Luo stated with utmost seriousness. Xiao Wu chuckled softly. "Because I am your superior. Besides, I am a girl, so you must accommodate me." "Very well," Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Throughout that afternoon, Tang San did not return. After Chen Luo and the others finished their dinner and returned to their dormitory, they finally spotted Tang San, who was sound asleep on his bed. Perhaps awakened by the commotion, Tang San stirred and, in a daze, sought out Xiao Wu to inform her about his plans to acquire a soul ring the following day. Xiao Wu immediately expressed her discontent. "If you leave, then I will have to handle the work of the student assistant all by myself." Before Tang San could respond, Chen Luo stepped forward and offered, "I will assist you." "Hee, Chen Luo, you are truly wonderful," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Chen Luo smiled gently, then turned to Tang San and said, "Acquiring a spirit ring is of utmost importance for a spirit master, yet it is fraught with peril. One must exercise great caution." "Understood. Thank you for your concern," Tang San replied with a nod. "Come on, Chen Luo, let us take a stroll." Not long after returning to the dormitory, Xiao Wu found herself restless. Chen Luo readily agreed. All right. He had initially intended to focus on his cultivation, yet such pursuits paled in comparison to the company of Xiao Wu. Hand in hand, they meandered around the school, eventually coming to a halt on the playground, where they settled on the grassy expanse, gazing up at the starry sky. "There are so many stars up there, they are truly beautiful," Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Yet they cannot compare to your brilliance, Chen Luo replied. Xiao Wu turned her head, shooting Chen Luo a playful glare. Have you coated your tongue in honey? Why is it that your words are always so sweet? Chen broke into a smile. It's all the truth. After gazing at the starry sky for a while, Xiao Wu felt a tinge of boredom. We haven't sparred today. Shall we have a session now? Xiao Wu suggested with a playful grin. Chen nodded, unable to refuse any of Xiao Wu's requests. The two rose to their feet, and their sparring commenced swiftly yet concluded just as quickly. Although Xiao Wu's agile techniques were formidable, they proved utterly ineffective against Chen's overwhelming strength. He had her firmly in his grasp, and had it not been for Chen's decision to let a moment of respite slip by, Xiao Wu would have had no chance of triumphing over him. Chen Luo feigned a dramatic collapse to the ground, giving a thumbs up to Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, you are truly remarkable. Humph. Of course. Xiao Wu was well aware that Chen Luo was deliberately letting her win, yet she felt a surge of joy. Subsequently, Xiao Wu sought to spar with Chen Luo numerous times, and each time, Chen Luo would lie on the ground pretending to be lifeless. To make the experience more entertaining for Xiao Wu, Chen Luo intentionally extended the duration of each bout, ensuring that she enjoyed herself immensely. Eventually, Xiao Wu became utterly exhausted, and their sparring sessions came to an end. Chen Luo, though feigning fatigue, was equally weary. Xiao Wu, we should head back, he suggested after a brief pause. However, Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively. I can't go on. I have no strength left. I'll just sleep here tonight. That simply won't do. You might catch a chill. Chen Luo wore a serious expression as he reached out and effortlessly lifted Xiao Wu into his arms, executing a perfect princess carry. The moment she was cradled, a slight tremor coursed through her body, yet she quickly acclimated to the embrace. Exhausted, she nestled against Chen Luo's chest and succumbed to slumber. Chen Luo glanced down at Xiao Wu, his eyes filled with tenderness, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his lips. He thought to himself, am I inadvertently luring a minor? Surely not. She is, after all, 100,000 years old. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Luo carefully placed Xiao Wu on the bed, gently tucking her in with the covers. The other roommates were either engrossed in their cultivation or had already succumbed to slumber. Chen Luo felt no drowsiness, yet he refrained from cultivating. Lying on his bed, he glanced at the peacefully slumbering Xiao Wu beside him, a profound sense of satisfaction washing over him. Such scenes were once mere figments of his dreams. He gently draped a portion of the blanket over himself, leaving most of it for Xiao Wu. Closing his eyes, he contemplated his future plans. In the soul-hunting forest, the foremost priority remained the acquisition of soul rings. Chen Luoming distinctly sensed that his cultivation speed was gradually diminishing. This was likely related to his lack of a soul ring. He harbored a profound intuition that, should he fail to acquire his first soul rings, no amount of diligent practice would elevate his soul power beyond the 20th level, even unto death. Achieving the 19th level of soul power without a soul ring could indeed be regarded as a miraculous feat. While the absence of a soul ring does not impede the cultivation of soul power, it ultimately imposes certain limitations. One cannot practice indefinitely, and the levels of soul power attained remain obscure and unmanifested. Chen Luo has evidently transcended the limitations that once bound him, and he can genuinely perceive the existence of soul power. His strength has flourished in tandem with the growth of this power. Tomorrow, he plans to assist Xiao Wu in completing her work as a student intern before devising a strategy to acquire a soul ring. Tang-san, with the aid of his master, will be able to embark directly to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt soul beasts for their rings. However, Chen Luo lacks a mentor and would feel too audacious to request the master's company, and even if he were to seek the master's help, there is no certainty of acceptance. Thus, he must explore alternative avenues. Relying solely on his own efforts is evidently unfeasible. Despite the uniqueness of his martial soul and the substantial enhancement to his physique, along with the formidable skills of soul hunting and awakenings, the folly of embarking on a solitary hunt for soul beasts is glaringly apparent. Such a venture is fundamentally unrealistic. Even if some possibilities exist, they are accompanied by dangers immeasurable and insurmountable for Chen Luo. It would be an act of sheer folly for him to pursue soul beast alone for the sake of obtaining a soul ring. Moreover, resources are not a concern for him, whether it be the instructors at the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy or the elders within the Spirit Hall. They would eagerly assist him should he express a need. 2 days later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiao Wu accompanied Chen Luo to the academy gate, parting with a worried admonition, "Do take care." Chen Luo smiled brightly and reassured, "Rest assured, I will return," with a wave to Xiao Wu. He stepped out of the academy. On the street opposite, the person they had agreed to meet had already arrived. It was a frail old man with white hair, clad in a simple gray robe. appearing as delicate as any ordinary elderly person. Yet, those around him showed him profound respect. Elder Park. What brings you here on such a rare occasion? Ah, Elder Park, greetings. Indeed, it seems you have grown taller again, young one. Passers-by, whether of noble birth or youthful innocence, greeted Elder Park with warm and respectful salutations. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, I had thought you were a modest individual, someone who would shroud himself to avoid recognition. It seems I was mistaken. Ah, young lad, you simply do not understand. After living for so many years, isn't all the effort merely for a fleeting moment of vanity? Do I revel in it? Naturally. Parksy hired a carriage within Nottingham, their destination being the soul-hunting forest, located 400 miles northeast of the city. You have no idea, he continued, I was once merely a petty thug in Nottingham. Hardly better than a rat scurrying through the streets. After much struggle, I have finally arrived at this point, able to hold my head high. I suddenly find myself understanding you better, Chen Luo replied. Then why not hasten to become my disciple? How is it that every topic circles back to this? Do you think I accompany you to hunt soul beasts simply for your sake, as if I were a mere caretaker? I am exhausted. I shall take a brief rest. Despite the jostling of the carriage, it did not hinder Chen Luo's feigned slumber. Parksy seemed to recognize the futility in rousing someone who pretended to sleep and did not disturb him further. As Chen Luo closed his eyes, he recalled the moment over 3 months ago when he first encountered Parksy at the entrance of the library in the Martial Soul Halls branch in Nottingham. The image of the proud old man shutting the door remained etched in his memory. Chen Luo believed he would never cross paths with Parksy again, yet unexpectedly encountered him yesterday. Chen Luo visited the Soul Hall in Notting City, intending to inquire with Yang Tsue about whether Su Yuntao was available, while also mentioning his plans to obtain a soul ring. To his surprise, Parksy happened to pass by and overheard the entire conversation between Chen Luo and Yang Tsue. Subsequently, Parksy brazenly offered to assist Chen Luo in acquiring a soul ring, to which Chen Luo reluctantly agreed. After a brief interaction, Chen Luo discovered that Parksy, contrary to his initial expectations, possessed a rather intriguing personality, not as rigid as he had imagined. Though somewhat fixated on the idea of taking him as a disciple, an offer Chen Luo would never accept. As for Parksy's decision to select the Hunting Soul Forest as the location for Chen Luo's soul ring acquisition, it coincidentally aligned with the destination chosen by the master for Tang San. This was no mere coincidence. The remote nature of Notting City left few options for soul beast forests, making the Hunting Soul Forest the prime choice. Setting off in the evening, Chen Luo and Parksy arrived at their destination the following morning. The carriage chosen by the elder of the Soul Hall was remarkable, not only operating through the night but also traveling at impressive speed. Upon disembarking, Chen Luo was greeted by a bustling marketplace, where resources abound, commerce flourishes. Amidst the shouts of vendors and soul masters seeking companions, Chen Luo followed Parksy through the market until they reached the true entrance of the Hunting Soul Forest. A towering 10-meter-high steel fence, adorned with sharp spikes, loomed towards the forest, seemingly capable of repelling all intruders. The gate extended on both sides, encircling the entire expanse of the forest. Through the bars, glimpses of the verdant ancient trees within evoked a profound sense of awe. Outside the gate, a regiment of 100 soldiers patrolled, each clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears, imparting an air of stern vigilance. Brat, throughout our journey, I've shared quite a bit of knowledge regarding soul beasts and soul rings with you. Have you truly decided which soul beast you intend to hunt? Parksy inquired. With that, he led Chen Luo to the entrance of the Hunting Soul Forest. Casually, Parksy presented his token as an elder of the Soul Hall to the captain of the inspecting soldiers, who promptly allowed them passage with great respect. Stepping into the Hunting Soul Forest, the invigorating air filled Chen Luo with exhilaration. He felt that the so-called natural oxygen bars he had visited in his past life paled in comparison to this place. Your words imply that if I express a desire for a particular soul beast, you could simply capture it for me, Chen Luo retorted with a smirk. Parksy shot him a glare. Do you still doubt my abilities? It's not that, Chen Luo replied. With the strength of a soul zone, capturing a soul beast under 1,000 years should be quite manageable. The main issue is our luck in encountering a suitable soul beast. Brat, isn't that rather superfluous? Parksy snapped, then continued. For soul rings under 400 years, I am confident you can absorb them completely. Too small, Chen Luo shook his head. For 120 years. Still too small. You're either boastful or foolish. Parksy exclaimed. The master is at your academy. When you have the chance, visit him more often to learn about soul masters. Though his strength is lacking, his understanding of martial souls is unparalleled. He once stated that the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years. Seems you hold him in high regard? Admiration? Huh, does he deserve it? Park Si chuckled. It's merely appreciation. In any field, achieving excellence is worthy of admiration. I didn't expect this old fellow to possess such sound principles, Chen Luo remarked. If I were like you, I'd have 3 feet of grass on my grave, Park Si replied. In fact, you should consider attempting a soul ring around 420 years. I believe you can do it, Park Si said earnestly. Every soul master only has one opportunity to choose a soul ring. Strive to select the best possible. Chen Luo was dismissive, remarking, it has been said, it's too small. You, young man, are once again boasting. In my youth, I too indulged in grandiose claims, only to realize in my old age how foolish such boastfulness truly is. A millennium? What? Chen Luo interjected earnestly, I believe I can attempt to harness a millennium soul ring. At the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Little Dance had awakened early, glancing at the adjacent bed and suddenly feeling a twinge of longing. It's only been a day, she mused. Suddenly, recollecting something, she pouted her lips in displeasure, exclaiming, that big liar Chen Luo. He promised to help me with the work-study tasks, yet he has run off. The work-study responsibilities entailed merely tidying up the school, which was not strenuous, yet it consumed a fair amount of time. What was once a shared chore now fell solely upon her, prompting Little Dance to head to school early to prepare the work locations assigned to her in Tangsan, lest she miss the morning class. Upon arriving at the garden south of the playground, Little Dance was astonished to find that the area had already been cleaned, impeccably tidy. Just as her confusion deepened, Wang Xing and others emerged from the nearby bushes, greeting her with cheerful smiles. Good morning, Sister Little Dance. We have completed all the tasks here. Shall we go for breakfast? Little Dance, slightly bewildered, inquired, what is this? Wang Xing chuckled, do not overthink it, Sister Little Dance. Chen Luo instructed us and has already compensated us for our efforts. After a brief pause, she nodded gently, the bewilderment on her delicate face gradually dissipating, and a charming smile blossomed upon her features. At the edge of the soul-hunting forest, the mention of a millennium soul ring prompted an incredulous reaction. Have you lost your mind? Upon witnessing Chen Luo's serious demeanor, Pu Si recognized that he was not jesting and thus adopted a more earnest tone. It seems imperative that after aiding you in hunting soul beasts to acquire a soul ring, I take you to meet the master. Your knowledge of soul mastery is woefully insufficient. Chen Luo declared with confidence, I am certain. What do you know, you little brat? Park Si retorted angrily. A millennium soul ring will inevitably burst you apart. Previously, Park Si had perceived Chen Luo as quite mature for a 6-year-old, recognizing his understanding in speech and actions. However, it now appeared that this perception had been a mere illusion. A child remains a child, and his thoughts are somewhat naive. Old man, trust me, I truly can. Chen Luo was at a loss as to how to demonstrate his ability to absorb a millennium soul ring, and could only strive to advocate for himself as best as he could through words. There was no room for negotiation in this matter. I cannot gamble with your life. I hope you can take your own existence more seriously, for one only has one life. Pu Si remarked calmly. Chen Luo felt a sense of helplessness, as he truly did not know how to articulate his thoughts. His uncertainty stemmed from the fact that he had absorbed a millennium soul ring for his first soul ring, leaving him without confidence. The reason he mentioned that his goal was a millennium soul ring was primarily due to the demands of the system's task. Upon entering the Soul Hunter Forest, Chen Luo received a notification from the system. A special mission has been detected. Do you wish to accept it? Chen Luo naturally chose to accept, for each system task presented itself as an opportunity for him to grow stronger. The special task has been accepted. Completing this special task will grant him a certain probability of receiving exceptional rewards. Special task: obtain a soul ring of 1,000 years or above as the first soul ring. Chen Luo could never disclose matters concerning the system to Park Si. In Chen Luo's perspective, although the special tasks issued by the system appeared perilous, he still believed he had a chance to accomplish them. The system had even indicated that his first soul ring could be of a millennium grade or higher. What reason did he have not to take the risk? A gamble could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. If possible, Chen Luo desired his first soul ring to be a vivid crimson. At present, he could only proceed step by step, hoping that some unwary soul beast would wander into his path. Park Si led Chen Luo onward, meticulously selecting suitable soul beasts for him, yet each was met with refusal. This 380-year-old nether wolf seems quite fitting. Perhaps we should choose it. Among century-old soul beasts, the nether wolf's claws have a certain reputation. Absorbing its soul ring might enhance the sharpness of your scythe. Chen Luo declined. Then how about this 420-year-old mandragora snake? It possesses potent venom, Absorbing its soul ring could potentially imbue your scythe with a layer of toxicity. Chen Luo dismissed the idea once more. Park Si had presented numerous soul beasts, articulating the merits of each selection, yet every suggestion was met with rejection, which incited his irritation. After yet another refusal, Park Si could no longer contain himself. What on earth are you up to, you little rascal? You reject everything, then you choose. Following this, Park Si coldly reminded him. We are nearing the edge of the soul-hunting forest. Beyond lies the territory of millennium soul beasts. Understood, Chen Luo replied, his tone markedly more spirited this time. Park Si cast a puzzled glance at him, but soon grasped Chen Luo's intent, exclaiming in disbelief, you can't possibly be thinking of targeting a millennium soul beast, can you? You think you can defeat one? Can't you? Chen Luo retorted. Park Si shot a fierce glare at Chen Luo. Of course I can defeat one. Then why all the fuss? Chen Luo smiled and remarked, it is evident that you possess a certain understanding of soul beasts. What would be an appropriate choice for my millennium-old soul beast? The faceless demon spider seems quite suitable. It can bestow your scythe with a potent venom. Any soul beast that can enhance your martial spirit is fitting. There are two primary aims, to augment the strength, resilience, and sharpness of the scythe itself, and to endow it with additional attributes such as toxins, ice, or fire. Pussy instinctively blurted out, and after speaking, he turned earnestly to Chen Luo. Are you truly contemplating capturing a millennium soul beast? Chen Luo nodded vigorously, indeed. Let us see what you can achieve. Perhaps you truly are capable of creating miracles. Ultimately, Park Si chose to compromise. Though our time together has been brief, I have discerned your stubbornness, you impudent boy. If I do not acquiesce, I suspect you would persist indefinitely. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the grave. Your martial spirit, the scythe, may appear rather ordinary. Yet possessing innate soul power at the 7th level is no trivial matter. Nevertheless, even if your martial spirit is extraordinary, it does not guarantee that your first soul ring can absorb a millennium-old soul ring, for such a precedent has yet to be established. Chen Luo confidently declared. It will happen soon. I am certain of it. With a hint of amusement, he added, oh, how I adore your unwavering confidence, albeit tinged with a touch of folly. Park Si responded, let me be candid. The likelihood of successfully absorbing a millennium soul ring stands at 0. Yet, if you insist on pursuing this endeavor, I am powerless to dissuade you. I must forewarn you, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to interrupt the process to safeguard your life. Life and death are fated, and wealth lies in the hands of destiny. Do not burden yourself with excessive anxiety. This path is one I have chosen for myself. Chen Luo stated earnestly. Upon witnessing Chen Luo's serious demeanor, Park Si let out a scoff, remarking, indeed, you are quite the little madman. Chen Luo chuckled softly and then pointed ahead, urging, quickly seek out a suitable spirit beast target. Smack. Pussy delivered a sharp slap to Chen Luo's head and retorted angrily, you are the madman, I am not. If I had not witnessed a fool attempt to forcibly absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring at the first spirit ring, resulting in their tragic demise, I would not hesitate to use you as a subject for experimentation. I truly cannot fathom why there are always ignorant imbeciles like you who dare to challenge theories founded upon the perilous trials of life. Chen Luo was just pondering why Pussy had suddenly become so amiable, agreeing to assist him in acquiring the Millennium Soul Ring. It turned out he had been overthinking the matter. From Pussy's recent remarks, it was evident that he belonged to the same category as the master. Both were fervent intellectuals, possessing considerable knowledge regarding soul masters and soul beasts. Come, this way, Pussy indicated to the left, his voice low. I can already smell the metallic scent of blood from the soul beasts. There must be a battle occurring over there. Or perhaps other soul masters are hunting soul beasts. Let us go and join the excitement. Chen nodded, reluctantly following Park. Along the way, Chen encountered numerous carcasses of soul beasts, surrounded by swirling white soul rings. Predominantly from 10-year soul beasts, with an occasional sighting of a century-old one. Were it not for Park's presence, Chen would have certainly been tempted to test his soul hunting and awakening skills, likely a result of battles among the soul beasts. Park merely glanced at the mutilated remains of the soul beasts and promptly reached a conclusion. It appeared that a soul beast of 1,000 years or more had ventured to the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, presumably in pursuit of prey. Park stated, to be on the safe side, we must first eliminate that 1,000-year soul beast, lest it disrupt your forthcoming acquisition of soul rings. I will not allow even the slightest misfortune to occur. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo could not help but inquire. Was it not said that soul beasts should not be indiscriminately slain? We must safeguard the resources of soul beasts. If it has crossed the line, ordinary hunting for sustenance may be permissible, yet this is a matter of satisfying its own bloodlust. Slaying one could allow more vulnerable soul beasts to thrive. As he spoke, Wu Xi's expression suddenly shifted. It is approaching us. At this moment, Chen Luo had already sensed some unusual movements, yet he was unable to identify the target. Despite his heightened perception due to the amplification of his soul power, it paled in comparison to the might of Pu Si from the Soul Sect. Following Pu Si's warning, a formidable aura surged around Chen Luo. Turning his head, he noticed that Pu Si had activated his martial soul. In his hand appeared a pitch-black hammer, accompanied by 4 soul rings, 1 white and 3 yellow, encircling him, which caused Pu Si's presence to swell dramatically. "Stay close to me. Do not stray beyond 3 meters." Pu Si commanded in a grave tone. Chen Luo nodded. A flicker of tension surged in his heart, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of exhilaration. He summoned his martial spirit. The death god's side manifested in Chen Luo's grasp, intertwining with his being, even in the absence of spirit rings. The activation of his martial spirit doubled his combat prowess. However, this newfound strength paled in comparison to the formidable soul beast that lay ahead. Suddenly, with a startling sound, a colossal spider, measuring over a meter in length, emerged from the underbrush. Before Chen Luo could fully discern the appearance of the spider, the voice of Pu Si resonated. "Be cautious, it is a faceless demon spider." The colossal arachnid loomed approximately 10 meters away from Chen Luo and Pu Si, its body measuring nearly 1 meter in length. When accounting for its 8 spindly legs, resembling deadly spears, its total span reached at least 2.5 meters. This was the first occasion for Chen Luo to encounter such a gigantic spider, although he was aware that spirit beasts typically surpassed ordinary creatures in size. He was nonetheless taken aback by the imposing presence of the giant spider before him. Apart from its sheer size, the appearance of this monstrous spider was distinctly peculiar. Its entire form was cloaked in a black exoskeleton that shimmered ominously, while its 8 elongated and razor-sharp legs effortlessly pierced the earth beneath. The moment it materialized, Chen Luo's gaze was drawn to its abdomen, where myriad white patterns converged to form a grotesque human visage, standing out vividly against its dark body. Additionally, it possessed 8 eyes, each the size of a thumb, glowing with an eerie purple luminescence. This unmistakable feature confirmed it to be the faceless demon spider. Reflecting upon the spirit beast carcasses he had encountered alongside Pu Si, it would not be surprising if they bore the mark of the faceless demon spider. Given its infamous reputation as a malevolent slayer, Chen Luo gazed intently at the humanoid-faced demon spider ahead, his grip on the scythe of death inadvertently tightening. With a hint of self-mockery, he remarked, "Just as I mentioned the humanoid-faced demon spider, I encounter one." The brash youth added, "Don't be overly anxious. This creature is merely 1,000 years old at most. As long as you stay by my side, you shall face no peril. In no more than 15 minutes, I shall subdue it," Park Si declared with unwavering confidence. Chen Luo nodded vigorously. There was little time for confrontation the moment the faceless demon spider emerged. It was destined that battle would ensue. Before Park Si could make his move, the faceless demon spider acted first, its malevolent, bloodthirsty spirit beast darting forward with astonishing speed, its 8 venomous legs skillfully maneuvering to close the distance between it and Chen Luo. Park Si, however, did not remain idle. He swiftly took action, the white soul ring shimmering as he activated his first ability. "Revolving hammer," he exclaimed, hurling the ominous black hammer towards the faceless demon spider with tremendous force. The creature, quick in both speed and reflexes, charged directly at Park Si and Chen Luo. Upon spotting the incoming hammer, it nimbly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Park Si's initial assault while maintaining its forward momentum. The name revolving hammer is derived from the essence of its rotation. As Park Si's hammer soared past the spider, it traveled a considerable distance before reversing course with even greater speed and force. This time, the faceless demon spider was caught off guard, unable to react in time as the hammer struck it with a resounding impact. The sound of heavy collision and the shattering of bone resonated simultaneously as Park Si's hammer shattered 3 of the spider's legs before returning to his grasp. The faceless demon spider, racked with the agony of its severed limbs, stumbled unsteadily and crashed to the ground, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. True combat is not turn-based. Park Si would not foolishly stand by as the faceless demon spider regained its bearings. The instant the hammer returned to his hand, he surged forward, anticipating the creature's eventual position as it fell. Chen Luo's response was swift. The moment Park Si moved, he immediately followed suit. Recalling Park Si's admonition to remain within 3 meters of him, despite the favorable conditions of the battle. As they advanced rapidly, Park Si gripped his ebony hammer tightly, the second soul ring on his body shimmering with a golden light as he unleashed his second soul skill. The heavy strike was executed. In an instant, The ebony hammer in Park Si's hands expanded significantly, endowing him with an enhanced sense of strength. He swung the hammer with great force and brought it crashing down. During this brief interval, Park Si had closed the distance between himself and the faceless demon spider, the hammer poised to strike. The faceless demon spider, however, was not idle. Its remaining 5 spider spears bent into a menacing arc, propelling its entire body away. Boom! The ebony hammer descended, creating a massive crater over 3 meters in diameter upon impact with the ground. Yet, the faceless demon spider had already evaded the hammer's descent, retreating over 10 meters away. Park Si seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Without a moment's hesitation, he hefted the ebony hammer and pursued. Chen Luo closely followed behind Park Si, maintaining a distance of 3 meters. Even though he did not engage in the battle, the thrill of witnessing such a confrontation from such proximity filled him with excitement. So this is what it means to be a soul master. Enchanting, powerful, awe-inspiring. Park Si's strength was beyond question. He was more than capable of dealing with the humanoid demon spider that had existed for approximately a millennium. The reason Park Si had mentioned needing a quarter of an hour to conclude the battle was that most of that time was spent pursuing the demon spider. The creature was exceedingly cunning, reveling in the slaughter of the weak, yet it showed no hesitation in fleeing at the sight of a formidable opponent. Even with only 5 spider spears remaining, the demon spider moved with remarkable speed, but regrettably, it could not outpace Park Si. Soon enough, Park Si caught up with the demon spider, and with the enhancement of his 3rd soul skill, he brought his obsidian hammer crashing down. In an instant, the demon spider lost its combat capability, its body riddled with cracks and sinking into the earth. The battle was over. Park Si sheathed his dark hammer and cast a dispassionate glance at the demon spider. Such a malevolent soul beast deserved its demise. You little rascal. I didn't expect your speed to be quite commendable, able to keep up with me. As Park Si withdrew his gaze from the demon spider, a trace of unexpected amusement flickered across his wrinkled face as he slightly turned his head to look behind him, yet he received no response. Before Park Si could comprehend the situation, a figure surged past him, wielding a massive scythe exuding a chilling intent. It was Chen Luo. With a swift motion, the scythe of death was raised high by Chen Luo and then brought down with tremendous force, precisely targeting the cracks on the demon spider's body. The entire blade of the scythe plunged deep into the already lifeless body of the demon spider, which suddenly convulsed, and the remaining 5 spider spears stiffened abruptly. Chen Luo seemed to have anticipated this situation well in advance. After executing his attack, he retreated promptly, narrowly evading the razor-sharp spider spear. Had he hesitated for even a moment, his body would have been pierced by the weapon of the faceless demon spider. The tremors of the creature's body were fleeting, lasting only a few breaths before falling still, yet the rigid spear remained unchanged. A circle of purple soul rings rose silently from the corpse of the faceless demon spider, signifying the definitive end of a life marked by malevolent slaughter. You reckless young fool, how could you dare engage in such perilous actions? Had you not stepped back, you would have met your demise here. Witnessing Chen Luo's final triumph over the faceless demon spider, Park Si was instantly consumed by anger. His aged, hoarse voice carried not only irritation but also a hint of fear. This was my oversight. I forgot that this wicked creature was cunning enough to feign death. And it was a close call just now. Just as Park Si was about to express further sentiments, he suddenly noticed something amiss with Chen Luo's actions and exclaimed, "What are you doing? You can't possibly intend to absorb the soul ring of the faceless demon spider, can you? Have you lost your mind?" At that moment, Chen Luo had already assumed a meditative posture before the soul ring of the faceless demon spider. Indeed, as Pu Si had indicated, he commenced the absorption of the soul ring. This represented an unparalleled opportunity for Chen Luo, one he was unwilling to forfeit. Despite the considerable risks involved, he believed that if the rewards were substantial enough, even the gravest dangers would pale in comparison. After all, how many chances does one encounter in a lifetime? With Pu Si standing guard nearby, he felt assured that external influences would not disrupt the absorption process. This was the very reason for Chen Luo's decisive action. Chen Luo has commenced the absorption of the spirit ring, a fact that did not escape Park Si's notice. Once the process of absorbing a spirit ring begins, there exists no possibility of halting midway, unless one finds themselves in an irreversibly dire situation, which would necessitate a forced termination of the absorption. However, such an action would carry dire consequences. Park Si refrained from unleashing his anger upon Chen Luo, yet his exceedingly grim countenance spoke volumes. He suppressed all emotions within, striving to avoid influencing Chen Luo, his emaciated fists clenched tightly, veins bulging prominently. This individual truly fears no death. It is lamentable. During the recent battle, Park Si had observed Chen Luo's condition and was immensely satisfied with his performance across various aspects. For an ordinary child, encountering such a terrifying spirit master as the human-faced demon spider without succumbing to tears would already be commendable, yet Chen Luo remained remarkably composed, displaying only a hint of nervousness. Merely in terms of mindset, this child is already exceptionally unique. In the ensuing battle, Chen Luo exhibited terrifying speed and reflexes, managing to keep pace with the rhythm of a spirit master, which attested to his extraordinary nature. Even though this spirit master had deliberately slowed the pace and simplified the combat, initially Park Si held a favorable opinion of Chen Luo, bolstered by his innate level 7 spirit power. However, following the battle, his admiration for Chen Luo's abilities deepened. During the fight, Park Si had already resolved that once the battle concluded, he would meticulously select a suitable spirit ring for Chen Luo, and in the future, he would pursue him as a disciple, no matter the persistence required. It was evident to any discerning observer that this boy is destined for greatness. Alas, it all turned into a mere dream. Park Si's restraint in not influencing Chen Luo does not imply any hope regarding the latter's attempt to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring. The prospect of absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring as a first spirit ring is utterly implausible, leaving no room for hope. His decision to refrain from immediate action stemmed from the understanding that this was not the opportune moment to interrupt, even though Chen Luo had just begun the absorption. At this juncture, Chen Luo resembled an empty vessel, rapidly filling with water, a process that was uncontrollable. Should Park Si act rashly, it could lead to an overflow or even a rupture. Only when the influx of water slowed would there be a chance for intervention. Of course, even when the most favorable opportunity arises, altering the current situation would still impose significant repercussions on the vessel, potentially leading to its destruction. And an explosion remained a distinct possibility. Silently, Park Si observed Chen Luo, awaiting the moment to disrupt the absorption of the spirit ring. He found himself with no alternative. Even with the knowledge of the outcome, he had to proceed as such. In relation to Chen Luo's life, this was the sole glimmer of hope. As the absorption progressed, Chen Luo's complexion began to deteriorate, yet it appeared to remain within his threshold of endurance. Time passed inexorably, and Park Si found no suitable opportunity, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. In this precarious situation, Park Si was astonished to discover that Chen Luo was nearing the completion of the spirit ring absorption. 014. Poison Flame. The process of absorbing the spirit ring proved far less arduous than Chen Luo had anticipated, devoid of any profound suffering. Chen Luo felt as though he were incessantly employing his soul-harvesting skill to reap souls and augment his power, acutely aware of his strength escalating at a terrifying pace. If one were to pinpoint a discomforting aspect, it would be the overwhelming sensation of fullness. Indeed, it was an unbearable kind of satiation, akin to having consumed an excessive amount of food. Yet, this sensation did not originate from his stomach, but rather enveloped his entire being. During the process of absorbing the soul ring, every meridian within Chen Luo's body expanded. With each incremental dilation, it was promptly filled with energy, only to continue expanding anew. If one were to liken Chen Luo's body to a vessel, he had originally been a jar, now perpetually transforming into a bucket. This transformation persisted for an indeterminate duration until the sensation of fullness dissipated entirely, signifying the completion of Chen Luo's soul ring absorption. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, and in that moment, his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Although he appeared merely as a child, he emanated an undeniable sense of strength. Is this all there is to it? Chen Luo still felt a lingering sense of longing. He opened his left hand, and the scythe of death materialized. Simultaneously, a dazzling purple halo quietly rose beneath him, captivating in its brilliance. From this moment forth, I too am a genuine soul master. Chen Luo tightly grasped the Grim Reaper's scythe, his heart surging with exhilaration. The successful absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring marked the completion of his special task, and he was rewarded with the ordinary prize, Poison Flame. Poison Flame, an enhanced version of a Millennium Soul skill. The special task offered a certain probability of acquiring exceptional rewards, yet it seemed fortune had not favored him this time. Nonetheless, possessing an enhanced Millennium Soul skill was already quite commendable. Pushi observed Chen Luo in silence, his gaze filled with astonishment, and his aged face was etched with disbelief. It was truly successful. When Pushi beheld the purple soul ring ascending from Chen Luo, the emotions he had suppressed for so long finally erupted. A miracle. This is indeed a miracle. At this moment, Chen Luo finally acknowledged the presence of Pushi. He had been so engrossed in his own elation that he had completely overlooked Pushi. Old man, I have succeeded. A faint smile graced Chen Luo's face. but his heart was awash with emotions too profound to articulate. Pussy nodded vigorously, yearning to reach out and touch Chen Luo. Yet fearing that he might taint the miracle before him, ultimately, he withdrew his hand, his entire body quivering. It was simply inconceivable. You are undoubtedly the first person in history to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as your first soul ring. Moreover, you may very well be the only one. From the moment Chen Luo vanquished the man-faced demon spider to the conclusion of his soul ring absorption, Pussy had been a witness to it all. Throughout this ordeal, he had experienced a myriad of emotions, but at this moment, he was left with nothing but sheer astonishment. Chen Luo smiled broadly, stating, "I may not be the first, but I certainly will not be the last. There cannot be so many singularities." If Chen Luo's memory serves him correctly, many years hence, there would be a young man with the surname on the Douluo continent who absorbed a soul ring that was 1,000,000 years old. The astonishment on Pussy's face transformed into a radiant smile. He gazed at Chen Luo as if admiring an exceptionally perfect piece of art. "What sensations accompany the absorption of a soul ring?" Pussy inquired. Chen Luo remarked, "I have indeed grown significantly stronger. This is a millennium spirit ring of purple hue. Something I have never possessed before. It is certain that my strength has increased. What is your current spirit power level, and what soul skill have you acquired?" Pussy inquired with great excitement. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo paused for a moment before responding, "My current spirit power level should be 11th rank. As for my spirit skill, it is Poison Flame." "Only an 11th rank spirit power level?" Pussy's brow furrowed instantly, for he was far more concerned about Chen Luo's spirit power level than the spirit skill itself. Chen Luo nodded, affirming, "Indeed. It is impossible for my spirit power level to be merely at the 11th rank. Prior to absorbing the spirit ring, my spirit power had already reached the 19th rank. How could it diminish? The only reason my spirit power level remained unchanged post-absorption is that I reported it according to the usual standards for spirit masters following the acquisition of a spirit ring. Perhaps it is due to the unique nature of my martial spirit that others are unable to discern the true extent of my capabilities, which conveniently allows me to conceal my strength more effectively. It shouldn't be the case. You absorbed a millennium spirit ring. Even if the increase in spirit power is not as remarkable as 10 or 8 ranks, an elevation of at least 3 ranks is certainly plausible. It cannot possibly yield the same benefits as an ordinary ring." Pussy pondered thoughtfully. Chen Luo remarked, "Although my soul power level has remained unchanged, the potency of the soul power within me has surged severalfold." "Oh, is that truly the case?" Pussy's spirit was instantly invigorated, and the confusion on his face vanished in an instant. If that is indeed the truth, it becomes quite comprehensible. Moreover, this advantage surpasses the benefits derived from a mere elevation in soul power level. Chen nodded in agreement. Although his soul power level had remained unchanged, the enhancement of his soul power was indeed substantial. In this regard, Chen had not uttered a falsehood. While this may sound somewhat peculiar at first, a different analogy renders it easily comprehensible. Consider soul power as water. At the same level of soul power, another individual possesses a mere basin of water, whereas Chen harbors a vast pool. The soul power level symbolizes one's ability to draw water, with equal drawing capabilities, while others have only a basin. Chen possesses the volume of a pool. This is the advantage bestowed upon Chen after absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring of the humanoid demon spider. The smile on Poo's face grew ever more radiant. "I truly find it difficult to describe you. You are nothing short of a marvel. What seems impossible, you have accomplished. And you have even forged new realms of possibility." Poo appeared even more elated than Chen, for though he was merely a witness, he felt genuine joy for Chen from the depths of his heart. Chen Luo's lips curled into a self-assured smile, which he believed to be quite charming. "Old man, I hope you can keep this under wraps for me." Pussy immediately nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I know you, you troublesome little rascal." Chen Luo and Park Si exchanged a knowing smile. "Oh, right. Quickly showcase your soul skill. Allow me to witness the manifestation of a millennium-old soul technique." Park Si suddenly recalled the existence of soul skills and spoke without hesitation. Chen Luo cast a puzzled glance at Park Si and inquired, "Old man, why is it that you possess not a single millennium spirit ring? Am I to interpret your words as a form of mockery?" "Certainly not," replied Park Si. "In my youth, I was Navi and lacked guidance in this realm. Thus I foolishly acquired spirit rings at random, a decision I now deeply regret. Consequently, I devoted myself to the study of knowledge pertaining to spirit masters and spirit beasts." "Indeed, although it is rather belated." "All right, old man, let us not dwell on your sorrowful past. Instead, allow me to demonstrate my spirit abilities." As Chen Luo spoke, he gripped the Grim Reaper's scythe tightly, his voice a low growl. Poison flame. The purple soul ring hovering above him suddenly glimmered, and in the next moment, the Grim Reaper's scythe in his hands erupted with a dark radiance, a layer of black mist-like essence clinging to the blade of the scythe. Chen Luo exerted force through his legs and dashed toward the nearest grand tree, brandishing the scythe of death with fervor. With a swift motion, he struck the tree. The blade of the scythe effortlessly carved a massive gash into the trunk, leaving behind a residue of black flames that incessantly corroded the bark. After executing this feat, Chen Luo sheathed the scythe and approached Park Si, simultaneously introducing his soul skill. Toxic flame, he explained, once activated. It envelopes my scythe with a layer of the aforementioned special substance, which possesses formidable corrosive properties and is laced with potent venom. Park Si gazed at the gaping wound in the tree, where the black flames voraciously consumed the wood, rapidly enlarging the fissure until the tree, overwhelmed, collapsed with a thunderous crash. After a considerable pause, Park Si eventually spoke, truly astonishing. Without employing this soul skill, does your scythe's blade inherently contain toxins? Chen Luo remarked. Indeed, there are toxins present, albeit their potency is rather mild, primarily inducing a paralyzing effect. Park Si nodded in acknowledgement. That is already quite commendable. It has at least allowed your martial soul to embody certain unique attributes. When you recently showcased your martial soul scythe, I failed to perceive any alterations in its form, leading me to believe that these exceptional attributes were non-existent. Chen Luo remarked, existence is merely imperceptible at a superficial glance. Indeed, Pusi expressed with a sense of wonder, today has truly been an eye-opening experience. It seems that my resolute decision to assist you in hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings was an exceedingly sagacious choice. Perhaps this is one of the few correct decisions I have made in my lifetime. Chen Luo has successfully acquired his first soul ring, and the objective of this journey has been accomplished. Pusi did not linger aimlessly with Chen Luo in the soul-hunting forest, and after a brief rest, they commenced their return journey. Interestingly, on their way back, it is quite probable that Chen Luo and Pusi passed by the location where Tang San obtained his soul ring. Although the corpse of the soul beast was somewhat mutilated, it was still unmistakably recognizable as the mandala snake. Chen Luo and Park Si returned to Notting City at noon the following day. Their expedition to the soul-hunting forest had consumed several days, primarily dedicated to the absorption of soul rings, yet fortune favored them, and everything unfolded seamlessly. Having acquired his first soul ring, Chen Luo officially stepped into the realm of soul masters. Before returning to school, he accompanied Park Si to the Spirit Hall to complete his registration as a soul master and to receive a monetary subsidy of 1 gold coin. It is essential to distinguish between registering at the Spirit Hall and formally joining it. Park Si naturally hoped that Chen Luo would officially become a member of the Spirit Hall. However, Chen Luo declined the offer. On this matter, Park Si did not press further, and his desire to take Chen Luo as a disciple dissipated, not because Chen Luo was unworthy, but because Park Si felt he himself was inadequate. As for the fact that Chen Luo's first soul ring was a purple, 1,000-year soul ring, this secret was bound to leak. Nonetheless, all of Chen Luo's information was meticulously recorded by Park Si, who refrained from publicizing it within the Spirit Hall. Understanding that Chen Luo preferred to avoid unnecessary complications and wishing to delay the sharing of such details for as long as possible. Upon returning to the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, Chen Luo's first course of action was to return to his dormitory in search of Xiaowu. However, he found the dormitory utterly deserted. His search continued to the dining hall, where he also found no trace of Wang Xing and the others, as if they had vanished into thin air. Chen Luo's ominous premonition grew increasingly intense, compelling him to swiftly make his way to the rear mountain of the academy. 015. I shall forever safeguard you. The rear mountain of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is not situated within the confines of the institution, but rather lies beyond its back gate. Chen Luo moved swiftly, soon arriving at the rear mountain and entering the woods that adorned it. In the distance, he could hear the raucous shouts of a group of students. You worthless fool, do you think you're a tiger? You're less than a cat. Wang Xing. You're quite dim-witted, truly believing that Lu Long's staff is merely an ordinary stick? That is Lu Long's martial spirit. Little rabbit, your team has lost. Hasn't anyone else stepped up? Or will you take the challenge? Who are you calling Little Rabbit? Address me as Sister Xiaowu. If I'm here, I'm here. Who is afraid? It was the voice of Xiaowu. Chen Luo immediately accelerated to his utmost, racing toward the source of the sound. In a matter of moments, he arrived at a clearing. At that moment, 2 groups of students were poised for conflict. One consisted of senior students, while the other was comprised of work-study students. The senior students, all in their early teens, were led by a tall and striking figure, whose handsome features were marred by an air of disdain that left an unsettling impression. At the forefront of the work-study students stood a petite girl, charming and delicate, with her hair styled in a scorpion braid cascading down her back. She bore an indomitable expression, none other than Xiaowu. Behind her, Wang Xing and the other work-study students had gathered, with the notable absence of Tang San. The situation suggested that Wang Xing had just emerged from a skirmish. His face bruised and battered, covered in numerous wounds, presenting a pitiful sight. The appearance of Chen Luo instantly captured everyone's attention. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Xiaowu's previously sulky expression transformed into a radiant smile. Chen Luo, you have finally returned. Chen Luo also smiled broadly. Did you miss me? Hiki, a little. I miss you too. Hey. Are you kidding me? This is a battleground, not a venue for your affection. Xiao Chenyu could no longer tolerate the scene. He pointed sternly at Chen Luo with his right hand. Kid, you better be prepared for what is coming. Chen Luo's gaze remained fixed upon Xiaowu, entirely disregarding the presence of Xiao Chenyu. Approaching Xiaowu, Chen Luo exhaled a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Since that incident in the cafeteria when Xiaowu had a verbal altercation with upperclassmen, Chen Luo had anticipated that the day of a complete confrontation would inevitably come. Thankfully, he had made it. He would not allow anyone to bully Xiaowu. Now that he had intervened, there was no need for him to take further action, as he believed the situation could be resolved. Tang San returned to the dormitory after speaking with the master, intending to greet his roommates, only to discover that no one was present. He then ventured out to search for them. On the playground, Tang San overheard a conversation among the upperclassmen and immediately realized that Xiaowu and her companions had gone off to settle a duel. Initially, he had planned to join them, but upon reaching the back mountain and seeing that Chen Luo was already there, he dismissed the thought and decided to return to his training. Xiao Chenyu, a 6th grade student, possessed the martial spirit of a wolf. He was an 11th level first-ring battle spirit master. The voice of Xiao Chenyu echoed through the forest, and behind him, his band of followers had all succumbed, either seated on the ground or lying down, occasionally emitting cries of distress. In just a matter of minutes, upon Chen Luo's arrival, the scene before him had unfolded. None could stand against Chen Luo. Even those upperclassmen who had already acquired spirit rings were utterly outmatched in his presence. Remarkably, Chen Luo had yet to even unleash his martial spirit. As the leader among the upperclassmen and the sole remaining fighting force, Xiao Chenyu, under the watchful eyes of his subordinates, found himself unable to save face and was forced to confront Chen Luo head-on. What manner of monster is this? He has yet to activate his martial spirit and is already so formidable. Should he unleash it, what would become of us? The once arrogant and disdainful demeanor of Xiao Chenyu had vanished, replaced by palpable tension and a flicker of fear in his eyes. Chen Luo, a first-grade student, wielded the martial spirit of a scythe. He was an 11th level first-ring weapon spirit master. Chen Luo calmly remarked, offering a polite response, yet he remained unmoved, not activating his martial spirit. The battle soon commenced. At this moment, Xiao Chenyu felt a flicker of fear, but with a throng of followers behind him, he was reluctant to show any signs of cowardice. Upon activating his martial spirit, he charged towards Chen Luo. Once his martial spirit was unleashed, Xiao Chenyu's muscles swelled with newfound strength, his eyes transformed to a pale green, and his nails elongated into sharp talons, his entire demeanor undergoing a dramatic metamorphosis. However, before Chen Luo, Xiao Chenyu appeared diminutive. Notably, even before the conflict began, Xiao Chenyu had succumbed to fear. The outcome of the battle was already predetermined. Xiao Chenyu moved with remarkable speed, his power formidable. In the past, while in his martial spirit state, he had effortlessly crushed a stone, brimming with confidence. Yet now, despite the empowerment of his martial spirit, he perceived Chen Luo as an insurmountable mountain. In an instant, the distance between them was obliterated. Without hesitation, Xiao Chenyu raised his right hand, aiming a strike at Chen Luo's forehead, his claws glinting ominously, seemingly capable of slicing through anything. However, before his claws could descend, Chen Luo had already delivered a kick to Xiao Chenyu's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Even more terrifying was Chen Luo's ability to pursue him relentlessly. In a swift motion, Chen Luo's hand clasped tightly around Xiao Chenyu's neck. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation surged through him, awakening primal fear as the specter of death loomed ominously. Remember this feeling. Should you dare to trouble Xiaowu again, my grip shall tighten, and I will not hesitate to render you a lifeless corpse. The chilling voice echoed in Xiao Chenyu's ears, casting a long shadow over his future. 1 year later, today marked the beginning of the holiday at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Most students were preoccupied with their journeys home. While only a select few opted to remain on campus, a semester felt interminably long as students were unable to return home, with only family permitted to visit. Throughout the year, the village chief and Lu Dahe had visited Chen Luo multiple times, even though Chen Luo had insisted he could manage alone during the holidays. Their concern brought them to the academy nonetheless. "Grandpa Village Chief, Brother Dahe, you've come." At the academy gates, Xiaowu greeted the village chief and Lu Dahe with a warm smile. Although they had only met a few times, she seemed more familiar with them. While Chen Luo silently observed from the side, a month prior to the holiday, Xiaowu had insisted on accompanying Chen Luo home, and he reluctantly acquiesced. During the village chief and Lu Dahe's visits, Xiaowu was always present. Her charming demeanor quickly endeared her to them, and familiarity blossomed. On the journey home, Xiaowu chattered incessantly, delighting the village chief, while Lu Dahe, typically reserved, wore a constant smile. Chen Luo trailed behind them, lost in reflection on the events of the past year at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. In truth, each day felt like a repetition of the last. Aside from cultivating and attending classes, he spent time indulging Xiaowu's whims. Xiaowu thrived, ever since her victory over Xiao Chenyu on the academy's back mountain. She had emerged as the leader, enjoying a carefree existence. The responsibilities of their work-study program fell to Xiao Chenyu and his peers, allowing her to attend classes infrequently and live leisurely. As for the year's achievements, Chen Luo's progress was minimal. A year ago, his soul power level was 19. And now it remained the same, albeit closer to 20. This was not due to laziness. He practiced diligently, dedicating nearly all his time to cultivation aside from moments spent with Xiaowu. The slow advancement in his soul power level, in his view, stemmed from the vast capacity of his soul power. The sheer magnitude of his soul power was formidable, allowing him to describe it as inexhaustible. This abundance manifested more in solidifying his foundation than in rapid advancement. It was a process of accumulating strength before an eventual surge. Of course, beyond ordinary cultivation, Chen Luo had other methods to enhance his abilities, soul hunting. However, soul hunting required opportune moments. Not all souls could be harvested, and one must remain vigilant against the scrutiny of others. Recklessly harvesting souls would cast one into the ranks of malevolent beings, a perilous predicament indeed. Chen Luo aspired to steadily bolster his strength. Regarding his system, without acquiring a second soul ring, new tasks had yet to refresh, thus remaining temporarily dormant. In matters of the heart, his affections had been nurtured since childhood, progressing smoothly. It was impossible not to be captivated by Xiaowu. Who could resist such a beautiful and charming girl? While the world of Douluo brimmed with enchanting women, Chen Luo's heart belonged solely to Xiaowu. Chen Luo initially believed that he would be in a competitive relationship with Tang San. However, it has become evident that Tang San does not even possess the qualifications for competition. Upon returning to Douluo village, it was already dusk. Chen Luo and Xiaowu naturally returned to their quaint little cabin, where they continued to share a single bed. A bundle lay in the center, serving as a boundary. Though for Xiaowu, this division seemed non-existent. Her hand frequently ventured across the imaginary line, tugging at Chen Luo's garments. "Chen Luo, I never anticipated that your bed would be so perfectly positioned to gaze at the stars through the window," she remarked. "Indeed," he replied. "Today, we procured an abundance of ingredients. Will you prepare something delicious for me tomorrow?" she inquired. "Certainly," he assured her. "I've heard from Elder Village Chief and Dahe that your culinary skills are exceptional," Xiaowu exclaimed. "Of course," Chen Luo responded. The two seemed to have an endless stream of conversation. After discussing numerous plans for their holiday, Xiaowu gradually drifted into slumber, unaware of her own drowsiness. Chen Luo carefully covered Xiaowu with a blanket, then gently gazed at her for a few moments, pledging, "I shall always protect you," reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. Chen Luo turned to look out the window, where the moon hung like a silver disk amidst a sky adorned with countless stars. Tomorrow promised to be another splendid day. With such an extended holiday, it was essential to find something to occupy their time. If left to Xiaowu's whims, their days would consist solely of feasting. Perhaps they could visit the Holy Soul Village in the near future? It was possible that Tang San was busy crafting some hidden weapons. After all, they were roommates. And a visit from afar would surely compel him to offer some gifts. 5 years later, in the kingdom of Balak, Soto City, 3 young individuals were in search of a restaurant, 2 boys and a girl, all around 12 or 13 years of age. The girl walked alongside one of the boys, clad in a delicate pink top and white trousers. Though her attire was simple, it accentuated her exquisite figure, from her slender waist to her long, straight legs, exuding elegance. Her youthful, rosy face was captivating, with a hint of innocence that rendered her beauty extraordinary. Her long, Jet black hair was styled into a scorpion braid cascading down her back, reaching her calves. The boy beside her stood just over 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a sleek black outfit that complemented his well-proportioned physique. A black wristband adorned his left wrist, and his short black hair gave him a vibrant and spirited appearance, accentuated by his striking features, making him a perfect match for the girl. Another boy walked ahead, dressed modestly in light blue attire, a belt adorned with 24 jade stones cinching his waist. His ordinary looks set him apart from his companions, giving an impression of incongruity. These three were none other than Xiaowu, Chen Luo, and Tang San, who had come from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. I truly don't understand your thinking, Xiaowu lamented, pouting in displeasure. There are so many intermediate Soul Master Academies available for us to choose from, each offering incredibly generous conditions, yet you chose to come here to attend this unknown, dilapidated academy. Tang San smiled gently. The teacher only asked me to take the entrance exam. He didn't require you and Chen Luo to accompany me. Humph. If it weren't for Chen Luo wanting to go, I wouldn't set foot in that wretched academy. Xiaowu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Luo, her large, watery eyes brimming with reproach. Chen Luo, I truly do not comprehend your thoughts. Do not overthink it. Perhaps that academy will surprise us. Chen Luo reassured her. Noticing Xiaowu's lingering discontent, he proposed, we are making good time. There are still 2 days until the academy opens. How about I accompany you on a delightful exploration of Soto City during these days to soothe your tender heart? Xiaowu's face brightened instantly. A promise once made is difficult to retract. Indeed, Chen Luo affirmed. He, you are the best, Chen Luo. Xiaowu exclaimed, linking her arm with his. Cough, cough. Tang San cleared his throat twice. Could you perhaps acknowledge my presence? I may be walking ahead, but I am not invisible. Chen Luo. Xiaowu is the reigning queen of Nodding Academy for 6 consecutive years. Her spirit is still young. And what of the other students at Nodding Academy? Third brother. You talk too much. Xiaowu retorted playfully at Tang San. There is a restaurant just ahead. Let us dine there. After munching on dry rations all this way, it is time to indulge in a proper meal, Chen Luo suggested. Afterward, we shall find a hotel to stay. Absolutely. Third brother will treat us. Having worked at the blacksmith's for so long, he must have earned a fortune, yet he has never treated us to a good meal. Xiaowu chirped eagerly. Chen Luo smiled broadly. That is all Sanji's hard-earned money. How can you bear to spend it? Tang San appeared quite generous. It's all right. I shall treat you all. Money is meant to be spent. Upon arriving at the restaurant, seemingly intent on treating Tang San to a lavish meal, Xiaowu ordered an abundance of dishes. Before all the dishes were served, the three of them had already begun to feast heartily, savoring every bite with great delight. During the meal, Chen Luo briefly reminisced about his 6 years at Nodding Academy, an involuntary smile gracing his face. Throughout those 6 years, Chen Luo led a fulfilling life. Apart from diligently practicing, he devoted the remaining time to Xiaowu. With her companionship, each day was filled with joy. Over the span of 6 years, Chen Luo and Xiaowu's relationship deepened to the point of being inseparable. Beyond Xiaowu, Chen Luo also cultivated a solid friendship with Tang San. While they may not be as close as brothers, they certainly regarded each other as good friends. Both Chen Luo and Xiaowu referred to Tang San as Sange, highlighting the bond they shared. In terms of strength, Chen Luo's soul power level had reached 29 PS. A hint for what's to come, after reaching level 30, the protagonist will soar. Let go of fixating on levels. The journey of Chen Luo from the 19th to the 20th level consumed over half a year. Upon entering the ranks of the 20th level and acquiring his second soul ring, his soul power experienced a remarkable surge. Remarkably, a year prior, Chen Luo had already attained the 29th level of soul power, just as he encountered a new bottleneck during his ascent from the 19th to the 20th level. He is destined to invest considerable time in solidifying his foundation further. However, his stagnation in soul power levels does not imply a corresponding stagnation in his strength. It is worth noting that Chen Luo's second soul ring is a nearly 3,000-year-old fire lizard, which is also of a purple hue. In his quest to acquire the second soul ring, Chen Luo nearly jeopardized Park Xi's life. Despite Park Xi's formidable strength as a soul master, the quality of his soul ring was, regrettably, subpar. Fortunately, they emerged from the ordeal unscathed. After their meal, Chen Luo and his companions commenced their search for accommodations. Chen Luo and Tang San both intended to stay at an ordinary hotel for 2 nights, but by a stroke of fate, Xiaowu took a liking to a particularly exquisite establishment. Gazing at the 3-story hotel adorned in a rose-red exterior, Chen Luo couldn't help but smile wryly. Pondering to himself, some things are simply inescapable. The Rose Hotel, Chen Luo, Brother San, let us stay here. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging, good. What is meant to be will not pass us by. Some matters must be confronted. Tang San also expressed his assent with a nod. Thus, the trio of Chen entered the Rose Hotel. Upon stepping inside, Chen was immediately enveloped by a delightful fragrance of roses, which considerably uplifted his spirits. The hotel's decor exuded warmth and uniqueness, adorned solely in white, silver, and rose red, epitomizing elegance. Approaching the front desk, Chen inquired, "Could we please have 3 rooms?" The attendant behind the counter winked at Chen, asking, "Are you certain you require 3 rooms?" Chen Luo chose to feign ignorance. "Certainly. I apologize. But there are only 2 rooms available." Chen Luo turned to look at Xiao Wu and Tang San. Xiao Wu said, "That's enough. I will share a room with you." "And San Gu will have his own." Tang San nodded in agreement. "That works." Chen Luo glanced at the counter and said, "Then I shall take 2 rooms." The attendant behind the counter cast an envious glance at Chen Luo before promptly responding, "Sir, please hold on for a moment." Subsequently, the attendant began processing the arrangements for Chen Luo and his companions. Just as the paperwork was nearing completion, a resounding voice suddenly interrupted. "My room is still available, isn't it?" As Chen Luo and his companions turned around, they noticed 3 figures had entered the hotel, making their way toward the front desk. It was a young man accompanied by 2 young women. The girls appeared to be twins, both fashioned in the same mold, adorned in vibrant attire, and seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age, their graceful figures and exquisite features captivating. However, Chen Luo and his companions' gaze did not linger on the 2 girls. Instead, it was fixated on the young man positioned between them. Standing at least 6 feet tall, he seemed remarkably youthful, perhaps even younger than the twins. His tall, athletic frame and strikingly handsome, chiseled features were accentuated by flowing golden locks that cascaded down his back. His deep blue eyes, almost otherworldly, bore an unsettling gaze. The atmosphere had shifted, yet what was destined to occur had indeed arrived. Chen Luo mused inwardly. 017, the monster. If Chen Luo could not recognize the man before him, then all his efforts in the world of Douluo would have been in vain. However, he had not anticipated that the abyssal eye white tiger, Daimu Bai, would be so strikingly handsome, though he still fell slightly short in comparison to Chen Luo. Daimu Bai's gaze swept over the trio, lingering momentarily on Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, while merely casting a cursory glance at Tang San. Cradling the twin sisters in his arms, Daimu Bai approached the counter. His eyes coldly fixed on the attendant. "Are you new here, unaware of the rules that govern this establishment?" Despite the attendant being significantly older than Daimu Bai, a palpable sense of trepidation arose at the sight of him. This fear was instinctual. What rules?" Daimu Bai replied nonchalantly. "This hotel always reserves a room for me." The attendant was taken aback. Bewilderment etched across her face. Daimu Bai's voice turned frosty. "Summon your manager." "Understood. Please wait a moment." The attendant quickly nodded in compliance and hurried away as if escaping. Chen Luo gazed at the unfolding scene before him. Although it was his first encounter, it felt strikingly familiar. A sense of foreboding grew within him, as he wondered if trouble was about to ensue. "It seems that this gentleman arrived before us," Tang San remarked, stepping forward. "And what of it?" Daimu Bai retorted, not even casting a glance in Tang San's direction. Xiao Wu, possessing far less patience than Tang San, stepped up defiantly. "It matters not. We have already reserved the room. You should leave at once." "Ah. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to utter such words in my presence," Daimu Bai replied with a cold smile. "Given my current good mood, if you perform the act of leaving right now, I shall overlook this matter." Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, her fists clenched tightly, ready for a confrontation. As the leader of Nodding City, her temper was notoriously fiery, and she would not hesitate to resolve matters with her fist rather than idle words. At that moment, the hotel manager, a rather portly middle-aged man, approached. "Who is causing a disturbance in our hotel?" Manager Wang called out, having sensed the awkward tension from afar. Perhaps feeling a sense of self-importance, he strode forward with an air of arrogance. However, upon spotting Daimu Bai, his demeanor shifted instantly to one of obsequiousness. "Ah, it is you, young Master Dai," he exclaimed, immediately showering him with flattery and compliments. "Rest assured, young Master Dai, I will handle this matter to your utmost satisfaction. Today's room charges will be entirely waived." After currying favor, Manager Wang turned his gaze toward Chen Luo and his companions, his expression darkening significantly. "You all should hastily gather your belongings and depart. Our hotel does not welcome you. If you have already paid for your stay, we shall refund you double without any formalities. Simply collect your money and leave promptly." He then shot a glare at the waiter, barking, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and prepare a room for young Master Dai. Ensure both rooms are impeccable, allowing him to choose at his leisure. Xiaowu, already brimming with anger, erupted at Manager Wang's words. On what grounds do you demand that we leave? We have secured our stay at this hotel. After reading, Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly and couldn't help but silently curse. I never expected that the one desperately inciting hatred would be this ridiculous Manager Wang. Dai Mubai's voice echoed once more. You all cannot leave if you wish to. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang instantly grasped the situation and retreated a few steps. In that case, young Master Dai, please feel free. We shall cover all losses incurred. As long as you are pleased. How contemptible of him to look down upon others. Xiaowu exclaimed angrily at Manager Wang, yet he appeared oblivious, wearing a professional smile. You must be a soul master as well. Come on. I'll hit you so hard your mother won't recognize you. With that, Xiaowu prepared to strike. Chen Luo finally stepped forward, pulling Xiaowu behind him protectively. If anyone is to face this, it shall be me. Chen Luo merely finds trouble bothersome, which does not imply that he is fearful of confrontation. When circumstances demand it, he will unhesitatingly step forward. What rationale exists for allowing one woman to engage in conflict? Xiaowu initially intended to voice her thoughts, but at that moment, Tang San, who had been silent, interjected. This matter belongs to men. You, as a young lady, should merely observe from the sidelines. Although Tang San had initially contemplated intervening, the sight of Chen Luo stepping forward swiftly quelled his intentions. He could sense the formidable strength of the young man before him. Should he engage, the outcome was uncertain. However, Chen Luo possessed the capability to confront the challenge. Tang San held unwavering confidence in Chen Luo's prowess. Upon witnessing Chen Luo advance, Dai Mubai wore a derisive smile. You three should join forces. Otherwise, I might find this encounter rather dull. I alone am sufficient. Chen Luo approached with an air of calmness, saying, Come on. Dai Mubai refrained from further pleasantries and advanced decisively, launching a powerful punch aimed at Chen Luo's forehead. Though it was a straightforward attack, it was imbued with an overwhelming force, with both strength and speed peaking in that fleeting moment, an achievement only possible through extensive practical experience. Just as Dai Mubai's fist was about to collide with Chen Luo's head, a hand suddenly grasped his fist with unyielding strength, halting its advance completely. No one could discern when Chen Luo had made his move. Chen Luo's gaze remained tranquil, not even a flutter of his eyelids. Is that all? Chen Luo spoke with indifference. Upon finishing his words, his figure moved with an astonishing speed that could only be described as terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Chen Luo appeared before Dai Mubai, abruptly lifting his leg to deliver a powerful kick to Dai Mubai's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Dai Mubai was sent flying, skidding backward for 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a halt. The speed of Chen Luo was truly astonishing, leaving Dai Mubai with no time to react. Once he steadied himself, a look of shock swiftly emerged on Dai Mubai's face, the earlier disdain having vanished completely. White Tiger, manifest, he exclaimed in a low voice, activating his martial soul. A brilliant, pale light erupted from his body, and he underwent a rapid transformation. His bones cracked audibly, and his muscles swelled, stretching his garments to their limits. His golden hair morphed into a striking mix of black and white, with the white predominating, while several strands of black stood out distinctly. Gradually, faint lines emerged on his forehead, arranged in a pattern resembling the character for King, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical. His hands expanded to more than twice their original size, covered in white fur, sharp claws glimmering with a chilling light extending from his fingertips. Seemingly capable of slicing through anything, his eyes transformed into a deep, profound blue, while 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose slowly from beneath him, causing his aura to surge dramatically, reaching an apex in an instant. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 37 Soul Master. I humbly request your guidance, he declared, announcing his martial soul and rank as he formally challenged Chen Luo. Observing from the sidelines, Xiaowu and Tang San both displayed expressions of astonishment. He possesses a 1,000-year soul ring and is at the Soul Master level. I am no match for him, Tang San thought to himself, glancing at Chen Luo. Despite the formidable opponent, Tang San still retained confidence in Chen Luo. Chen Luo appeared somewhat taken aback. Yet his astonishment did not stem from Dai Mubai's soul rings or his rank, but rather from the earnestness displayed by Dai Mubai. He could not help but silently muse. Has he activated his martial soul after merely exchanging a single round of blows? Chen Luo was unaware of the astonishing power and speed he had just displayed, which left Dai Mubai utterly astounded. While it was feasible to manage without activating his martial soul, such an endeavor would prove excessively exhausting. Thus, he resolved to unleash his martial soul and swiftly conclude the battle. Chen Luo gazed calmly at Dai Mubai and slowly spoke. I am Chen Luo, a sole master of the scythe, possessing a rank of 29. I humbly seek your guidance. Are you only at the 29th rank? Chen Luo had just reported his martial soul and level, yet he had not yet activated his martial soul when Dai Mubai, opposite him, incredulously spoke up. You are at the 29th level. What's the matter? Chen Luo responded while simultaneously awakening his martial soul. A flickering ethereal light illuminated the scene as a colossal scythe materialized in his grasp. In that instant, Chen Luo's entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. 2 violet soul rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet, and his imposing presence surged to its zenith, although he possessed 1 less soul ring than Dai Mubai. His aura was by no means inferior to that of his counterpart. Dai Mubai, who had originally intended to speak, was rendered speechless upon witnessing Chen Luo's soul rings. His expression shifting to one of sheer disbelief. How is this possible? A monster? There is no need for such astonishment. In this world, anything is indeed possible. Chen Luo casually rested the scythe upon his shoulder and declared, Come forth. 018. Crush? It was indeed a testament to the boundless possibilities that he was eager to experience the prowess of this peculiar being endowed with 2 millennium spirit rings. Dai Mubai was taken aback by Chen Luo's spirit rings, yet it ignited a fire within him. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai launched himself at Chen Luo, his feet striking the floor with such force that it began to cave in. He surged forward like a cannonball, his speed astonishingly swift. This was the essence of a spirit master. Upon harnessing their martial soul, their strength and capability surged exponentially. Dai Mubai's martial soul was exceptionally unique, once manifested. His power and velocity multiplied immeasurably. On the other side, with the activation of his martial soul, Chen Luo's abilities underwent a profound transformation. As he beheld Dai Mubai charging towards him, Chen Luo remained unruffled. In his perception, everything appeared to slow down, as though time itself had been altered. He could even choose to witness events unfold in slow motion. In an instant, Dai Mubai reached Chen Luo, his claws slashing towards him in a seamless and rapid motion. Yet, the outcome was that Dai Mubai's claws struck against the scythe of death, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. Undeterred, Dai Mubai continued to swipe his claws at Chen Luo, but each attack was deftly repelled by the scythe in Chen Luo's grasp. Following another failed attempt, Dai Mubai chose to retreat, the astonishment that had briefly faded from his face resurfacing. Is this speed even conceivable? It feels as if he anticipated my every move. Wait, perhaps even more terrifying is his strength. He is merely a weapon spirit master. Dai Mubai then realized that Chen Luo's power was on par with his own, if not superior, whether before or after the activation of their martial souls. If Chen Luo's martial soul had been an exceptionally potent beast martial soul, Dai Mubai might have begrudgingly accepted the circumstance. However, the reality was that Chen Luo wielded a weapon martial soul, which should not have been comparable, particularly in terms of strength. Yet, remarkably, Dai Mubai found himself at a disadvantage, with the first and second spirit rings already being millennium rings. What more was beyond the realm of possibility? In an instant, Dai Mubai composed himself, fully embracing the spirit of combat. Why have we ceased fighting? Chen Luo gazed at Dai Mubai, who was distancing himself, a faint smile gracing his face. Then the warm-up has concluded ahead of schedule. Before Chen Luo's voice faded, his figure had already vanished, leaving behind only a series of afterimages. A sense of impending danger washed over Dai Mubai, prompting an instinctive response. Suddenly, a radiant white light emanated from him, transforming his devilish eyes into a brilliant white. Simultaneously, the first soul ring among the 3 encircling him flared with intensity, enveloping Dai Mubai in a protective white barrier. In the next instant, Chen Luo reappeared, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe as he struck fiercely towards Dai Mubai. Clang! The scythe halted mere inches from Dai Mubai, unable to advance further. Clearly, Dai Mubai's first soul skill had activated, shielding him from harm, though he was still forced back a few steps by the sheer force of the blow. The might of Chen Luo is truly formidable. After being repelled, Dai Mubai swiftly regained his stance and launched a fierce assault on Chen Luo with astonishing speed. However, Chen Luo's reflexes and movements were even swifter. Clang! 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 The resonant sounds of metal clashing echoed as Chen Luo successfully parried all of Dai Mubai's attacks. After blocking the final strike, Chen Luo seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to Dai Mubai. With a resounding thud, Dai Mubai was sent flying, skidding to a halt 10 meters away. Before he could steady himself, a muffled groan escaped him. As he gazed once more at Chen Luo, a hint of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. He realized, to his astonishment, that he had yet to employ his soul abilities, and he already felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Could that individual truly be human? At this moment, Dai Bai cast aside all hesitation, yearning for a genuine fight, eager to ascertain the extent of the terrifying power possessed by the figure before him. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. With a low shout, the purple third soul ring around him burst forth in a blinding radiance, signaling the commencement of his second transformation. The air surrounding Dai Bai began to warp as his eyes turned to vivid crimson. His already imposing physique swelled further, tearing his garments and revealing a terrifying musculature. His large hands grew even larger, and the blades that emerged from his fingertips gleamed a brilliant silver, sharper than before. Striking black stripes appeared across his skin, enveloping him in a radiant golden aura, rendering him akin to a resplendent golden tiger, devoid of fur. To directly utilize the third soul ability, Dai Bai must hold me in high regard. Following his transformation, Chen Luo finally sensed the oppressive force emanating from Dai Bai. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. Without a moment's pause after completing his transformation, Dai Bai unleashed his second soul skill. He opened his mouth wide, and an array of white light coalesced before him into a massive white wave. With Chen Luo's furious roar, the wave surged forth with terrifying might. It seemed that Dai Bai was entirely serious, and thus, I too must adopt a more earnest demeanor. As the white wave hurtled toward him, Chen Luo's expression remained largely unchanged, though a newfound seriousness adorned his handsome visage. First soul skill, Poison Flame. Chen Luo tightened his grip on the death god's scythe, and the first purple soul ring instantly radiated with brilliance. The blade of the scythe shimmered with a dark glow, as a layer of black mist-like essence enveloped the blade of the death god's scythe. At this moment, Chen Luo had already assumed an offensive posture. Confronted by the terrifying wave of white light, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward with unwavering resolve, the entire sequence unfolding in the blink of an eye. As Chen Luo collided with the white wave, the scythe of death struck against it, contrary to immediate explosion. The white light wave was instead devoured at an alarming rate by the venomous flames clinging to the scythe's blade, swiftly restoring an eerie calm. Had it not been for the overwhelming energy fluctuations permeating the hotel, one might have thought that nothing had transpired. The white light wave had vanished without a trace. Yet the venomous flames still lingered upon the blade of the scythe of death in Chen Luo's grasp. After Chen Luo shattered the white light wave, he immediately surged towards Dai Bai, wielding the death god's scythe and striking at him. The assault was devoid of any embellishments, direct and unadorned. Yet it was imbued with immense power and swiftness. This time, Dai Bai managed to react just in time, narrowly evading Chen Luo's attack. However, Chen Luo's onslaught followed in quick succession. After a brief exchange, Dai Bai found himself overwhelmed, resorting to enduring the strikes. Clang! The blade of the death god's scythe halted a mere 3 inches from Dai Bai, but this time, the blade was laced with poisonous flames, visibly corroding Dai Bai's defenses at an alarming rate. In no time, several wounds appeared on Dai Bai's body. Though shallow, the edges of the cut showed signs of darkening, indicating he had been poisoned. Nevertheless, as a soul sovereign with a unique martial spirit and a robust physique, Dai Bai possessed a certain resistance to toxins. The poisonous flames that clung to him were extinguished almost instantly, yet he still endured considerable suffering. This was all while Chen Luo had chosen to hold back. Had he unleashed his full power, Dai Bai would have already succumbed. Moreover, Chen Luo had yet to employ his second soul skill. Ultimately, weighed down by the relentless pressure, Dai Bai opted to concede. "You truly are a monster," was Dai Bai's heartfelt assessment of Chen Luo. At that moment, Dai Bai's appearance was utterly disheveled. His clothes were torn asunder, his pants in tatters, and his body marred with numerous wounds, a stark contrast to the person he had been upon arrival. "We shall meet again soon. I welcome you to Shrek Academy. Should you encounter any troubles there, invoke the name of Dai Bai, the evil-eyed white tiger. However, I believe you may not need to," he declared as he departed, accompanied by the pair of beautiful twins. "Chen Luo, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Xiaowu, rushing to Chen Luo's side, her excitement palpable. "I rarely saw you fight before, and to think you have grown so formidable, able to defeat a soul sovereign. Oh, by the way, how did that guy know we were going to Shrek Academy? He must be a student of Shrek." At this moment, Chen Luo had already retracted his martial soul and was leading Xiaowu toward the counter. Manager Wang and the attendant stood at the counter, with Manager Wang drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly. The attendant appeared somewhat better, yet fear was etched across his face. "I am truly sorry. I was wrong. It was my folly to underestimate you. Everything is my fault." Upon seeing Chen Luo and Xiaowu approach, Manager Wang immediately admitted his mistake, striking his own face with fervor, his voice quivering. "I hope you, in your magnanimity, will spare me." Chen Luo did not spare a glance at Manager Wang, his gaze fixated on the waiter. "Proceed with the formalities," he instructed. "Ah, by the way, the recent altercation caused considerable damage to your hotel. Please calculate the cost." "I shall cover it all." The waiter hesitated, glancing towards Manager Wang, who promptly interjected, "Such matters are trivial. It is no trouble at all. It is our privilege to have you stay at our establishment. Everything is complimentary. Stay for as long as you wish, and should you require additional rooms, I can arrange them for you at once." Chen Luo paid no heed to Manager Wang, casually brushing his wrist adorned with the Death God bracelet, which conjured a single gold coin into his palm. He placed the coin upon the counter and naturally took Xiaowu's hand, leading her outside. Tang Xin hesitated for a moment before promptly following suit. "Let us take a stroll. I hope everything will be arranged by the time we return." As they stepped out of the hotel, Xiaowu exclaimed with excitement, "Chen Luo, I truly did not anticipate your remarkable prowess." During their years at the Nodding Academy, Chen Luo seldom revealed his abilities, and even when he did, he never activated his martial soul. Xiaowu had always harbored deep curiosity about Chen Luo's strength. But after witnessing his battle with Daimubai today, her perception of his capabilities was profoundly transformed. Chen Luo maintained a serene demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "If I were not formidable, how could I protect you?" Indeed, Xiaowu's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she entwined her arm with Chen Luo's, their closeness evident. Meanwhile, Tang San, who had been trailing behind, no longer coughed. His thoughts were consumed by the earlier scene of Chen Luo battling Daimubai in the hotel. In stark contrast to Xiaowu's excitement, Tang San was profoundly astonished by Chen Luo's prowess. Having shared 6 years of life together, Tang San found himself more curious about Chen Luo's true strength than Xiaowu. Today, he finally witnessed Chen Luo in combat. Though Chen Luo did not reveal his full capabilities, the impression he left on Tang San was nothing short of monumental. 6 years ago, during the competition in Room 7 at Nodding Academy, Tang San had sensed that Chen Luo was exceptional. When he learned from Chen Luo that his first spirit ring was a Millennium Spirit Ring, Tang San had already been left in awe. The second soul ring acquired by Chen Luo is also a Millennium Soul Ring. Even though Tang San had prepared himself mentally to some extent, he was still taken aback upon witnessing Chen Luo's soul ring. Adding to this, after Chen Luo's recent battle with Daimubai, Tang San had lost count of how many times he had been astounded by Chen Luo. The terrifying power and speed, the exceedingly remarkable pace of cultivation, and the astonishing age of the soul ring were all beyond belief. Every aspect of Chen Luo strikes like a heavy hammer upon Tang San's heart. The disparity between individuals is indeed challenging to bridge through mere effort. Tang San has always regarded Chen Luo as his aspiration, initially believing that with sufficient diligence, he could catch up to Chen Luo. He even succeeded in matching Chen Luo's soul power level. Naively, he thought the gap between them was steadily diminishing. It is only now that he has come to a profound realization of the truth. Chen Luo and he exist in entirely different realms, an insurmountable chasm that he can never cross. Fortunately, Chen Luo is his friend. The passing of his father 5 years ago plunged Tang San into a state of profound sorrow for several days. It was Chen Luo's presence that ultimately helped him emerge from that dark period. Though still youthful, Chen Luo possesses an extraordinary maturity, making his interactions with Tang San effortlessly enjoyable. Tang San can genuinely sense that Chen Luo regards him as a true friend and brother. The fact that Chen Luo harbors 2,000-year soul rings has been meticulously concealed, yet he openly shares this with Tang San, asserting that friendship should not be shrouded in secrets. In the realm of crafting hidden weapons, Chen Luo has extended considerable assistance, offering not only moral encouragement but also financial backing, occasionally presenting brilliant ideas. To have such a remarkable friend is indeed a fortune. Chen Luo's prowess should evoke joy in me. Tang San briefly reflected on their shared experiences, a smile finally gracing his face. I must strive to continue improving. As they strolled through the streets, accompanying Xiaowu on her shopping excursion, flashes of the recent battle with Daimubai in the hotel danced through Chen Luo's mind. It dawned on him that he had grown significantly stronger. Realizing this belatedly, a subtle smile crept across Chen Luo's lips. He had never been entirely aware of his own strength, only knowing that he was formidable. Over the past few years, Chen Luo had maintained a notably low profile. Only Pu Si, Xiaowu, and Tang San are aware of Chen Luo's acquisition of 2 Millennium Soul Rings. Even the teachers at the academy remain oblivious to the matter. Pu Si has played a significant role in concealing this information so effectively. Chen Luo has always held deep gratitude towards Pu Si. Although they were unable to become master and disciple, they share a bond akin to that of old friends. It is precisely due to Chen Luo's consistent humility and his efforts to conceal his true capabilities that he has lost all sense of his actual strength. Chen Luo was acutely aware that his prowess could not merely be gauged by conventional soul power levels. However, he was still astonished to realize the extent of his strength. Effortlessly subduing the malevolent-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai. The recent skirmish at the hotel proved to be far less arduous than he had anticipated. This was primarily due to the extraordinary augmentation bestowed by his martial soul, the Grim Reaper, which was akin to wielding a divine artifact. Compounded by the entirety of his corporeal martial soul. Although the scythe of the Grim Reaper appeared ostensibly unremarkable, it was undoubtedly a formidable weapon of the highest caliber. The corporeal enhancement derived from the Grim Reaper's ethereal manifestation was nothing short of astonishing, endowing him with unparalleled strength and speed. Alongside a robust physique capable of withstanding immense energy, he yearned for an opportunity to unleash his full potential in battle. Yet he was aware that such a chance would soon present itself. As he prepared to enter Shrek Academy, he resolved to remain discreet, to cultivate his abilities quietly and steadily. In his heart, Chen Luo acknowledged the wisdom of remaining under the radar, understanding that great trees attract the wind. It must be noted that Soto City was indeed thriving. The streets bustled with a constant flow of people, far surpassing even 10 nodding cities in vibrancy. The rapid pace of life in this bustling metropolis was palpable, as individuals hurried along the thoroughfares, engaged in their myriad pursuits. After wandering through 2 streets, Xiao managed to purchase only a single inexpensive garment, her frugal nature evident as she opted to browse without spending. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. In truth, they were not lacking in funds. The stipends provided to soul masters had accumulated into several hundred gold coins over time. Chen Luo wished to purchase a few exquisite garments for Xiao. Yet she consistently declined, expressing a desire not to squander money. Where could one find such a considerate and sensible girl? After wandering for quite some time, under Chen Luo's insistence, Xiao finally acquiesced and bought several fine pieces of clothing. After all, the boy worked tirelessly to earn money, primarily to indulge the girl. When it came to dining, however, Xiao was quite generous. They relished numerous delectable treats along the way, consuming an ample amount that nearly constituted their dinner. As dusk approached, although Chen Luo showed no signs of fatigue, Xiao began to feel concern for him. Today has been truly delightful. Let us return. You must be exhausted. Chen Luo shook her head gently, saying, It's all right. As long as you are happy, we can stroll for as long as you wish. Hee. You are so wonderful. Xiao took Chen Luo's hand as they made their way back, while Chen Luo held numerous bags, most of which were filled with food. Brother San is truly diligent. It's rare for him to suggest taking a break, yet after only a brief outing, he returned to the hotel early. Let us also engage in our training upon our return. Shortly after stepping out, Tang San had chosen to retreat to the hotel. For men, shopping can often feel like a form of torment, particularly when alone. With 2 people ahead, the discomfort was doubled. Rather than squander time in such self-imposed hardship, it seemed far more prudent to return and devote oneself to training. Xiao, let us explore this shop. Chen Luo suddenly halted in his tracks. Beside him stood a modestly sized shop, appearing rather unremarkable amidst the vibrant array of Sachuo City, save for its distinctive sign, a circular emblem featuring a sword, a hammer, and the image of a blue Tyrannosaurus Rex intertwined. Xiao nodded in agreement. All right. Throughout the afternoon, it was Xiao who animatedly spoke of various places to visit, while Chen Luo remained largely silent. Intrigued by this rare display of speech from Chen Luo, Xiao couldn't help but wonder what allure this shop held for him. Upon entering the establishment, they were met with an exceedingly simplistic decor. There were no counters, only a few items hanging on 3 walls, most of which appeared quite antiquated and seemingly of little value. In a corner of the shop, a middle-aged man in his 50s reclined in a wooden chair, eyes closed, swaying gently with the rocking motion. Though he bore the marks of age, his physique remained robust, causing the chair to creak intermittently. His features were quite distinctive. His chin protruded slightly, his cheekbones were pronounced, and his face was somewhat flat, complemented by a prominent hooked nose. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, exuding an air of cunning peculiarity. Chen Luo did not awaken him, instead signaling to the eager to speak Xiao to lower her voice. Chen Luo, there is nothing of interest in this shop. It seems to possess some soul-guiding devices, yet they all appear rather antiquated. We are merely here to browse. Chen Luo spoke as his gaze swept across the entire shop, leaving no corner overlooked. Ultimately, he discovered a crystal, roughly the size of a human head, nestled in an unremarkable corner. The crystal was transparent, yet it contained large swathes of dark yellow impurities. At last, he had found it. If Chen Luo's memory served him correctly, that seemingly ordinary and perhaps inferior crystal was indeed the bored crystal with golden dragon whiskers, the very item Tang San required. The middle-aged man, who lay there sleeping, was none other than the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, a soul sage of level 78. Boss, is that crystal for sale at 1 gold soul coin? Chen Luo inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao immediately became anxious and whispered urgently in Chen Luo's ear. Chen Luo, why do you want to buy that worthless thing? Although it resembles a crystal, it is undoubtedly the most inferior of its kind. If you truly wish to acquire a crystal, amethyst would be far more precious. Moreover, do you even know how to shop? That item is worth at most a silver soul coin. Chen Luo nodded gently and promptly changed her tone. Boss, is that crystal sold for 1 silver coin? 1 gold coin, the boss replied. Why don't you just go and steal it? Xiao interjected immediately. 2 gold coins. 5 silver coins. Sell it if you wish. If not, then so be it. With that, Xiao grasped Chen Luo's hand and prepared to leave. Chen Luo did not exhibit much reluctance or attachment, promptly following Xiao as they departed. As they approached the doorway, a voice suddenly resonated, demanding 1 gold soul coin. Please. Xiao cast a glance at Chen Luo, who nodded gently in response, prompting the pair to retrace their steps. After tendering a gold soul coin, Chen Luo secured the crystal within the confines of the Death Goddess ring. Boss, we're off, he courteously acknowledged before he and Xiao exited. On their journey back, Xiao could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired, Chen Luo, is there something special about that item? I believe third brother might find it useful. Chen Luo replied with a nod. Xiao pouted slightly, so it's for him. Then, I thought it was for yourself. It's rare to see you wanting to purchase something. Upon returning to the hotel, their room had already been prepared. Chen Luo and Xiao resided in a realm of crimson waves, while Tang San dwelled in a sanctuary of verdant solitude. Upon entering Tang San's chamber, Chen Luo produced the crystal he had recently acquired from a quaint shop. I believe this may be of use to you, he said. The moment Tang San laid eyes upon the crystal, his gaze sparkled with excitement, and an air of exhilaration enveloped him. Where did you procure this? He inquired eagerly. Xiao smiled gently, responding, from a rather shabby shop, for merely 1 gold soul coin. On our return, I felt I might have overpaid. But now it appears to be worth every bit. This was a special purchase by Chen Luo just for you. 1 gold soul coin? I would say even 1,000 would be a fair price. Tang San exclaimed, his enthusiasm swelling as he rushed forward to envelop Chen Luo in a heartfelt embrace, patting his back with fervor. Chen Luo, you are truly a remarkable brother, he declared. Is there another crystal like this? Alas, this is the only one, came the reply. Ah, that is to be expected, considering the rarity of such a treasure. Xiao, observing silently, could no longer contain her curiosity and finally asked, what makes this seemingly ordinary crystal so extraordinary? Although Chen Luo was aware of the nature of the crystal, he feigned curiosity as he gazed at Tang San. With palpable excitement, Tang San exclaimed, this is the golden dragon beard needle made from bored crystal. Brother Chen Luo, it seems there's a small village ahead. That must be Shrek Academy. We have finally arrived. I'm utterly exhausted, Xiao declared, perched on Chen Luo's back, pointing towards a small settlement a mile away. Tang San remarked nonchalantly, the one who is truly exhausted is Chen Luo. Xiao playfully stuck her tongue out at Tang San, retorting, Humph. It was brother Chen Luo who willingly offered to carry me. Tang San, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, I only saw you leap onto his back. Chen Luo chuckled. Let us quicken our pace. We shall arrive shortly. Only when carried by Chen Luo did Xiao affectionately call him brother Chen Luo. Each tender utterance of brother Chen Luo melted his heart. As long as Xiao desired it, he would gladly bear her on his back indefinitely. In the distance, a throng gathered at the entrance of the village. As they approached, it became evident that the majority were youths of similar age, most accompanied by their parents. Could it be that the Shrek Academy is so unimpressive, merely a small village? Xiao had already spotted the wooden archway at the village entrance, adorned with the sign Shrek Academy. Above the 5 characters, a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature was displayed. Initially skeptical of Shrek Academy, Xiao, upon witnessing its appearance, could not help but further critique. It pales in comparison to Nodding Academy. It is likely less than 1/3 its size. With that, she turned to Tang San and inquired, third brother, you haven't been deceived by the master, have you? Chen Luo said, Xiao, be quiet. Xiao promptly fell silent, appearing quite obedient. Chen Luo pointed at the young boys waiting in line and remarked, if this truly were a subpar academy, there wouldn't be so many individuals here to enroll. Let us join the queue. What an absurd institution. Only accepting students under the age of 12 with a soul power of 20, it seems blatantly designed to extort money. I paid 10 gold soul coins as my registration fee. Indeed, Only exceptional talents could meet both of those criteria. If such favorable conditions truly existed, one would naturally seek admission to a more prestigious academy, rather than this inferior establishment, which pales in comparison to even ordinary junior soul master academies. Gradually, people began to leave, most of them grumbling as they departed. Initially, over 100 had come to register, but within a few minutes, only a little more than 10 remained. This situation arose because Shrek Academy had announced its admission requirements. Applicants must be under 12 years of age and possess a soul power exceeding 20. Both conditions were mandatory. Those who were unaware of these stipulations foolishly submitted their fees, only to discover they were ineligible for admission, ultimately unable to reclaim their registration fees. Some attempted to retrieve their fees through forceful means, but a young man, around 16 or 17, appeared and activated his martial soul 2 yellow and 1 purple battle spirit. The moment he displayed his prowess, no one dared to act recklessly, and the most they could do was murmur their dissatisfaction before leaving. That enforcer was none other than Dai Mubai. The registration continued, and those who remained largely met the Academy's admission criteria, while others attempting to take advantage of the situation were ruthlessly turned away. Perhaps Chen Luo and his companions had arrived too early or too late, for he had not encountered the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters. If memory served him correctly, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing were supposed to register today, yet he had yet to catch sight of them. The registration of Chen Luo and his companions proceeded remarkably smoothly. It was only Tang San who caused a slight delay. Having cultivated the mystic jade hand, the elder in charge of registration was unable to ascertain Tang San's age through the customary examination of his hand bones, prompting him to even feel Tang San's calves. When it came time for Chen Luo to showcase his prowess, he was inevitably met with a plethora of astonished gazes. To everyone's disbelief, he possessed not 1 but 2 Millennium Soul Rings. The elder remarked with awe, "Our academy is about to welcome a true prodigy." Chen Luo deliberately placed himself at the end of the enrollment qualification assessment, wishing to avoid excessive flamboyance and the attention of the crowd. However, the presence of 2 Millennium Soul Rings was undeniable. Anyone who laid eyes upon those resplendent purple rings was left profoundly astonished. Even the elderly, who had spent many years at Shrek Academy and had encountered countless small monsters, were equally taken aback. The elder gazed intently at Chen Luo for an extended period until Chen Luo finally broke the silence. "I should qualify, right?" "Indeed, you most certainly do. You must qualify," the elder promptly replied. "Mubai, quickly escort them inside, particularly this student. His subsequent tests are unnecessary. He is already a student of Shrek Academy. I am certain the dean would not hesitate to endorse such a decision here." Mubai showed no surprise at the elder's arrangement. Rather, if the elder had appeared indifferent, that would have been unusual. Even though Mubai had previously witnessed Chen Luo's 2 Millennium Soul Rings, he was still struck with awe upon seeing them again. In the past, Mubai had been quite confident, believing himself to be an exceptional being, one of the anomalies of Shrek Academy. It was only after encountering Chen Luo that he grasped the true meaning of monstrous. Mubai promptly led Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiaowu into the academy. As they walked, he outlined the forthcoming arrangements, which were primarily directed towards Tang San and Xiaowu, with Chen Luo being excluded from this consideration. "You will undertake the second examination here. The instructor will guide you on what to do." Eventually, Mubai guided the group to an open area surrounded by wooden houses, seemingly at the heart of Shrek Academy. All those who had passed the preliminary examination were present, with intermittent waves of soul power emanating from the front. Mubai appeared somewhat anxious, and after speaking, he left Chen Luo and the others at that spot, casually remarking to Chen Luo, "You need not participate in any further examinations. Feel free to wander around the academy. Later, arrangements for your accommodation will be made. If you wish to stay with your companions, that is fine too." With that, Mubai departed, but just then, a soft, melodic voice suddenly rang out. "Sausages for sale, sausages for sale." It was Oscar. Upon hearing the familiar phrase, Chen Luo immediately thought of Oscar. Turning around, he saw a man pushing a cart and calling out, blocking Mubai's path. The man wore simple gray clothing, had neatly cropped hair, and sported a full beard, with large, charming peach blossom eyes. It was hard to imagine that such a soft voice had emerged from his lips. "Big brother Dai, where are you rushing off to? Why not buy a sausage?" Oscar said with a cheerful grin. "Get lost," Mubai retorted. "There's no need to be so irritable if you don't want one." Oscar quickly stepped aside, still wearing a smile. "I think I just spotted a very beautiful girl with an impressive figure. If I'm not mistaken, Big brother Dai, you must be going to find her, right?" Mubai ignored Oscar and continued on his way. Chen Luo distinctly overheard the conversation between Oscar and Dai Mubai. And in an instant, he realized who Dai Mubai had gone to seek. It was most likely Zhu Zhiqing. To his surprise, Zhu Zhiqing had arrived even earlier than they had. Chen Luo, I desire a sausage, Xiaowu exclaimed, having caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. And she immediately turned to Chen Luo with a beaming smile. Chen Luo shook his head and said, "Look at that man. He has such a lewd appearance. Would you dare to eat the sausages he sells? Hey, can you not speak like that? Who are you calling old man? Who are you labeling as lewd?" Oscar, with keen ears, caught wind of Chen Luo's remarks and, feeling displeased, stepped forward to argue. "I'm only 14 this year. Chen Luo, do not be overly excited. Please bring me 10 sausages, the freshly grilled kind." Oscar's demeanor immediately underwent a complete transformation. Certainly. However, after a moment, Oscar seemed to regain his composure and glanced awkwardly at Chen Luo and the others. "Perhaps you should cover your ears first?" "Why?" Xiaowu innocently inquired. Oscar replied, "I fear it might affect your appetite." With that, Oscar extended his right hand and proclaimed loudly, "Behold, I possess a grand sausage." A brilliant yellow light coalesced instantly in Oscar's hand, while 2 golden rings ascended from beneath his feet. Soon, a sausage appeared in Oscar's grasp, identical in size and appearance to those on the cart. "Xiaowu, get lost." Oscar, Dai Mubai soon returned, accompanied by a girl clad in black. The girl was exquisitely beautiful, her voluptuous figure standing in stark contrast to her youthful visage. At first glance, Chen Luo's eyes seemed somewhat vacant until Xiaowu suddenly pinched him sharply at the waist, jolting him back to reality. Zhu Zhiqing was indeed stunning, and Chen Luo couldn't help but reflect that her beauty transcended mere appearance. "Is it not your turn yet?" Dai Mubai inquired. "Never mind. I'll inform the teacher that you need not wait in line. You may proceed directly to the 4th trial." Without hesitation, Dai Mubai approached the instructor and whispered a few words in their ear. The teacher nodded in acknowledgement, and Dai Mubai prepared to lead Chen Luo and the others away. At that moment, someone could no longer contain their frustration. "By what right?" they exclaimed. "Their soul power exceeds level 25. If you are of the same caliber, you should also be excused from the wait and join them," the teacher in charge of the assessment stated calmly. Afterward, the instructor's gaze lingered on Chen Luo. "Mubai, you mentioned those 2, but what about this student?" Dai Mubai smiled slightly, replying, "He is already a member of Shrek Academy." "Oh?" The teacher appeared somewhat surprised, but quickly regained composure, waving them off and permitting their departure. It was not unusual for exceptional talents to bypass testing and enter the academy directly, though such occurrences had become rare in recent years. "Teacher, I believe I should also be exempt from the 2nd and 3rd trials," a clear voice chimed in unexpectedly. A girl in a flowing white dress, exuding an air of grace, stepped forward. Her beauty rivaled that of Xiaowu and Zhu Zhiqing, and she possessed an aristocratic demeanor that set her apart. Indeed, it was Ning Rongrong. At last, the group was gathered, and they were poised to enter the boss battle segment. Chen Luo mused inwardly. Chen Luo was uncertain whether he would have the opportunity to join in the battle against the boss, especially since he had already secured a direct admission to Shrek Academy. If the chance arose, he would not mind giving it a try. Dai Mubai, noticing Chen Luo's presence, chuckled. "The 4th round is a practical test, Chen Luo. Do you have any thoughts?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo nodded. "Good," Dai Mubai exclaimed. "It seems we are in for an exciting show today." Before long, Dai Mubai led Chen Luo and the others to an open area. In the midst of it, a middle-aged man in his 50s lounged in a chair, basking in the sun. Upon seeing him, a smile involuntarily crept onto Chen Luo's face. The boss has appeared, a movable king. "Zhao Wujie, let the battle commence." Dai Mubai approached Zhao Wujie for a brief discussion, allowing Chen Luo and the others to clearly see Zhao Wujie's figure. Zhao Wujie was not particularly tall, even shorter than Tang San by half a head, yet he was remarkably robust, his physique almost exaggerated in its muscularity. Every inch of him was solid muscle, devoid of any excess fat. His bulging muscles seemed on the verge of tearing his clothing. Despite resembling an ordinary middle-aged man, he exuded a unique charm. "5 of you have surpassed level 25? This year's little monsters are plentiful. Could it be that our academy is poised for a resurgence?" After listening to Dai Mubai's introduction, Zhao Wujie's gaze towards Chen Luo and the others shifted noticeably. Clearing his throat, he began. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Wujie. Your presence here indicates that your spiritual power meets the academy standards, but we do not accept mere practitioners without practical skills. All students must undergo a real combat test. The 4th round's examination is quite simple. If you can withstand my attacks for the duration of a single incense stick, you will pass. You have a moment to prepare and familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities. Daimubai displayed no surprise. He had already anticipated the situation on their way. Zhao Laoshi, Chen Luo is already considered a member of our academy, but he wishes to participate in the 4th round of the examination. Daimubai suddenly recalled this and promptly informed Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie appeared somewhat taken aback. On what grounds does he wish to join? Daimubai quietly explained. And after a moment, Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent, excellent, excellent. After repeating the word thrice, he smiled. It seems our academy is indeed on the verge of a revival. Don't just stand there. Hurry and prepare. The time of a single incense stick is fleeting. Engage with Chen Luo. He will be the key to your success. Zhao Wujie then smirked, however. I believe it may not be wise to allow this young man to join. It could complicate matters for everyone. He mused aloud before glancing at Daimubai. Xiaobai, please convey the characteristics of my strength to them, so they are better prepared. Yes, Zhao Laoshi. Daimubai nodded and approached Chen Luo and the others. Smiling as he explained, Zhao Laoshi is a level 76 soul sage with a beast martial soul, the battle soul sage. Ah? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. How can we possibly fight him? We are not even on the same level. Daimubai chuckled. Originally, your examination target was me, with Zhao Laoshi serving merely as the proctor. However, I suspected this would occur on our way here, so I can only cheer you on now. Zhao Laoshi's martial soul is the powerful Diamond Bear, an exceptionally formidable beast martial soul. His strengths lie in power and defense, with speed being his weakness. Yet, given the vast disparity in soul power between you and Zhao Laoshi, you likely have no advantage in speed either. Nonetheless, do not fret too much, just unleash your abilities. Zhao Laoshi will not act recklessly and will certainly spare your lives. Spare our lives? Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. Ning Rongrong remarked, now I understand who he is. He is the immovable king, Zhao Wujie, isn't he? Daimubai nodded. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ning Rongrong sighed, let us just go home. We stand no chance against him. Even the spirit hall couldn't capture him. How could we possibly prevail? Do you know him? Xiao inquired curiously. Ning Rongrong then recounted Zhao Wujie's heroic tale of breaking through the siege of 16 spirit hall bishops, followed by another sigh, there is no hope for us. We have no hope? How can we know there is no hope without trying? Chen Luo interjected. Chen Luo was not surprised by Ning Rongrong and the others' reactions, after all. They were about to face a formidable soul sage, and it was only natural for anyone their age to feel apprehensive. Chen Luo spoke, instantly capturing everyone's attention. There remains hope and diligence. Without effort, hope is utterly extinguished. Chen Luo encouraged the crowd with a few words, then proclaimed his martial spirit and strength. Signifying his determination, Chen Luo, wielding the weapon spirit of a scythe, is a formidable level 29 assault-type soul master. Upon witnessing Chen Luo step forward, Xiaowu wasted no time and promptly introduced herself as well. Xiaowu, possessing the beast spirit of a rabbit, is also a level 29 assault-type soul master. Following suit, Tang San spoke up, while Ning Rongrong and the others hesitated for a moment before finally revealing their own identities. Tang San, with the martial spirit of blue silver grass, is a level 29 control-type soul master. Ning Rongrong, endowed with the martial spirit of the 7 treasure glazed tower, is a level 26 support-type soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, harnessing the martial spirit of the Nethercat, is a level 27 agility-type soul master. Thus, this is the composition of the team formed by Chen Luo and his companions. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, he promptly articulated the strategy. Xiaowu and I shall assume the role of primary attackers, while Tang San will focus on control. Zhu Zhuqing, leverage your speed advantage to create diversions as much as possible, and Ning Rongrong, your role will be to provide support. Tang San, you are the sole control-type soul master within our team. Your task is of utmost importance, as the rhythm of our battles will be orchestrated by you. Tang San nodded earnestly, assuring, rest assured, I will do my utmost. They then engaged in a brief discussion to familiarize themselves with each other's spirit abilities and techniques. And in the blink of an eye, a stick of incense's worth of time had passed. Zhao Wujie's resonant voice rang out punctually. Time's up. Let the battle commence. If anyone feels apprehensive, now is the moment to withdraw. Chen Luo stepped forward, calmly gazing at Zhao Wujie. Teacher, let us begin. Behind Chen Luo, Tang San and his companions were equally filled with determination. When one exhibits sufficient effort and unwavering resolve, others inevitably become influenced. Tang San and his peers were not ordinary individuals. They required no excessive encouragement, as their own competitive spirits would instinctively ignite. Zhao Wuji performed a simple warm-up, and the unsettling crack of his joints echoed, instilling a considerable amount of pressure upon Chen Luo and his group even before the match commenced. A fragrant stick was placed in the distance, yet to be lit, as Chen Luo and his companions began to unleash their martial spirits, preparing themselves thoroughly. When the actual examination commenced, they could not be certain how much time Zhao Wuji would allocate, thus they resolved not to overlook any opportunity or detail within their grasp. Chen Luo and all of them unleashed their martial spirits. The first to do so was Ning Rongrong. When her 7 treasure glazed tile materialized, Zhao Wuji could not help but express his astonishment. Well, what a surprise. A member of the 7 treasure glazed sect. Has Flinder been up to many good deeds lately? It seems the academy is turning its fortunes around. After saying this, Zhao Wuji ignited incense, casting it aside to plant firmly in the distance, readying himself for battle. Upon activating her martial spirit, Ning Rongrong immediately utilized all her auxiliary abilities without the slightest reservation. Especially upon noticing Zhao Wuji's intention to strike, she yearned for her skills to be unleashed in an instant. The 7 treasures are renowned for 2 things, strength and speed. Just as Ning Rongrong employed her soul abilities, before she could even catch her breath, Zhao Wuji had already made his move. With his legs bent in a half squat, he forcefully slammed his fist into the ground. Tang San, maintain the rhythm of battle. Let us engage. With a low shout, Chen Luo unleashed his martial soul, and 2 purple rings rose from beneath his feet, revealing a massive scythe in his grasp. In an instant, everyone, including Zhao Wuji, who was preparing to unleash his soul skill, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, this pause was fleeting. The battle commenced in earnest. A flurry of black vines erupted from Tang San's hands, swiftly ensnaring Ning Rongrong's form. Following this, Tang San leaped into the air, carrying Ning Rongrong with him. Responding to Chen Luo's command, Tang San acted without hesitation, while the others sensed the impending danger and sprang into action. At that very moment, a resounding rumble echoed, and the ground trembled violently, sending waves of earthy energy surging toward Chen Luo and his companions. With their foresight, none were caught in the upheaval, landing safely on the ground as they launched a fierce offensive. Xiao Wu was the first to strike. Bolstered by the 7 treasures glazed tower, she zipped towards Zhao Wuji, seamlessly employing her signature agility techniques. The instant her form made contact with Zhao Wuji, Tang San's parasitic soul skill activated. With countless blue-silver grasses wrapping around Zhao Wuji's body, the spikes on the vines pierced his flesh, releasing a potent paralyzing toxin that swiftly incapacitated him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu sprang onto Zhao Wuji's shoulder, executing her soft techniques, while the blue-silver grasses propelled him upward, lifting his feet off the ground and enhancing Xiao Wu's technique further. Alas, Zhao Wuji's strength was overwhelming. Just as he was elevated by Xiao Wu's maneuver, the blue-silver grasses binding him suddenly exploded, leaving Xiao Wu momentarily frozen as Zhao Wuji regained his footing. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Xiao Wu quickly retreated, while Zhao Wuji chose not to counterattack, seemingly allowing her to escape. Interesting, he mused. Had you faced an ordinary opponent, you might have snapped their neck with that move. But unfortunately for you, you encounter me. In the presence of absolute power, all techniques appear rather trivial. Zhao Wuji remained composed, activating his martial soul in the process. In an instant, he grew a meter taller, his muscles bulging dramatically, resembling a small mountain. His body was cloaked in a thick layer of brown fur. His eyes transformed into a rich amber, and his hands became massive, akin to oversized fans. 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, radiated a breathtaking array of colors. Rising slowly from beneath his feet, a series of metallic clangs echoed behind him, signaling Zhu Zhuqing's attack. After activating her martial soul, her speed had more than doubled, and she wielded claws akin to those of Dai Mubai. This was a prime opportunity for a surprise assault. After Xiao Wu engaged Zhao Wuji, Zhu Zhuqing could capitalize on his momentary lapse in focus, boasting a success rate of at least 90%. Yet, Zhao Wuji was simply too formidable. Every move was within his control. Zhu Zhuqing's attack landed, but it failed to inflict any damage. Your speed is commendable, but still insufficient. Had it been a tad faster, you might have been able to harm me before I activated my martial soul, Zhao Wuji remarked calmly. Following his martial soul activation, an aura befitting a true master enveloped him, imposing immense pressure upon Chen Luo and his companions. Given the vast disparity in power, Zhao Wuji was holding back. Otherwise, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing would have already become casualties. As a rank 76 soul saint, the unmoving king was far from naive, intentionally refraining from countering to gauge their strength and offer guidance. After their fruitless offensive, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing retreated, Engaging a being of such formidable strength and defense in close quarters was unwise, unless one was particularly reckless. In such a brief span, your coordination is impressive. I genuinely appreciate it. Zhao Wujie praised without reservation. However, his expression shifted abruptly as he turned sharply, adopting a defensive stance just as a massive scythe, wreathed in black flames, struck his arm. With a clang, Zhao Wujie's body shifted slightly, while his assailant was sent reeling backward. Though the weapon is a scythe, its speed is astonishing, faster than that agile girl, and the power is remarkable. Zhao Wujie, far from angered by the ambush, instead glowed with excitement in his eyes. Chen Luo's assault was undoubtedly under Zhao Wujie's control. One could assert that everything in the vicinity was within Zhao Wujie's grasp. It would be absurd if a soul saint of level 76 could not manage the situation against a group of youngsters below level 30. However, Zhao Wujie did not anticipate that Chen Luo's speed would be so astounding, and the ferocity of the attack, imbued with such formidable power, took him by surprise. Although Chen Luo had merely caused Zhao Wujie to shift a few inches and was subsequently propelled backward, one must acknowledge the significance of the event. Zhao Wujie was a formidable soul sage at level 76, specializing in strength and defense, and had activated his martial spirit, fully prepared for combat. The mere fact that someone of such stature could be moved is indeed a remarkable feat. This young man was astutely seeking opportunities from the very onset of the battle, exhibiting exceptional timing in his attacks. He truly is a remarkable prodigy. Oh. But not just him. These little ones are all prodigies in their own right. He is the most extraordinary among them. Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, and a faint smile unconsciously graced his lips. He cast a glance at his arm, where black poisonous flames clung, diligently eroding his flesh, seemingly imbued with a potent toxin. Excellent! Excellent! With a swift motion, Zhao Wujie brushed away the poisonous flames with ease, then stretched his limbs, adopting a combat-ready stance. Now that you've had your fun, it's my turn. Zhao Wujie slightly bent forward, and in the blink of an eye, he surged forward like a cannonball. While speed might be considered a relative concept, and indeed a weakness for Zhao Wujie among his peers, he now faced only a group of youths below level 30. What was once a shortcoming could transform into an advantage. Zhao Wujie had chosen his target, none other than Chen Luo, the one who had last dared to attack him. Chen Luo, of course, would not foolishly wait for Zhao Wujie to strike him. Even when confronted with the formidable soul sage of level 76, he maintained his composure and declared, "I will hold him back. You all seize the opportunity." What a confident young man. Zhao Wujie's figure had already appeared before Chen Luo, his colossal fist whistling through the air. First, take care of yourself. Whoosh. Chen Luo Ming was so close at hand. Yet Zhao Wujie's fist still struck nothing but air, even though Zhao Wujie had moderated his strength. The force of his punch against the void caused his massive frame to falter slightly, prompting him to take a few steps forward. Chen Luo's speed was indeed remarkable, and his reflexes even swifter. In that fleeting moment, he deftly sidestepped Zhao Wujie's attack and countered with his own strike. The colossal scythe once more swung toward Zhao Wujie. Yet this time he had no opportunity to evade, instinctively raising his hand to block. Clang! The razor-sharp blade sliced through Zhao Wujie's flesh, and the venomous flames surged forth once again, but that was the extent of the damage. Zhao Wujie's body was as unyielding as steel. The Grim Reaper's scythe could advance not a fraction further. Following his successful strike, Chen Luo harbored no intention of lingering or launching another assault. He promptly began to retreat. When faced with such a formidable adversary, escape was the only viable strategy, for engaging head-on would be tantamount to courting death. During the time Chen Luo occupied Zhao Wujie, Tang San and the others were far from idle. Zhu Shiqing once again maneuvered behind Zhao Wujie, her claws striking down. Although she could not inflict substantial harm, she successfully delivered the blue silver grass seeds onto Zhao Wujie's body. In the next instant, countless strands of blue silver grass erupted, swiftly binding Zhao Wujie tightly and lifting him off the ground. Xiao Wu appeared, attempting her gentle technique once more, and this time, she succeeded. Boom! Zhao Wujie crashed to the ground, appearing quite disheveled. Seizing the opportunity created by Chen Luo, Tang San and his companions executed a flawless combination, launching a sudden and fierce assault that yielded commendable results. Positioned at the periphery, Ning Rongrong, standing behind Tang San, also contributed to the recent effort, without her speed-enhancing support. Zhu Shiqing and Xiao Wu would not have been able to close the distance to Zhao Wujie so swiftly. Indeed, truly commendable. The blue-silver grass erupted once again. Yet these seemingly potent restraints appeared trivial before Zhao Wujie. Had he not focused all his attention on Chen Luo moments before, he would never have afforded Tang San and his companions such an opportunity. It was likely that the moment the blue-silver grass ensnared him, he would have effortlessly broken free. Zhao Wujie rose to his feet, still wearing a broad smile, even applauding. Your performance has greatly pleased me. With a sweeping gesture, he reduced the half-burned incense to mere ash. Such trivialities shall not hinder you. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others exhaled in relief. Yet their hearts remained apprehensive. Zhao Wujie's voice rang out once more. The examination has concluded, but the battle must continue. Be vigilant. Chen Luo, whose brows had been furrowed, gradually relaxed at this moment. I told you, Zhao Wujie would not let us off so easily. Compared to the Zhao Wujie from the books, the one before him appeared far more vivid and imposing, serving as a competent teacher, though some aspects diverged from Chen Luo's memories. Yet, the course of events must continue, particularly regarding this battle of starkly contrasting strengths. 024. Unleash. Everyone, focus your attention. We must proceed with caution from here on. Chen Luo's expression was grave, showing no sign of relaxation in response to Zhao Wujie's words. Tang San and the others were similarly resolute, including the seemingly delicate girls, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The more gifted one is, the more competitive they tend to be, particularly in the case of this extraordinary group. Passing the examination was an imperative for them. And even upon achieving this goal, they were eager to embrace new challenges, unencumbered by any lingering concerns. Ordinary candidates would struggle to withstand the pressure exerted by Zhao Wujie, a formidable soul sage at level 76. It was likely that upon receiving the notification of their examination success, they would immediately abandon any thoughts of further combat. Indeed, the mediocre would likely lack even the courage to face Zhao Wujie. The preparation and rest period was remarkably brief, and the battle soon resumed, with Chen Luo and his companions taking the initiative once more. As before, the tempo of the confrontation was directed by the team's soul control-type soul master, Tang San. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing served as the primary combatants, searching for opportunities for Chen Luo, while Ning Rongrong remained in a supportive role. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing launched the attack first, swiftly closing in on Zhao Wujie with Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement. Zhao Wujie maintained his stance, seemingly allowing them to strike. Zhu Zhuqing managed to get in close, her claws raking against Zhao Wujie's body, producing a distressing metallic grinding sound. However, Zhao Wujie's defenses were too formidable, and Zhu Zhuqing's current strength was insufficient to inflict any significant damage. She could merely plant the blue-silver grass seeds to parasitize Zhao Wujie. In the next moment, the blue-silver grass grew wildly, binding Zhao Wujie once again like a zongzi. Xiaowu attacked, employing her soft techniques. Just then, Zhao Wujie's voice resonated. Using the same trick again? I advise you never to employ such foolish tactics against a true enemy. A surprise attack is sufficient. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted, shattering all the blue-silver grass in an instant. This time, the binding of the blue-silver grass on Zhao Wujie lasted less than a heartbeat, and the thorns on the vines left no trace upon him, as if they had merely been wrapped around an iron plate. Xiaowu, who had prepared to unleash her soft technique, was propelled backward by the terrifying wave of Zhao Wujie's soul power. No, she should be described as retreating gracefully. She had not intended to employ her soft techniques again. Ah, a new approach? Zhao Wujie sensed the intense heat emanating from the side and immediately raised his arm to block. Clang! A massive scythe struck Zhao Wujie's arm. Its blade now adorned not with black toxic flames, but with blood-red infernos. Boom! At the moment the scythe's blade made contact with Zhao Wujie's arm, Chen Luo's second soul ring erupted in a burst of purple light, and flames roared to life, instantly engulfing Zhao Wujie. As the flames dissipated, Zhao Wujie was enveloped in a wave of earthy yellow light, sustaining minimal damage, though numerous charred black marks were visible on his body. Goodness, you enjoy playing dirty, don't you? Zhao Wujie's earthy yellow light flared violently, affecting Chen Luo, who let out a muffled groan, hurtling backward for several meters before finally coming to a stop. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing, positioned a distance away from Zhao Wujie, were also caught in the impact of the earthy yellow wave, being thrown away as blood spurted from their mouths, their forms floating through the air before they lost consciousness. Tang San. Upon witnessing Xiaowu's injury, Chen Luo, who had remained remarkably calm, suddenly became overwhelmingly agitated. Tang San, hearing Chen Luo's roar, snapped out of his daze and unleashed his blue-silver grass, swiftly catching both Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing, pulling them back to safety. It is worth noting that Tang San had just sustained severe injuries himself and had yet to fully recover. The bond between a martial soul and its soul master is profound, after enduring multiple assaults from Zhao Wujie that obliterated his blue-silver grass. It was commendable that Tang San had managed to hold on until now. The recent explosion of his blue-silver grass finally pushed him to the brink, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood shortly before Zhao Wujie launched his aggressive strike. Once Tang San had successfully pulled Zhu Shiqing and Xiao Wu back, Dai Mubai rushed over, eagerly lifting Zhu Shiqing into his arms, while Ning Rongrong took hold of Xiao Wu. "Oscar, get over here, now," Dai Mubai shouted. It appeared that the battle had drawn to a close. Among the 5 participants, 2 were unconscious, 1 severely injured, and 1 was merely a support soul master. Was there an expectation for the support soul master to turn the tide? Oh. And there was still 1 fighting force remaining, yet he too seemed incapable of altering the outcome, returning to the heart of the battlefield. Zhao Wujie regarded Chen Luo with an oddly incredulous expression. "You, this kid, are surprisingly resilient," Zhao Wujie exclaimed, astonished. Just moments ago, he had intentionally exerted a bit more force, aiming to swiftly conclude the battle and impart a lesson to these young prodigies, emphasizing the undeniable gap in strength. Only through relentless effort could one truly ascend to the ranks of the powerful. However, to Zhao Wujie's astonishment, despite being sent flying, Chen Luo appeared to have suffered only minor injuries, whereas Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing, who were positioned further away, had both coughed blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. One was exceptionally durable, while the other 2 were not lacking in resilience. Rather, it was Zhao Wujie's failure to properly gauge his strength that led to this predicament. Now, he felt a twinge of regret, deeply concerned that he had inflicted too severe an injury on Xiao Wu and the others. Throughout the recent skirmish, Zhao Wujie had gleaned all he needed to know. After all, these young prodigies had yet to reach level 30 and had only 2 soul abilities at their disposal, both of which they had fully utilized. The primary focus had been to assess their teamwork and individual combat capabilities. The little girl with the rabbit martial soul seemed not to have employed her second soul ability. Perhaps she had her reservations, yet it was of little consequence. Zhao Wujie felt a sense of satisfaction with their performance. Yet, as is often the case, unforeseen events arise. Zhao Wujie, feeling no inclination to elaborate further or even provide a final lesson, suddenly realized that he might have been a tad presumptuous in attempting to educate these young warriors. He waved his hand towards Chen Luo, saying, "That will be all. Go check on them promptly." However, Chen Luo merely cast a glance in their direction. "Teacher Zhao, I wish to challenge you to a duel," Chen Luo stated indifferently. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow, perplexed as he regarded Chen Luo. Chen Luo remained silent, opting instead to convey everything through his actions. He lifted the scythe of death with a swift motion, and in the next moment, the crimson flames adhering to the blade transformed into a deep black hue. It bore a resemblance to Chen Luo's first soul skill, Poison Flame, yet it was distinctly different, resembling a fusion of Poison Flame and Inferno. In the blink of an eye, the obsidian flames rapidly spread from the blade of the scythe of death, swiftly engulfing the entire weapon and enveloping Chen Luo himself. At that instant, his aura surged dramatically. 025, indestructible. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow. What is happening? You must not act recklessly. Any method of forcibly enhancing one's strength will irreversibly damage your body, even your very life. Sensing the impending danger, Zhao Wujie shouted at Chen Luo with urgency. Chen Luo responded with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, there will be no adverse effects. At this moment, Chen Luo's strength had ascended to approximately level 40 Soul Master, seemingly reaching its zenith as his aura ceased to rise any further. This phenomenon was indeed terrifying. Such a sudden surge in power was unprecedented, even for Zhao Wujie, who found himself witnessing this extraordinary occurrence for the first time. Upon sensing something amiss, Zhao Wujie immediately recalled that Chen Luo must have paid a tremendously painful price to achieve this, prompting him to intervene without delay. However, Chen Luo's response astonished Zhao Wujie further, yet also alleviated his concerns. Ultimately, as long as Chen Luo's health remained intact, the specifics of his enhancement seemed less significant. What an extraordinary being he is. Zhao Wujie mused inwardly, his curiosity piqued about the hidden depths of Chen Luo's capabilities. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wujie, this was indeed Chen Luo's final trump card, recently acquired. Since obtaining his second soul ring, Chen Luo's sign-in tasks had been refreshed, with the new location being Shrek Academy. Just moments ago, he had completed the sign-in task at Shrek Academy, reaping the reward of Indestructible. Indestructible temporarily enhances one's strength, with the duration and level of enhancement determined by current power. The pinnacle of strength that can be attained currently, Soul Master. The duration of strength enhancement, 10 minutes. At the moment he acquired Indestructible, Chen Luo happened to witness Xiao Wu being knocked unconscious by Zhao Wujie. In that instant, Chen Luo felt as though his heart was bleeding. Although he understood that Zhao Wujie likely did not intend to harm her, he still felt compelled to take action. And the newly acquired indestructible provided him the means to do so. Chen Luo was enveloped in black flames, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe in his hand. And for a fleeting moment, he truly resembled a harbinger of death. "Come on, just be careful later," Zhao Wujie remarked. After years of teaching, Zhao Wujie could easily discern that Chen Luo was in dire need of catharsis. He could only choose to acquiesce, yet he harbored concerns that Chen Luo might act recklessly, making it difficult for him to fully govern his own strength, which could easily lead to another unfortunate mishap. Chen Luo nodded, gradually quickening his pace towards Zhao Wujie until he transformed into a mere wisp of shadow. Observing this, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted, revealing an added layer of astonishment. It appeared that not only had his strength increased, but his physical agility had also evolved. Beyond his surprise, Zhao Wujie felt a surge of anticipation, fully immersing himself in the throes of combat. Here it comes. Suddenly, the figure of Chen Luo emerged, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe with great force. Zhao Wujie swiftly extended his hand to block, but unexpectedly, Chen Luo altered the direction of the scythe, ultimately striking Zhao Wujie's shoulder. With a sharp hiss, the first point of contact was the black flames enveloping the scythe, which seemed to embody the characteristics of both toxic and fierce flames, highly corrosive and capable of instantaneous detonation. The black flames surged forth, carrying immense corrosive and toxic properties. Despite Zhao Wujie's formidable defenses, he could not entirely evade the harm. After the black flames dissipated, Zhao Wujie's shoulder, left cheek, and chin were charred black, with faint wisps of black flames still writhing. "Impressive," Zhao Wujie exclaimed. "The corrosive power is substantial, the explosion sufficient, and it even possesses paralyzing toxins. Truly remarkable." As he spoke, the first soul ring around him flickered, and a golden radiance coalesced around him before bursting forth. Yet, Chen Luo appeared to have foreseen this, having already distanced himself from Zhao Wujie to avoid the impending blast. It seems his reflexes have quickened. Is he even human? Zhao Wujie mused bitterly. I wonder if you can still move swiftly like this. With a flicker of his third soul ring, a vast area surrounding Zhao Wujie was suddenly subjected to immense gravitational pressure, causing Chen Luo's speed to diminish significantly. This was Zhao Wujie's third soul technique, gravitational enhancement, aimed at minimizing any speed advantage. Chen contemplated inwardly that even though his strength had significantly increased after utilizing the undying technique, he still fell far short of Zhao Wujie's formidable 76th level soul sage. Immunity to Zhao Wujie's gravity-enhancing soul skill was unattainable. He could only hope to mitigate its effects slightly. At this moment, Chen Luo also realized that after employing the immortal technique, his strength had significantly surged. Simultaneously, his soul power was depleting at an alarming rate, akin to using his soul energy as fuel to bestow him with an otherwise unattainable prowess. Fortunately, his reservoir of soul power was ample. Had he remained at the 29th level, even with an inexhaustible supply of soul energy, he would likely find movement exceedingly arduous at this juncture. Chen Luo remained oblivious to the fact that the diminishment he felt within himself was perceived by Zhao Wujie as a formidable threat. Has his physical strength also augmented? Even if his prowess had ascended to the soul sovereign level, it was unlikely he could maintain such swiftness. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow slightly, only to be replaced by an excited grin. This individual continued to astonish him in ever-increasing measure. Under the influence of Zhao Wujie's third soul skill, gravity enhancement, Chen Luo's speed has been diminished, rendering him unable to leverage his advantages. His attacks are effortlessly thwarted by Zhao Wujie, who is actively seeking opportunities for counterattacks. After several fruitless attempts, Chen Luo narrowly avoids being caught by Zhao Wujie, barely eluding capture by a hair's breadth. Breathing heavily, he realizes that victory is beyond his reach. The disparity in their strengths is too great. Lacking the array of hidden weapons possessed by Tang San, and without his exceptional finesse, Chen Luo laments that otherwise he might have fought a while longer. Although Chen Luo has always been confident in his own abilities, he possesses a certain self-awareness, understanding that some things are immutable and must be accepted. Over the past few years, Chen Luo's relationship with Tang San has been relatively amicable, and Tang San has even prepared some hidden weapons for him. However, at present, these weapons do not afford Chen Luo significant advantages, as they are not his forte. I concede, Chen Luo voluntarily chose to forfeit, thus concluding the contest. Zhao Wujie promptly retracted his martial spirit, laughing heartily. I thought you would continue fighting. If you had persisted a bit longer, I would have had to resort to my martial spirit's true form. You have performed exceptionally well. You are the finest student I have encountered during my time at Shrek Academy. You flatter me, teacher. Chen Luo responded with a smile. The Zhao Wujie before him was far more attentive and considerate than Chen Luo had anticipated, despite his rugged exterior. He possessed a meticulous heart and exemplified the professional ethics of a teacher. "Oscar, where are you? Are you longing for a punch?" After concluding his conversation with Chen Luo, Zhao Wujie bellowed. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile, just as he remembered, yet different. Zhao Wujie's current appearance was indeed somewhat disheveled. Most of his body singed, yet he did not utter a sound of complaint. There was no sign of anger. Even when he nearly had a student riding atop his head, it seemed that as long as the student was sufficiently exceptional, he could acquiesce to any demand. Oscar had finally arrived. Upon his arrival, he was met with 2 rounds of scathing rebukes. First, Zhao Wujie unleashed his tirade, followed by Dai Mubai's scolding. "Are you looking for a fist to the face? How dare you show up only now?" Zhao Wujie bellowed. "Hurry up and bring me 2 sausages. One of each?" Oscar appeared rather humble. "Nonsense," Zhao Wujie replied. Chen Luo absorbed the scenes unfolding around him and approached Ning Rongrong, gently taking Xiaowu into his arms. "I am now a member of Shrek Academy," Chen Luo remarked with a subtle smile. Despite Chen Luo being unscathed, Oscar still offered him a sausage without expecting payment in return. The large sausage not only aided in recovering injuries but also replenished a certain amount of soul power. As Oscar explained, Oscar's sudden warmth towards Chen Luo stemmed from having just heard Dai Mubai recount Chen Luo's recent exploits. Naturally, anyone would wish to cultivate a favorable relationship with someone formidable. "Mubai, please ensure they are settled in. Classes commence tomorrow," Zhao Wujie announced before departing. Having requested 2 sausages from Oscar on his way out, although Chen Luo's poisonous flames and fierce fire had not inflicted substantial harm on Zhao Wujie, they had nonetheless caused him considerable discomfort, particularly the corrosive and paralyzing effects of the poisonous flames. Oscar's little hunting sausages possessed the ability to ward off foreign ailments. Yet they could not entirely suppress the pain. "Chen Luo, you are truly remarkable," Dai Mubai exclaimed for the 3rd time. At that moment, Dai Mubai was cradling Zhu Zhuqing as he led Chen Luo towards the dormitory. Chen Luo held Xiaowu, while Tang San and Ning Rongrong followed closely behind, with Oscar inexplicably trailing along. Chen Luo smiled gently. "I must continue to strive. Ever since I encountered you, I have unexpectedly found a renewed purpose in my endeavors. Since you 2 advocate for diligence, what right do we have to refrain from exerting ourselves?" Dai Mubai replied with a smile. "You flatter me." Chen Luo briefly reflected on his recent battle with Zhao Wujin and then recalled the conclusion of Tang San's one-on-one confrontation with Zhao Wujin in the book, which solidified his resolve. He must strive diligently. Even though the Zhao Wujin he just faced was a true 76th level soul sage, wielding absolute control over a group of soul masters below the 30th level. Chen Luo glanced at the petite figure of Xiaowu in his arms and silently vowed, only through relentless effort can he grow stronger at the swiftest pace. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can he ensure her safety. Under the guidance of Dai Mubai, Chen Luo and his companions soon arrived at their dormitory. On their way, the arrangements had been made. Chen Luo would share accommodations with Xiaowu, while Tang San would reside with Oscar, and Ning Rongrong would stay with Zhu Zhuqing. Chen Luo had specifically requested to share a room with Xiaowu. Otherwise, there would have been no cohabitation of the opposite sexes. Fearing that he would be unable to sleep without Xiaowu by his side, he opted to remain with her, continuing to share the same sleeping space. Dai Mubai had no objections to this arrangement. He was fully capable of making such decisions, and he believed that even the principal would not disapprove. As geniuses often enjoy greater privileges, the others had no objections either. The dormitory was essentially a larger wooden cabin, and Chen Luo felt it was even smaller than the wooden house he had previously inhabited in Xiaogo village. One could not deny the limitations of Shrek Academy's facilities. The cabin housed 2 wooden beds, and Chen Luo could hardly bear the thought of sleeping apart from Xiaowu. What if she failed to cover herself adequately during the night and caught a chill? What if she felt cold in her sleep and sought warmth by slipping her feet under his covers? After much contemplation, Chen Luo decided to push the 2 beds together. Xiaowu's injuries were not overly severe. After consuming some sausage and resting for a night, she would be fine. As for why Xiaowu refrained from using her second soul skill, charm, during the battle with Zhao Wujin, it was primarily due to Chen Luo's instructions. Had she employed charm against Zhao Wujin, the consequences would likely have been far graver. After carefully placing Xiaowu on the bed and tucking her in, Chen Luo settled himself beside her and activated the system. He had completed the sign-in task at Shrek Academy and was eager to check for any newly refreshed tasks. Alas, there were no new tasks available. It appeared that obtaining the 3rd soul ring was a prerequisite for refreshing tasks. Chen Luo felt a twinge of helplessness as he closed the task interface. Gradually, he had begun to discern the patterns within the system's tasks. Ordinary sign-in tasks often came with specific conditions, such as the requirement to become a student of Shrek Academy for this particular task. Furthermore, acquiring regular sign-in tasks demanded certain thresholds to be met, such as obtaining a requisite number of soul rings to unlock new sign-in opportunities. In contrast, special tasks exhibited a far broader range of variability. Nevertheless, they invariably pertained to life and death scenarios, often laden with peril, leaving one to ponder whether they were willing to wager their very existence. Additionally, there was a lottery point system. Completing a task would yield 1 lottery point. Including special tasks, Chen Luo had accumulated 5 points, thus reaching the minimum requirement for the system's lottery draw. Should he wait a little longer? Or should he proceed to draw immediately? Chen hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to wait a little longer. At this juncture, he did not feel an urgent need to enhance his abilities through a lottery. Occasionally, relying on external forces for rapid improvement may not necessarily be beneficial. Even in the absence of adverse effects, there are psychological ramifications to consider. To achieve continuous growth and strength, one must ultimately rely on personal diligence and rigorous training. Chen Luo settled onto his bed, preparing to cultivate the death goddess art. Today, having expended a significant portion of his soul power, his training should progress more swiftly. Just before commencing his practice, a thought suddenly struck him. Zhao Wujie had not been overly harsh on Tang San. He wondered if Tang Hao would still impart his lessons. The following morning, as Chen Luo concluded his training, Xiao Wu happened to awaken. "Brother Chen Luo, what is the matter?" "It feels wonderful to see you first thing upon waking," she said, blinking her large, watery eyes with a smile. Chen nodded. "I feel the same way. Chen, dear brother." "I am hungry." Chen Luo Dao said, "Let's go. We shall seek out some food." Xiao Wu pouted. "This academy is so poor. Could it possibly lack a dining hall?" Chen Luo gazed at the adorable visage of Xiao Wu, unable to resist the urge to pinch her rosy cheeks. The absence of a cafeteria is not a significant issue. The academy is nestled within the village, and we can simply procure some food from the villagers. "Yes, let us proceed," Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. As they traversed the path, Chen Luo and Xiao Wu abandoned their quest for the academy's dining hall, opting instead to seek sustenance from the villagers. At that moment, they were suddenly enveloped by a cacophony of voices. "Sui Hua, have I not treated you well? Why must you break up with me? Your kindness is acknowledged, yet." Driven by curiosity, Xiao Wu momentarily forgot her hunger and tugged Chen Luo to witness the commotion. Before long, they arrived at a narrow path where not far ahead. A chubby boy of about 10 years was entangled in a heated confrontation with a girl of 14 or 15. "This is the last time, otherwise you shall not escape me," the boy declared. "Please, spare me. I can no longer endure this," Sui Hua pleaded, attempting to leave. Observing this, the chubby boy sought to forcibly detain Sui Hua. Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly. Is this rotund fellow the notorious Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun? Given his rather unsavory appearance, it is undoubtedly him. The scene before him closely mirrored the descriptions found in the text, leading Chen Luo to quickly ascertain Ma Hongjun's identity. "Stop right there." Just as Chen Luo was lost in thought, Xiao Wu suddenly stepped forward. As someone accustomed to taking charge, she could not tolerate Ma Hongjun's bullying behavior, and instinctively sought to intervene at once. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Xiao Wu's remarkable decisiveness. It seemed inevitable that she would soon encounter Ma Hongjun. Xiao Wu's arrival immediately captured the attention of both Ma Hongjun and Sui Hua, particularly Ma Hongjun, whose gaze was transfixed. As he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, he chuckled and said, "Little beauty, are you hoping to be my girlfriend? Get lost," Xiao Wu shouted angrily, forcefully kicking away Ma Hongjun's hand that had grasped Sui Hua, then pulling Sui Hua to her side. Ma Hongjun was instantly incensed. "Are you that determined to meddle, you little brat? You really think you can show me disrespect? If you manage to anger me, you'd better be my girlfriend, or else you'll have to deal with the consequences." As he spoke, he reached out with his greasy hand toward Xiao Wu. In a flash, her fury intensified, and she was poised to retaliate against Ma Hongjun. However, just then, the late-arriving Chen Luo acted even more swiftly, delivering a kick that sent Ma Hongjun flying, leaving him no time to react. "Which bastard dares to ambush me?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed, struggling to rise from the grass several meters away, with a few dry blades clinging to his head. Chen Luo cast a detached glance at Ma Hongjun, causing the latter's previously arrogant demeanor to diminish considerably, his voice involuntarily softening. "This is my affair with Sui Hua. Why meddle in matters that do not concern you?" Ma Hongjun still exhibited signs of anger, yet his former bravado had faded. At that moment, Sui Hua also spoke up. Her own irritation directed not at Ma Hongjun, but rather at Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. You need not interfere, just leave me be. I can manage my own affairs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a surge of discontent. We chose to assist you out of pity, and yet you treat us this way? Very well. Do as you wish. Chen Luo, let us depart and disregard them. From the very beginning. Chen Luo understood that this was a case of a dog meddling in matters that did not concern it. Had it not been for the fact that Ma Hongjun intended to lay hands on Xiao Wu, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved. However, Chen Luo was taken aback by how quickly Ma Hongjun capitulated. Was this fellow supposed to be notoriously hot-headed and arrogant? At that moment, a familiar voice broke the silence. Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? A tall figure appeared. It was Dai Mubai. Oh, the chubby one is here too? He remarked. This is my brother Chen Luo, the one I mentioned, a monster among monsters capable of holding his own against Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai introduced. Ma Hongjun cast a wary glance at Chen Luo. I could have guessed that without your help, he replied. This chubby one is the evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun, and also a student of our academy. Dai Mubai exchanged glances with Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, then looked at Ma Hongjun and Sui Hua, unable to suppress a chuckle. I seem to have an inkling of what just transpired. So, chubby one, will you confess your little predicament, or shall I divulge it for you? Ma Hongjun fell silent, his plump face turning crimson. Dai Mubai proceeded to recount Ma Hongjun's troubles, beginning with the mutated martial soul and the issues surrounding the evil fire, which aligned almost perfectly with Chen Luo's recollections. To put it plainly, this chubby one possesses a mutated variant of a chicken martial soul. Slightly stronger than the ordinary chicken, but truly laden with troubles. Dai Mubai laughed. Ma Hongjun, indignant, retorted, you are the chicken martial soul. Your entire family is composed of chicken martial souls. Mine is a phoenix, do you understand? Dai Mubai shot him a look, causing Ma Hongjun's voice to diminish slightly. I can't be bothered to discuss this further. It's a waste of time. I need to go and nurture my relationship with Sui Hua. Where's my Sui Hua? Ma Hongjun scanned the surroundings, yet found no sign of her. Dai Mubai chuckled. Sui Hua has long departed. You dear chubby one, should cease your incessant pursuit of others. Where are your principles? My principles are intact. Not everyone is like you, Dai Mubai, who juggles multiple dates in a single day. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. You can call me chubby and I can reluctantly accept that, but refrain from calling me dead chubby. The word dead is simply too harsh. Dead chubby. Dai Mubai shot back. I advise you. Dead chubby, not to speak recklessly. You may eat any food you like, but be careful with your words, lest your chicken brain be at risk. Ma Hongjun quickly perceived Dai Mubai's intentions. Are there new beautiful girls at the academy? Haven't you already boasted about your past conquests? Why pretend to be innocent now? Something's off. Coughing discreetly, Dai Mubai attempted to redirect the conversation. Yet, Ma Hongjun, unfazed, continued, there must be beautiful girls, and I assure you, it's not this fierce little girl. Chen Luo, you definitely can't compete. Who were you calling fierce? Xiao Wu interjected, hands on her hips, fuming. Ma Hongjun was about to retaliate but instinctively shifted his gaze toward Chen Luo, ultimately choosing to relent. I misspoke. You are not a fierce little girl. You are a lovely young lady. Enough. This place cannot accommodate me. It's too difficult. I shall take my leave now. See you in the cafeteria, Dai Mubai. With that, Ma Hongjun hurried away. That chubby one is always like this. Don't take his words to heart. You all haven't had breakfast yet, right? Follow me. The others should have arrived. Dai Mubai smiled. Upon reaching the cafeteria, they had a simple breakfast, and nearly all the academy students were present, except for Oscar. Dai Mubai briefly introduced everyone, but when it came to Zhu Xing, she walked away coldly, leaving Dai Mubai in an awkward position. The ever-intrusive Ma Hongjun couldn't resist teasing Dai Mubai, who, had it not been for the audience, might have considered giving him a good thrashing. Subsequently, Dai Mubai shared a brief overview of the Shrek Academy, which closely mirrored Chen Luo's memories. The only difference being that he was now experiencing it firsthand rather than as an observer. Before long, the bell rang. Dai Mubai led the group to the playground for assembly. Brother, you must be around level 30, yet how do you manage to hold your own against Teacher Zhao? Ma Hongjun finally posed the question that had been on his mind. Chen Luo smiled politely, saying, it's Big Dai who is exaggerating. Ma Hongjun exhaled in relief and added with a laugh, even if it is an exaggeration, you undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Had I not recognized you just now, I would have feared a thorough beating. I assure you, I am quite easy to get along with, Chen Luo replied with a slight smile. Upon arriving at the playground, all members of the Shrek 7, including Chen Luo, were present, thus forming the Shrek 8. Oscar had shaved his beard, and Chen Luo and Xiao Wu almost failed to recognize him. It must be said that with just a bit of grooming, Oscar appeared as if he had transformed. Looking remarkably handsome, though still slightly less so than Chen Luo. Once everyone had gathered, the principal of Shrek Academy made his entrance, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder. This is our academy's principal, the founder of Shrek Academy, Flinder. A soul sage at level 78, even more formidable than Teacher Zhao. Upon Flinder's appearance, Oscar immediately began to introduce him to Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. The principal possessed an exceedingly rare flying-type beast martial soul, and the plump boy was his direct disciple. Flinder retained his distinctive appearance, characterized by a hooked nose that exuded a cunning air, complemented by a pair of black-framed glasses and a gray long coat. As he surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingered momentarily on Chen Luo before he withdrew his eyes and spoke. A warm welcome to our 5 new little monsters. Shortly, you shall proceed to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances, to pay your tuition fee, 100 gold soul coins. Mubai. Please take them along and also explain the academy's rules to the newcomers. Show them around the academy, and then you may all return to rest. The first class of the semester begins tonight. Yes, Principal. Damubai responded with great respect. He then turned to Chen Luo and the others, gesturing for them to follow. Zhu Shiqing, as ever, showed no regard for courtesy and walked off without a word, as Oscar sighed silently in relief. Preparing to follow the main group, Flinder's raspy voice echoed once more. Oscar, Ningrongrong, you two remain. Oscar pressed his forehead, visibly distressed. Yet he halted and mustered a faint smile, asking, Principal, what are your instructions? Flinder, with an impassive expression, stated, You will explain to Ningrongrong the knowledge regarding support soul masters at our academy, then run 20 laps around the village. You may utilize your martial soul abilities to assist each other, but you must complete this by noon. Otherwise, lunch will be forfeited. Understood. Both Oscar and Ningrongrong promptly replied, knowing well that refusal was not an option. Oscar took Ningrongrong aside and briefly explained the academy's specialized physical training arrangements for support soul masters, before embarking on their lengthy run. Principal. Just as Flinder prepared to leave, a voice called out to him. Turning to see Tang San, Flinder immediately noticed the 24-bridge Minjiwai at Tang San's waist. Pausing briefly, he said before Tang San could speak, Follow me. Everything was as Chen Luo recalled, with the only difference being his presence. In the morning, he accompanied Dai Mubai on a tour of the academy, familiarizing himself with its environment. After having lunch, Chen Luo returned to the dormitory with Xiao Wu. Brother Chen Luo, I still feel this academy is too unscrupulous. Xiao Wu sat cross-legged on her bed, earnestly expressing her thoughts to Chen Luo. What is it? This wretched academy actually charges us each 100 gold soul coins for tuition, and we also paid a registration fee of 10 gold soul coins. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. This academy may appear shabby on the surface, but its faculty resources are unparalleled compared to ordinary institutions. First, there is Teacher Zhao, a soul sage, and then the dean, also a soul sage. I suspect the teacher in charge of enrollment is no ordinary individual either. A slightly higher tuition fee is inconsequential. I don't care. I still think this academy is dubious. Xiao Wu pouted. Chen Luo chuckled. All right. Whatever my little sister Xiao Wu says goes. This academy truly is a dark place. A soft laugh escaped Xiao Wu, but she soon composed herself. Brother Chen Luo, let us cultivate. The students here are quite formidable. We must strive to improve as well. Very well. It is rare for my sister Xiao Wu to take the initiative to train. The afternoon passed in diligent practice. As evening approached, under the leadership of Dai Mubai, everyone gathered on the playground, where Dean Flander had already taken his position. Oscar and Ningrongrong appeared quite unwell, both looking exceedingly weak. Ningrongrong, in particular, seemed utterly drained, as if she might collapse at any moment. Oscar, take Ningrongrong back to the dormitory to rest. The rest of you follow me. Flander's gaze settled on Oscar and Ningrongrong, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Oscar nodded, but Ningrongrong suddenly spoke up. I'm fine. Please take me along. Flander's expression turned serious. You have already completed today's training, and you did remarkably well. I am pleased. Your task for the evening is to ensure you rest adequately. If you are hungry, go to the cafeteria and have them prepare something to eat. I can manage, Ningrongrong insisted, her pale face reflecting a stubborn determination. Even as a support-type soul master, I do not wish to be treated differently. I, Ningrongrong, am no less capable than others. Flander chuckled. For now, focus on adapting. You shall begin in earnest tomorrow. With that, Ningrongrong relented, leaning on Oscar as they made their way towards the dormitory. witnessing the scene before him. Chen Luo felt a twinge of surprise. According to the narrative in the book, Ning Rongrong had not completed her physical training and had openly displayed her magical prowess. Yet the Ning Rongrong before him was a different figure. She must have completed her physical training, likely not finishing until well after noon. Her fierce determination suggested that she had probably gone without food until now. There was a notable discrepancy. This Ning Rongrong bore no signs of a princess syndrome. Instead, she was a genuine little princess, imbued with an indomitable spirit. Chen Luo observed her retreating figure and couldn't help but reflect. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong had not indulged in a life of luxury. Beneath her seemingly delicate exterior lay an unwavering resolve to support the future of her sect. Enough staring. Do you wish to return to the dormitory as well? Flanders' voice suddenly rang out. I initially doubted her capabilities, but she has exceeded my expectations. I hope you all follow suit. With a wave of his hand, Flander commanded. Let us proceed to the classroom. With that, he set off with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing this, Chen Luo and his companions swiftly followed suit. Everything around them rapidly receded. And before long, the disparity in speed among Chen Luo and his group became evidently clear. Closely trailing behind Flanders was not the immensely powerful Evil Eye White Tiger, Daimubai, but rather Chen Luo himself. Following Chen Luo were the formidable Daimubai, the speedster Zhu Zhuqing, the elusive Tang San, and finally, Xiaowu and Ma Hongjun brought up the rear. The speed exhibited by Chen Luo was indeed quite remarkable. However, Daimubai and the others were not taken aback, for they had already witnessed his prowess and had mentally prepared themselves. It was Flander who appeared the most astonished. During the journey, he deliberately increased his own speed, seemingly attempting to gauge Chen Luo's limits, yet he ultimately could not ascertain them, as he still had to consider whether the other students could keep pace. In a silence that enveloped them, Flander led Chen Luo and the group to Soto City. After each person sipped a cup of inexpensive and unpalatable tea, they proceeded toward the Soto Great Soul Arena, which was not far from the tea shop. The Soto Great Soul Arena was far grander than Chen Luo had imagined. Previously, while accompanying Xiaowu on a shopping excursion, he had not laid eyes on the arena, making this his first encounter. The arena itself was elliptical in shape, towering approximately 120 meters high, exuding an imposing aura and standing as a hallmark of the region. Upon entering the Soto Great Soul Arena, one was greeted by an opulent decor. At that moment, Daimubai's voice rang out, providing a brief introduction to the venue. Inside, there was a main arena and 24 sub-arenas, capable of accommodating 60,000 spectators, complete with over 100 VIP boxes. This place not only showcased the strength of Soul Masters, but also served as a platform for various factions to display their power. As they ventured further inside, Daimubai continued his exposition, and before long, they arrived at the registration area. After paying 10 gold soul coins, they completed their registration and were subsequently assigned to a spacious room to rest while awaiting the competition. During this time, Xiaowu suggested that she and Chen Luo form a duo to participate in more matches, thereby accruing points for quicker upgrades, to which Chen Luo readily agreed. Just moments ago, Dean Flander had mentioned that the fundamental requirement for graduating from Shrek Academy was to obtain a Silver Soul badge. The badge levels were as follows: Iron, Copper, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond. From Iron to Copper required 100 points, with 1 point awarded for a win and 1 point deducted for a loss. A consecutive victory of 5 matches would grant an additional 10 points, while 10 consecutive wins would yield an extra 100 points. The subsequent badge level advancements multiplied the required points by 10. For instance, moving from Copper to Silver necessitated 1,000 points, with 10 points awarded for wins and deducted for losses, adhering to the same rules for consecutive victories. This point multiplication system, while appearing inconsequential at first glance, was implemented to deter malicious point manipulation, whereby individuals might deliberately lose or alternate between wins and losses, followed by an astonishing winning streak, leading to an alarming accumulation of points. For example, someone might intentionally keep their points at 45 and then win 11 consecutive matches, resulting in a total of 155 points. If all badge upgrades required 100 points, this mechanism could allow one to leap 2 tiers. However, with the point multiplication in place, such scenarios would not arise. The competitions were structured in 3 formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. Each individual was permitted to engage in only 1 battle per format each day, which was precisely why Xiaowu sought to team up with Chen Luo. Please bestow a name upon your duo. After paying 10 gold soul coins, Chen Luo and Xiao Wu were promptly assisted by the staff in completing their registration. Only the final name remained. How about the falling dance duo? Xiao Wu inquired. Chen Luo shook her head slightly and said, Luo Wu, which means to be outdated. Does not sound particularly appealing. Let us call it the dance ensemble instead, shall we? Yes, I will follow your lead. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Do you wish to dance as well? Very well, the dance ensemble has been officially registered. Perhaps it was due to the reliability of the staff member encountered by Chen Luo and Xiao Wu that there were no errors in the name. It would have been quite amusing if it had been registered as Dance 5 instead. As soon as the dance ensemble was set up, the voice of Dai Mubai echoed unexpectedly, Xiao Wu. Your one-on-one soul duel is about to commence. Xiao Wu was to face a towering muscular man exceeding 2 meters in height. Upon their entrance to the stage, the stark contrast between the robust giant and the petite girl was immediately apparent. Whispers filled the audience, and even Ma Hongjun appeared to doubt Xiao Wu's capabilities. The outcome, however, was unmistakable. In less than 10 seconds, Xiao Wu concluded the battle, utilizing her waist and agile techniques. The stout soul master named Qingbao was unceremoniously thrown off the stage. Despite his superior strength, he was unable to contain Xiao Wu. Yet, should the strength disparity be minimal, she could easily overpower most strength-oriented soul masters. The second match was a duel among allies, with Tang San pitted against Zhu Xing. Prior to the match, Dai Mubai had earnestly advised Tang San to hold back a bit, having witnessed his formidable prowess. The control system inherently counters the agility attack system. Ultimately, there was no suspense in the outcome. Tang San emerged victorious. It was not until the fifth battle that it was Chen Luo's turn. Chen Luo's opponent is a young woman in her early 20s, sporting shoulder-length hair. She possesses an average appearance, yet her figure is notably impressive. Clad in a sleek black leather jacket that accentuates her alluring silhouette, rivaling even Zhu Xing, though her looks and demeanor fall short in comparison. Wu Jingbai, with the martial spirit of a flying wheel, boasts a soul power level of 28. Little brother, could you perhaps allow your elder sister to claim victory just this once? I am on the verge of advancing to the silver badge, and afterward, I promise to reward you generously. As she stepped onto the stage, Wu Jingbai threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Luo, uttering rather suggestive remarks. To her astonishment, little brother, you are quite handsome. To hell with the silver badge. What if I let you win this time? How about a delightful recompense afterward? Upon catching sight of Chen Luo's features, Wu Jingbai immediately altered her approach with a smile. Chen Luo paid no heed to Wu Jingbai, yet Xiao Wu in the audience felt a surge of irritation, yearning to rush onto the stage and deliver a couple of resounding slaps to that shameless woman. Chen Luo, conclude this battle swiftly, or you shall face the consequences. Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself and shouted towards the stage. Chen Luo's lips curled into a faint bitter smile as he nodded gently. With the announcer's command, the battle commenced. Wu Jingbai spoke eloquently, yet deep within, she yearned for victory more than anyone else. She promptly activated her martial spirit, and 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose from beneath her feet. A massive circular blade materialized in her hand, its edges remarkably sharp. Before Chen Luo could unleash his own martial spirit, Wu Jingbai seized the initiative. Her second soul ring radiated a brilliant yellow light as she forcefully hurled the spinning disc towards Chen Luo. The wheel spun at an astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. For an ordinary person, there would be no time to react. They would either be struck dead or grievously injured. However, Chen Luo was no ordinary individual, and he did not require the activation of his martial spirit to confront Wu Jingbai. Under the gaze of all present, the disc passed through Chen Luo's form, but they soon realized something was amiss. It was merely an illusion. Bang! The figure of Chen Luo re-emerged, simultaneously elevating his left foot with great force, bringing it down decisively to send Wu Jingbai tumbling off the stage. The battle concluded. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The first to react were, naturally, the other members of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu and Tang San remained the most composed. Chen Luo's maneuvers were no surprise to them. Next was Dai Mubai, who had previously battled Chen Luo and was well aware of his formidable prowess. The others had witnessed Chen Luo's one-on-one confrontation with Zhao Wudre and were astonished to see him display such strength even without activating his martial spirit. After a prolonged moment, the host finally regained composure and announced, his voice slightly trembling, Master Chen Luo of the Soul Masters emerges victorious, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Wu Jingbai's record stands at 52 wins and 11 losses. Master Chen Luo, please proceed to register your points after descending from the stage. A collective gasp filled the arena, followed by thunderous applause and cheers. Although the battle concluded swiftly, its impact was profoundly exhilarating, leaving no one questioning the value of their tickets. After this evening, they would possess ample tales to share. Chen Luo quietly stepped off the stage, remaining low-key throughout, except for that one moment of brilliance. No sooner had he left the stage, without the opportunity to savor the enthusiastic cheers of his teammates, than he was pulled aside by Xiao Wu. "Well done." Chen Luo smiled gently and said, "Everyone is watching." Xiao Wu appeared unfazed, her cheeks slightly flushed as she boldly declared, "Let them watch. I want everyone to know that you belong to me." Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile and nodding. "Ahem." Daimobai cleared his throat twice and said, "You two have had your fun. Now prepare yourselves. The battle of the duo is about to commence." 030. The disparity. The highly anticipated 2-on-2 soul battle between Chen Luo and Xiao Wu was set to commence shortly, yet a considerable wait remained. Overall, the arrangements in the soul arena were quite reasonable, allowing participants ample time to replenish their soul power. During Xiao Wu's one-on-one battle, she had already utilized her first soul skill and restored her soul power. As for Chen Luo, he had not even activated his martial soul, rendering any discussion of soul power recovery moot. When it was finally their turn to take the stage, both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu found themselves in optimal condition. In the fifth match of the 2-on-2 battles, the Iron Blood duo faced off against the Dance duo. With the host's booming announcement, the crowd erupted in cheers. Compared to the 1-on-1 battles, the 2-on-2 arena was far more vibrant, and the size of the 2-on-2 platform exceeded that of the 1-on-1 arena by more than double. This was, of course, due to the increased number of soul masters, facilitating a more dynamic display of their martial prowess. Opposite Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, their adversaries had also arrived at the soul arena. They appeared to be twins, their features strikingly similar, as if sculpted from the same mold. Both were around 18 or 19 years of age, tall and robust, standing at least 1.80 m. With fierce eyes and powerful builds, they hardly resembled mere children. Upon seeing Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, the iron-blooded brothers exchanged glances of disapproval. Iron Tiger, on the right, couldn't help but mutter a remark. Iron Dragon, to his left, soon regained his composure. "Anyone capable of standing here cannot possibly be ordinary children. Iron Tiger, be serious." "Yes, brother." Iron Tiger nodded in agreement. The host was somewhat taken aback by the youthfulness of Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, yet his professionalism shone through as he quickly masked his surprise, leaving no one the wiser. "Let the match begin." The Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers stepped forward simultaneously, their voices deep and resonant, their movements perfectly synchronized. A gray luminescence erupted as identical forged hammers materialized in their hands. Concurrently, 2 yellow, century-old spirit rings slowly rose beneath their feet, illuminating the intricate patterns on their hammers. Iron Dragon, Iron Tiger. After a straightforward introduction, the brothers displayed serious expressions, showing no hint of underestimating their younger opponents. "Be careful," they cautioned politely, before charging toward Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. At this moment, Xiao Wu had activated her martial spirit, while Chen Luo remained motionless. This was not an act of bravado, though it could be perceived as such. The reason he refrained from summoning his martial spirit was primarily to avoid drawing undue attention and revealing his true abilities too soon. He possessed absolute confidence in his ability to handle the two before him. The enhancements provided by the Death God martial spirit and the Death God incantation were substantial, nearly equivalent to wielding a primary martial spirit, perhaps even more formidable. As long as he did not encounter someone whose strength vastly exceeded his own, he could engage in combat without activating his martial spirit. "One each?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Agreed," Chen Luo affirmed, in the face of the iron-blooded brothers' aggressive advance. Both Xiao Wu and Chen Luo remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of trepidation, as if they were merely assigned a straightforward task, displaying an air of nonchalance. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu also commenced their actions, advancing directly towards the Iron Blood brothers with unwavering resolve. Their objectives were distinctly defined. Chen Luo would confront Iron Dragon, while Xiao Wu would face Iron Tiger. The initial clash between the two parties swiftly erupted at the center of the soul-fighting platform. Iron Dragon swung his massive hammer towards Chen Luo, yet Chen Luo's speed was astonishingly swift, allowing him to evade effortlessly and close the distance to Iron Dragon in an instant, delivering a straightforward yet powerful punch. Bang! Chen Luo's fist struck Iron Dragon's shoulder with a terrifying force, sending him tumbling to the ground. Meanwhile, Iron Tiger swung his massive hammer towards Xiao Wu, who deftly leaped backward to evade the attack. In that instant, Xiao Wu's second spirit ring radiated brilliance, activating her enchanting skill. Her eyes shimmered with a layer of pink, causing Iron Tiger to freeze momentarily, losing all control. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaowu leapt forward, placing her feet upon Iron Tiger's shoulders, and executed her graceful technique, propelling him upward before crashing him down onto the soul-fighting platform. Both Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger succumbed to defeat in an instant. One was sent flying, grimacing in pain, while the other lay dazed, his expression contorted from the intense agony. The audience was left in stunned silence, and the host stood bewildered, unable to fathom how swiftly the battle had reached its conclusion. Just as Chen Luo and Xiaowu believed the fight had come to an end, the Iron Blood brothers surprisingly rose again. They proved to be far more resilient than anticipated. They can still get up? I should have exerted more force, Xiaowu mused, her brows slightly furrowed. Chen Luo Dao remarked, although they are all weapon spirit masters, their physiques are considerably more robust than those of ordinary spirit masters, making them more resilient to blows. It matters not. Let us try again and see how long they can endure, Xiaowu expressed, exuding absolute confidence when facing strength-type spirit masters of comparable combat prowess. Chen Luo smiled gently and replied, no need, they are already at their wits' end. The brothers Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger, though they had risen to their feet, were trembling slightly, clearly struggling. Elder brother, they are truly formidable, Iron Tiger said in a quavering voice. Let us make one final stand. Iron Dragon sighed. Iron Tiger nodded vigorously. In that moment, the brothers tightened their grips on their massive hammers, swiftly spinning around. Simultaneously, their second soul rings erupted with brilliance, and the hammers flew from their hands, hurtling towards Chen Luo and Xiaowu at an astonishing speed. Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger were employing their second soul skill as a last desperate gamble. They can still utilize their second soul skill? Was that previous display merely an act? Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly, pulling Xiaowu into his embrace. In an instant, he unleashed a surge of speed, attempting to evade the onslaught of Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger. However, it was unfortunate that the all-or-nothing attack possessed a tracking effect, leaving Chen Luo unable to shake it off. Bracing himself for a direct confrontation was certainly not an option. Chen Luo did not hesitate for long and immediately activated his martial soul. A colossal scythe materialized in Chen Luo's grasp, and at the same moment, two violet soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, causing his aura to surge to its zenith. With a resonant clang, the two mighty hammers came to a sudden halt upon striking the death god's scythe. Chen Luo was merely forced back a few steps, suffering no harm whatsoever. His left hand remained firmly clasped around Xiaowu. The two massive hammers fell to the ground, and in an instant, Chen Luo withdrew his martial soul. Paying no heed to the astonished and peculiar gazes of those around him, he immediately turned his head to look at Xiaowu in his embrace, concern lacing his voice as he inquired, "Are you all right?" A faint blush had risen on Xiaowu's delicate face, and she gently shook her head. On the other side, the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers simultaneously spat out blood. The martial soul is intricately linked to the Soul Master, and when their all-or-nothing attack was thwarted by Chen Luo, they were immediately met with a backlash. Before the host could declare the outcome, the brothers willingly shouted, "We concede." 031. Departure. Stardew Forest. Many spectators were bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. The incredulity was palpable as they exchanged glances of disbelief. Two purple soul rings? How is that even possible? I too find it improbable, yet I truly witnessed it. Surely it was merely a trick of the eye. Most of the audience, including the host, sought to console themselves with such thoughts. It must have been an illusion. How could a Grand Soul Master possibly possess two purple thousand-year soul rings? Achieving the status of Grand Soul Master at such a young age is already hard to fathom. Regardless, the battle concluded with astonishing swiftness, a complete and utter domination. While the spectacle was exhilarating, it left some yearning for more. After Chen Luo and Xiaowu descended from the stage, the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers took a moment to recuperate on the soul arena before assisting each other down. Even as they left the arena and walked through the Spirit Master Passage, a lingering look of terror adorned their faces. He possesses not one, but 2,000-year soul rings. The Spirit Master Passage. I was careless. I should have concluded the battle decisively at the first opportunity, nearly allowing you to sustain injury. As soon as they stepped off the arena, Chen Luo remarked. Xiaowu shook her head, offering a gentle smile. I am fine. Chen Luo swiftly reviewed the recent battle in his mind, genuinely astonished that the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers had employed tactics. When he knocked Iron Dragon down with a single punch, he began to suspect whether they had been feigning their defeat. Yet he never anticipated that their performance would be so convincingly executed. By the time Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger unleashed their second soul skill, it was already too late for him to intervene. Such a fundamental mistake must not be repeated, Chen Luo silently vowed. Upon returning to the lounge, Daimubai and the others immediately surrounded him, offering their congratulations. Chen Luo, while you were engaged in one-on-one soul battles with Xiaowu. Those two brothers from the Iron Blood duo were in the audience, Daimubai remarked. Ma Hongjun promptly added. They likely witnessed your formidable prowess and decided to resort to this ruse, pretending to be defeated by you, only to catch you off guard with their second soul skill. Chen Luo gently nodded, not surprised, for everything was within his expectations. How did your match go? Chen Luo inquired. Daimubai replied with a smile. Only the chubby one hasn't finished, but it won't be long now. Ma Hongjun lamented. It's not that I wish to hinder our progress. It's just that you all are advancing too swiftly. I will also strive to conclude my battle as quickly as possible. Chen Luo, do not be hasty. Those who can stand upon that platform are certainly not trivial beings. Ha. Rest assured, as long as my opponent is not you, I can triumph over anyone else. Ma Hongjun declared confidently, waving his fist. Before long, Ma Hongjun's match concluded with ease and victory, just as everyone was preparing to depart. They realized that Dean Flandra was nowhere to be found. The dean must have had matters to attend to. He had instructed us to return directly after the soul fighting concluded, Daimubai remarked. At that moment, Ma Hongjun suddenly interjected. A beaming smile adorning his face. You all go ahead. The dean mentioned to me before he left that I should visit his shop after the soul fighting. Daimubai. Would you care to join? Daimubai seemed to have anticipated Ma Hongjun's words. If looks could kill, Ma Hongjun would have perished 1,000 times over. In an instant, Ma Hongjun fell silent, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, and promptly made his exit. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual frosty demeanor, her attitude towards Daimubai exceedingly indifferent. Do not heed that fat fool's nonsense. I'm not a fat fool. Ma Hongjun's voice suddenly echoed from around the corner. Daimubai shot a glare in that direction, but when he turned back to Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze instantly subdued, akin to a child who had erred. Zhu Zhuqing remained aloof. What does it have to do with me? With that, she strode away. Daimubai clenched his teeth in frustration, his fists cracking ominously. Chen Luo observed the unfolding scenes with an outward calmness, yet internally he could scarcely suppress a smile. Big brother Dai, you still have quite a trial ahead of you. As for the emotions of others, Chen Luo preferred to refrain from excessive interference, lacking the energy for such entanglements. All his thoughts were devoted to Xiaowu. Upon returning to the academy, there were no significant ripples. According to the narrative in the book, there should have been a segment where the sorceress Ning Rongrong brings about her own demise. However, this Ning Rongrong was far from a sorceress. Hailing from noble lineage akin to that of a princess, she not only lacked any signs of princess syndrome but was also remarkably tenacious. Brother Chen Luo, are you not planning to use your martial soul today? Upon entering the dormitory, Xiaowu immediately inquired, her large, sparkling eyes fluttering eagerly. Chen Luo remarked, when you find yourself in peril, my sole desire is to ensure your safety. At that moment, nothing else holds significance. If time were not of the essence, I would even employ the technique of immortality. With a bright smile, Xiaowu responded, you are the best. She then inquired, is immortality the soul skill you utilized during your battle with Teacher Zhao? Chen Luo expressed his unreserved agreement with a nod, saying, indeed. Xiaowu did not pursue the matter further and, with a gentle smile, said, Brother Chen Luo, let us cultivate together. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. When did you become so enthusiastic? I have always been this positive, you know? Xiaowu pouted. Chen Luo could not help but smile. It all began yesterday. Please do not expose me. A night passed in silence. The following morning, as Chen Luo and the others finished their breakfast, the bell of the academy began to toll. Everyone gathered in the playground, yet no teachers were in sight. After an interminable wait of nearly 15 minutes, the dean, Flanders, sauntered over. His gaze swept across the crowd, settling on Oscar. Ah, splendid, you've reached level 30, Flanders remarked with satisfaction. Instantly, all eyes converged on Oscar, who blushed slightly, murmuring, just lucky. Flanders replied, luck is indeed a facet of strength. I hope each of you possesses that fortune. The crowd then redirected their attention and stood at attention. Flanders continued. It seems tomorrow's lesson is set. At dawn, all of you shall gather here, and under the guidance of teacher Zhao Wujin, we will venture into the Star Doe forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his third spirit ring. This is an excellent opportunity for training. Make sure to seize it. He then announced, now, let us commence today's lesson sausage. The task was for Oscar to conjure sausages for everyone to enjoy, primarily for adaptive training. Although Oscar's incantation was somewhat awkward, the flavor of his sausages was quite delightful. Initially, the group hesitated, but once Chen Luo took the lead, the others followed suit and indulged in the sausages. The lesson concluded more smoothly than Flanders had anticipated, wrapping up quite early. What a determined bunch of little monsters. Flanders mused inwardly before departing, reminding Chen Luo and the others once more, do not forget tomorrow's lesson. The following morning, everyone convened to journey to the Douluo forest. The Douluo forest is one of the most renowned habitats for spirit beasts in the Douluo continent, its area nearly equivalent to that of the Kingdom of Barak. As they made their way to the forest, Zhao Wujing patiently introduced the Douluo forest to Chen Luo and the others, his expression earnest. Albeit his appearance elicited barely suppressed laughter. What happened to Teacher Zhao yesterday? He looks like a swollen pig today, Ma Hongjun whispered. Oscar interjected, what do you mean yesterday? He looked this way the day before too. Please, let us not bring it up again. I foolishly asked him about it, and he nearly knocked me out. Tang San pondered, it's hard to imagine what kind of formidable opponent Zhao encountered to end up like this. He is a defense-focused battle spirit master. Even a sensitive attack-type spirit master shouldn't be able to inflict such severe damage on him. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo could not help but inwardly muse. Do not overthink it. It was merely your father who dealt the blow. That said, Zhao Wujing's performance during the examination was not particularly excessive. Ultimately, it was Chen Luo who engaged in the final duel. Tang San, at most, was merely affected by the explosion of the blue silver grass, causing him to spit out some blood, yet his injuries were not grievous. Chen Luo had initially believed that Zhao Wujing would be spared from punishment, yet he was still unable to escape this ordeal. One could only remark that Hao Tian Douluo was excessively protective. Zhao Wujing evidently overheard the murmurs behind him. His large hand instinctively brushed against his swollen face, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth due to the pain. Reflecting on the events from 2 days prior, he felt no anger, but rather a faint smile graced his lips. How could he harbor resentment? That was an exceptional opportunity for him. Move by, ensure the team is well prepared. Zhao Wujing intoned gravely, sensing that the time for speculation behind him had elapsed. Understood, Teacher Zhao. Dai Bai immediately nodded in agreement before proceeding with a reminder. The Douluo forest is teeming with soul beasts, and these creatures have never held a favorable view of humanity. We must remain vigilant, for the dangers there far exceed our expectations. Maintain our formation and be prepared for battle at any moment. Before their departure, the formation of the Shrek team had already been meticulously arranged. Zhao Wujing stood at the forefront, naturally assuming the role of the strongest protector, only to pave the way unless faced with extreme peril, in which case he would intervene. Chen Luo and Tang San followed closely behind Zhao Wujing, with Ning Rongrong and Oscar trailing behind them. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu flanked them on either side, while Dai Bai and Zhu Shuqing brought up the rear, ensuring a solid formation with 2 support members at the core, well guarded. Initially, the group appeared somewhat disjointed, however, with Dai Bai's prompt, everyone swiftly regained their formation and entered a heightened state of vigilance. The journey continued relentlessly, and were it not for Oscar's sausages providing sustenance, the group would likely have succumbed to exhaustion. Ning Rongrong also intermittently offered speed enhancements to her companions, generously drawing upon her soul power. Yet, one individual stood apart, Chen Luo. From the very beginning, he had abstained from Oscar's sausages, not out of disdain, but simply because he had no need for them. His soul power was exceedingly abundant, and the Death God technique was perpetually in operation, consuming less than it replenished. Even in moments when Chen Luo was not in a state of rigorous training, the Death God technique functioned autonomously, albeit at a slower pace. The instant he experienced any depletion, the technique would fully activate, rapidly replenishing his energy. As for Chen Luo's aversion to the sausages, Tang San and the others held no strong opinions. Ning Rongrong, while assisting the group, deliberately avoided Chen Luo, recognizing that he was intentionally slowing his pace. Any unusual behavior typically drew the group's attention, yet when it came to Chen Luo, they seemed to have developed a certain immunity. After all, he had experienced far more peculiarities than this minor matter. It appeared that reaching the Douluo forest today was unlikely. Ahead lay a small town where they could rest for the night and replenish their supplies. As dusk fell, Zhao Wujing issued a command to halt for rest. After a day of travel, the Shrek team had covered an impressive 400 kilometers, leaving less than 100 kilometers to the Douluo forest. The town's size was approximately 3 times that of the village where Shrek Academy was located, bustling with activity. Lacking city walls, it resembled a small city. The streets were lined with an array of shops, most of which catered to soul masters. They casually selected a hotel and checked in. Rest for the night. We will depart in the morning. All expenses incurred here will be your responsibility. Zhao Wuji summarized succinctly before securing a single room for himself and heading upstairs. Chen Luo and his companions were deliberating on where to dine for the evening. After indulging in an abundance of sausages, they felt as if they might erupt. Upon entering the quaint town, Ma Hongjun began to shout, "Waiter, we are ready to order." They found a restaurant, and when Dai Mubai offered to treat everyone to a meal in honor of the newcomers, Chen Luo and his friends, Ma Hongjun became immediately exhilarated. Summoning the waiter, he quickly ordered a plethora of dishes, his chubby face trembling with excitement. "Daigo, I won't hold back today. I must feast lavishly at your expense." Dai Mubai appeared quite generous, assuring him, "No worries, order to your heart's content. I can certainly cover the cost of this meal." "Indeed, Daigo is wealthy. I feel I am nearing destitution," Ma Hongjun chuckled. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes. "What have you done with your money? You know it better than anyone." "Hee, if I possessed your striking looks, Daigo, I wouldn't need to spend so much. Perhaps I could even earn a bit." Ma Hongjun grinned mischievously. Dai Mubai shot him a glare, prompting Ma Hongjun to finally quiet down. The 8 of them gathered around a table. While Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun engaged in light banter, Chen Luo and Xiaowu whispered to each other, and Oscar and Ning Rongrong meditated quietly. During their journey, Oscar and Ning Rongrong had made significant contributions. Although their soul power had been sufficiently replenished, they still required rest to recover mentally. Zhu Zhiqing maintained her aloof demeanor, refraining from conversation and sitting in solitude. Tang San gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. "Chen Luo, I just spotted so many delicious dishes. Shall we indulge later?" Xiaowu inquired softly, seated beside Chen Luo. Chen Luo gently nodded. "All right. I wonder if you'll still have an appetite after the meal." Xiaowu exclaimed excitedly. "Let's just eat a little less later." The restaurant was bustling with patrons, and the tables were nearly filled. Due to the influx of guests, the service was somewhat delayed. During this waiting period, a group of individuals clad in silver-white spirit master robes entered the establishment, immediately capturing the attention of many. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed by 7 young individuals, 6 men and 1 woman, all around the age of 20. "Hey, those guys seem to be from Songhui Academy," Ma Hongjun's voice suddenly echoed, his round face already displaying a hint of excitement. Dai Mubai remarked, "It's just a trash academy. Is it necessary to be so thrilled? But there are girls, and they look quite good." Ma Hongjun replied eagerly, licking his lips. "Look at you, so pathetic." Dai Mubai cast a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun. At this moment, Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the group of spirit masters, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What was meant to come has indeed arrived. Upon arriving in this quaint town, a sense of foreboding had already settled within him. He vividly recalled the altercation between Shrek Academy and a prestigious Spirit Master Academy on their way to the Stardoe Forest. As he entered the restaurant, he pondered whether fate would be so coincidental. Indeed, it was, as the anticipated event unfolded. It was none other than the unfortunate Songhui Academy. The earlier conversation between Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had not been deliberately muted. It resembled a casual chat, especially when Dai Mubai mentioned the term Trash Academy. Songhui Academy happened to pass by, making it impossible for them not to hear. The middle-aged instructor at the helm furrowed his brow, and the other students exhibited expressions of displeasure. "Let's sit here." Although there were many tables available, Songhui Academy chose to position themselves right next to Shrek Academy. The insignia of Songhui Academy was quite conspicuous. Adorned on their spirit master robes was a turquoise circular emblem, within which the characters Songhui were intricately embroidered. In contrast to the more subdued appearance of Chen Luo's group, Songhui Academy's entourage was decidedly ostentatious. Upon their arrival at the restaurant, the owner immediately approached, extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome. Chen Luo clearly observed the middle-aged instructor from Songhui Academy speaking a few words to a nearby young man, who immediately rose and approached Chen Luo's group. It seemed he was coming to meet his demise. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun continued their casual chatter, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events at Songhui Academy. Conversely, Oscar, who had just recovered from his rest, grew increasingly excited at the sight. A thrilling spectacle was about to ensue. At that moment, a waiter happened to pass by, yet the youth from Songhui Academy appeared not to notice. Colliding directly with the waiter lost his balance, nearly spilling a platter of food onto Dai Mubai's head. Tang San swiftly intervened, employing his skill to stabilize the dish and gently support the waiter. The young man from Songhui Academy immediately apologized. "I'm truly sorry." After uttering this, he attempted to depart, but his left foot had already aimed a kick at the chair where Dai Mubai sat. Given the force behind it, the chair was likely to shatter under such an assault. In that critical moment, Dai Bai suddenly rose and delivered a resounding slap to the young man's face, exclaiming, "How dare you?" It was evident that Dai Bai had been harboring pent-up frustration, and this young man had unwittingly placed himself in the line of fire. The sharp crack of the slap echoed, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, as the youth's body was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing into several tables. Chaos erupted within the restaurant, as patrons quickly sidestepped to avoid the fray, yet they did not leave. Instead, they remained, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Dai Bai is even more volatile than I imagined, Chen Luo mused inwardly, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Xiao was already bubbling with excitement as a former leader. She relished such lively spectacles. What followed was a cliché scene of confrontation. The Shrek 7 Devils clashed with the members of Tsanghui Academy. And the outcome was painfully obvious. The latter met a dismal defeat. Chen Luo remained seated in silence, observing intently. It was not until the instructors from Tsanghui Academy disregarded martial ethics and joined the fray that the tension escalated. With the spirit of the mystic turtle embodied, Yujiqiu resolved to reclaim some honor for his academy, unhesitatingly entering the battle and unleashing his martial soul. A circle of black ripples emanated from his being, instantly suppressing the morale of the Shrek team. Almost immediately, Yujiqiu's limbs shrank by a third, a colossal shield manifesting upon his back. His entire form shimmering with an ominous black light. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, rose from beneath his feet. A testament to Yujiqiu's prowess as a Soul King. I am Yujiqiu, the Director of External Affairs at Tsanghui Academy. You youngsters are utterly oblivious. Summon your instructor. After manifesting his martial soul, Yujiqiu's presence surged to its zenith, his confidence radiating fiercely. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, emboldened, scoffed and shouted, "With an old turtle like you, do we even need our teacher to intervene? We can easily bring you down ourselves." Yujiqiu's expression darkened to an extreme, for he loathed being called a turtle more than anything else. Casting aside his restraint, he retorted in anger, "Then allow me to educate you on behalf of your instructor." With that, Yujiqiu stepped outside. The restaurant owner, witnessing the escalating confrontation, nearly fell to his knees, fearing that continued conflict would spell the end of his establishment. Meanwhile, Dai Bai and the others gathered, their gazes fixated on Chen Luo. Chen Luo waved his hand slightly, saying, "You all go ahead. If it becomes unmanageable, I shall join." This presented a splendid opportunity for the Shrek 7 monsters to hone their skills. Should he participate directly, the battle would lose its thrill. Dai Bai and the others offered no further objections, merely nodding in agreement. They were well aware of Chen Luo's formidable prowess. If he were to enter the fray, it was likely that the old fox from Tsanghui Academy would stand no chance. After a brief discussion, the Shrek 7 monsters took to the battlefield. Even when faced with opponents of the Soul King level, they remained undaunted. After exchanging a few taunts, they plunged directly into combat. At this moment, Chen Luo had risen from his seat, grasping a cup of tea as he stepped outside, sipping leisurely while observing his teammates engage in battle. Dai Bai and the others exhibited remarkable synergy, exchanging blows with Yujiqiu. However, Yujiqiu, being a Soul King, possessed a level of strength that created an undeniable disparity. It wasn't long before the Shrek 7 Devils found themselves at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Chen Luo remained unperturbed, even without his intervention. Tang San among the 7 was a formidable force, and his hidden weapons were no trifling matter. Yet, the tides of battle are ever-changing, and suddenly, Xiao found herself in peril. In an instant, Chen Luo's composure vanished, leaving his mind blank as he acted impulsively. At that moment, Yujiqiu was employing his third soul skill, Xinshui Jidong, unleashing a terrifying chill that erupted from him, a torrent of black water surging towards the Shrek group. With the foremost Tang San becoming the primary target. "Fatty, hurry," Dai Bai shouted urgently. Ma Hongjun immediately soared into the air, violet-red flames erupting from his mouth just in time to intercept the black water. However, the disparity in soul power was considerable, and he soon found himself unable to maintain the defense. By this time, Xiao Wu had already begun to retreat with the others. Suddenly, a figure darted past them, cloaked in black flames, wielding a massive scythe. His presence exuded an aura that rivaled even the Soul King Yujiqiu, and he moved with astonishing speed, arriving before Yujiqiu in an instant, the colossal scythe descending. The side of the Grim Reaper fell, the black flames enveloping its blade igniting explosively, engulfing Yujiqiu entirely. The terrifying heat, corrosive properties, and toxicity were all laid bare in that split second. Yujiqiu had maintained the protective state of his first soul skill, Xian Gui Hu Ti, and the second soul skill, Xian Shui Bing Feng, with tendrils of black energy swirling around him, emanating a chilling aura. However, The moment the black flames made contact, all his defenses began to dissolve rapidly. When the black flames subsided, Yujichio's body was mostly charred, with remnants of the black fire continuously eroding his flesh. It is worth noting that this black flame could breach even the defenses of the Soul Saint Zhao Wujing. Known for his invulnerability, what hope did a Soul King have against it, even one focused on defense? With a pained hiss, Yujichio could not help but exclaim, immediately reinforcing himself with the first soul skill, Xin Gui Hu Ti, and the second soul skill, Xin Shui Bing Feng, expelling the residual black flames. In his rage, Yujichio succumbed to a frenzied state, roaring at Chen Luo, "You're seeking death. It is you who seeks death," a chilling voice interjected beside him. Bang! A massive fist, brimming with power, struck Yujichio's head with blinding speed. He barely had time to retreat, like a turtle, before his face contorted, and he was sent flying. Chen Luo's hand was encrusted with frost, the result of Yujichio's Xian Shui Bing Feng, yet he sustained no substantial injury. The events transpired with such swiftness that Yujichio could scarcely comprehend Chen Luo's actions. He had barely uttered his threats when his opponent inexplicably materialized before him, leaving him no opportunity to react. Over a dozen meters away, Yujichio struggled to regain his balance. His passage marked by deep ruts that extended several centimeters into the earth, his feet nearly embedded in the ground. Gone was the visage of the successful man he had once portrayed. He now appeared exceedingly disheveled, a significant indentation marring his face, blood oozing from his nose and mouth. And the fury in his eyes had evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. "Are you their teacher?" Yujichio instinctively inquired, only to chastise himself internally for his own folly immediately afterward. How could a teacher be so youthful? Yet, the prodigious strength he exhibited was undeniably monstrous. Judging by his aura, his power seemed to reside at the soul sect level, yet the two flickering purple soul rings indicated he was merely a great soul master. A mere 12 years of age, possessing 2,000-year soul rings, and yet wielding the might of the soul sect? Each of these revelations struck at Yujichio's nerves with a frenzied intensity. At this moment, he had regained a semblance of composure, though fear now dominated his thoughts. Chen Luo cast a detached glance at Yujichio, casually flicking his right hand, causing the ice shards clinging to it to instantly dissipate. He then retracted his martial spirit and strode directly towards Xiaowu. It was they who had instigated the trouble. There was no need to escalate matters further. "Xiaowu, are you unharmed?" Chen Luo approached Xiaowu with great concern and inquired about her well-being. Xiaowu offered a gentle smile, assuring him that all was well. The gazes of Daimubai and the others were fixed upon Chen Luo, their expressions reflecting a mix of astonishment, especially from Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had never witnessed Chen Luo unleashing his martial spirit in battle. Oscar had previously been fortunate enough to observe the aftermath of a fight involving Chen Luo. The sight of Teacher Zhao, though not overtly tragic, was certainly disheveled, illustrating the sheer terror of Chen Luo's prowess. Today, witnessing Chen Luo's true capabilities only served to deepen Oscar's impression of his formidable strength. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, was incessantly swallowing hard, murmuring to himself, "It's a good thing I didn't fight him that day, otherwise, I'd be done for." In the Soto Great Soul Arena, during one-on-one battles, Chen Luo had refrained from utilizing his martial spirit. It was only in a 2-on-2 match, when he sought to protect Xiaowu, that he unleashed his martial spirit. Though the battle concluded almost instantaneously, leaving little time for anyone to appreciate his true strength. Just moments ago, however, Chen Luo had single-handedly subdued the formidable Soul King Yujichio, a feat that had left an indelible impression on their minds and senses. Daimubai was the first among them to regain his composure, teasingly remarking, "Chen Luo, your Xiaowu has even been injured yet, and you're already going wild. If she were to get hurt, wouldn't you be inclined to eliminate that old turtle right away?" "That seems about right," Chen Luo candidly confessed his earlier thoughts. The group paused momentarily before smiles broke across their faces, while a delicate blush graced Xiaowu's cheeks. Chen Luo now remarked, "I have been rather selfish. You deserve to gain some experience." Xiaowu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if I always remain behind you, how can I grow stronger?" Chen Luo smiled faintly, saying, "I will be more mindful in the future." Although Xiaowu spoke these words, her delicate hand had already entwined itself around Chen Luo's arm. The members of Songhui Academy were left to their own devices, particularly Yujichio, who found his feet stuck in the mud. At that moment, thoughts of eliminating Chen Luo incessantly flashed through Yujichio's mind. Such a prodigy, when allowed to mature, would undoubtedly become a formidable force, having already antagonized one another. Reconciliation was no longer an option. If he could not have him, then he must be destroyed. However, these thoughts were fleeting, swiftly suppressed by Yujichio. Even if he harbored intentions to eliminate that youth, he would require the capability to do so. Conversely, if that young man wished to eliminate him, he would already be a corpse. The mere contemplation sent shivers down his spine. Withdrawing his martial soul, Yujicho disregarded his own disheveled state. Acting as if nothing had transpired, and beckoned to his students, "Settle the accounts, we shall take our leave." The Shrek members did not cast another glance at the Songhui Academy group, yet their faces radiated the countenance of victors. Upon returning to the inn, they indulged in their meal, oblivious to the curious gazes and murmurs of the surrounding patrons. When it was time to depart, Daimubai settled the bill. Though the innkeeper adamantly refused payment, ultimately, Daimubai tossed 2 gold soul coins onto the counter. The cost of the meal was more than covered, with the remainder offered as a gratuity, for they had enjoyed their feast immensely. After Chen Luo and his companions had departed, Zhao Wujie suddenly appeared in the inn, casually ordering a couple of small dishes while keeping his gaze fixed on the vacant space outside. He scratched the back of his hand, musing that he had expected to quell his itch for action, yet he had not even been granted the opportunity to strike. Upon returning to the hotel, the group retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Throughout the journey, Xiaowu kept blinking her large, watery eyes, gazing intently at Chen Luo. Chen Luo inquired with a smile, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much, I merely wish to see you," replied Xiaowu with a smile. Suddenly, Chen Luo seemed to recall something, gently ruffling Xiaowu's hair and saying, "Wait for me a moment." With that, he stepped out. Moments later, Chen Luo returned. His large hand brushed over the death god's ring, and instantly, an array of delectable treats appeared on the table, all of which Xiaowu had previously mentioned to him. "I almost forgot. I promised you." Chen Luo grinned. Xiaowu gazed at the assortment of delicacies on the table, overwhelmed with emotion, and immediately embraced Chen Luo, exclaiming, "Brother Chen Luo, you are the best." 035. I now have Xiaowu. Chen Luo glanced at the peacefully sleeping Xiaowu, then gently tidied up the litter on the table. It was uncertain whether it was due to her insufficient meal or Xiaowu's genuine craving for the food. Astonishingly, every dish was entirely consumed. After clearing away the refuse, Chen Luo chose not to resume his training, instead lying beside Xiaowu, quietly reflecting on the events of the day. I was indeed too impulsive and selfish. A rare opportunity for growth was squandered by my actions. She is Sister Xiaowu, formidable and inclined to resolve matters with her own fists, while I often naively shield her from the fray, which may not be a virtue. I must strive to exercise greater restraint in the future, yet how can one truly master such self-control? A look of entangled emotion rose on Chen Luo's face. Striving to become stronger was solely to shield her from any harm, yet if I were to resolve every issue, how would she ever grow? Given her disposition, she certainly does not relish being perpetually sheltered by others, regardless of the circumstances. There must be some measure of balance in the future. Chen Luo longed to reach out and caress Xiaowu's face, yet he ultimately restrained himself, fearful that he might awaken her. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed a restful sleep. Chen Luo cast a final glance at Xiaowu, reclined his body, a faint smile gracing his lips, and slowly closed his eyes. The following morning, the members of Shrek Academy set forth once more, the Stardow Forest drawing ever closer. Upon exiting the town, they hastened forward with great urgency. In less than 3 hours, they arrived at their destination. Standing atop a small hill, they beheld an expansive sea of verdant greenery below, with towering ancient trees dominating the landscape, most exceeding 20 meters in height, their foliage dense. Even before officially entering the forest, a refreshing sensation enveloped them, invigorating their spirits. The remarkably fresh air, laced with the scent of moist earth, tantalized their senses, instantly enhancing their comfort, while the coolness emanating from the forest alleviated the weariness accumulated from their journey. Zhao Wujie did not permit Chen Luo and the others to plunge into the forest immediately. Instead, he instructed them to take a moment to rest at the periphery. The dangers of the Stardow Forest require no elaboration. Once we enter, none of you are to stray more than 20 meters from my side, not even you. Chen Luo, especially you, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you must remain closely tethered to me. Under no circumstances are you to engage any soul beast without my explicit command. Zhao Wujie declared solemnly. Acknowledging his words, the group took a brief respite, restoring their energy to its peak before proceeding under Zhao Wujie's guidance into the depths of the Stardow Forest. As they ventured forth, the Shrek students encountered numerous soul beasts. In most instances, they chose to circumvent these creatures, even when faced with weaker opponents. Should they encounter an aggressive soul beast, they opted to avoid inflicting fatal harm whenever possible. Daimubai found himself on the brink of eliminating an obstructive soul beast several times, yet ultimately relented. Persuaded by Chen Luo's counsel, Sustainable development and the desire to evade unnecessary troubles were Chen Luo's rationale. No one contested his reasoning, and all felt that his perspective was indeed sound. Even Tang San, the esteemed disciple of the master, silently commended Chen Luo, recognizing that such awareness among soul masters was a rare gem. Chen Luo took on the role of mediator not solely for the reasons he articulated, but primarily to spare Xiaowu from distress. After all, this is Xiaowu's home. Having the rare opportunity to return, it is imperative to avert any occurrence of violence. Moreover, there exists a certain connection among spirit beasts, and who would wish to witness their kin being senselessly slaughtered? Suddenly, a commotion arose. Everyone, exercise caution. As noon approached, while the Shrek team was resting beneath a large tree, Zhao Wujia's voice rang out unexpectedly. Instantly, everyone fell into a heightened state of alert. Without needing Zhao Wujia's prompting, Zhu Zhiqing promptly activated her martial spirit and ascended a tree to assess the situation. What she beheld was a flying serpent, seemingly restricted to a height of 3 meters, adorned with a blood-red crest that was larger than its head and a fan-shaped tail. Zhu Zhiqing's cool voice soon echoed from above. Zhao Wujia's eyes lit up. It must be the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, a remarkably rare spirit beast. However, its age remains uncertain. Tang San immediately inquired, "What is its length, and what color are its wings?" Zhu Zhiqing responded, "It measures 6 to 8 meters in length, with pale red wings." Tang San promptly affirmed, "This is a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake aged between 1,300 and 1,800 years, perfectly suited for Oscar." He then proceeded to elaborate on how to discern the age of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake and shared pertinent information about it. It must be said that in matters pertaining to spirit masters and spirit beasts, Tang San exhibits exceptional expertise. Chen Luo smiled faintly. "What are we waiting for? Let us all go together. We must capture this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake." Tang San nodded in agreement. If Oscar absorbs the soul ring of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, perhaps his third soul skill could enhance our speed. The speed of this snake is astonishing, especially the coxcomb atop its head, which can provide it with terrifying velocity in an instant. It might even enable us to soar. Chen Luo chuckled. Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. It truly might be possible. Oscar, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Let us go. Let us go. We must not let it escape." Zhao Wuji glanced at Chen Luo and remarked, "I shall refrain from intervening. You can handle it." Chen nodded. "All right." Oscar replied, "Chen, if you assist me in capturing the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, I shall be entirely at your service." Chen Luo smiled gently. "I have Xiaowu now." Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed no surprise, save for Xiaowu, whose cheeks flushed with shyness, and a sweet smile involuntarily graced her lips. Before entering the Star-Doe forest, Xiaowu had been lively and cheerful. But once they stepped into the forest, she seemed burdened with worries. This was, in fact, the first time she had smiled since their arrival. While others might be oblivious to Xiaowu's inner turmoil, Chen Luo was well aware of it. With Zhao Wujia's approval, Chen Luo, eager to act, promptly set his plans into motion. Confronting the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake posed no challenge for the Shrek 7 monsters, yet the creature was exceedingly cunning and swift, making it impossible for Dai Mubai and the others to capture it with their current strength. Given the rarity of such a soul beast, it was prudent to secure it swiftly. This particular beast could grant Oscar the ability to fly after he absorbed its soul ring, a boon for the entire group. Chen Luo summoned his martial spirit, and a colossal scythe of death materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, an invisible specter entered his body. And with the emergence of 2 violet soul rings, Chen Luo's aura surged dramatically. With a powerful push of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. And in an instant, his entire form was enveloped in black flames, activating his immortality. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he was determined to give his utmost effort. The 036 swiftly reached the location of the Shrek group, and perhaps sensing the presence of humans, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake turned and fled without hesitation. Attempting to escape? It would not be that simple. At this moment, Chen Luo had made ample preparations. How could he possibly allow the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to escape? He crouched slightly. And then, like a cannonball, he surged towards the creature with remarkable speed. Though the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was already incredibly swift, it could not match Chen Luo's velocity. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance between them. Without any pause or hesitation, Chen Luo struck, swinging the scythe of death in midair towards the serpent's body. The blade clashed against the snake's scales, sending sparks flying. And soon the scales could no longer withstand the assault, allowing the blade to penetrate the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake's flesh. In the next instant, black flames erupted violently, engulfing a significant portion of the serpent's body. A chilling sound of corrosion, akin to something being incinerated, echoed, followed by a nauseating stench of charred flesh. As the black flames subsided, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was left marred with numerous scorched wounds, its scales largely melted and fused with its flesh, evoking a sense of pain just by looking at it. Amidst the blood and flesh, remnants of black flames continued to gnaw and consume the serpent. With an agonizing roar, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its body now moving sluggishly, the paralyzing toxin of the black flames taking effect. Chen Luo swiftly pressed his advantage, raising the black side with the intent to utterly vanquish the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. At that moment, as if sensing the imminent approach of death, the fleshy crest atop the snake's head suddenly radiated with brilliance. In an instant, the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake surged dramatically, and it vanished, reappearing more than 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Chen Luo's reaction was remarkably swift, almost instantaneously following the movement of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. He pursued with an equally terrifying speed. My goodness, is Chen Luo even human? This velocity is simply astounding. He can even catch up to soul beasts renowned for their speed? Ma Hajun swallowed hard and remarked. Dai Bai chuckled, saying, he is, after all, a true monster among monsters. The day I witnessed him and Teacher Zhao engaging in a fierce battle, I was already convinced that there is nothing he cannot accomplish. Chen Luo fought valiantly ahead while the members of Shrek observed from behind. In their desire to swiftly conquer the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, they refrained from rushing to assist, fully aware that their interference would only serve as a hindrance. They recognized that Chen Luo possessed the unparalleled strength necessary to vanquish the beast. Zhao Wujie perched upon a sturdy branch, poised to intervene at a moment's notice. However, upon witnessing Chen Luo's prowess, a faint smile unconsciously graced his lips. There was simply no opportunity to intervene. Indeed, he was a true monster among monsters. While the others watched with keen interest, a trace of concern shadowed Xiaowu's face. Noticing her unease, Tang San offered a reassuring smile, asserting that Chen Luo's current strength had undoubtedly reached the Soul Master level. With combat capabilities far exceeding that rank, there was truly nothing to fear. As events unfolded, Chen Luo did not disappoint. Despite the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's sudden surge in speed, he remained in pursuit. However, at such a rapid pace, wielding his massive scythe became challenging. Ultimately, he resorted to seizing the snake's tail with his bare hands, embedding the scythe into the ground. With a resounding crash, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake dragged Chen Luo forward relentlessly. Yet, hindered by the scythe and Chen Luo's grip, the serpent gradually began to tire. The Grim Reaper's scythe carved a deep trench into the earth, extending for dozens of meters, while Chen Luo himself sank half a meter into the ground. Nevertheless, his right hand never relinquished its hold on the snake's tail, resolutely bringing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to a halt. At last, was it finally out of strength? Chen Luo still exuded an aura of immense strength, a victorious smile gracing his lips. With a powerful exertion of his right hand, the veins on his arm bulged prominently, while those on his forehead and neck also throbbed with intensity. Under the watchful gaze of the Shrek crowd, he effortlessly hurled the nearly 7-meter-long phoenix-tailed crown snake into the air, only to bring it crashing down with a resounding thud. Boom! The ground was indented deeply, with the phoenix-tailed crown snake lying motionless within the crater, rendered unconscious. It was over. Chen Luo retracted his martial soul and waved to the Shrek group, declaring, "It's all taken care of." The others from Shrek remained momentarily stunned, with only Xiaowu breaking away from the group, rushing towards Chen Luo. "Chen Luo, are you all right?" she asked, her face etched with concern. Although she was aware of Chen Luo's formidable strength, it was impossible for her not to worry when he had just faced a 1,000-year soul beast. Chen Luo smiled and shook his head, assuring, "It's nothing. Just a slight numbness in my hand." As he spoke, he gave his hand a gentle shake. In his effort to restrain the phoenix-tailed chicken crest snake, he had exerted excessive force. To avoid excessively harming the creature, he resorted to the most straightforward and forceful method of stunning it, leaving his arm still tingling. Xiaowu promptly approached to massage Chen Luo's arm, and upon confirming that he was truly fine, she felt completely reassured. Subsequently, her gaze fell upon the unconscious phoenix-tailed chicken crest snake. "Must we truly slay the soul beast?" Chen Luo nodded gently, acknowledging the harsh reality of survival of the fittest. Xiaowu pursed her lips, withdrew her gaze, and displayed little emotion on her face. Meanwhile, Dai Bai and the others, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to attention upon noticing Xiaowu's approach, their minds still lingering on the terrifying display of power exhibited by Chen Luo. They all moved toward Chen Luo, with Oscar being the swiftest among them, driven by the proximity of his third spirit ring, his excitement and enthusiasm entirely warranted. "Chen Luo, Your strength is truly astonishing, Dai Bai remarked as he approached. Ma Hongjun added, if it had been teacher Zhao wielding the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, I could have accepted it, but it was you. For a moment, I felt as if you had swung me up as well. That's an exaggeration, Chen Luo replied. Truly, Oscar exclaimed. Rushing towards Chen Luo and enveloping him in a hearty embrace, his excitement nearly compelling him to plant a kiss on Chen Luo. My good brother, I am immensely grateful. After expressing his thanks, Oscar released Chen Luo and swiftly dealt the final blow to the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, immediately proceeding to absorb the spirit ring. In the Stardow Forest, danger lurked in every shadow, and unforeseen events could arise at any moment. Thus, it was imperative to achieve their objectives swiftly. As Oscar began to absorb the spirit ring, Chen Luo and the others fell into a heightened state of vigilance to protect him. Zhao Wujie remained perched on a tree branch, his eyes gently closed, seemingly attuned to the surrounding environment. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie opened his eyes wide. Come forth, he intoned. His expression inscrutable as he spoke slowly. At this moment, Chen Luo and others seemed to sense something amiss and turned their gaze toward the nearby thicket. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, emerged. The old woman appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, despite her age. She exuded vitality, her neatly combed white hair framing a face adorned with numerous wrinkles yet radiating a rosy hue reminiscent of a newborn. What truly captivated Chen Luo and the others, however, was not the appearance of the elderly woman but the 6 soul rings slowly ascending beneath her feet. She wielded a 3-meter-long serpent-headed cane, emanating a formidable aura of soul power, undoubtedly indicating that this cane was her martial spirit. Following her, a striking young girl emerged from the underbrush. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, sporting a chic bob haircut and appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her well-proportioned figure, she too held a serpent-headed cane, albeit shorter at 2 meters, from which 2 yellow 100-year soul rings ascended. Upon her arrival, the girl's large brown eyes immediately darted toward the Fengwei chicken crown snake. Noticing the creature's demise and the presence of others absorbing its soul rings, her eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, Zhao Wujing had already activated his martial spirit, 7 soul rings shimmering around him, exuding a terrifying soul power that declared his rank as a soul sage. The gazes of the elderly woman and the girl swiftly shifted to Zhao Wujing, who spoke slowly. What do you intend to do? The old woman's countenance darkened. We mean no harm. We were merely pursuing the soul beast. Pursuing a soul beast? Zhao Wujing furrowed his brow. The old woman continued, it was that Fengwei chicken crown snake. I left a wound on its abdomen. It is already dead. Zhao Wujing replied coolly, showing no inclination to verify the truth of her words. The old woman's expression soured to an extreme. You must provide an explanation. This soul beast was ours to claim first, and we even wounded it. An explanation? What sort of explanation do you seek? Zhao Wujing glared coldly at the old woman. It dawned on her how foolish she had been in her anger, uttering such meaningless words. Sensing Zhao Wujing's murderous intent, she quickly added, I am Chao Tianxiang, well regarded among my peers in the Soul Master community, bestowed with the title of Snake Matriarch. My husband is Ming Shu, known as the Dragon Lord. This was her declaration of identity. After introducing herself, Chao Tianxiang forced a strained smile. Since the soul beast has been slain by you, let this matter rest. Further words would bear no significance. With that, she beckoned to the young girl. Iran, let us depart. Dai Bai wished to say more but was intercepted by Zhao Wujing. Only after Chao Tianxiang and the girl had completely left did Zhao Wujing speak. The legendary dragon and serpent have long been renowned. The Dragon Lord should now possess the strength of a soul Douluo. With the Snake Matriarch present, the Dragon Lord must be nearby. I am not afraid of confronting either of them alone, but they possess a rather domineering martial spirit fusion technique, which is exceedingly difficult to counter unless one has the strength of a tidal Douluo. Upon hearing this, Dai Bai felt a sense of dread. I thought so. Given your temperament, Teacher Zhao, you are surprisingly accommodating. Protect Xiaoao. Once he has absorbed the soul rings, we shall depart, Zhao Wujing stated gravely. The others nodded, resuming their alertness. The recent events were merely a fleeting episode for everyone, having little impact, no matter how formidable the legendary dragon and serpent were. They could not instill fear in this group of young warriors. With the Fengwei chicken crown snake deceased and its soul rings already in the process of being absorbed, the situation had reached a conclusion. Unless the legendary dragon and serpent were exceedingly petty, it was unlikely they would return to seek vengeance. As the others regained their composure, only Chen Luo's expression grew increasingly complex. Something about this situation seemed askew. In Chen Luo's memory, the Shrek group encountered the Fengwei chicken crown snake. which Zhao Wujing subdued before Oscar could claim it. The snake matriarch, Chao Tianxiang, along with her granddaughter Meng Yuran, appeared soon after, leading to a series of conflicts ultimately resolved by Tang San. Yet, the recent occurrences diverged significantly from Chen Luo's recollections. Chen Luo acted swiftly, promptly dispatching the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Oscar, displaying even greater decisiveness, bypassed the customary expressions of gratitude and immediately began to absorb the soul ring. Could it be that my presence altered the course of events? The process of Oscar absorbing the soul ring proceeded smoothly in approximately half an hour. He successfully completed the absorption. As Chen Luo recalled, the third soul skill bestowed upon Oscar by the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake was flight. Duration of flight, 1 minute. Speed of flight, that of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Upon learning this information, the group was naturally overjoyed. After a brief moment of excitement and cheers, they took a moment to regroup, and Zhao Wujie prepared to lead them back, regardless of whether the formidable dragon snake would seek them out again. Being in the Douluo forest was perilous, even in its fringes. After all, the Douluo forest is not a controlled habitat for soul beasts. It is rife with uncertainties. As they made their way back, Chen Luo deliberately cast a glance at Tang San. Was it because he had not fought Meng Yuran that he had not yet broken through to level 30? According to the original narrative, during the competition between the Shrek members and the Snake Mother over the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, the ownership was ultimately decided through a contest. Tang San fought against Meng Yuran, and it was after that battle that Tang San's soul power transcended the confines of level 29, reaching level 30, subsequently leading to a series of ensuing events. It appears that this butterfly effect is quite significant. After battling the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, I feel I am not far from achieving level 30. Should I remain and cultivate for a while? Would that ensure the subsequent events unfold as they were meant to? A thought flickered through Chen Luo's mind, yet he swiftly dismissed it. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. The journey back proved to be remarkably smooth. Perhaps the commotion caused by Chen Luo and his companions in dealing with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had frightened away the weaker soul beasts, for they encountered few, if any, on their return. It seemed they had all been scared off, Zhao Wujie remarked, wearing a satisfied smile. But they would likely exit the Douluo forest within half an hour. Oscar successfully obtained his third soul ring, and the third soul skill was flight, which made it difficult for Zhao Wujie to suppress his joy. Daimubai and the others were equally delighted, genuinely happy for Oscar. The success of a brother in acquiring a commendable soul ring and skill ultimately benefited them all, so their happiness was well-deserved. Was this how they were returning? Among all, only Chen Luo and Xiaowu appeared somewhat subdued. Xiaowu's spirits were still somewhat low, as she seemed reluctant to leave the Douluo forest. Chen Luo appeared composed on the surface, yet his heart was tumultuous. He yearned for a twist of fate to propel the inevitable events forward. If he were to return just like this, wouldn't Tang's and S8 spider lances vanish? Just as Chen Luo's emotions grew increasingly complex, a raspy, aged voice suddenly pierced the air. Halt. Zhao Wujie promptly activated his martial spirit, and the others, including Daimubai, followed suit, their brows furrowing slightly. Only Chen Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. At last, they had arrived. They had not disappointed him. The renowned couple, the world-defying dragon and serpent, held a fragile pride. Sometimes, the so-called strong could be surprisingly petty, and the couple exemplified this. After Chao Tianxiang and Mingshu reunited, they swiftly informed others of their granddaughter Meng Yuran's spirit beast being taken and their subsequent humiliation, undoubtedly embellishing the tale as they recounted it. Mingshu became visibly agitated, and together with Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yuran, they set out to reclaim their lost dignity. The couple grew increasingly irate as they failed to find a suitable spirit beast for Meng Yuran along their journey, prompting them to pursue the Shrek group with determination to restore their honor. What Mingshu and Gong Sun had not anticipated was the astonishing speed of the Shrek group. In less than 2 hours, they had absorbed the spirit ring and dealt with the carcass of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Finally, after considerable effort, Mingshu and his companions caught up with the Shrek group. As the command to halt echoed, a terrifying pressure emanated from behind the Shrek individuals. Zhao Wujie had already summoned his martial spirit, and the rest of the Shrek team could hardly withstand the mounting pressure, activating their own martial spirits in a panic, their faces paling until they found solace under Zhao Wujie's protection. Emerging was an elegantly dressed elder, appearing to be around 70 years old, wielding a 3-meter-long dragon-headed cane. 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, swirled around him, the dazzling colors emanating the immense pressure felt by all. A soul Douluo. The brilliance of his soul rings was a testament to the elder's formidable power. Following his appearance, Chao Tianxiang and Ming Yiran, who had previously encountered the Shrek group, stepped forward. Dragon King Mingshu? Zhao Wujia's complexion darkened considerably, particularly upon noticing the number of soul rings adorning Mingshu. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Were the world-defying dragon and serpent truly this petty? Alone, Zhao Wujia felt confident he could overwhelm the serpent mother Chao Tianxiang. Even against the Dragon King Mingshu, despite his status as a soul Douluo, Zhao Wujia believed he could gain the upper hand. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the world-defying dragon and serpent had merged, a feat that surpassed Zhao Wujia's capabilities. Had he been alone, Zhao Wujia would have felt assured of escaping unscathed. However, with the safety of the Shrek youngsters at stake, he was compelled to tread carefully. They were the hope for Shrek. Upon witnessing the emergence of the world-defying dragon and serpent, Zhao Wujia mentally berated their ancestors countless times. Yet he managed to force a smile. Sister Chao, I didn't expect our paths to cross so soon again. I presume this esteemed individual is the Dragon King Mingshu? It is an honor to meet you. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Chao Tianxiang's face bore a cold smile. You know very well why we are here. Zhao Wujia's face twitched slightly, mere moments ago. This elderly woman had spoken to him politely. Who could have imagined such a rapid role reversal? I am the unmoved King Zhao Wujia. I trust you have come regarding the earlier matter with the spirit beast. I sincerely apologize. A true gentleman knows when to bend. Zhao Wujia exemplified this adage. Suppressing his fiery temper and engaging in courteous dialogue, even offering an apology. We were unaware that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was your target. Otherwise, we would never have contended with you. But now, my student has completed the absorption of the spirit ring, and there is no turning back. Is that how it will be? Dragon King Mingshu spoke slowly, his demeanor commanding respect. Zhao Wujia immediately smiled in response. Of course not. Since we inadvertently acquired your spirit beast, I, Zhao Wujia, shall endeavor to capture another suitable one for you both. How does that sound? It was only for the sake of the little monsters behind him that Zhao Wujia was willing to be so subservient. Without them, his temper would have led him to confront the so-called world-defying dragon and serpent without hesitation. He would have fought or escaped, refusing to endure such humiliation. Dragon King Mingshu remained silent, turning to seek Chao Tianxiang's opinion. Chao Tianxiang had already shifted her gaze from Zhao Wujia, focusing instead on the little monsters behind him. Noticing her husband's look, she prompted Mingshu to look forward. Only then did Mingshu recognize the presence of the little monsters behind Zhao Wujia, his previously calm demeanor shifting to one of astonishment. Typically, in confrontations among powerful beings, one would hardly pay heed to the minions behind. This was why Mingshu had overlooked the Shrek youngster's existence. His attention had been solely on Zhao Wujia, who was a soul sage. Even with their absolute strength, they had to remain vigilant. To his shock, he realized there were two soul masters, both remarkably youthful. The others appeared even younger, yet they had reached the level of great soul masters. Could it be murmured Dragon King Mingshu? His eyes widening in disbelief as they landed on Chen Luo. Two great soul masters with thousand-year spirit rings. How is this possible? He instinctively glanced at his granddaughter, who he had always regarded with pride, believing her talents to be exceptional. Yet, upon seeing the group of little monsters, he suddenly felt her abilities were rather mediocre. Ming Yiran's eyes widened, her mouth agape, shock clearly written across her features. She had initially thought the young man who absorbed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was merely an anomaly. Such a youthful soul master must be a rarity, a serendipitous encounter. Her own talents were still commendable. She had reassured herself with this notion until she beheld the group before her. There was not just one soul master. The slightly older youth was also a soul master. Though he appeared older than the one who absorbed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, he was undoubtedly younger than her. The others seemed to be around 11 or 12 years old, all possessing the strength of great soul masters, especially the youth wielding the massive scythe, who astonishingly bore 2,000-year spirit rings. Her once prized talents paled in comparison to theirs. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School members Mingshu regained his composure, his gaze lingering momentarily on the treasure pagoda in Ning Rongrong's hands before turning to Zhao Wujia. Let this matter rest. You shall find a suitable spirit beast for Yiran, and we will consider the matter closed. Chao Tianxiang had intended to voice her thoughts but was silenced by Mingshu's glance. Do not be overly aggressive. The unmoved King Zhao Wujia is not to be trifled with. The little ones behind him are not merely for show. Even a single Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School member poses a significant challenge. If we were to sever ties, the situation would become untenable. Those little ones could be crushed with a single hand, but the unmoved King Zhao Wujia is not so easily vanquished. Mingshu conveyed messages to Chao Tianxiang in a manner imperceptible to others. Zhao Tianxiang nodded gently in response, saying, "These are precisely my thoughts. I was merely agitated earlier. Let us consider this matter resolved. We shall seek the soul beast ourselves. The words have been spoken, and so it shall be." What a coincidence. This was the first time Chen Luo experienced the pressure exerted by a powerhouse of the soul Douluo level. The overwhelming soul power of Dragon Lord Ming Shu left him somewhat breathless. Only by activating his martial soul could he significantly alleviate the discomfort. Curiously, even in the absence of Zhao Wujie to share the burden, Chen Luo found himself immune to the discomfort brought on by Ming Shu upon activating his martial soul. Just as he had been against Zhao Wujie. Perhaps it was due to his unique physique or the distinct nature of his martial soul, regardless of the enemy's might. It posed little threat to Chen Luo. In contrast, Dai Mubai and the others felt the pressure acutely. Without Zhao Wujie's assistance, even activating their martial souls would leave them grappling with immense strain, likely allowing them to unleash only 60 or 70% of their full potential in battle. This was the oppression that came with strength. Contemplating the unexpected occurrences, Chen Luo felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Regardless of what transpired in the Stardow forest, it bore little consequence for him. The most affected was Tang San. Without unforeseen events, his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, would likely be rendered useless. Following closely was Xiao Wu. The Titan giant ape would come looking for her, but the impact would be minimal. Gazing ahead at the swiftly advancing Overlord Dragon Serpent and to the left at Zhao Wujie, Chen Luo turned to glance back at Xiao Wu and silently resolved, "I must strive harder. I am still too weak." At that moment, they all raced deeper into the Stardow forest in search of a suitable soul beast for Ming Yuran, while everything around them rapidly receded. The Overlord Dragon Serpent had retracted its martial soul, as had Zhao Wujie. After all, they were on the hunt for soul beasts. If they maintained their martial souls, not even a 1,000-year soul beast would dare approach. Even without activating their martial souls, their speed remained astonishing, with only Chen Luo managing to keep pace effortlessly. Ming Yuran, accompanied by the snake mother Zhao Tianxiang, found the journey quite manageable. In truth, the Shrek little monsters had support from Ning Rongrong, who could assist the group, and Oscar, who could offer his mushroom sausages for everyone to savor. Yet, they refrained from doing so, for none could predict when misfortune might strike. Concealing their abilities was the wisest choice. Whether due to bad luck or some other reason, after 2 days of searching in the Stardow forest, neither the Shrek group nor the Overlord Dragon Serpent couple had found a suitable soul beast for Ming Yuran. By the 3rd morning, even Ming Shu and his wife felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Zhao, perhaps you should return for now. We shall handle the soul beast issue ourselves." Dragon Lord Ming Shu rarely spoke, typically leaving the communication to Snake Mother Zhao Tianxiang and Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie chuckled, "That sounds good. We've been in the Stardow forest for several days. We wouldn't want the Academy to worry." In truth, the Academy was not overly concerned. It was primarily the families of these children who were anxious. If they sought them out later, it would be unnecessary. Ming Shu and his wife nodded in agreement. Zhao Wujie waved them off. "Then we shall take our leave." After speaking, Zhao Wujie led the Shrek little monsters back. After traveling a considerable distance and ensuring their safety, Zhao Wujie came to a halt, his expression grim. "Let us rest for a moment." Everyone gasped for breath, and Oscar quickly distributed sausages for sustenance, as they had sprinted desperately, eager to distance themselves from danger. Damn it! Zhao Wujie unexpectedly struck a nearby tree with a powerful punch, sending splinters flying and leaving a massive dent in the trunk. "I've lived this long and never encountered such frustration. Over the past 2 days, I don't know how many escape plans I've conjured in my mind." Zhao Wujie vented all the pent-up negativity he had been harboring. Suddenly, his figure vanished, reappearing before Chen Luo. "I even contemplated that if you were just a bit stronger, we might directly confront those 2 ancient wretches." Chen Luo wore a solemn expression, remaining silent. It was evident to all that Zhao Wujin had been harboring a tempest of frustration over the past few days. Beneath his outwardly subservient demeanor lay a ferocious beast, restless and eager to break free. The ability to restrain such emotions had already proven to be an arduous task. One could only hope that those 2 ancient wretches would encounter formidable soul beasts that would bring about their demise. As Zhao Wujin's emotions began to dissipate, he muttered a faint curse of impossibility. The reason for this curse lay in the fact that the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent of greatness, could traverse the Stardow forest with relative ease. As long as they refrained from foolish actions that would provoke the powerful soul beast residing in the heart of the forest, they faced little risk. Indeed, the mightier the soul beast, the more vigilant it became, and it would be unlikely to provoke a powerful human soul master without cause. In front of Zhao Wujie, Chen Luo clearly heard the words spoken in a hushed tone, and an unusual expression crossed his face. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from afar, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. Even from a considerable distance, Chen Luo and the others felt the repercussions, their forms wavering as they retreated. The booming sound assaulted their eardrums, causing considerable discomfort. Zhao Wuji promptly activated his martial soul and leapt forcefully to the treetop. Moments later, he descended with a look of terror, urgently instructing, regardless of whether we are well-rested or not, we must flee at once. Oscar, transform into mushroom sausages quickly. Without hesitation, Oscar handed over several pre-prepared mushroom sausages to his teammates and proceeded with his transformation. I have a mushroom sausage. I have a mushroom sausage. The peculiar incantation no longer evoked any amusement, only an immense, invisible pressure loomed over them. Could it truly be this coincidental? Chen Luo cast a complex glance into the depths of the forest, yet the dense foliage obscured his view. Resolving to act decisively, he unleashed his martial spirit and leapt towards the treetops. Chen Luo! Zhao Wuji exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise at Chen Luo's sudden movement. However, he quickly fell silent. Muttering under his breath, well, you run swiftly enough. Go ahead and see what you wish. Chen Luo swiftly ascended to the treetop, gazing into the distance, easily locating the source of the commotion. Far away, suspended in midair, were two figures, their bodies adorned with resplendent soul rings. Opposite them, a colossal gorilla, standing 8 meters tall, bellowed in fury. Although Chen Luo lacked the purple extreme magic eyes, his physique was inherently distinct from that of an average person, endowing him with exceptional vision. Even from a considerable distance, he could still discern everything clearly with focused attention. Goodness, it truly is a Titan great ape. After the initial shock, Chen Luo's lips curled into a playful smile. Those two seemed to be the legendary dragon serpents 040. Their prowess is truly astounding. The Titan giant ape appeared exceedingly enraged, as a vast expanse of trees surrounding it lay utterly devastated. With a thunderous roar, the Titan giant ape rose to its full height, exceeding 15 meters, an authentic ferocious beast. The legendary dragon serpent couple continued to grapple with the Titan giant ape. Yet it was evident that they were no match for its overwhelming strength. Even their combined martial soul technique struggled to inflict any significant damage upon the Titan giant ape, which was simply too formidable. In the blink of an eye, the serpent matriarch, Tian Xiang, was sent flying by the Titan giant ape, with the dragon patriarch, Meng Shu, swiftly following suit. The two collided with more than a dozen towering trees before finally coming to a halt. Chen Luo watched in cold sweat. The title of the king of the forest was indeed not given lightly. The combined might of the unparalleled dragon and serpent possessed strength comparable to that of a tidal Douluo, yet it paled in comparison before the Titan giant ape. If the Titan giant ape was already so formidable, how much more powerful must the azure bull python be? Chen Luo initially intended to observe a while longer, but the urgent cries of Zhao Wuji echoed from below. Leave now, don't linger. Just from the sound alone, one could discern the profound anxiety in Zhao Wuji's voice. This was a man who had previously faced the formidable dragon and serpent of the ages without such trepidation. Chen Luo immediately leaped into action, reuniting with his comrades. Although the Titan ape was still a considerable distance away, it could cover that ground in mere moments, and lingering any longer would be a reckless endeavor. At this juncture, his teammates were already prepared for flight. One held 2 sausages, one for restoring soul energy, and the other, a mushroom sausage, for their escape. After conjuring such an array of sausages, Oscar's complexion had turned somewhat pale. When he glanced at Chen Luo, a sheepish smile grazed his face as he admitted, Chen Luo, I didn't prepare any for you. Chen Luo nodded gently, reassuringly stating that he could keep up, without indulging in unnecessary chatter. Oscar had already acclimated to the discomfort caused by the significant depletion of soul power. The group promptly set off, sprinting towards the outskirts of the Douluo forest. With the enhancement of mushroom sausages, the speed of the Shrek little monsters was astonishing, to the point where Zhao Wuji found it somewhat challenging to keep pace, while Chen Luo consistently remained at the rear of the group. During their escape, Chen Luo noticed the unease etched on Xiaowu's face. This was not the first time she had glanced back. While everyone assumed Xiaowu was concerned for Chen Luo, he alone understood that, apart from her initial worried gaze, she was predominantly focused on the Titan great ape. Despite the towering trees and the dense foliage of the forest obscuring any clear view behind them, Xiaowu could still sense the presence of the Titan great ape with acute clarity. Suddenly, Chen Luo observed a change in Xiaowu's complexion, which became increasingly grim. He then sensed an unsettling disturbance. The ground trembled slightly, and heavy footsteps echoed from afar, drawing ever closer. The Titan great ape was in pursuit. The formidable dragon snake had ultimately failed to deter the king of the forest, Or perhaps they had discerned that the Titan Great Ape's target was not them, and chose to yield. Zhao Wujie, too, detected the Titan Great Ape's movements. He abruptly halted, a struggle evident on his face, yet swiftly made a resolute decision. He bellowed towards the little monsters ahead, commanding them to flee while he would confront the beast. Chen Luo, protect them in my absence. With that, Zhao Wujie resolutely turned, activating his martial soul's true form. The great strength diamond bear. Zhao Wujie roared heavenward, and the seventh soul ring upon him radiated an intensely profound light. In an instant, a dark glow enveloped his entire being, transforming his already formidable physique. His stature swelled dramatically, surpassing 5 meters in height, as his muscles expanded in an exaggerated manner. And his brown-yellow fur grew wild, rendering him a veritable giant bear. As Zhao Wujie's form fully morphed into that of a bear, his brown-yellow fur changed hue, gleaming with a brilliant golden radiance. At this moment, his aura surged to its zenith. The Titan Great Ape's speed was alarmingly swift. Further flight offered no real chance of escape. Zhao Wujie understood that he could not hold out for long, but he was determined to buy time for the little monsters. Upon activating his martial soul's true form, Zhao Wujie charged towards the Titan Great Ape. Embodying the valiant spirit of one who embarks on a perilous journey with no intent of return, Chen Luo had initially believed that the members of Shrek would embody the spirit of reckless bravery depicted in the story and rush to assist Zhao Wujie in fending off the Titan Great Ape. However, he soon realized he had underestimated them. These little creatures were far more rational than he had anticipated, fleeing without a backward glance. Given their current strength, they could not possibly aid Zhao Wujie and would instead become a burden. Zhao Wujie had resolutely turned back to confront the Titan Great Ape for their sake. And if they were to retreat, it would be utterly nonsensical. The spirit of not abandoning or giving up is indeed commendable, but it must be applied judiciously. Clearly, these little creatures were employing their intellect. Oscar's mushroom sausages had a mere duration of 1 minute, and within that fleeting moment, Chen Luo and the others had managed to escape a considerable distance. Yet, this was still insufficient. Once the effects of the mushroom sausages wore off, they resumed their frantic flight towards the outskirts of the forest. The Stardow Forest was even more expansive than people imagined, with the peripheral areas encompassing a vast expanse. Had they not been assisting the granddaughter of the legendary dragon snake, Meng Yiran, in seeking suitable spirit beasts over the past few days, resulting in a deeper venture into the forest, they would have already escaped. Zhao Wujie's combat prowess exceeded expectations. But he could only hold off the Titan Great Ape for less than a minute. The Titan Great Ape was now pursuing Chen Luo and his companions with singular determination. While others might be puzzled as to why this forest king had come to wreak havoc on the fringes of the Stardow Forest, Chen Luo understood. The Titan Great Ape was there for Xiao Wu. The ground trembled incessantly, the vibrations becoming increasingly pronounced as the heavy footsteps drew nearer to their group. Ultimately, Chen Luo made a decision. Keep running. I will buy you some time. Currently, he was the strongest combatant in the team, and he could not simply watch as the Titan Great Ape closed in on them. Although the Titan Great Ape was there for Xiao Wu, how could he ensure that this colossal creature would not inadvertently harm the other Shrek creatures? As long as there was a chance, he would fight with all his might to keep them safe from danger. Chen Luo activated the immortal state, elevating his combat prowess to its zenith. Confronted by the Forest King, the Titan Giant Ape, he felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. Had he not been aware that the Titan Giant Ape's primary focus lay upon Xiao Wu, with no interest in others, Chen Luo would not have dared to embark on such a perilous endeavor, as it would be tantamount to courting death. Should the Titan Giant Ape have come with the intent to slay, given Chen Luo's current level of power, a mere flick of the beast's finger would likely suffice to extinguish his life. Holding the scythe of death, Chen Luo charged toward the colossal Titan Ape. To claim that he felt no trepidation in the face of such a behemoth would be a blatant falsehood. The Titan Ape, displaying utter disdain, unleashed a wave of dark energy before Chen Luo could even close the distance, sending him hurtling backward. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his very organs were on the verge of collapse, blood gushing uncontrollably. Damn it, had he known that he could not endure even a second longer, he would have refrained from engaging. After crashing into several large trees, he finally managed to come to a halt. The state of immortality was forcibly dispelled. An indescribable agony coursed through his body, as if every bone were on the brink of shattering, and his insides felt as though they were being scorched by flames, engulfing him in excruciating torment. Chen Luo's face was on the verge of contorting into a grotesque expression. Chen Luo solemnly vowed to himself never to engage in such foolishness again. The Titan Giant Ape had just struck, and he estimated that he was now a lifeless corpse. Perhaps realizing that their escape was futile, the Shrek little monsters turned back to fight. However, the outcome was devastating. One by one, they were violently thrown aside. Teetering on the brink of death, Tang San showcased his Tang Sect's ultimate skills, unleashing an unknown number of hidden weapons. Yet none managed to inflict harm upon the Titan giant ape, which remained unscathed even from the slightest dent. The disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable. Ultimately, the Shrek little monsters were rendered powerless, and Xiao was taken away by the Titan giant ape. Despite knowing that the Titan giant ape bore no malice towards Xiao, Chen Luo gritted his teeth against the pain and pushed himself to pursue Tang San. As Xiao's elder brother, could not bear to witness her abduction by the king of the forest and similarly chased after them in a frenzy. Zhao Wujie watched as Chen Luo and Tang San disappeared into the distance, sighed deeply, and then clenched his teeth, saying, "Mu Bai. You quickly take everyone back to the academy to find the Dane. I will pursue those too." At that moment, Zhao Wujie's appearance was exceedingly disheveled, bruises adorned his body. And he had ended his martial soul avatar state, which resulted in a 50% reduction in all attributes and required 7 days for recovery. Even in such a state, he was determined to chase after Chen Luo and Tang San. Even if the ultimate outcome was to perish in the Stardow Forest, he was willing to do so. He could not bear to watch the lives of those he had led be extinguished. Daimu Bai had initially wanted to say something, his emotions running high. Zhao Wujie shot him a fierce glare. "Don't you dare show any petty emotions in front of me at this moment. Do you wish to accompany me to your demise?" Daimu Bai nodded vigorously, and the other little monsters followed suit, displaying a countenance unyielding in the face of death. A faint smile crept onto Zhao Wujie's lips, only to be quickly replaced by a scowl. "You irrational, foolish bunch. Hurry back to the academy and fetch reinforcements. If you follow me to your deaths, the likely outcome is that we will all perish here. Rest assured, I am not so easily dispatched, nor are those two little monsters." After scolding, Zhao Wujie ceased further discussion and immediately pursued the direction where Chen Luo and Tang San had departed. Daimu Bai stood frozen, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding from his arms, yet he eventually released his grip and turned to Ma Hongjun and the others, saying, "Let us go. Stay close to me." In the recent chaotic battle, Daimu Bai and his companions had sustained varying degrees of injury. Particularly, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had narrowly escaped death, fortunately. Daimu Bai and Oscar had been there to protect them, or they might have already turned into a mere pile of flesh. Daimu Bai carried Zhu Zhuqing while Oscar supported Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun led the way as they swiftly dashed towards the periphery of the Stardow Forest. Chen Luo sprinted a considerable distance, ultimately halting beneath a grand tree. He coughed violently twice, then expelled a copious amount of fresh blood. That accursed Titan ape had fled with astonishing speed. Initially, he could still glimpse its silhouette, yet now its whereabouts were unknown, rendering pursuit futile. At this moment, the Death God technique was operating fervently, continuously mending the injuries within Chen Luo's body. The blood he had just coughed up was the stagnant essence within him. And after its release, he felt significantly revitalized. Xiao should be unharmed. There is no need for excessive concern. Chen continuously reassured himself. Yet a lingering unease pervaded his heart. According to the original narrative of the book, the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, ventured to the fringes of the Stardow Forest primarily in search of Xiao. Their bond was exceptionally strong, with Xiao serving as the matriarch for both the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. However, should events unfold differently from his recollections, even if only slightly askew, it was likely that Xiao would be lost to him. Chen Luo was acutely aware that the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. After diligently regulating his breath, he took action once more. Even if the Titan giant ape and Xiao were merely to exchange glances, he felt compelled to ensure her safety with his own eyes. He sprinted a considerable distance into the Stardow Forest, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a cavern. At this moment, his injuries had fully healed, and he found himself in peak condition. The frantic pace of his journey had not induced fatigue, but rather invigorated him further. It seemed that the more severe his injuries, the more frantically the Death God's technique surged within him. Throughout this arduous journey, he not only mended his wounds but also sensed a significant enhancement in his soul power. If all went according to plan, his soul power should have ascended to the 30th level. Chen Luo did not hasten to acquire his third soul ring without locating Xiao. He remained in a state of profound unease. The reason for his lingering in this place was his sensing of an exceedingly perilous aura, one belonging to a formidable soul beast. At least in relation to Chen Luo's current capabilities, it resided within the cavern ahead, and it had already detected Chen Luo's presence. Chen Luo sensed that he was being targeted by a menacing aura, which compelled him to halt his steps and enter a state of heightened vigilance. Suddenly, A massive spear shot forth from the depths of the cave without any warning. Chen Luo had long been prepared. The moment the spear emerged, he instinctively retreated backwards. Creating a distance of over 100 meters from the pit, he finally halted. It was at this moment that he discerned that the so-called spear was, in fact, a spider's leg. As one arachnid limb appeared, a colossal spider surged forth from the depths of the pit. Designated as 042, the pit demon spider charged towards Chen Luo. Resembling a hunter that, having lain in wait for an extended period, now frantically pursued its elusive prey. Chen Luo immediately retreated. His gaze sharpening as the movements of the colossal spider seemed to slow before his eyes, granting him a clearer view of its form. The monstrous arachnid bore a spear-like appendage measuring approximately 4 to 5 meters in length, its body enveloped in a layer of obsidian armor. Its torso was larger than a dining table, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. A human-faced demon spider? No, it must be a cavernous demon spider. Chen Luo swiftly identified the identity of the colossal spider. After all, he had been a companion of Tang San, the renowned author of the Soul Beast Encyclopedia, for many years, and he also had a profound friendship with the elder, Park Si, who was dedicated to knowledge regarding soul beasts and soul masters. Thus, he possessed a considerable understanding of soul beast lore. The body of the burrowing demon spider was slightly smaller than that of the face-devouring demon spider and lacked the latter's facial features. Both are among the most formidable entities in the realm of arachnid soul beasts. While the face-devouring demon spider is notorious for its overwhelming offensive capabilities and potent venom, the burrowing demon spider is infamous for its cunning and treachery, relishing the art of ensnaring its foes and prey. Had it not been for Chen Luo's heightened sense of perception, which allowed him to preemptively sense the looming danger, the consequences would have been dire. Had he recklessly charged across the burrow, or even circumvented it, he would have inevitably fallen into a trap meticulously crafted by the burrowing demon spider. It was evident that the creature was injured. No wonder it appeared so anxious, lacking even the patience to lay in ambush. Chen Luo observed numerous fissures on the body of the cave-dwelling demon spider, with several of its spider spears nearly on the verge of breaking. It seemed that due to its injuries, the demon spider had lost its inherent patience and was now eager to rend its prey to shreds. Injured, yet still so ferocious? Chen stepped back for a moment, then suddenly halted. Instead of retreating, he surged forward with determination, propelling himself directly towards the abyssal spider. If his judgment were correct, this creature before him had likely reached the threshold of 10,000 years, albeit only recently. Were he to face a fully matured 10,000-year soul beast like the abyssal spider, his only option would be to flee. However, the one before him was severely weakened. Empowered by the state of immortality, both his first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously, merging the effects of poison flame and raging fire into a formidable force. Chen Luo moved with astonishing speed, almost passing by the cavernous demon spider in the blink of an eye. The scythe of death, clad in black flames, inflicted a ghastly wound upon the demon spider, which was swiftly engulfed by the ravenous fire. The sound of corrosive flames echoed in that moment, as the demon spider emitted a piercing scream, writhing in agony, its entire form trembling violently. Chen Luo seized the moment, wielding the enormous scythe of death, striking repeatedly upon the body of the abyssal spider. His angles of attack were remarkably cunning, specifically targeting the fractured segments of the spider's ebony carapace, inflicting deeper wounds upon the existing injuries. Although the black flames were formidable, directly corroding the abyssal spider's armor proved challenging, for it was, after all, a soul beast of millennia. However, when employing the wounds of the spider as conduits, the efficacy of his assault was vastly enhanced. The sizzling sound akin to roasting meat echoed continuously as the surface of the spider's carapace glowed a fiery red, while the flesh and blood within the fissures were relentlessly eroded and scorched. The abyssal spider emitted anguished shrieks. It was not without attempts at retaliation. Yet it could scarcely reach Chen Luo, whose speed was astonishingly swift. The ground around them was riddled with terrifying craters left by the spider, as its razor-sharp fangs seemed capable of piercing anything, were it not for Chen Luo's extraordinary speed and reflexes. Even a mere graze from a fang could have proven fatal. Ultimately, the abyssal spider was gravely injured and in a dire state. Its fangs were significantly broken, rendering it unable to swiftly adjust its form. With its torso already severely wounded and enduring further blows, its ability to withstand the onslaught was nothing short of miraculous. Chen Luo, having realized this truth, boldly challenged the ancient soul beast. Upon encountering the forest king, the titan great ape, he resolved deep within to never again engage in foolish acts that would lead to his demise. Without absolute certainty, he dared not make a move. Approximately half an hour later, the burrowing demon spider had entirely lost its combat capability. The creature's several spider spears, already on the verge of collapse, were swiftly severed by Chen Luo shortly after the battle commenced. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such an advantageous output environment thereafter. The body of the burrowing demon spider was riddled with grotesque and horrifying wounds, and Chen Luo himself had lost count of the number of strikes he had delivered. The indomitable state had long since dissipated, yet even at the risk of exhausting his soul power, he continued to unleash relentless attacks. The ancient soul beast, the burrowing demon spider, was persistent, compelling him to maintain unwavering focus. Once more, the enormous scythe of death was raised high by Chen Luo, then brought down, embedding itself within the creature's body, ultimately leading to the burrowing demon spider's demise. A circle of dark, profound 10,000-year soul rings slowly ascended from the carcass of the burrowing demon spider. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief deep within his heart. He gasped for air, striving to regain his composure, ultimately settling cross-legged on the ground to fervently channel the death god's technique, desperately replenishing his soul power. The peril surrounding him became a matter of little concern. If he did not absorb soul power to replenish his nearly exhausted body, he feared he would meet his end. Indeed, a 10,000-year soul beast was not to be trifled with, and even a critically wounded one nearly cost Chen Luo his life. When confronting the burrow demon spider, Chen Luo was not merely engaged in relentless attacks. He also had to evade the creature's counterattacks, meticulously seeking the optimal angles for his strikes. His nerves were taut to the utmost degree. The burrow demon spider could afford numerous missteps, but a single error on Chen Luo's part could spell disaster. What appeared to be a straightforward process of harvesting a weakened foe was, in reality, a series of life-risking gambles on his part. The burrow demon spider likely relied on its formidable strength, choosing to confront Chen Luo head-on. However, as the battle progressed, it soon realized it was outmatched. Lacking even the opportunity to flee, one was wagering its life, while the other was overconfident, resulting in the current predicament. Of course, it would be unjust to label the burrow demon spider as excessively confident. It possessed ample grounds for its self-assurance, even when gravely injured. Dealing with a mere human soul master should have been a simple task. Yet, the burrow demon spider's misfortune lay in encountering an unconventional adversary like Chen Luo. Chen Luo's terrifying speed effectively restrained the abyssal demon spider, whose mobility had significantly diminished due to the damage sustained by its spider spear. Furthermore, Chen Luo's attacks were exceedingly peculiar, as he consistently found the precise locations of the abyssal demon spider's damaged black carapace. The corrosive, burning, and toxic properties of the black flames wreaked havoc upon the creature's body from within. Under the frenzied operation of the death god technique, it was not long before Chen Luo's condition had nearly fully recovered. During this interval, no imminent dangers emerged, even if threats did arise. Chen Luo was able to respond promptly. This marked the first occasion he had utterly depleted his soul power. After all, he was confronting a 10,000-year soul beast, and achieving victory with all his might was the most favorable outcome. As Chen Luo had anticipated, the more dire his condition became, the faster the death god technique operated. Otherwise, he would not have been able to restore himself so swiftly. His fondness for the death god technique grew stronger. It possessed the remarkable ability to continuously enhance his physique, an astonishing reservoir of soul power, an extraordinary cultivation speed, and a formidable recovery rate. Each attribute warranted the title of divine. Standing before the corpse of the abyssal demon spider and gazing at the profoundly deep 10,000-year soul ring, Chen Luo's heartbeat began to quicken. He no longer received the previous special task of seeking the first soul ring or the request to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a certain confidence. After all, he was destined to search for the third soul ring. Why not seize this 10,000-year soul ring? Chen Luo's second spirit ring is a nearly 3,000-year-old fire lizard. Initially, he intended to seek a spirit beast for his third ring that was around 5,000 to 8,000 years old. However, he unexpectedly encountered the 10,000-year spirit beast, the abyssal spider. Having successfully vanquished the abyssal spider, a 10,000-year spirit ring now lay before him, making it impossible for him not to feel tempted. Although absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring entails certain risks, Chen Luo felt a sense of assurance within himself. He believed that with determination, he could certainly acquire this coveted ring. With his spirit power continuously rising, his body had undergone significant transformations, and he was confident in his strength. Such an opportunity is rare and must be seized. Chen Luo swiftly made a decision and devised a plan for absorbing the soul ring. The process of absorbing a soul ring is not merely a restoration of soul power. It cannot be concluded on a whim. Should danger arise during the absorption, the consequences could be fatal. It is imperative to ensure a safe environment for the absorption of the soul ring. With Teacher Zhao and the others absent, it was impossible to seek their assistance now. Soul rings do not remain intact indefinitely. Time is of the essence. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo's gaze ultimately fell upon the corpse of the earth spider. Was there not a ready-made bodyguard right before him? Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement, but soon her brows furrowed in concern. Could it be that the awakened soul beast had been dormant for a millennium? Would my body be able to withstand it? Chen Luo hesitated. Chen Luo possessed two extraordinary abilities, Soul Harvest and Awakening, which had remained unused until now. However, this did not imply that he had forgotten them. Soul Harvest allowed him to reap souls and enhance his strength, while Awakening enabled him to resurrect the deceased for his own purposes. Presently, it was the opportune moment to employ Awakening, but first, he needed to ascertain whether he could revive the target before him. As for Soul Harvest, it appeared to be of little use. Upon the death of a soul beast, their essence manifested as a spirit ring. And should he attempt to use Soul Harvest on the abyssal spider, it was highly likely that he would inadvertently consume the spirit ring, leaving him bereft of such a suitable one thereafter. Moreover, Soul Harvest had its limitations. Indiscriminate consumption of souls could lead to backlash or even fatal consequences. Lacking absolute certainty, he could not afford to act recklessly. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo resolved to attempt the awakening of the abyssal spider, as he possessed no better alternatives. With the emergence of the spirit ring, every precious second counted, necessitating decisive action. He activated his martial soul, the Grim Reaper, and grasped the scythe of death. With a focused intention, he forcefully brought the scythe down upon the corpse of the abyssal spider. The blade of the Grim Reaper effortlessly penetrated the creature's body without inflicting any new wounds. Suddenly, a tremendous pull emanated from the scythe, rapidly siphoning Chen Luo's soul power. The black spirit ring hovering above the corpse of the abyssal spider quivered slightly, and strands of dark essence detached from the ring, infusing themselves into the lifeless body. Awaken. Abyssal spider. A gray luminescence erupted from the fallen creature, its wounds visibly mending at an astonishing rate, while the severed spider legs regrew. The 8 spider legs embedded themselves into the ground, propping its body up as it stood once more. The awakening was a resounding success. The soul power within Chen Luo vanished entirely, and an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him instantaneously. The scythe of death retracted on its own, leaving Chen Luo struggling to maintain his balance, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Enduring the discomfort radiating from his body, he gazed at the resurrected cave demon spider before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Success is what matters. At that moment, Chen Luo's complexion had turned ashen, his body seemingly withered. The death technique was fervently at work, replenishing his soul power. Patrol the surroundings and ensure my safety. Chen Luo commanded the cave demon spider, which promptly complied. The resurrected cave demon spider appeared somewhat larger, its dark form revealing faint gray patterns, and a swirling gray aura enveloped its body, suggesting a newfound strength. Though the ancient cave demon spider was not an overwhelmingly powerful entity, it was nonetheless a formidable presence in this region, and its vigilance ensured a considerable degree of safety. Goodness, resurrecting this creature nearly drained me entirely. Chen Luo licked his parched lips and began to cultivate on the spot to restore his own state. Absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring necessitated being in optimal condition. The pitch-black and profound 10,000-year soul ring remained suspended in place, yet its original master had departed, now providing protection for its new owner. During the resurrection of the cave demon spider, Chen Luo distinctly observed several wisps of black aura emanating from the soul rings, merging into the body of the cave demon spider. However, the soul ring itself seemed unaffected. Those wisps of black mist akin to fragments of the cave demon spider's very soul. Chen Luo's recovery speed remained astonishingly rapid. In a brief moment, his condition was fully restored, and he immediately began to absorb the soul ring. Wisps of black energy continuously detached from the soul ring, merging into Chen Luo's body, filling every part of him with immense power. At this moment, the Death God technique activated automatically, operating at an extraordinary pace, even more vigorous than when Chen Luo replenished his soul power after it had been completely depleted. A chilling sensation accompanied this surge, not an invasion of the body, but a direct assault on the soul, making Chen Luo feel as if his very essence had been momentarily frozen. This sensation was reminiscent of an experience he had encountered once before, during the awakening of his martial soul at the age of 6. In comparison, the current coldness was trivial. This should be attributed to the soul shock emanating from the cave spider. Soul shock is a unique ability produced by high-level soul beasts upon their demise, occurring before their essence dissipates. and it is a trait possessed only by soul beasts over 10,000 years old. The transformation from a century to a millennium signifies a qualitative change, and similarly, the leap from a millennium to 10 millennia represents another significant evolution. A 10,000-year soul ring is not easily absorbed. The terrifying energy it harbors and the accompanying soul shock have caused many soul masters to tremble in fear or even meet their demise. Typically, only soul masters who have reached level 50 can attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, as their capabilities must have attained a certain threshold, and their mental fortitude must have developed to a particular extent. However, Chen Luo was, after all, an anomaly. This was merely his third soul ring. Perhaps due to the considerable extraction of the cave spider's soul during its resurrection, the sensation of soul shock, although intense, was fleeting. As for the vast energy within the soul ring, it posed no challenge for Chen Luo. With the frenzied operation of the Death God technique, that energy became a substantial aid in propelling him past the threshold of level 30. The process of absorbing the soul ring was destined to be lengthy. Yet everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. When Chen Luo opened his eyes after completing the absorption of the soul ring, it was already deep into the night. Before he could fully appreciate the changes brought about by the absorption, a loud commotion nearby captured his attention. Upon concentrating his senses, he realized that an unwary soul beast had ventured into the area, where the cave spider was engaged in fierce combat. 044. Shadowbinding. Chen Luo arrived at a grand tree, from which he could discern the fierce battle between the abyssal spider and a gigantic centipede. A mere 10 meters ahead lay a clearing, where the abyssal spider, shrouded in a gray aura, was engaged in a deadly struggle with a nightmarish centipede exceeding 10 meters in length. This nightmarish centipede, judging by its size, appeared to be a soul beast of at least 10,000 years, seemingly surpassing even the abyssal spider in age. The abyssal spider was likely just over 10,000 years old, perhaps a maximum of 11,000, while the nightmarish centipede boasted an age of at least 13,000 years. The nightmarish centipede possessed the quintessential appearance of a centipede, albeit vastly enlarged, with its back adorned by sinister black markings that rendered it quite otherworldly. Ordinarily, the abyssal spider, of a similar level, would hardly be a match for the nightmarish centipede, known primarily for its cunning and adeptness in setting traps to ensnare prey. It was not particularly skilled in direct confrontation. The evident age difference in combat prowess suggested that had the abyssal spider dared to engage the nightmarish centipede head-on, it would have long since become a meal for the latter. One should not entertain the naive notion of spiders inherently overcoming centipedes within the realm of soul beasts. There are no absolute adversaries, strength reigns supreme. One excels in ambush, while the other thrives in direct combat, and the disparity in power is unmistakable. Nevertheless, the current situation was rather perplexing. The abyssal spider exhibited no fear of the nightmarish centipede, engaging it with a ferocity that was both remarkable and reckless. Having recently revived, the abyssal spider had become more formidable, displaying an indifference to its injuries, operating like a relentless machine solely focused on offense. The nightmarish centipede must have been bewildered, unable to shake off this relentless foe. Upon entering the area, it had been targeted by the abyssal spider, leading to a ceaseless cycle of conflict with no chance for retreat. Initially, when the nightmarish centipede encountered the abyssal spider, it had felt exhilarated, believing it had stumbled upon an easy meal, given the apparent weakness of its opponent. The absolute power disparity made the outcome of the battle all too predictable. Cautiously, the nightmarish centipede awaited the abyssal spider's first move, wary of falling into one of its meticulously devised traps. Soul beasts, upon reaching the age of 10,000 years, possess a certain level of intelligence. Describing them as cunning would be apartment. One does not ascend to the rank of a 10,000-year soul beast without having traversed through numerous life and death situations. Yet, the nightmarish centipede ultimately misjudged the abyssal spider, which eschewed any devious tactics in favor of a foolishly direct confrontation. At that moment, the nightmarish centipede believed it had struck fortune, with its prey offering itself up for a straightforward battle, certain that the abyssal spider stood no chance in such a face-off. Who could have known? Who could have predicted that the abyssal spider would prove to be so ferocious and unhinged? The abyssal spider's fangs were remarkably sharp, leaving several gaping wounds on the nightmarish centipede, which bled profusely, its vitality waning. However, the nightmarish centipede was not without its victories. Its countless legs were razor-sharp, and its vicious mandibles inflicted numerous wounds upon the abyssal spider, even tearing away one of its fangs. Under normal circumstances, the abyssal spider would have long since lost its fighting spirit or fled, yet it appeared utterly deranged, undeterred by its injuries, and continued its relentless assault. Realizing the precariousness of its situation, the nightmarish centipede sensed impending doom if it did not act swiftly. With a low growl, it unleashed a surge of dark energy from the unique patterns on its back, condensing into a blade that it thrust toward the abyssal spider. The abyssal spider, undaunted by the impending strike, charged forward, intent on leaving a bloody mark on the nightmarish centipede with its own fangs. The black blade pierced the abyssal spider's body. Yet it continued its assault, appearing increasingly battered but undeterred. The nightmarish centipede was taken aback, unable to fathom how its ultimate attack had failed to vanquish the frenzied abyssal spider. In that fleeting moment of shock, the abyssal spider's fangs once again marred the nightmarish centipede's flesh. For the first time, the abyssal spider unleashed its skill, expelling a massive web from its abdomen that ensnared the majority of the nightmarish centipede's body. Although the web was devoid of poison, its resilience was remarkable, confining the nightmarish centipede in a veritable prison. The nightmarish centipede struggled fiercely, its claws capable of slicing through the web, yet complete liberation would require time. Meanwhile, the abyssal spider continued its assault with relentless fury, leaving horrifying wounds across the nightmarish centipede's body until it was utterly devoid of fighting spirit, clinging to life by the thinnest of threads. Just as the abyssal spider prepared to deliver the final blow to the nightmarish centipede, Chen Luo's figure suddenly emerged. Under his command, the abyssal spider ceased its assault, standing still in place. Chen Luo gazed steadily at the nightmarish centipede, on the brink of death, and instantly activated his martial soul. 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, rose from beneath his feet. Suddenly, the black soul ring shone brilliantly, and Chen Luo wielded the scythe of death with great force towards the nightmarish centipede. The blade of the scythe effortlessly penetrated the wretched form of the centipede, and in an instant, shadows erupted from the blade, binding a portion of the centipede's body tightly. This was Chen Luo's 3rd soul ring, the 10,000-year soul skills. Shadow binding. When attacking a target, it instantaneously releases shadows to control the target. Chen Luo retracted the scythe of death, yet the effects of shadow binding persisted, albeit for less than 10 seconds. The ability to exert control over such a colossal entity suggests that, when faced with a soul master of equivalent rank, he could likely dominate them to their demise. The nightmarish centipede, being on the brink of death, could only be held in check for a rough estimate of time. Had the nightmarish centipede been in its prime, even a control duration of 3 to 4 seconds would be considered remarkable. Such a feat would be nothing short of extraordinary, given that the nightmarish centipede is a 10,000-year-old soul beast. After experimenting with his new soul skill, Chen Luo commanded the abyssal demon spider to deliver a final strike to the nightmarish centipede. Chen Luo refrained from hunting the soul of the deceased nightmare centipede. Though he possessed confidence, he had yet to reach a level where he could consume the essence of a millennium-old soul beast. He was not inclined to meet an untimely demise. The act of soul hunting and the absorption of soul rings are distinct concepts. The former entails the complete consumption of both soul and energy, while the latter resembles the infusion of special powers into one's martial soul, with the absorbed energy being merely a fraction. Although he omitted the soul hunting process, awakening was still deemed necessary. The body of the abyssal spider was on the verge of collapse. While it could still engage in battle, its combat prowess had significantly diminished. Reviving the nightmare centipede would provide an additional source of strength, who would begrudge the loyalty of a devoted minion. As the necromantic realm opened, Chen Luo was already capable of awakening the abyssal spider even before acquiring his 3rd soul ring. Now, having officially ascended to the rank of soul master, he believed that awakening the older nightmare centipede should pose no challenge. Upon its demise, a deep, dark soul ring of a millennium rose from the corpse of the nightmare centipede, but alas, it was of no use to Chen Luo. Gripping the scythe of death tightly, he immediately set about the process of awakening the nightmare centipede. As the scythe's blade penetrated the creature's form, the sensations he experienced when awakening the abyssal spider returned, even more intense than before. Perhaps due to his enhanced power, Chen Luo managed to endure all discomfort. After a brief moment, he withdrew the scythe of death. Though his complexion was somewhat pallid, he still appeared relatively vigorous. This was the advantage of increased power, prior to acquiring the soul ring. The effort to awaken an abyssal spider had nearly drained him. Now, even in reviving the nightmare centipede, which surpassed the abyssal spider in strength, he still retained some vitality. The awakening was undoubtedly a success. The wounds on the nightmare centipede healed rapidly, allowing it to rise once more, enveloped in a gray aura, its form noticeably enlarged. The black markings along its back had transformed entirely to gray, rendering it even more eerie. The revived nightmare centipede stood silently before Chen Luo, awaiting his command. The black millennium soul ring continued to hover around it, though its color seemed to have dimmed slightly. Chen Luo regarded the wasted potential of the millennium soul ring with a hint of regret. Suddenly, as if sensing something, a thought flickered through his mind. He promptly retreated to a considerable distance before issuing instructions to the nightmare centipede. Its form shifted slightly, and the gray markings on its back radiated brilliance, causing the dark Millennium Soul Ring to be absorbed in an instant. It was as if the essence had returned home, devoid of any discord. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. With the absorption of its own Millennium Soul Ring, the nightmare centipede's aura soared, and its size increased once more. What had once been a lifeless entity now seemed imbued with a semblance of vitality. Chen Luo was still marveling at the bizarre spectacle before him when suddenly he received a message from the nightmarish centipede. It inquired whether it could devour the cavernous demon spider. Chen Luo also sensed a profound resentment. Goodness, quite vengeful indeed. Chen Luo cast a glance at the abyssal spider, whose body was already in a state of ruin, seemingly devoid of any worth. Yet, Chen Luo was reluctant to abandon the creature, for it had just served as his guardian. Was there a way to restore the abyssal spider? Storing the undead within the realm of the dead could facilitate its resurrection. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that the system would actually respond to his inquiry. His current strength had indeed seen a significant enhancement, and it was possible that he had already unlocked the realm of necromancy, for the system would not have suddenly presented a notification otherwise. Upon contemplating this, Chen Luo promptly established a connection with the Death Goddess Ring. Before his eyes, two distinctly different realms materialized in an instant. One was a storage space, now as expansive as a house, while the other was the realm of the undead, which had truly been activated. Unlike the storage space, the undead realm manifested in an ethereal state, resembling an alternate world. Beneath the undead realm was a notification: current stored undead, 02. Chen Luo's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the cavernous magic spider and placed his left hand upon its body. A burst of black radiance erupted, and the cavernous magic spider vanished from sight. Chen Luo cast his gaze once more upon the realm of the undead. The cavernous demon spider had already entered that void, where it now lay in slumber. Its wounds, which seemed almost beyond the hope of recovery, were gradually mending. I feel as though I am about to take flight. Chen Luo was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped into the air, his handsome visage illuminated by a radiant smile. Approaching the nightmarish centipede, he reached out and placed his hand upon it, drawing the creature into the realm of the undead. The nightmarish centipede appeared somewhat reluctant. Yet all matters were at the discretion of Chen Luo. Once enveloped in that ethereal world, the nightmarish centipede did not succumb to slumber as the abyssal spider had. Instead, it remained quietly in its designated spot, seemingly enhancing its strength at an exceedingly gradual pace. Injured undead could heal within the realm of the undead, while those in good condition could slowly augment their power, albeit at a rather languid rate, likely influenced by the nature of the undead itself. This is truly remarkable. Chen Luo felt that after entering the Soul Sovereign realm, his entire strength had ascended by more than just a single tier. Chen Luo did not linger in one place for long. In his heart, Xiao remained of utmost importance. Once he had resolved his own matters, he immediately set forth on the path to find her. As he progressed, Chen Luo took the opportunity to reflect upon his newfound strength after ascending to the Soul Master rank. His current soul power level stood at 33. If he were to activate his immortal state, he could potentially match the strength of a Soul King, with his combat prowess undoubtedly doubling. His physical constitution had also experienced a significant enhancement, allowing him to effortlessly contend with Soul Sect practitioners. Chen Luo even began to question whether his martial soul, the god of death, primarily manifested in his physical form, bestowing upon him capabilities comparable to those of his original martial soul. In addition to his personal advancements, the deathly space within the Death Goddess Ring had been unlocked, enabling him to house two spirits. Chen Luo had fortuitously acquired two ancient soul beasts, the Abyssal Spider and the Nightmare Centipede, both securely stored within the realm of the undead. Ready to be summoned at any moment of need, they represented Chen Luo's true trump cards. Upon their demise, these soul beasts could be resurrected using the technique of awakening. Their wounds completely healed, and their power significantly enhanced. Should their soul rings remain intact, they could absorb these as well, further augmenting their strength, and it appeared they possessed a degree of sentience. After mentally summarizing and organizing his thoughts on all matters, Chen Luo accessed the task panel. He had successfully acquired his third soul ring, and a new sign and task had been refreshed. Main quest: proceed to the Royal Academy of Tiando to sign in and join the new Shrek Academy. Side quest: achieve 30 consecutive victories at the Soto Great Soul Arena. To his surprise, a new side quest had emerged. It seemed prudent to undertake this side quest first. After acquiring his second soul ring, Chen Luo found that the only tasks available for sign-in were the main storyline missions, yet this time he encountered side quests as well. The main tasks consisted of 2 conditions: traveling to the Tiando Royal Academy to sign in and joining the new Shrek Academy. The former was relatively straightforward. Given his current strength, even if he set off for the Tiando Royal Academy now, he would be warmly welcomed. However, the latter condition, joining the new Shrek Academy, required the entire Shrek team to relocate together. In Chen Luo's recollection, the new Shrek Academy was established based on Lu Erlong's Soul Master Academy. The name remained Shrek Academy, with new added merely for differentiation, following the conventional plotline. It would be after the Shrek Little Monsters graduated that the Shrek group would collectively make their way to the Tiando Royal Academy. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, they would eventually reunite with Lu Erlong and subsequently re-establish the Shrek Academy. It seemed that the main tasks could not be completed in the immediate future. But Chen Luo was not in a rush. His current strength was more than sufficient, perhaps even overly so, necessitating a period for adaptation. Moreover, Chen Luo wished to remain by Xiaowu's side. Although his progress was indeed ahead of schedule, Xiaowu needed time to grow at her own pace. Accompanying the girl he cherished as she gradually matured and gained strength was a dream cherished by countless boys. Thus, he decided to set aside the main tasks for now and focus on completing the side quests, which would only be a matter of time. Navigating through a thicket, Chen Luo arrived at an open area, where numerous paths lay before him, leaving him momentarily indecisive. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching him. Chen Luo stood still, silently awaiting the arrival of a graceful figure emerging from the thicket, who soon approached him. "Brother Chen Luo, what brings you here?" It was none other than Xiaowu. Chen Luo remained silent, pulling Xiaowu into his embrace. "At last, I have found you." Under the mottled shadows of the trees, the boy and the girl gazed into each other's eyes, a sentiment akin to a reunion after death, a feeling that words could scarcely convey. Chen Luo gently tidied up the somewhat disheveled hair of Xiaowu, who began to recount her thrilling experiences. Upon hearing a bellow reminiscent of a raging bull, the Titan Great Ape released her and fled, simultaneously breaking through to the 30th level and acquiring its 3rd soul ring. Chen Luo was undoubtedly aware that Xiaowu was merely speaking nonsense, yet he feigned a demeanor of complete belief. "As long as you're fine," he replied. At that moment, Xiaowu also noticed the stains of blood on Chen Luo's attire, which was tattered in several places. Concern etched across her face, she inquired. "Brother Chen Luo, what happened to you all? How did you end up here alone? And why are you injured?" Chen Luo smiled and shook her head, saying, "I am fine. At that time, I intended to intervene and hinder the Titan Ape, to buy you all a moment to escape. Ultimately, I was sent flying by the Titan Ape. It was my own overestimation of my abilities." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's expression filled with concern as she gently placed her small hand upon Chen Luo's chest, offering comfort. Chen smiled broadly and said, "It's nothing serious. The injuries are not too severe. Indeed, it is merely a matter of a little over half my life. Had it not been for the Death God's incantation, I would likely still be lying in the place where I was wounded." Chen Luo continued, "Later, upon witnessing you being captured by the Titan Giant Ape, I immediately set off in pursuit. Tang San seemed to have taken action as well, though I am uncertain of his current whereabouts." Xiaowu softly replied, "Why are you so foolish? Knowing full well the formidable strength of the Titan Giant Ape, you still chose to chase after it. What if something were to go awry? This journey is fraught with peril." As she spoke, her large, watery eyes brimmed with remorse. Chen Luo gently stroked Xiaowu's head and earnestly declared, "I have vowed to protect you. Should anyone wish to harm you, they must first step over my lifeless body. If you were to vanish, my existence would hold no significance." Xiaowu's large, glistening eyes were tinged with a hint of red, fixated intently on Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled faintly and continued, "Later, during the pursuit, I transcended level 30 and conveniently acquired my 3rd soul ring. This encounter bears some resemblance to Xiaowu's. Yet Chen Luo's experience is genuine while Xiaowu's is fabricated." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "What kind of soul beast did you obtain the soul ring from?" "The cave spider," came the reply. Chen Luo recounted the fortuitous encounter with the abyssal spider and the subsequent vanquishing of the creature, omitting the details regarding his awakening and the Death Goddess ring. Upon hearing his tale, Xiaowu's previously joyful smile faded, replaced by a look of concern and reproach. "Brother Chen Luo, you have been exceedingly reckless. A 10,000-year soul beast is an extraordinarily perilous entity. How could you dare to hunt it? Even more alarming is the fact that you absorbed its 10,000-year soul ring. Any misstep in this endeavor could lead to unimaginable consequences." Please, do not engage in such life-threatening pursuits again. Chen Luo smiled broadly. Look at me. I am perfectly fine. Have you forgotten that I am the one who absorbed a 1,000-year spirit ring as my first? A mere 10,000-year spirit ring is nothing to me. The abyssal spider was gravely injured, which allowed me to seize this opportunity. Yet, despite his words, only Chen Luo understood the true peril involved. Even though the 10,000-year spirit beast, the abyssal spider, was severely wounded, it had expended all its strength to be defeated. Had he not previously extracted a fragment of the spider's soul upon awakening, the absorption of the spirit ring would not have been so seamless. Xiao Wu remained silent, embracing Chen Luo silently. As a spirit beast herself, she was acutely aware of the inherent dangers posed by spirit beasts. She understood that Chen Luo spoke so casually to spare her the burden of worry. Chen Luo felt a sense of surprise, yet he quickly regained his composure. Gently caressing Xiao Wu's back, after a prolonged moment, they finally parted ways. Go find Tang San and the others, Chen Luo said. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Upon reuniting with Tang San and the group, they discovered that Tang San had just completed the absorption of the soul ring from the man-faced demon spider, and had also acquired the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Some of the events that transpired after entering the Douluo forest diverged from Chen Luo's memories. Yet the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Tang San had similarly achieved a breakthrough while pursuing the Titan giant ape, subsequently encountering the man-faced demon spider and the formidable couple, the dragon snake, which aligned closely with Chen Luo's recollections. Upon seeing Chen Luo and Xiao Wu return, the group's anxious hearts finally settled, and Tang San felt the same. For him, both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu were immensely significant, which was why he had lost his composure and recklessly pursued the Titan giant ape. Fortunately, everyone was safe and sound, bringing joy to all. It is time to head home, little monsters, Zhao Wujin proclaimed. His fatigued face illuminated with a smile as he waved his arms. The group cheered in unison, exchanging glances, having collectively faced life and death situations. An unspoken bond had already woven itself into their hearts. Now that all matters were resolved, they could finally return and rest. Zhao Wujin looked upon the scene before him with satisfaction. He was genuinely pleased with these students. Monsters, after all, are indeed exceptional. Their innate talents in both cultivation and combat far surpass those of ordinary individuals. They maintained a calm demeanor, made the most precise judgments, valued emotions, and faced life and death without fear. He eagerly anticipated their future selves. Chen Luo, come with me to clear the path, Zhao Wujin beckoned to Chen Luo. Chen Luo immediately stepped forward. Everyone was aware of his acquisition of the third soul ring. Zhao Wujie, having activated his martial soul's true form, remained in a weakened state, capable of exerting no more than 50% of his strength. They were still within the Douluo forest, where peril lingered, and no one could foresee what might transpire in the next moment. Chen Luo has acquired his third soul ring, a remarkable 10,000-year spirit ring. His previous prowess has been witnessed by all, and now he has undoubtedly emerged as a formidable asset to the team, with Zhao Wujie and Chen Luo leading the way. Their return journey was devoid of any further complications. This is likely attributed to the presence of the Titan great ape at the forest's edge. It is reasonable to assume that for a considerable duration, the weaker spirit beast will refrain from venturing out. Upon exiting the Douluo forest, the members of Shrek Academy took a respite in a quaint town for 2 days. As always, Dai Mubai generously assumed responsibility for the group's expenses, allowing everyone to forego their training and indulge in relaxation during this brief interlude. Upon their return to the academy, Tang San specifically called upon Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. I have some hidden weapons for you. Take them for now. Rest well today, and tomorrow, when you have some free time, I will instruct you on their usage. As he spoke, Tang San produced 2 Zhuge crossbows along with various other concealed weapons. In critical moments, these can prove to be quite advantageous, Tang San continued. Initially, I intended to forge some more potent weapons to present to you, but after the events in the Douluo forest, it seems prudent to have a greater arsenal at our disposal. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu immediately smiled and expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you, San-go. There's no need to be so formal. We are family, after all. After handing over the concealed weapons to Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, Tang San returned to the dormitory. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu exchanged a smile before returning to their dormitory. Who would have thought that third brother would be so generous? Xiao Wu remarked with a chuckle. Chen Luo remarked, When has he ever been stingy? In the future, wherever he is in need, we should do our utmost to assist him. Xiao Wu nodded. Indeed. That is the right thing to do. After resting in bed for a while, Chen Luo turned to Xiao Wu with a smile and asked, Shall we practice later? Or would you prefer to rest? Xiao Wu pouted. Let's sleep instead. I am so tired. Chen Luo smiled faintly, gazing at the ceiling, contemplating that it was indeed time for a good rest. Calculating the time, the master should have arrived at Shrek Academy by now. After breakfast, the bell rang, summoning everyone to gather on the academy's playground. Both the dean and vice dean, Flander and Zhao Wujia, were present, along with the faculty members, contributing to an unusually lively atmosphere. As Flander surveyed the assembled students, he began to introduce the faculty members in turn. Teacher Li Yusong, Martial Soul, Dragon Pattern Staff, Level 66 Soul Emperor. This was the elder who had previously overseen the admissions at Shrek Academy. Teacher Lu Qibin, Martial Soul, Star Chess, Level 66 Soul Emperor. He was slightly older than Li Yusong in his 70s. Teacher Xiao Xian, Martial Soul, Jelly Bean, Level 71 Soul Saint. This instructor was much younger, around Flander's age. Despite their advanced years, both Li Yusong and Lu Qibin maintained tall, robust figures, though time had etched many lines upon their faces. Their appearances were far more appealing than that of an ordinary senior. However, Xiao Xian was somewhat unremarkable and looks shorter than even Xiao Wu, with small eyes and a prominent nose. Individually, his features were acceptable, but combined, they evoked a rather peculiar impression. Yet, appearances do not define a person. Strength is paramount. Xiao Xian exemplified this principle. Were it not for Flander's introduction? Who would believe that this seemingly ordinary man possessed the prowess of a soul saint and was a rare food-type soul master? The adage, do not judge a book by its cover, aptly applies to Xiao Xian. After Flander's introduction, the three instructors nodded toward the students, their gazes lingering momentarily on Chen Luo. Li Yusong maintained an impassive expression, while Lu Qibin wore a gentle smile. In contrast, Xiao Xian's eyes were solely focused on Oscar. A middle-aged man stood beside them, introduced last by Flander. As soon as he appeared, Chen Luo and Xiao Wu's attention was drawn to him. Tang San, however, appeared unsurprised, as if he had encountered the man before. This individual was the master Yu Xiaojiang, renowned for his research on the competitive strength of the top 10 martial souls, celebrated as the most astute soul master and Tang San's mentor, my old companion. Apart from Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, the others regarded Yu Xiaojiang with curiosity and anticipation. They had witnessed Tang San's prowess and surmised that a teacher capable of nurturing such talent must possess considerable skill themselves. Upon concluding the introductions, Flander imparted a few words of advice to the little monsters before formally transferring the teaching responsibilities to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang briefly outlined the future teaching arrangements and then ranked everyone according to their age. Number 1, Dai Mubai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Qing. What about my name? The order of the Shrek 7 monsters remained unchanged. Yet Chen Luo did not hear his name. Seemingly aware of Chen Luo's puzzled expression, Yu Xiaojiang calmly stated, Chen Luo's strength far exceeds that of the others and will be arranged separately. The crowd expressed no dissent regarding this decision. Chen Luo himself felt somewhat surprised, but he did not harbor excessive opinions on the matter. Indeed, Chen Luo's prowess far surpassed that of others, should they train together. It would likely disrupt the training equilibrium of the group, and ordinary training would be of little aid to Chen Luo's growth. Gather here tomorrow morning. Do not be absent for breakfast. Tardiness will result in special training. Dismissed. After Yu Xiaojiang concluded, he departed with Flinder and the others. Oscar and his companions huddled around Tang San, discussing the arrival of the master, and soon all eyes turned to Chen Luo. Good brother. It seems you are indeed receiving special treatment. Oscar chuckled, adopting an expression of premonition. Daimubai added with a grin, there is no helping it. You are simply too formidable. However, Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat disappointed. I was hoping Chen Luo could train with us. He's so strong that we could have slacked off a bit. Now, that dream is shattered. If he trained alongside us, could you withstand his training regimen? Daimubai shot a glance at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun chuckled, true enough. The others did not allow Yu Xiaojiang's arrangement to create distance in their relationship with Chen Luo. They all understood, after all, that Chen Luo was undeniably powerful. At merely 12 years of age, he possessed the strength of a soul master, boasting 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black. He had once faced off against the immovable king, Zhao Wujin, and Daimubai, having been thoroughly defeated by Chen Luo. Was acutely aware of his strength. Back then, Chen Luo was merely at the great soul master level. Now he had ascended to the level of a soul master and acquired a 10,000-year soul ring. All impossibilities had been realized in Chen Luo, and no one could fathom just how formidable he had become. Perhaps, even the 7 of them combined would struggle to match his prowess. And indeed, This was the reality. Chen Luo held no strong opinions on the matter. He was destined to be the one who felt out of place. If he were forcibly integrated into the Shrek 7 monsters, he would find himself somewhat discomfited. Being singled out and treated with special consideration was, in fact, rather agreeable. Chen Luo arrived at Shrek Academy primarily to accompany Xiaowu in her quest for strength. Although Shrek Academy may not be the finest institution, it is undoubtedly the most suitable choice, at least for Xiaowu. If he could also gain something from his time at Shrek Academy, it would be the most favorable outcome. After a brief conversation, Ma Hongjun insisted on dragging Dai Mubai to Soto City in search of amusement. Dai Mubai, however, chose to decline, as he had only just established a commendable reputation before Zhu Shiqing and was unwilling to jeopardize it. To everyone's surprise, Tang San expressed his intention to visit Soto City as well. Unlike Ma Hongjun, Tang San's purpose was to seek out reliable blacksmiths to forge hidden weapons. On their journey back from the Stardow Forest, everyone, except for Chen Luo, was keenly interested in how Tang San had defeated the man-faced demon spider, prompting him to share his plans regarding the hidden weapons. Ning Rongrong, well aware of the advantages that these weapons would bring to their sect, had already placed a substantial order with Tang San on behalf of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This aligned closely with Chen Luo's impression, revealing that Ning Rongrong was not the stereotypical enchanting sorceress, but rather a formidable businesswoman. Xiaowu, shall we take a stroll in Soto City together? Chen Luo suggested. Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she ultimately shook her head. Perhaps not. Let us return and focus on our training instead. Since their return from the Stardow Forest, Xiaowu had become even more dedicated and industrious, and her relentless training stirred a sense of concern within Chen Luo. Let us take a half-day off and explore Soto City. Chen Luo smiled. At last, Xiaowu nodded in agreement. All right. Chen Luo discerned a shift in Xiaowu's mindset, though the precise nature of this transformation eluded him. Striving for excellence is commendable, yet it is equally essential to embrace relaxation when the moment calls for it. Chen Luo harbored a deep desire for Xiaowu to retain her innocent and vivacious spirit. He believed that even if the sky were to collapse, he could bear the weight for her. Should she cease to smile, all his endeavors would be rendered meaningless. On the following morning, the members of Shrek Academy gathered in the dining hall, where the master personally prepared a nutritious breakfast for everyone. After their meal, they convened on the playground. To their surprise, Zhao Wuji had also arrived. I have come to understand your respective martial souls and abilities, he announced. From this day forth, I shall commence your intensive training. The master's expression was grave as his gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting upon Chen Luo. Chen Luo, step forward. Yes. Chen Luo stepped forward. The master said, state your martial soul and soul power level. Chen Luo, martial soul, scythe, soul power level, 33. A flicker of surprise passed through the master's gaze, and he then said, you may directly accompany teacher Zhao Wujie. I have already conveyed your training details to him. All right. Chen Luo did not hesitate for long and directly approached Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji wore a radiant smile, seemingly brimming with excitement. Come with me. Chen Luo glanced back at Xiaowu for a moment before following Zhao Wuji away. The master's gaze returned to the Shrek 7 monsters. We shall commence our training officially. Chen Luo followed Zhao Wujie to a secluded area within the academy, a place that felt remarkably familiar to him, reminiscent of the battleground where he had faced Zhao Wujie during the entrance examination. With a smile, Zhao Wujie remarked, little monster. The master had originally intended for you to battle against those youngsters. However, it seems your soul power has remarkably ascended to level 33. Thus, it falls upon me to accompany you. This is quite reasonable, really, after absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. It would be rather implausible for your soul power to only increase by a single level. You are truly impressive, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring as your third. I can hardly contain my eagerness to witness your current prowess. Chen Luo smiled gently, expressing her anticipation. In truth, she had already formed a rough idea of what her training would entail the previous evening. However, she had not expected the master to hold her in such high regard, directly assigning her to battle Zhao Wuji. Chen Luo initially speculated that he might very well serve as a combatant for the Shrek 7 monsters. The words recently uttered by Zhao Wujie seemed to corroborate this notion. However, due to an unforeseen circumstance, upon learning of Chen Luo's soul power level, the master swiftly opted for an alternative course of action. As for the training regimen of the Shrek 7 monsters, it is likely to mirror the training that Chen Luo recalled, beginning with combat exercises followed by physical conditioning. Zhao Wujie remarked, I knew you weren't one to shy away. As expected. Ahem, your training will consist of battling against me. Zhao Wujie proceeded to elaborate on the training content, I am well aware of your capabilities, and I shall not hold back. Your objective is to compel me to unleash my martial soul's true form. Understood. Let us commence, replied Chen Luo. Zhao Wujie chuckled. Are you so eager, young one? Martial soul manifestation. With that, Zhao Wujie activated his martial soul, 7 soul rings pulsating rhythmically around him, radiating a dazzling brilliance. While an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted forth, unleashing a terrifying pressure that bore down upon Chen Luo. Chen Luo remained utterly unfazed by Zhao Wujie's imposing presence. Calmly manifesting his martial soul, a colossal scythe materialized in Chen Luo's grasp, an ethereal shadow visible only to him overlapping with his form. 3 soul rings, 2 violet and 1 black, slowly ascended from beneath his feet, heralding a profound transformation in his aura. Indomitable! With a low growl, Chen Luo summoned black flames that erupted from the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly enveloping his entire being. His 3 soul rings shone brightly, and his presence ascended once more. Truly, he was regarded as a prodigious entity, exuding an aura akin to that of a soul king. Yet, one wonders how long he could sustain such a state in battle. Zhao Wujie grinned with excitement and charged directly at Chen Luo. There was no need for superfluous words. The training commenced immediately. Upon activating his indomitable state, Chen Luo found himself in an extraordinarily unique condition, a sensation of immense power that felt almost surreal, as if he could conquer all. This overwhelming feeling instilled in him an unwavering confidence, yet, influenced by his inherent temperament, he remained in a state of profound calm. Gazing at the approaching soul sage Zhao Wujie, Chen Luo felt no panic. In fact, a subtle smile unconsciously curved at the corner of his lips. Not utilizing his martial soul's true form, Teacher Zhao, it seems you may be overestimating yourself. Chen Luo charged directly towards Zhao Wujie, his speed surpassing that of Zhao Wujie. Clang! In an instant, Chen Luo collided with Zhao Wujie as the scythe of death descended upon Zhao Wujie's arms. Immovable king body. Zhao Wujie's first soul ring shimmered, anticipating Chen Luo's assault. A brilliant golden light erupted around Zhao Wujie, a tremendous force propelling Chen Luo backward. However, Chen Luo adeptly controlled the timing, activating the scythe of death only after Zhao Wujie had unleashed his immovable king body, unleashing an overwhelming blaze of black flames. Boom! The black flames engulfed Zhao Wujie entirely, infused with the effects of toxic fire and fierce flames, and with the enhancement of Chen Luo's power. The damage from these 2 skills appeared significantly augmented. Much of Zhao Wujie's hair was singed away, and several patches of his flesh were charred, with black flames writhing in some of the wounds, evoking a visceral pain merely to behold. Hiss! Zhao Wujie's face contorted in agony as he could not suppress a pained howl. He immediately summoned his soul power to expel the black flames clinging to his body. Yet, rather than succumbing to anger over his injuries, a glimmer of excitement danced across his features. Quite impressive. As your strength has grown, so too has the potency of your soul skills, inflicting greater harm upon me, and that infernal black flame is all the more difficult to eradicate. Your timing in battle was remarkably astute. I had anticipated you would employ that particular soul skill, intending to counter with my first soul skill, yet you, cunning lad, withheld your attack until after my first soul skill was unleashed. Remarkable indeed. You truly are a little monster, Zhao Wujie remarked, gazing at Chen Luo, who had been sent flying over 10 meters. A self-deprecating smile crept onto his excited visage. Goodness. It seems my first soul skill failed to inflict any substantial damage upon you. Your original plan was to strike and then swiftly distance yourself from me. And it appears that fate has favored your strategy. Chen Luo steadied himself. He had indeed sustained minimal injuries, merely retreating in accordance with the explosive force of the golden light. Zhao Wujie's words resonated profoundly, revealing a multitude of intricate details from their brief encounter. Truly, he was the immovable king of wisdom, Zhao Wujie, capable of discerning so much from such a fleeting clash. The warm-up had concluded. It was time to commence the genuine battle, and his anticipation was palpable. Allow me to witness your millennia-old soul technique. Upon finishing his statement, the second and third soul rings adorning Zhao Wujie's form shimmered simultaneously. Zhao Wujie's second soul technique, the mighty diamond palm, transformed his hands into formidable bear claws, significantly augmenting his power and offensive capability to several tiers above. His third soul technique, gravity enhancement, had already been witnessed by Chen Luo during the entrance examination. It was precisely this gravity enhancement that had severely curtailed Chen Luo's speed, compelling him to forego combat. Without a definitive advantage in velocity, Chen Luo would merely be a sluggish target before Zhao Wujie. Once Zhao Wujie's gravity enhancement was activated, Chen Luo acutely felt the pressure around him intensify. As if he were encumbered by an immense weight, greatly impeding his speed. The predicament was not overly daunting. It merely required a period of adjustment to acclimatize to this current state. Chen Luo gazed calmly at the approaching Zhao Wuji, promptly springing into action, however. Instead of advancing towards Zhao, he opted to retreat. Simultaneously, he activated 2 soul skills, indicating that Zhao Wuji had also become serious. Thus, it was imperative for him to adjust to an optimal state to confront his opponent. After all, Zhao Wuji was a formidable soul sage, possessing a wealth of combat experience that far surpassed his own. While Zhao Wuji could afford countless mistakes, Chen Luo could not allow himself even a single misstep. Any lapse that allowed Zhao Wuji to exploit a weakness would spell the end of the battle. Remarkable, little monster, Zhao Wuji remarked with a smile, after your power enhancement. You exhibit such remarkable immunity to my gravitational augmentation. Truly, you are a student deserving of my admiration. Chen Luo's speed had diminished significantly, yet Zhao Wuji's speed surged unexpectedly. He unleashed his entire soul power, fully immersing himself in the throes of battle. The distance between the two narrowed swiftly as Zhao Wuji once again accelerated, leaping forward with fervor and swinging his mighty paw towards Chen Luo. However, the outcome was a mere empty strike. Had he adapted so quickly? A look of astonishment flickered across Zhao Wuji's face as he promptly pivoted, swinging his paw towards the space behind him. Chen Luo happened to appear behind Zhao Wuji, wielding the scythe of death for a decisive strike. Clang! The scythe was intercepted by Zhao Wuji's bare paw, yet the black flames surged forth unimpeded, erupting once more. Boom! In the face of the advancing black flames, Zhao Wuji remained undaunted, his soul power surging violently to shield himself. Simultaneously, his first black soul ring radiated a profound darkness as he unleashed his 5th soul skill, gravitational compression. An immense pressure enveloped him from all directions, causing Chen Luo's body to uncontrollably draw closer to Zhao Wuji. Chen Luo's expression suddenly shifted, his hands gripping the scythe of death with great force. The black eternal soul rings adorning him radiating a sinister glow. Shadow binding. Countless shadows surged forth from the scythe of death, instantly ensnaring Zhao Wuji, thoroughly binding him in an unyielding embrace. As Chen Luo approached Zhao Wuji, a mere half-meter away, the oppressive force of gravity finally dissipated. Chen Luo swiftly delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Wuji's chest, leveraging the momentum to create distance between them. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Wuji struggled against the constraints of the shadowy bindings, yet this peculiar entrapment could not restrain him for long, almost simultaneously with Chen Luo's retreat. The shadows shattered under Zhao Wuji's might, dissolving into nothingness. Is this the soul technique you have honed for millennia? It seems even I can wield its power. A look of astonishment flickered across Zhao Wuji's face before he resumed his assault on Chen Luo. Be cautious. Next time, I shall not afford you such a generous opportunity to escape. Zhao Wuji closed the gap once more, yet Chen Luo remained unfazed, responding with poise. Indeed, every inch gained in strength counts. The scythe of death is ultimately a weapon, and when facing Zhao Wuji's formidable fists, it presents certain advantages, offering ample room for maneuverability. Chen Luo denied Zhao Wuji any opportunity to approach, having calculated the optimal attack range of the Death God's scythe. As soon as Zhao Wuji stepped within that limit, he swiftly swung the scythe to launch his assault. Clang! The blade clashed once more with the bear's paw, unleashing another roar of black flames. Zhao Wuji's face twitched slightly. Does this little monster ever exhaust its soul power? And this soul skill is alarmingly swift, having endured 2 consecutive strikes from the black flames. His body was marred with burns that continued to throb painfully, irritating his nerves. In the instant the black flames erupted, Zhao Wuji decisively opted to retreat. Attempting to flee? A faint smile blossomed on Chen Luo's face, radiating a seemingly sunny disposition. However, to Zhao Wuji, it appeared profoundly terrifying. Shadow binding. In an instant, as the black flames surged forth, the shadows surged ahead, ensnaring Zhao Wuji once more. Caught off guard while attempting to retreat, Zhao Wuji stumbled and fell, becoming engulfed by the black flames once again. During this tumultuous moment, Chen Luo seized the opportunity to launch another attack, leaving a gruesome wound on Zhao Wuji's waist with his enormous scythe. Having maximized his output, Chen Luo swiftly retreated, having perfectly timed his maneuver. As he distanced himself from Zhao Wuji, the latter finally broke free from the shadowy restraints. Goodness, will this ever end? Zhao Wuji's face was a canvas of frustration, and his gaze towards Chen Luo was filled with astonishment. Is there truly no cooldown for your soul skills? And you can unleash them without any preparation? How extraordinarily monstrous. Chen Luo wore a faint smile on his face. I exerted all my strength just to barely withstand a few moves from Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wujin shot a glance at Chen Luo. Do not feign modesty with me, attempting to divert the topic. Do you think I am unaware? Your unique flame soul technique also requires preparation. Otherwise, given your ferocity, you would have unleashed it more than once. However, your scythe is indeed sharp. Zhao Wujin wiped the wound on his waist, blood staining his entire palm. Yet, under the influence of his soul power, the bleeding halted instantly, and the wound began to heal slowly. Clearly, such ordinary attacks were ineffective against Zhao Wujin. His physique was exceedingly robust, with formidable defenses and a terrifying recovery ability. Only special soul technique attacks could inflict genuine harm upon him. Zhao Wujin was not mistaken. After activating the indomitable black flame, Chen Luo could not maintain it indefinitely. It required a certain amount of time to prepare. He could unleash it a maximum of 3 times in succession, after which he needed to wait around 10 seconds before releasing it again. Although 10 seconds may seem brief in the midst of actual combat, it allows for numerous actions to be taken. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the formidable nature of the black flame. Zhao Wujin had already suffered due to it. He was a soul saint-level powerhouse, and had Chen Luo faced an opponent of equal caliber, a single black flame onslaught could easily incapacitate them or even lead to their demise. As for the shadow binding, it could be released consecutively only twice, requiring 30 seconds of preparation thereafter. This millennium-old soul technique's control capabilities are not to be underestimated. Even Zhao Wujin could not break free in a short time. And against an opponent of the same level, it might as well be a death sentence. On the training ground, the Shrek 7 monsters had completed their combat trainings, and the master had provided critiques for each of them, unflinchingly pointing out their respective shortcomings. Now, it was time for a debriefing. The master glanced towards Zhao Wujin and Chen Luo, then turned his gaze to the Shrek 7 monsters. Speaking in a grave tone, "You are not yet deserving of being called monsters. True monsters reside over there. Your performance today has deeply disappointed me. Each of you has committed unforgivable errors, and now you all shall face punishment." Suddenly, a golden giant bear slammed its paw onto the ground, leaving an enormous paw print and shaking the earth. A figure swiftly retreated to avoid the immense force radiating from the bear's paw, finally stopping 20 meters away. A flash of golden light signaled the disappearance of the golden giant bear, revealing Zhao Wujin, whose body was adorned with various wounds, appearing rather disheveled. "You are growing stronger. This time, you managed to force my martial soul true form out in less than 10 minutes. Zhao Wujin's face radiated with a joyful smile. Chen Luo smiled faintly, remarking, "It is all due to teacher Zhao's adept training. Spare me the meaningless pleasantries. Your achievements are a result of your own diligence." Zhao Wuji chuckled, "But I have endured quite a bit." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the wounds adorning his body, then shook his head and added with a smile, "It is of little consequence. As long as you can assist in your growth, it is all worthwhile. By the way, how is it that your soul power has surged at such an astonishing rate? You must be at least at the 35th level now, am I correct?" Zhao Wuji found it impossible to discern Chen Luo's true capabilities. He could only sense the fluctuations of Chen Luo's aura when he employed the undying technique. After each battle, Zhao Wuji could distinctly perceive Chen Luo's advancements, and today, there was evidently a qualitative leap in his strength, indicative of an elevation in soul power level. "Is it fast?" Chen Luo blurted out instinctively. Zhao Wuji immediately frowned. "Do you truly believe it is slow? Understand that as a soul master progresses, the increase in soul power becomes increasingly challenging. Achieving the rank of soul master is a pivotal threshold. Once a soul master reaches this rank, the pace of soul power enhancement is no longer solely determined by effort. It is primarily influenced by innate talent. Within a mere 3 months, you have ascended 2 levels. Not only I, but even in the eyes of Dean Flander and Master, you are undoubtedly the first to accomplish this," Chen Luo remarked. "Perhaps it is the soul power bestowed by the 10,000-year soul ring. After absorbing the essence of the 10,000-year soul ring, there remains a considerable amount of energy within me that I have yet to fully assimilate. The 3 months of combat training with you, Teacher Zhao, have enabled me to finally absorb that energy, resulting in a rise of 2 levels in my soul power." Zhao Wujie chuckled in response. "That is indeed a possibility. However, you truly are remarkable, the most exceptional little prodigy I have ever encountered." Zhao Wujie has never been stingy with his praise for Chen Luo. "Well, I must take my leave to rest. While manifesting the true form of my martial soul is exhilarating, it is followed by discomfort, necessitating another 7 days for recovery." Zhao Wujie continued with a smile, "Your training is now thoroughly complete, and I have accomplished my task flawlessly. You should pay a visit to Master. He may have further arrangements for you. Thank you very much for your guidance during this time, Teacher Zhao." Shen nodded, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Zhao Wuji waved his hand dismissively as he walked, saying, There's no need for such formality. Chen Luo gazed at the departing figure of Zhao Wuji, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had swiftly elapsed. Throughout this time, Zhao Wuji tirelessly accompanied Chen Luo in rigorous training, enduring countless injuries without uttering a single complaint. The more severe his wounds, the more elated Zhao Wuji appeared, his joy emanating from the depths of his heart. Even after transforming into his martial spirit form, which left him in a state of vulnerability, he steadfastly remained by Chen Luo's side, never once expressing a word of grievance. To have such a remarkable mentor, Chen Luo felt profound appreciation from the core of his being. Chen Luo's prowess is indeed a monstrous presence among his peers. However, when faced with the soul sage level Zhao Wuji, he lacks the ability to bring him down, unless he unleashes the 2 undead soul beasts from the realm of the dead. It is precisely due to Zhao Wuji's formidable strength that each practical training session pushes Chen Luo to challenge his limits, allowing him to break through repeatedly within those confines. In addition to the enhancement of his combat abilities, Chen Luo's soul power has also ascended by 2 levels. This advancement cannot merely be attributed to the benefits bestowed by the 10,000-year soul ring. It is entirely the result of his own diligent cultivation, undoubtedly influenced by his daily challenges against the brink of his capabilities. In a state of extremity, the Death God's technique operates with fervor, significantly amplifying Chen Luo's training speed. Having already achieved an exaggerated pace in overcoming each level's bottleneck, he finds the prospect of advancing 2 levels in 3 months to be somewhat slow, especially when training under extreme conditions. This training has yielded substantial rewards, and he eagerly anticipates the sessions to come. Chen was deeply satisfied in his heart and thought to himself, unfortunately, the method of recklessly enhancing levels by challenging limits cannot be employed frequently. Otherwise, my soul power level would soar rapidly. Although that method does indeed accelerate the growth of soul power levels, it lacks stability. In the period that follows, it is essential to solidify the gains made during this time. The journey must be taken step by step. Instant success would be detrimental. To venture further, one must proceed with a steady and assured pace. Chen Luo has always been a remarkably calm individual, never allowing the immediate fruits of his labor to cloud his judgment or tempt him into taking shortcuts that could jeopardize his future. Today's consumption of soul energy remains manageable, rendering further deliberate cultivation unnecessary. He decides to visit Xiaowu and assess the situation. It's uncertain how their training has progressed. With 3 months having elapsed, their training should be nearing its conclusion. Chen Luo dusted off his clothes and made his way to the training ground where Xiaowu and the others had been honing their skills. Your first phase of training has come to a successful conclusion. You have not disappointed me. I grant you 7 days to rest and prepare for the subsequent phase of training. Upon arriving at the training area, Chen Luo heard the master speaking, delivering his final instructions. After concluding his remarks, the master prepared to depart. As he passed Chen Luo, a look of surprise crossed his face as he regarded him. Is it over? Yes, it is indeed over. Excellent, master. Teacher Zhao informed me that my current training has concluded. What about my training thereafter? We shall discuss it in 7 days. Very well. With this brief exchange, the master took his leave. Chen Luo approached Xiaowu and her companions. Upon noticing Chen Luo's arrival, Xiaowu promptly stepped forward. Let me see if you've sustained any injuries today. She expressed her deep concern as she examined Chen Luo's condition. After 3 months of grueling training, there were no visible changes in Xiaowu's appearance. Her cheeks remained rosy, showing no signs of sunburn, and she still exuded a lively demeanor. Chen Luo smiled faintly, assuring, I am fine, just some minor injuries. Everyone is watching. It was only then that Xiaowu approached Chen Luo, her delicate face tinged with a hint of crimson. Observing the other members of Shrek, it was evident that the passage of 3 months had brought about various transformations in them. The most notable change was in Ma Hongjun. He had lost considerable weight, yet still appeared somewhat plump. Compared to his previous corpulence, the current Ma Hongjun exuded an aura of vitality. The others also exhibited corresponding changes. Daimubai had grown significantly stronger, radiating an explosive power, with a more intense glimmer in his eyes. Oscar appeared much more robust, judging by his exterior. One would hardly believe him to be a support-type soul master. Tang San had also become more muscular and seemed to have gained height, emanating a sense of steadiness. With a gaze that reflected determination, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, the 2 young ladies, had undergone remarkable transformations as well, each having slimmed down considerably and developed a firmer physique. Both girls possessed a fierce tenacity that, beneath their exquisite appearances, rendered them even more captivating. Chen Luo occasionally visits this place, but due to the intense nature of his own training, his visits are ultimately infrequent. The last time he came was half a month ago. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Dai Bai and the others approached him warmly, each exuding enthusiasm. Chen Luo, you seem to have finished earlier today than last time. You're truly impressive, Dai Bai remarked with a smile. Just fortunate, Chen Luo replied modestly. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and mimicked Xiao Wu's concerned demeanor, asking, let me see if you've sustained any injuries today. Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson in an instant as she shot Ma Hongjun an indignant glare. You rotund fool, try that again and see what happens. Ma Hongjun retorted with a smirk. Look at you, so impertinent. Instead of calling me a rotund fool, you should refer to me as fourth brother. While teasing Xiao Wu, his gaze remained fixed on Chen Luo, genuinely scrutinizing whether he had been hurt. Goodness, just a few scratches, and you're nearly healed. Chen Luo, are you even human? Or has teacher Zhao grown weaker again? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's deep voice unexpectedly resonated. Fatty, who are you calling weak? Ma Hongjun jumped in surprise. When did you arrive, teacher Zhao? Zhao Wuji replied, just now. He then walked towards Oscar. Without needing a word from Zhao Wuji, Oscar produced the sausages he had prepared earlier and handed them over. Teacher Zhao, you owe me 10 gold soul coins. When will you settle the debt? Oscar chuckled, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Zhao Wuji shot him an exasperated glance. Look at you, so pitiful. It's just 10 gold soul coins. I'll pay you next time. With that, Zhao Wuji departed. Oscar shrugged. Looks like my 10 gold soul coins are gone. Tang San remarked. Teacher Zhao's injury seemed to worsen each day. Oscar chuckled as he embraced Tang San's shoulder and pointed at Chen Luo, saying, this is all Chen Luo's handiwork. In contrast to the vivacity of Dai Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, Tang San appeared significantly more mature and spoke less, yet he too held concern for Chen Luo. He was actually the first to notice Chen Luo's arrival. As soon as Chen Luo appeared, he immediately used his purple extreme demon eye to assess Chen Luo's injuries. Seeing that Chen Luo was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Rongrong approached Chen Luo with a smile. Chen Luo, I just overheard your conversation with the master. Has your training concluded as well? Chen Luo gently nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Indeed, we too enjoy a 7-day respite. Ning Rongrong smiled warmly at Xiao Wu, suggesting we could take a leisurely stroll through Soto City together. You have been incessantly mentioning Chen Luo, wondering if he might get injured or what he might be up to. Before Ning Rongrong could finish her thought, Xiao Wu playfully approached and began to tickle her, exclaiming, stop your wild speculations. Unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun chimed in, Rongrong, why are you worrying so much? Chen Luo and Xiao Wu sleep together every day. You glutton. Are you seeking a fight? She retorted. Never mind, I can't pick a quarrel with you. I'm off. He declared, adding, and Xiao Wu, refrain from calling me glutton, address me as fourth brother. Understood? Such a lack of respect. With that, Ma Hongjun hastily retreated, heading towards Soto City. As he left, he cheekily called out to Dai Bai, hey, boss Dai, care to join? Get lost, came the curt reply. After 3 consecutive months of rigorous training, fatigue weighed heavily on everyone. Oscar and Tang San returned to their dormitory for some rest, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing also made their way back. Dai Bai followed closely behind Zhu Shuqing, likely intending to return to the dormitory as well, showing little inclination towards a visit to Soto City lately. He had been remarkably subdued. Only the two of us remain. Shall we venture to Soto City? Chen Luo inquired of Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu pouted in response. Don't heed Rongrong's fanciful chatter. I never suggested going to Soto City. Let us just return to rest. I am utterly exhausted. Your efforts are indeed commendable. He replied. Yes, you bear the greatest burden, Xiao Wu admitted, linking her arm with Chen Luo's. Every day, you spar with teacher Zhao Wujin, who is a formidable soul sage at level 76. Even without utilizing his martial spirit, he is immensely powerful. Does it pain your heart? Chen Luo asked. Indeed, she confessed. Seeing you return each day with injuries causes me considerable distress. Chen Luo conversed with Xiao Wu as they made their way towards the dormitory. Although they shared the same sleeping quarters, their routines over the past 3 months had not aligned. Chen Luo often returned the latest, in the initial days. His body was covered in wounds, but gradually he began to heal. Chen Luo has never held back against Zhao Wuji, always striking with full force, which leaves Zhao Wuji battered and bruised each day. Conversely, Zhao Wuji does not show mercy towards Chen Luo either. Otherwise, Chen Luo would not be able to push himself to his limits. On the first day of the holiday, Xiao Wu slept until noon. Chen Luo had been immersed in a state of cultivation, requiring ample time to solidify his strength. After undergoing intense combat training, he transitioned into a rigorous daily practice. Although he did not desire to exert himself so diligently, the mere sight of Xiao Wu ignited a spark of motivation within him. He realized that only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he safeguard her. At noon, when Xiao Wu awoke, Chen Luo accompanied her for lunch, and on their return, they fortuitously encountered Tang San. Tang San had come specifically to instruct Chen Luo and Xiao Wu in the techniques and methods of utilizing hidden weapons. And the three of them took the opportunity to engage in pleasant conversation. From Nodding City to Soto City, from Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to Shrek Academy, Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, and Tang San had grown up together, and sometimes, companionship proved to be an extraordinarily beautiful experience. Their bond was remarkably strong, though Tang San often spoke little. He frequently demonstrated his care for Chen Luo and Xiao Wu through his actions, embodying the role of a stern elder brother in their presence. While teaching Chen Luo and Xiao Wu the intricacies of hidden weaponry, he maintained an exceptionally serious demeanor, resembling a dedicated instructor, and his expectations were notably high. They were only allowed to proceed upon meeting his standards. The day swiftly passed, and the instruction on hidden weapons concluded by evening. The trio then shared dinner before returning to their respective dormitories. Tang San planned to work late assembling hidden weapons, while Chen Luo and Xiao Wu prepared for their own cultivation. However, shortly after they returned to their dormitory, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed outside their door. Before Chen Luo could open the door, he heard Oscar's frantic voice calling out, "Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, Fatty has been beaten. Let us go seek retribution." As the door swung open, the Shrek 7 monsters had nearly gathered, with Ma Hongjun, swollen like a pig's head, standing out conspicuously among them. 052, do something. What happened? I just heard that Fatty was beaten. Chen Luokai opened the door, and Xiao Wu, standing on tiptoe behind him, peered outside with a hint of curiosity in her large, watery eyes. Who is that pig-headed fellow? Could it be the chubby one? She wondered aloud. What on earth has transpired? Inquired Chen Luo. Daimu Bai remarked. Did you call him the chubby one, or should I? Ma Hongjun lowered his head, feeling too ashamed to revisit his own embarrassing predicament. Daimu Bai cast a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun, exclaiming, "Look at your pathetic self." The situation unfolded as follows. The chubby one ventured to Soto City to resolve his fiery troubles, only to encounter a lecherous old man. Both were smitten by the same woman, which led to a brawl. The opponent was a member of the Soul Sect, a fellow by the name of Douluo. And the chubby one, unfortunately, was no match for him, resulting in his current state. Daimu Bai succinctly recounted the events. Ma Hongjun quickly interjected with an additional comment. That scoundrel insulted me, claiming I was inadequate. Any man would find that unbearable. Wu Mei's husband, you must stand up for me. Had I not been training recently, I might not have returned at all. Who are you calling Wu Mei's husband? Xiao's beautiful eyes widened, her face flushing slightly. Ma Hongjun continued, let us not dwell on the trivialities. The fact remains that I, your fourth brother, was bullied and beaten. What do you propose we do about it? He added, moreover, I overheard the brothel keeper mention that this scoundrel frequently commits vile acts, ensnaring countless innocent maidens in his clutches, only to cruelly dispose of them afterward. Such filth does not deserve to inhabit this world. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. To dare lay hands on my brother calls for retribution. We must ensure he is rendered incapable of self-care. If he is indeed that kind of scoundrel, we shall rid the world of his menace today. Xiao Wu, who had been subdued for quite some time, suddenly radiated an air of commanding authority befitting a leader. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth curled into a subtle arc, and Tang San instinctively revealed a faint smile. The Shrek 7 devils, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, were absent, primarily because they were unaware of the matter at hand. Ma Hongjun, being a person who valued his reputation, preferred not to make his affairs common knowledge. The purpose of seeking out Chen Luo and Xiao Wu was quite clear. Everyone recognized Chen Luo's formidable strength. They felt confident in confronting an enemy of Soul Zone level, but with Chen Luo's involvement, their assurance would be further solidified. Let us go, Chen Luo declared. The group promptly set off, their pace swift, reaching Soto City in less than half an hour. Under Ma Hongjun's guidance, they navigated through various streets, ultimately arriving at a somewhat secluded corner of Soto City. Before them stood a row of modest bungalows, exhibiting signs of age. Several pink lanterns swayed in the breeze, beneath which stood a few heavily made-up women attempting to entice passers-by. As expected, Ma Hongjun was met with disdain from Daimu Bai. Fatty, you come to such a place to resolve your issues? Dailauda, I would rather not, but it's cheap here. Oscar scoffed. Those women could be your mothers. How could you possibly engage with them? Ma Hongjun sighed. Enough of your nonsense. All you do is ridicule me. Let us focus on the matter at hand. You all wait here. I will inquire if that scoundrel has departed. At this moment, Oscar was already preparing, conjuring up a series of sausages. Better safe than sorry. Ma Hongjun soon returned, excitement radiating from his face. That guy is settling his bill. He will be out shortly. The group moved to a shadowy corner across from the bungalow, silently awaiting the appearance of Douluo. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the bungalow. His skin was dark, standing just over 1.60 meters, his face adorned with a lewd grin. His right hand was bandaged, and he wore a pair of tattered shorts. Complemented by flip-flops, indeed, it was Douluo. Today, I am in a good mood. Taking a stroll, Douluo hummed to himself as he sauntered down the street. Fatty. Barely containing himself, clenched his fists tightly. When do we strike? Now, came the calm voice of Chen Luo. Before anyone could react, Chen Luo had already surged forth. Moving with remarkable speed, his martial spirit unactivated. Douluo, still reveling in his earlier pleasure within the bungalow, was suddenly confronted by a dark blur, followed by an overwhelming force striking his chin, sending him tumbling. Upon witnessing Chen Luo's assault, Dai Mubai and the others wasted no time and swiftly joined the fray. With a single punch, Chen Luo dislocated Buli's jaw, the terrifying force rendering Douluo dazed and disoriented. He was unable to summon his martial soul and was subsequently subjected to a relentless beating by the crowd. After an exhausting 10 minutes, they finally ceased their assault, leaving Douluo in a state of near death. Chen Luo merely initiated the encounter, subsequently standing aside in silence, observing. Had he truly intervened, not Lu would have already met his demise. After venting his pent-up resentment, Ma Hongjun felt considerably better. His spirits lifted as he beamed with joy and ushered everyone to dine. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chen Luo refrained from taking a seat. Greeting the group with a smile, "You all enjoy your meal. I must attend to some matters." "What matters?" "I shall accompany you," Xiao promptly replied. Chen Luo said, "It's just a minor matter. I'll be back shortly. You should patiently wait for me here." Ma Hongjun immediately interjected with a smile, "Fifth sister, you truly underestimate Chen Luo. I have a keen eye for character. He is certainly not one to engage in malicious deeds." Xiao Wu shot a glare at Ma Hongjun, prompting him to fall silent and quietly order from the menu. "Then make haste and return safely," Xiao Wu remarked. Dai Mubai chuckled heartily. "There is no need for such concern. Do you not know Chen Luo's capabilities?" "Xiao Ao, please hand me a sausage." Chen Luo turned to Oscar. Oscar, slightly puzzled, glanced at Chen Luo but eventually handed him the sausage he had previously prepared but not used, inquiring, "Would you like anything else?" "That will suffice." After receiving the sausage, Chen Luo departed the restaurant and made his way to the small house where Ma Hongjun dealt with his inner turmoil. "Oh my goodness, Yinji. What has happened to you? Someone, come quickly." Yinji is in dire straits. In a small room within the house, a woman in her 20s lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. Her clothing was tattered, and her body bore numerous wounds, stained with blood. It appeared she was beyond saving. Beside her bed, an older woman, clearly distressed, called out urgently. Soon, several other women entered the room, all wearing expressions of concern as they gazed at the woman on the bed, their faces betraying rising terror. Just as they were at a loss, a boy entered, holding a sausage. "Crush this and feed it to her. There may still be hope." The older woman hesitated for a moment before accepting the sausage and feeding it to the woman on the bed. The boy then inquired, "By the way, have there been frequent reports of girls meeting such tragic fates lately?" The older woman was momentarily taken aback, then, in a fit of rage, shouted, "It's undoubtedly the work of Douluo, that inhuman scoundrel." When they turned back, the boy had vanished without a trace. 053. "The Ring of Death, why has Chen Luo returned yet?" "The meal is ready," Ma Hongjun remarked, casting a puzzled glance toward the entrance of the restaurant, where Chen Luo was still absent. Xiao Wu suggested, "Let us begin eating. There is no need to wait for him." The table was laden with delectable dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Dai Mubai replied, "That's simply one tea do. Chen Luo should be back shortly. Let us wait a little longer." Xiao Wu, with her large, glistening eyes, appeared calm, disregarding the others' chatter as she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, sensing Xiao Wu's discontent, and both wore somewhat awkward smiles, particularly Ma Hongjun, who looked slightly guilty. Oscar then remarked, "Rest assured, Xiao Wu, Chen Luo is certainly not up to anything nefarious. He asked me for a sausage, so he must be preparing for a fight, perhaps even at the soul-fighting arena." "That seems quite likely," Ma Hongjun quickly agreed. "During our training over those 3 months, I spotted Chen Luo at the Soto Great Soul Arena several times." Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun in surprise. "You have quite the energy, my friend. With how exhausting that period was, you still found time for amusement in Soto City? Ma Hongjun shrugged. As everyone knows, I wasn't seeking fun. I was merely striving to survive. He then glanced at Xiao Wu, emphasizing, I'm serious. I saw Chen Luo at the Soto Great Soul Arena multiple times. Suddenly, Tang San, who had been quietly sitting nearby, spoke up. Chen Luo has returned. Everyone immediately turned their attention toward the entrance. Emerging from the shadows was a familiar figure, Chen Luo. Apologies for the delay. I encountered a minor inconvenience on my way back. Chen Luo entered the restaurant and greeted everyone, saying, please feel free to start eating without waiting for me. Oh, that won't do. Come on, come on. The dishes are still warm. Let's all dig in together. Damubai replied with a smile. Ma Hongjun, equally cheerful, added, Chen Luo, I truly appreciate it today. We must share a few drinks later. Certainly. Chen Luo seated himself beside Xiao Wu. Humph. Xiao Wu let out a cold huff, deliberately shifting her body to maintain a distance from Chen Luo. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. When he glanced at the others, they were all forming exaggerated mouth shapes, indicating that Xiao Wu was angry. In truth, it was unnecessary to articulate it. The signs were glaringly evident. Chen Luo smiled faintly, then leaned closer to Xiao Wu's ear and softly inquired, who has upset my dear Xiao Wu? Humph. What's the matter? Why have you returned? Do you wish for me to stay away? Xiao Wu pouted and asked, what were you up to just now? Chen Luo understood that Xiao Wu was upset for this reason and mysteriously replied, I'll tell you when we get back. That was more like it. A girl's thoughts are always so elusive, yet Chen Luo had a decent understanding of Xiao Wu, having been together for so many years. The primary reason for Xiao Wu's anger stemmed from Chen Luo's failure to inform her about his plans and whether he intended to bring her along. Stop whispering to each other. Whatever you need to discuss can wait until we're under the covers. For now, let us enjoy the food before it gets cold. Damubai remarked with an exasperated smile. Chen nodded and began to use his chopsticks. Xiao Wu's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and she ceased her playful temper, inching closer to Chen. The group began to eat and drink, reveling in the warmth of camaraderie. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, it was already the dead of night. As soon as they arrived at the dormitory, Xiao Wu couldn't help but gaze intently at Chen. Chen Luo smiled helplessly and began to explain. At that time, I primarily went to accomplish 3 tasks. What were those 3 tasks? Xiao Wu feigned seriousness as she gazed at Chen Luo, resembling a little wife inquiring about her husband's affairs. To save a life, to take a life, and to conveniently participate in the soul fighting competition at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Upon hearing the first part of the statement, Xiao Wu had already furrowed her brows. To save a life? To take a life? What on earth is going on? Could you please clarify everything at once? Chen Luo remarked. If I were to finish in one breath, how would my dear sister Xiao Wu maintain her curiosity? Enough of the trivialities, let us proceed. Xiao Wu gazed intently at Chen Luo. There is a girl in the bungalow who is on the brink of death. I went to rescue her. And all of it was a most unfortunate affair. I ended the life of Douluo. Chen Luo succinctly conveyed the entirety of the situation. For a moment, Xiao Wu struggled to process the flood of information. However, she dismissed her thoughts and simply responded, elaborate further. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile, ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. I knew your little head wouldn't be so quick-witted. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Chen Luo. Just get to the point. When we were in the midst of our unpleasantries, I caught a whiff of a metallic scent, which reminded me of what the fatty had told us, that Douluo was a complete psychopath, particularly fond of torturing young girls. The bloodied aroma wafted directly from the bungalow, prompting my decision to investigate. I wanted to ascertain whether Douluo truly was that kind of person. As it turned out, he indeed was. A girl was being tortured to the brink of death. Others mentioned that this was not Douluo's first offense, yet due to his status as a soul master, the common folk felt powerless against him. So, you took it upon yourself to rid the world of such evil? Precisely. Well done. Scum like him deserve to perish. In fact, I didn't just eliminate Douluo. I also dealt with 2 of his associates, all of whom were of the same vile nature. And I swiftly dispatched them all. How infuriating. You didn't bring me along. That's quite inconsiderate. I didn't want you to witness such a gruesome scene. Sister Xiao Wu, what kind of scene have I not encountered? Chen Luo gently brushed Xiao Wu's nose and said, leave those matters to me. There's no need for Sister Xiao Wu to intervene. Have everything been taken care of? Indeed. And you also happened to visit the Soto Great Spirit Arena to complete a spirit battle? At last, Xiao Wu mentioned this third matter that had nearly been overlooked. Chen nodded. Another victory, bringing my winning streak to 30 matches. Your pace is indeed impressive, accomplishing so much in such a short time. As for that individual, Douluo, he is a soul master of the soul sect level, and I surmise his two companions possess considerable strength as well. However, they truly pose no challenge for you. As for the battles in the Soul Arena, it would be surprising if you were to lose. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't there someone who thinks my replies come too late and questions why I'm even back? Who could it be? I have no idea. In any case, it isn't me. Xiaowu feigned ignorance, then stifled a yawn. I need to sleep. I've truly been exhausted lately. I'll rest in a bit. What's the matter? I have something to give you. Oh? Hurry and show me. The weariness that had enveloped Xiaowu vanished in an instant, her sparkling eyes radiating with excitement. Chen Luo brushed his hand across the death goddess ring, and a pitch-black ring materialized in his grasp. The design of the ring was rather unremarkable, resembling a commonplace circular band. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous intricate and cryptic patterns etched upon its surface. This is for you. Despite her initial remark about its unattractiveness and his questionable taste, Xiaowu swiftly reached for the ring, taking it into her possession. As she examined it with earnest attention, a subtle smile of delight blossomed upon her charming face. After a moment of contemplation, her fondness for the ring grew, and she adorned her right middle finger with it. The ebony ring appeared to adjust itself according to the thickness of her finger, ensuring a perfect fit regardless of how it was worn. At the very instant she slipped the ring on, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiaowu's visage. At this moment, Chen Luo spoke up. This ring is quite extraordinary. It likely possesses numerous functions. So far, I have discovered that it can conceal one's aura. Do you like it? The look of astonishment on Xiaowu's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an exceedingly joyful smile. I love it. As Xiaowu drifted into slumber, Chen Luo lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling while reflecting on the events of the evening. Initially, Chen Luo harbored no intention of harming Douluo. To him, it seemed merely a quarrel between two men, fueled by jealousy over a woman, escalating into a violent confrontation. On his part, as a classmate and friend, he felt it was acceptable to support his friend, yet there was no need for it to escalate to life and death. It was only upon arriving at Soto City and visiting the small dwelling that Chen Luo realized the situation was far more complex. Before their departure, his friend had warned him that Douluo was a scoundrel who delighted in tormenting young girls. At that time, Chen Luo had dismissed it as mere exaggeration, believing his friend sought to rally support. However, it turned out that Douluo truly was a despicable individual. Due to his martial soul and the death god's techniques, Chen Luo's perceptive abilities were significantly heightened compared to the average person. Thus, upon reaching the small house, he immediately detected the scent of blood, recalling his friend's words, which led to the subsequent events. In this world where strength is revered, the status of soul masters far surpasses that of ordinary people. Because Douluo was a soul master of considerable strength, he dared to treat human life as expendable. Fortunately, in this world where the strong dominate, Chen Luo found it rather effortless to rid society of such malevolence. Indeed, among soul masters, there exist certain rules that cannot exploit their formidable powers against the common folk. Yet Douluo was exceedingly cunning, consistently preying on the most vulnerable, leaving no one to resist him and few to intervene. Chen Luo generally refrained from meddling in trivial matters. Beneath the radiance of light, shadows invariably lurk, and the brighter the illumination, the more sordid the darkness becomes. However, since he found himself entangled in this situation, he could not turn a blind eye. His motivations were not solely rooted in the pursuit of justice. They were intermingled with personal sentiments as well. The trio had inflicted harm upon Douluo, who would surely harbor resentment. And Douluo was accompanied by two equally formidable companions. Chen Luo was disinclined to allow such a persistent threat to linger. Thus, it was imperative to eradicate the roots of the problem. Armed with ample justification, he resolved to eliminate all potential dangers. The ensuing battle was devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Chen Luo activated his immortal state and swiftly dispatched Douluo and his companions in less than a minute. Chen Luo possesses formidable strength. How could he possibly be weak enough to contend with a soul saint-level powerhouse like the immovable King Zhaowuji? Even though among their trio there exists a soul king-level spirit master, it did not afford them even a moment's respite for survival. Especially considering that Douluo was currently incapacitated and devoid of combat capability. Chen Luo, single-handedly facing two opponents, exhibited no sense of suspense. After vanquishing the trio, he employed the Soul Hunter to thoroughly obliterate their souls. Through fragments of their memories and remnants they left behind, he conclusively established that they were indeed scoundrels of the lowest order. As for their corpses, Chen Luo paid them no heed, even neglecting to use poison flames to erase all traces. The demise of lowly commoners would elicit no concern, nor would the passing of a few worthless soul masters. The ability to eliminate them merely underscored the strength of the assailant, rendering others wary of provoking such power. Moreover, their demise was truly well-deserved. This marked Chen Luo's inaugural use of the Soul Hunter against Soul Masters, a sensation that was particularly unique. He could selectively access some memories through their souls while absorbing fragments of their power. Complete consumption of their powers was impractical. Yet the energy derived from their souls was substantial. With 3 Soul Masters, including a Soul King among them, Chen Luo had yet to fully digest the energy they provided. A process that would undoubtedly require some time. Absorbing power was straightforward. However, the primary challenge lay in meticulously purging the negative energies from their tainted souls. Care was paramount. Any adverse influence could prove detrimental. It was far simpler to absorb the souls of beasts or soul beasts, as their negative energies were not nearly as convoluted as those of humans. While the purest of souls might not originate from humanity, the most tainted undoubtedly did. Following the elimination of the trio, Chen Luo proceeded to the Soto Great Spirit Arena to partake in the spirit battle competition. Throughout the preceding 3 months of training, unless utterly fatigued, he dedicated his evenings to the arena, not out of a trivial desire for victory, but rather to fulfill a side quest from the system. During those 3 months, he engaged in over 20 spirit battles, with the evening marking his 30th match, which, predictably, resulted in yet another victory. Among his peers, none could rival Chen Luo. Very few could even prompt him to activate his martial soul. After achieving 30 consecutive wins, he received a notification from the system confirming the completion of his task, bestowing upon him the reward, the Ring of Death. At first glance, the Ring of Death resembled a miniature version of the Death God's bracelet, albeit with entirely different intricate patterns. These complex, enigmatic designs, akin to formations, held genuine value, likely explaining the storage and necromantic capabilities of the Death God's bracelet. Upon acquiring the Ring of Death, Chen Luo immediately sought to comprehend its function. However, the ring remained shrouded in mystery. He was aware only that it possessed the ability to conceal one's presence, yet the system provided no further insights. Due to the unique nature of his martial spirit and the Death Goddess art, Chen Luo possesses an inherent distinctiveness that remains obscured from others unless he chooses to reveal his full capabilities. Even a titled Douluo standing before him would likely fail to discern his true strength. Moreover, Chen Luo does not require the Death Goddess ring to conceal any other aspects of himself. Rather, it is Little Dance who has an urgent need for this artifact. Transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, Little Dance is still in her juvenile stage. As long as her power surpasses that of a soul Douluo, she can be sensed by those attuned to the essence of soul beasts. A sufficiently powerful titled Douluo could easily unveil her true identity. It can be stated that Little Dance treads a perilous path, constantly dancing on the edge of danger. The Death Goddess ring aligns perfectly with her needs, providing the means to obscure her soul beast aura. Unless she divulges her identity, no one would perceive it. And few would believe that an ordinary individual could be a 100,000-year soul beast. It is best to focus on cultivation, expeditiously absorbing the energy acquired from soul hunting. Once fully absorbed, my soul power level is likely to rise significantly, if one disregards future implications. The reckless pursuit of Soul Master's souls would undoubtedly facilitate a rapid enhancement of strength in a short period. However, such a course of action would be tantamount to self-sabotage, an endeavor best left unconsidered. Occasionally absorbing souls may be permissible, but fixating on this as the sole means of power elevation is perilous. The moment such a thought solidifies, one's soul becomes tainted, resulting in a lifetime of stagnation. Casting a glance at the slumbering Little Dance, Chen Luo swiftly dispelled the clutter of thoughts within his mind, rising immediately to adopt a seated posture, entering a state of meditation and cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The little monsters of Shrek were about to return to their classes, poised to embark on the second phase of their training. In the span of 7 days, Chen Luo successfully absorbed all the power gained through soul hunting, resulting in a significant elevation of his soul power level, which has now reached 36. The astonishing pace at which his soul power has advanced is, to Chen Luo himself, almost surreal. Had it not been for his resolute composure, it is likely that another individual would have succumbed to the temptation of hunting soul masters or soul beasts, seeking to enhance their own strength by seizing the souls of others. After enjoying breakfast, and before the familiar sound of the class bell could resonate, the young monsters of Shrek instinctively gathered on the playground, with Chen Luo among them. Chen Luo understood that his second phase of training would undoubtedly differ from that of the Shrek 7 monsters. He felt a sense of curiosity regarding how the master would arrange his training. Shortly thereafter, the master arrived at the training ground, appearing considerably more spirited than before, likely influenced by the little monsters, which had positively altered his mindset. After a brief address, The master swiftly transitioned to the main topic. The second phase of instruction for the Shrek 7 monsters was to take place, as anticipated, at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. There would be no time constraints. Training would conclude once they obtained the Silver Spirit Badge. Accommodations and meals would be arranged at inns nearby the Soto Great Spirit Arena, with all expenses to be borne by the participants themselves. Once the arrangements for the Shrek 7 monsters were finalized, the master's gaze shifted to Chen Luo. "Chen Luo," he said, "you are also invited to participate. You may engage in the spirit battles at your discretion, and should you wish to further enhance your practical combat skills, you may continue to seek training with Master Zhaowuji. Your path differs from theirs. Self-directed arrangements would be more beneficial for you." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo instantly comprehended the situation. There was no so-called second phase of training. Everything that followed would rely solely on his own efforts. With his current strength, manifesting the true form of Zhao Wuji's martial soul would be effortless. However, engaging Zhao Wuji in his martial soul's true form would not yield favorable results, as the disparity in their powers was too vast. The difference between a soul master who had activated their martial soul's true form and one who had not was akin to night and day. Moreover, activating the martial soul's true form was not a trivial matter. It initiated a period of vulnerability that rendered unnecessary any harsh treatment towards Zhao Wuji. There were other instructors at the academy, such as Li Yusong, but their training effectiveness did not match that of Zhao Wuji. They were unable to unleash their full capabilities, and Chen Luo felt it inappropriate to exert excessive force upon them, considering their age. Thus, he resolved to accompany the Shrek team to Soto City, intending to visit the Soto Great Soul Arena. Should the experience prove uninteresting, he would return to Shrek to train with Zhao Wuji. Chen Luo mused internally, recognizing that he also required a transitional period. His recent elevation in soul power had been exceedingly rapid, necessitating diligent practice to stabilize his abilities. After organizing Chen Luo's plans, the Master's gaze shifted back to the Shrek 7. As they prepared for the soul fighting competition, several restrictions were imposed that warranted attention. First, no one was to reveal their appearance or disclose their true names. All would participate under aliases. Second, including Tang San himself, no one was permitted to utilize hidden weapons. Third, each participant was required to compete at least twice daily, regardless of the outcome. In a modest hotel near the Soto Great Soul Arena, the Shrek team had settled in, and at that moment, all gathered in Tang San's room to deliberate on matters pertaining to the soul fighting competition. The initial order of business was to establish each person's alias, which aligned perfectly with Chen Luo's recollections. The Evil Eye White Tiger was Dai Mubai, the Sausage Specialist was Oscar, the Thousand-Handed Azura was Tang San. The Evil Fire Phoenix was Ma Hongjun, the Soft-Boned Charm Rabbit was Xiao Wu, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile was Ning Rongrong, and the Nether Cat was Zhu Zhuqing. Chen Luo chose the side of death for himself. Subsequently, he lost interest in the upcoming match arrangements. Since he and Xiao Wu had formed a dance duo that could not be separated, Chen Luo was left with no choice but to compete alongside her. The master imposed a limitation, stipulating that Chen Luo could not activate his martial soul during the battles. Even without unleashing his martial soul, he still overwhelmingly dominated opponents of equal rank. However, Chen Luo understood that this was ultimately a training opportunity for Xiao Wu, and he would exercise restraint, ensuring he would not become an obstacle on her path to strength. The soul battle competition commenced shortly thereafter, with Chen Luo's solo match taking place first. As usual, Chen Luo effortlessly subdued his opponent without even activating his martial soul, demonstrating that he felt no pressure in this arena. He was merely here to score points and earn money. Subsequently, he observed the matches of the Shrek team, engaging in discussions with the master to analyze the battle situations and speculate on the outcomes. Already aware of the results, Chen Luo articulated his insights with remarkable clarity, drawing upon his unique understanding of combat, which prompted the master to nod in silent approval. Before long, all individual soul battles concluded, and everyone celebrated their first victory of the day, leading into the upcoming pair battles. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu's duet faced off against the cat and mouse duo. Throughout the entirety of the battle, Chen Luo exerted restraint over his own strength, allowing Xiao Wu ample opportunity to showcase her abilities. Nevertheless, they effortlessly secured victory in the match. In terms of practical experience and sheer strength, the cat and mouse duo faced a complete defeat. Chen Luo had always been attentive to Xiao Wu's efforts. Indeed, she had grown significantly during this period. This soul fighting competition was remarkably effortless. I feel as though you hardly had to make a move. After the match, Xiao Wu stretched her body in utter contentment and then turned her head to gaze at Chen Luo. Chen nodded, acknowledging The main reason is that our sister Xiao Wu is simply extraordinary, leaving me no opportunity to intervene. Humph. Don't think I'm unaware that you are deliberately creating chances for me. Although Xiao Wu was entirely immersed in the battle moments ago, she could still reflect upon certain details of the fight after it concluded. Chen had provided her with numerous advantageous opportunities. Otherwise, she would not have been able to fight with such ease and comfort. Well done. Sister Xiao Wu offered her most sincere appraisal. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Is there a reward? Later, I will treat you to something delicious. All right. Your expression of surprise is rather exaggerated. I shall be more mindful next time. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh, wrapping her arms around Chen Luo's, and together they returned to the lounge. Soon, the 2-on-2 soul-fighting matches of the other little monsters from Shrek commenced, resulting in a flawless victory. It was a splendid start to their first day. Just as everyone basked in the joy of their triumph, the master maintained a solemn demeanor, declaring, "It is time for the Team Soul battles." The Shrek 7 had also registered for the Team Soul fighting competition, and since 3 among them were at level 30, their opponents were all soul masters above that level. Chen Luo, naturally, found himself unable to participate in the team competition. Although he yearned to experience it, he was decisively declined by the master, who asserted that his presence would disrupt the balance. Thus, Chen Luo had no choice but to relent. Before long, the team battle was about to commence. Chen Luo had previously only witnessed exhilarating soul master duels in novels or animations, yet now he found himself with the opportunity to observe one live, naturally filled with intrigue. 056, Splendid Performance, Shrek. In the open space, a man and a bear stood in a tense standoff. A young man clad in a black tight-fitting outfit wielded a massive scythe, his entire being engulfed in black flames. He appeared to have just endured a severe blow. His body slightly bent as he clutched his chest, gasping for breath, with a hint of pain etched upon his handsome features. The ground around him was a scene of devastation, with 2 craters over half a meter deep in front of him, his feet seemingly embedded in the earth. Directly ahead, a golden giant bear let out a low growl, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man exclaiming, "Enough, enough. I can hardly bear it. I truly cannot contend with you, young man." The golden bear waved its enormous paw, and then its body rapidly shrank. After a flash of golden light, a battered middle-aged man stood on the ground, leaning on his knees, appearing exceedingly weak. "Teacher Zhao, you have just gained a tremendous advantage, and yet you choose to cease?" Chen Luo instantly retracted his indomitable state, simultaneously withdrawing his martial spirit. With a faint smile, he emerged from the earth and began to stroll towards Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing waved his hand slightly. "Do not presume that I am oblivious to your little fishing tricks. Do you truly believe that your teacher Zhao is as gullible as a fish? You reveal such glaring weaknesses. Do you take me for blind? I sense that with each elevation in your soul power level, your strength experiences a remarkable enhancement. Could it be that you are indeed a monster? At times, I even contemplate that if you were to grow even stronger, I might not stand a chance against you." Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. "Teacher Zhao, your exaggerations are growing more and more outlandish." Zhao Wujia furrowed his brows. "I speak nothing but the truth." "Well, the time is drawing near. Let us head to Soto City. The team competition for those little monsters should be commencing soon." As he spoke, Zhao Wujia pulled out several sausages and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously as various wounds on his body began to heal. "All right." Chen Luo nodded. Subsequently, the two set off for Soto City. At the Soto Great Spirit Arena, an announcement echoed, now welcoming the Royal Battle Team and the Shrek 7 monsters to the stage. A melodious voice rang out over the main arena as a graceful young lady, around 18 or 19 years of age, donned a dignified white gown, presiding over the Soul Team Spirit Battle of the evening. The bright golden lights, professional sound amplifiers, and the esteemed host Dodo of the Soto Great Spirit Arena all underscored the significance of tonight's Team Spirit Battle. In preparation for this event, the Soto Great Spirit Arena had gone to great lengths, canceling all other team battles to host this special evening session during prime time. As the 2 doors on either side of the arena opened silently, the teams entered simultaneously, making their way to the center of the arena. Prior to the competitors taking the stage, the beautiful host Dodo had been continuously introducing them, and now, as both teams ascended, the crowd erupted in cheers. Emerging from the left was the Royal Battle Team, led by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master Yu Tianheng. From the right emerged the Shrek 7 monsters, headed by Dai Mubai, with the little monsters of Shrek following suit. Upon taking the stage, the captains Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai exchanged intense glances, the unspoken tension between them escalating even before the battle officially commenced. "Attention, spirit masters participating in the team battle. You now have 1 minute to summon your spirits. You may only attack once I declare the battle to begin." The match will continue until one side concedes, is entirely defeated, or falls from the arena, floating in midair. Douluo flapped her pristine dove-like wings, addressing both teams with her enchanting voice. Fortunately, we made it just in time. Otherwise, we would have missed this extraordinary competition tonight. Chen Luo stood at the entrance of the arena where the soul-fighting team had made their entrance. This was the position occupied by the captains of both sides. Beside Chen Luo stood Flander, the master, and Zhao Wujin. Of course, it was the master, Flander, and Zhao Wujin who were the true leaders. Chen Luo was merely there to enjoy the spectacle, a mere spectator of the contest. At that moment, on the soul-fighting stage, all the soul masters from both teams activated their martial spirits. The entire arena was suddenly filled with an overwhelming surge of soul power, causing Douluo, the host, to involuntarily rise into the air for a short distance. Since we all decided to watch the match, why are you still dragging me into practical training? Zhao Wujin remarked, patting Chen Luo on the shoulder with a hint of irritation. The master then spoke, how's the training going? This kid is getting stronger by the day. I suspect that before long, I won't be able to keep up with him. Zhao Wujin shrugged nonchalantly. Teacher Zhao just enjoys joking. It's not that exaggerated, Chen Luo responded. Chen Luo spoke, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the soul-fighting platform, where two teams had already commenced their battle. The master and Flander exchanged surprised glances at Chen Luo before redirecting their focus to the ongoing competition. They had both witnessed Chen Luo's remarkable growth. If the group of youngsters on the platform could be regarded as the pride of Shrek Academy, then Chen Luo was the paramount among them. Even when confronted with formidable opponents like the Royal Fighting Team, the presence of Chen Luo rendered any uncertainty obsolete. The disparity in strength was undeniable. While Zhao Wujin's assertions may have contained an element of exaggeration, there remained no doubt regarding Chen Luo's capabilities. As Daimubai and Tang San grappled with their peers of equal rank, Chen Luo was already engaging in a fierce exchange with Zhao Wujin, a soul master of level 76, which spoke volumes. The battle on the soul-fighting platform rapidly escalated to a fevered intensity. Following the confrontation between the team captains, Daimubai and Yu Tianheng, the Shrek 7 devised a premeditated strategy to encircle Yu Tianheng. Sensing the impending danger, Yu Tianheng attempted to break free, yet unfortunately, he found himself isolated. Outnumbered, he was unable to withstand the relentless barrage from the Shrek members, sustaining grievous injuries as blood gushed from numerous wounds. And his mouth spewed crimson as well. Ultimately, after enduring a powerful strike from Daimubai, Yu Tianheng was sent hurtling backward, colliding against the shell of the Xuanwu Turtle Soul Master, where he came to a halt, barely clinging to life. This outcome exemplified the peril of charging recklessly into battle while blind to one's surroundings. His teammates, equally foolish, failed to join him until it was far too late to intervene. As Chen Luo watched the soul-fighting competition, he couldn't help but express his frustration. Daimubai, too. He had an assured kill, yet he squandered it. Has he forgotten that there's a healer on the opposing side? If only he had played it more cautiously just now, he surely could have taken down Yu Tianheng first. Chen Luo, what are you mumbling about all by yourself? Zhao Wujin glanced at Chen Luo with a hint of confusion. Chen Luo Dao remarked, I must say, Tang San and the others displayed remarkable prowess in their battle. While I may critique them, the recent performance of the Shrek 7 monsters was truly commendable. In such a brief span, they adeptly exploited Yu Tianheng's overzealous aggression, rendering him defenseless. The commander deserves a substantial reward, perhaps a grand chicken leg. However, one must admit, those who play with tactics often harbor impure intentions. 057. Let brute force suffice. I shall annihilate you all. Upon witnessing Yu Tianheng's injury, Du Guyan lost her composure and let out a furious roar. The brilliance of her third soul ring radiated intensely, transforming her originally emerald green eyes into a deep violet hue, while the green scales of her serpentine tail were enveloped in a delicate layer of purple luminescence. A dense, toxic purple mist spewed forth from Du Guyan's mouth, rapidly spreading through the air towards the Shrek 7 monsters. In this moment of madness, driven by her rage over Yu Tianheng's injury, Du Guyan disregarded Qin Ming's instructions. Fixated solely on exterminating the Shrek group, Tang San had anticipated this turn of events. Upon seeing Du Guyan unleash the poisonous fog, he swiftly retrieved 2 large water bags from the moonlit night on the 24 bridges and hurled them forward. Dai, unleash the white tiger's radiant wave. Fatty, follow with the phoenix fire line. Without hesitation, Daimubai and Ma Hongjun sprang into action. Daimubai's white tiger's radiant wave instantly shattered the water bags, releasing a mist that billowed into the air, while Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire line followed closely behind. In an instant, flames surged forth, filling the air with a peculiar fragrance, enveloping the purple mist entirely. Soon after, the purple fog ignited, burning rapidly, and the flames swept through, restoring an eerie calm. With a sound, the remnants of the shattered water bags fell to the ground, seemingly bearing witness to the fierce struggle that had just transpired. To engage in a contest of toxins with Tang San was indeed a foolhardy endeavor. Chen Luo inhaled the faint aroma of wine in the air, a smile unwittingly gracing his lips. The scenes unfolding before him were ones he had previously envisioned, even having witnessed them through more vivid animated portrayals. Yet, experiencing it live was an entirely different sensation, far more exhilarating. Regrettably, he had no opportunity to step onto the battlefield. The combat on the Duhun platform was relentless. As Duguyin engaged Shrek's team, Yilong had already begun healing Yu Tianhing from the rear of the Imperial fighting team. The healing prowess of the nine-hearted Sea Tang was formidable. Floral fragrances wafted through the air as white light emanated from the petals, enveloping Yu Tianhing and swiftly integrating into his being. The once near-lifeless Yu Tianhing suddenly regained significant vitality, his wounds healing rapidly. The dragon arm, previously broken by Daimu Bai, gradually mended, and within moments, all injuries had completely healed. Now revitalized, Yu Tianhing charged once more towards the 7 members of Shrek, albeit with increased caution. Having learned from his previous misstep and bolstered by the protective presence of Osro, wielding the Black Panther martial spirit, swift and decisive, die. You and Shuqin should employ your spirit fusion technique. Just focus on eliminating Yu Tianhing and Osro. Fatty. Exert your utmost to create an opening for Xiao Wu to flank and eliminate their support spirit masters. Tang San understood well that prolonging the battle would surely lead to his side's defeat. It was better to fight with everything they had to take a stand. The rest of Shrek's members were acutely aware of the precarious situation. As soon as Tang San assigned tasks, they executed them without hesitation. Daimu Bai and Zhu Shuqing activated their spirit fusion technique, the Netherworld White Tiger, charging directly at the fierce Yu Tianhing and Osro. Meanwhile, Fatty Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of attacks to carve a path for Xiao Wu. Tang San no longer concealed his capabilities, activating the 8 spider lances as he rushed toward the Imperial fighting team. The 2 support members at the back, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, were also hard at work. Oscar continuously supplied Shrek's members, while Ning Rongrong expertly timed her spirit techniques to empower her frontline comrades. The team's discipline was exceptional. Each member was in perfect sync, accurately identifying their roles and maximizing their contributions. This was the essence of teamwork. When a victory was within reach, there was no time for hesitation. Attack directly. Chen Luo initially harbored concerns that his companion, Xiao Wu, might encounter peril during the forthcoming battle. According to the narrative, Xiao Wu would be besieged and ultimately gravely injured by the formidable techniques of the Shijia brothers. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Chen Luo's worries dissipated. The Shrek 7 monsters, if they dared to engage, would undoubtedly sweep away the members of the Emperor fighting team in a single decisive blow. The Tang San before him was far more resolute than the one depicted in the book. If there was a chance to fight, he would not hesitate. Battle did not necessitate waiting for all allies to fall before reaping the rewards, if there existed a means to alter the situation. It was unwise to place comrades in jeopardy. With the activation of their martial soul fusion technique, Daimu Bai and Zhu Zhiqing easily subdued Yu Tianhing and Oscar, although they too were left unable to continue fighting due to exhaustion. This exchange of 2 for 2 was evidently advantageous, especially since they had seized a rare opportunity to eliminate 2 of the Emperor fighting team's mainstays. In dire circumstances, any trade was a gain. Meanwhile, the portly Ma Hongjun utilized his Phoenix Fire line to distract the Shijia brothers for Xiao Wu, while Tang San forged ahead. As Tang San unleashed his 8 spider lances, he simultaneously prepared his web restraints, seizing the moment when everyone's attention was fixated on his lances. He deftly cast a hand to ensnare the airborne Feng Bird Soul Master. Tang San's 8 spider lances proved formidable. Despite the robust defense of the Shijia brothers' Xuanwu Turtle Martial Soul, it could not withstand the toxicity of his lances. Under the cover of Ma Hongjun's fiery onslaught, Tang San carved a bloody path for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu successfully broke through to the rear of the Emperor fighting team, where she faced no pressure from the support Soul Master, easily dispatching him. In scarcely a moment, only Duguyin remained of the Emperor fighting team. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu consumed the small sausages prepared by Oscar and advanced menacingly towards Duguyin. The ensuing battle held no suspense. Duguyin stood no chance against the trio and was swiftly subdued, once the Shrek 7 monsters resolved to finish the fight. The subsequent exchanges were executed with precision and clarity, presenting the audience with a series of exhilarating combat sequences. Once the battle concluded, Tang San promptly attended to the members of the Emperor fighting team to alleviate the poison from the 8 spider lances, while Oscar generously offered his sausages. Sensing the goodwill of the Shrek 7 monsters, the auxiliary soul master Yi Lang also employed his 9-heart begonia to heal everyone. Ultimately, this was a competition. There was no necessity for animosity. During the contest, they were adversaries, yet post-battle, they could become friends. The Shrek 7 monsters held great respect for the prowess of the Emperor fighting team, and in turn, the latter acknowledged the strength of Shrek. While they may not have reached a profound camaraderie, extending their support to alleviate each other's troubles was certainly within reach. Chen Luo observed everything with keen attention. The battle had concluded, yet he remained somewhat unsatisfied. Unexpectedly, the strategist had ultimately resolved the conflict in the most reckless manner, which, in its own way, was quite delightful. The formidable 058 had not even taken to the field, yet they triumphed in the soul duel competition, bringing immense joy to the Shrek 7 monsters, each face radiating exuberance. Upon their victory, Xiaowu immediately turned her gaze towards the passage, and upon spotting Chen Luo, her smile blossomed even brighter. Tang San, having stowed away his 8 spider lances, exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, they had emerged victorious, albeit at the cost of a garment and a silver soul coin. Ma Hongjun, his face quivering with excitement, rushed to envelop Tang San in a bear hug. We won. We won. Meanwhile, Oscar was tirelessly crafting sausages. His hands trembling with enthusiasm, his smile growing ever more radiant. Brothers, let's celebrate with a sausage. Daimubai chimed in with a grin. Hurry, bring me too. I feel as though I've been completely drained. At that moment, Zhu Shuqing had awakened. After Daimubai procured 2 sausages from Oscar, he promptly handed one to Zhu Shuqing. Still somewhat disoriented upon waking, Zhu Shuqing surveyed her surroundings and realized their victory. The typically frosty beauty on her face melted like snow, revealing a breathtaking smile. Daimubai gazed at her silently, momentarily entranced. Noticing Daimubai's lingering gaze, Zhu Shuqing's smile vanished in an instant, and she took the sausage to approach Ning Rongrong. We won, she declared, her smile returning as she turned to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong mirrored her excitement. Indeed, we won. We accomplished it. After basking in the fleeting joy of victory atop the Soul Duel platform, the Shrek 7 monsters finally departed. Xiaowu was the first to rush forward, dashing towards Chen Luo. Awaiting the Shrek 7 monsters at the passage, Chen Luo wore a beaming smile, genuinely delighted for these young warriors. Xiaowu had initially intended to embrace Chen Luo, but upon noticing the many eyes upon them, she ultimately settled for linking her arm with his. Chen Luo, we won. Well done. Is there a reward? I'll take you out for a delicious meal later. Higi, sounds great. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement. Xiaowu's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. Cough, 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 cough. Chen Luo initially intended to tidy up Xiaowu's disheveled hair, which had become untidy due to the battle. Suddenly, a series of increasingly loud coughs erupted. Daimubai was the first to step forward, followed closely by Ma Hongjun, with Oscar joining in last. Chen Luo's gaze immediately fell upon them, and with a smile, he remarked, "You are truly remarkable. This is the most spectacular match I have ever witnessed. Congratulations on your victory." Ma Hongjun approached Chen Luo closely, mimicking Xiaowu's mannerisms as he embraced Chen Luo's other arm, speaking in the most effeminate tone he could muster. What a pity that you cannot compete, Chen Luo. If you were here, we would undoubtedly secure victory in no time. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. The others from Shrek were nearly sickened by Ma Hongjun's antics. While Xiaowu immediately interjected, "You gluttonous fool, get away." Ma Hongjun seemed to have anticipated Xiaowu's reaction, releasing Chen Luo's arm in advance and stepping aside. Returning to his usual self, he chuckled, "Sister Wu, that's where you're mistaken. Chen Luo belongs to all of us. Why should you be the only one to embrace him? That's simply excessive." Laughter erupted among the group, while Xiaowu promptly let go of Chen Luo's arm, ready to confront the hefty fellow. "You glutton, are you tired of living?" she exclaimed. "Xiaowu, I was wrong." Ma Hongjun quickly conceded, demonstrating a commendable attitude of humility. Indeed, the hefty fellow has a point. If Chen Luo had participated, we wouldn't have had to endure such a heart-pounding struggle, Daimubai remarked. Victory and defeat hinged on that final offensive. To be honest, we were uncertain ourselves, but since Tang San took command, we charged ahead with determination. At that moment, Daimubai embraced Tang San's shoulder. It was indeed perilous. Tang San was exceptionally audacious. Without his guidance, we likely wouldn't have acted with such resolve. Ma Hongjun added with a grin, "I must express my gratitude to Brother San in that final assault. Had it not been for Brother San neutralizing those 2 Xuanwu turtle spirit masters, I would have surely been struck by their spirit abilities, facing severe injury if not death. Tang San replied, my primary concern was for Xiao Wu's safety. Ma Hongjun responded, nevertheless, I must thank you, Brother San. Without your intervention, I might not have survived. Among brothers, there is no need for such formality. Tang San exchanged smiles with the others, then turned his gaze toward Chen Luo, declaring, I have succeeded. Chen nodded and gave Tang San a thumbs up, exclaiming, well done. As the Shrek little monsters celebrated their recent victory in the competition, Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wujie, and Master stood silently nearby, their faces unconsciously adorned with expressions of contentment. At that moment, a tall and handsome figure approached, and before he arrived, his voice resonated. Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wujie, how have you been? I am your disciple, Qin Ming. Qin Ming's arrival immediately captured the attention of the Shrek little monsters. Upon learning that Qin Ming was their senior, astonishment washed over their faces, except for Qin, who remained composed. After exchanging pleasantries with Flander and the others, a significant revelation emerged from Flander's lips during the introduction of Master, the captain of the Royal Battle Team, Yu Tianheng. The possessor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit was, in fact, the Master's nephew. Having been privy to this information for some time, Chen appeared unfazed, silently enjoying the astonished expressions of those around him. I have long severed all ties with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. With that statement, Master departed, presumably to have a heart-to-heart with his nephew, Yu Tianheng. Subsequently, Dean Flander formally introduced Qin Ming to the Shrek little monsters. When Flander mentioned Chen, his already proud smile widened. Qin Ming, you may find it hard to believe, but this lad is our academy's most outstanding student, Chen Luo. Oh? Qin Ming responded with surprise, what a pity that I did not get to see this junior in action. Zhao Wujie, standing nearby, chuckled, of course he couldn't compete. It would disrupt the balance. If he participated, your students would have no chance. Hearing this, Qin Ming was even more astonished. Is this junior truly that formidable? Zhao Wujie nodded emphatically, and the Shrek 7 monsters also nodded in agreement, while Flander smiled approvingly. Chen, however, felt somewhat bewildered, pondering how their conversation had shifted to focus on him. Senior, do not heed Zhao teacher's nonsense, Chen said humbly. Zhao Wujie chuckled, refraining from mentioning Chen's battle with him, but calmly stated Chen's age and rank. He is merely 12 years old and already a soul master at level 36. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, his gaze toward Chen shifting from astonishment to sheer disbelief. 12 years old and level 36? Truly a prodigy. Qin Ming quickly regained his composure, though Chen's age and soul power level had left him astonished. He particularly noted Zhao Wujie's earlier remark, if Chen were to participate, my students would have no chance? Despite Chen's exceptional talent and impressive ranking at such a young age, it seemed implausible that one individual could alter the dynamics of the competition. Zhao Wujie intended to elaborate further, but he was swiftly halted by Chen's glare. Even if Qin Ming was once a student of their academy, it was unnecessary to divulge all of their secrets, especially those concerning Chen. Let us continue this conversation at the hotel. Little monsters, please settle your points and return to the hotel promptly, Flander instructed, before departing with Zhao Wujie and Qin Ming. The Shrek little monsters promptly made their way to the soul fighting arena to tally their scores. Before long, all their points were calculated, except for Tang San. Everyone earned a silver badge, including Chen. Tang San received a gold badge, having maintained an undefeated record in both individual and team matches, with his points perfectly qualifying him for the gold badge. Meanwhile, the others had either lost a few matches in individual or duel contests, with their silver badges primarily earned through victories in team battles. Of course, Chen was an exception, having also achieved an undefeated record. Yet his absence from team matches prevented him from qualifying for the gold badge. Chen had little interest in such accolades. If not for the financial rewards and accompanying Xiao Wu in duel competitions, he would have little motivation to participate in these so-called soul fights. If Chen desired, he could easily obtain not only a gold badge but also the highest level diamond badge, yet such distinctions held little significance for him. Rather than seeking easy victories, he preferred challenging formidable opponents. The Shrek 7 monsters, in addition to their rewards for winning the team battles, also received an additional bounty of 10,000 gold soul coins from the arena. Once all matters were settled, they returned to the hotel. Flander and the others were engaged in drinking and chatting, but they had yet to touch their food. As soon as Ma Hongjun sat down, he boldly grabbed the menu and began ordering, cheerfully stating, Teacher, we won the competition today. You must treat us to a great meal. Flander fixed a piercing gaze on Ma Hongjun, Seeing that Ma had ordered only a few inexpensive dishes, the tension in his face softened into a slight smile. However, Ma's subsequent remarks nearly caused Flander to choke on his own frustration. Forget all those dishes I checked off. Bring on the others. And 2 bottles of good wine. Flander's expression darkened, yet Ma Hongjun ignored him entirely. The other little monsters couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Zhao Wujie erupted into laughter. It's rare for our dean to treat us. Well done, fatty. You must take him for all he's worth. Qin Ming also smiled slightly, clearly aware of the dean's notorious stinginess. After a brief interlude, the conversation resumed, and after reminiscing with Flander and the others, Qin Ming shifted the focus to the Shrek little monsters, expressing his admiration for their talents. He remarked that had they not joined Shrek, he would have gone to great lengths to recruit them into the Royal Academy of Heavendo. It was at this moment that Master returned. Even though they are from Shrek Academy, you can still bring them back to the Royal Academy. Brother Chen Luo, I am already full and cannot eat anymore. Chen Luo was accompanying Xiaowu on a shopping excursion. Although Xiaowu was intrigued by the various delicacies lining the streets, she found herself utterly devoid of appetite. Let us purchase a few beautiful garments or perhaps seek out some amusing trinkets, Chen Luo suggested. However, Xiaowu shook her head in refusal. Perhaps another time. Let's just head back. The soul duel competition tonight has left me quite fatigued, and I yearn for slumber. Very well, Chen Luo nodded in agreement. After dinner, Chen Luo honored his promise to Xiaowu, yet after traversing only a short distance, she lost interest and expressed a desire to return. The others from Shrek Academy were already on their way back, despite having participated in only a single soul duel that day. The exertion felt akin to enduring an entire day's worth of competition. Everyone was quite weary, longing for a restful reprieve. Brother Chen Luo, must we truly visit that Tiando Royal Academy? On their way home, Xiaowu leaned gently against Chen Luo's back, her voice barely above a whisper, revealing the exhaustion that had overtaken her. Chen Luo was advancing swiftly, smiling as he replied, "It should be so. During our meal, Master discussed it with Senior Qin Ming. And Dean Flander has no objections either. However, I suddenly find myself reluctant to part with Shrek Academy. I recall someone who once looked down upon Shrek Academy for its dilapidated state, but it certainly wasn't me. Let us not overthink it. We must allow things to unfold naturally. After all, our academy's resources are limited, and the opportunity to advance to a better institution is indeed a fortunate prospect." Chen Luo comforted. Moreover, the teachers from our academy will all be present. We are merely transitioning to a different environment to continue our studies. We will always be members of Shrek Academy. Indeed, there is another possibility. Once we arrive in Heavendo City, we could establish our own Shrek Academy. Chen Luo's voice gradually diminished as Xiaowu drifted into slumber. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Luo gently laid Xiaowu on the bed, then reclined himself beside her. After an intense battle with Zhao Wujie earlier in the day, he relished the exhilarating experience of combat, yet felt thoroughly exhausted. Gazing at the ceiling, Chen Luo contemplated the future. If all went according to plan, in 2 months, the members of Shrek Academy would set off for the Tiando Royal Academy, where unforeseen events would unfold, leading them to Lu Erlong's Academy and eventually to the establishment of Shrek Academy. Everything would progress naturally, and the task of signing in would soon be accomplished. 2 months later, the day arrived for the entire Shrek Academy to depart for the Tiando Royal Academy. Dean Flinder lingered at the Academy's entrance for a considerable time before waving his hand, signaling the Shrek members to depart. Ahead lay the Tiando Royal Academy, encompassing the mountain before them, a sprawling forest behind, and a serene lake at the base of the left slope, all part of the Academy's domain. Ning Rongrong smiled as she guided the group, serving as their tour guide since their arrival near Tiando City. Ah, what a splendid environment, nestled between mountains and water. Perhaps we shall retire here someday. Dean Flinder nodded in satisfaction, and the other teachers from Shrek exchanged knowing smiles. Chen Luo, trailing behind, couldn't help but smirk at the thought. Soon enough, we shall endure hardships, yet talk of retirement? Undeniably. The surroundings of Tiando Royal Academy were quite exquisite. Majestic mountains and flowing waters, an idyllic paradise. Even before entering, the refreshing air enveloped them, invigorating their spirits, making this location indeed suitable for retirement. According to Ning Rongrong, it was merely 20 miles from Tiando City, allowing for spontaneous visits whenever boredom struck at the academy. After all, Tiando City served as the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, undoubtedly bustling with life. Regrettably, such a magnificent academy was overseen by a seemingly incompetent administrator. Although it had been quite some time since Chen Luo last visited Tiando Royal Academy, he still remembered the route up the mountain. Under Ning Rongrong's guidance, the Shrek group began their ascent. However, it wasn't long before they encountered a group of unruly students blocking their path, among whom was the future king of the Tiando Empire, Xuebing. It was unclear whether Xuebing's performance was genuinely impressive or if he merely played to his strengths. But his brazen arrogance was on full display, nearly tempting Chen Luo to intervene and deliver a couple of slaps. Of course, he had no opportunity to act, as Dai Mubai swiftly dispatched the troublesome students, leaving them searching for their teeth. Subsequently, teacher Sun Buyu from Tiando Royal Academy appeared. Upon recognizing the identities of the Shrek members, he exchanged pleasantries before leading them further up the mountain. The academy was situated halfway up, and Sun Buyu escorted the Shrek group directly to a reception room. After a brief hospitality, he promptly departed to find Qin Ming. Qin Ming soon arrived, extending a warm welcome to the Shrek members. After a lavish dinner together, he escorted them to their pre-arranged accommodations. During this time, Qin Ming shared all pertinent information about the Tiando Royal Academy, including the treatment afforded to the Shrek teachers. However, Chen Luo found himself utterly disinterested in such matters, as they were set to leave the following day. On the morning of their departure, after a sumptuous breakfast provided by Qin Ming, the Shrek group proceeded to the Tiando Royal Academy's education committee. All arrangements had been finalized. This was merely the last formality. The more Chen Luo observed the environment of Tiando Royal Academy, the more he felt that Shrek Academy resembled a poverty-stricken school in a remote village, a disparity that was simply staggering. Chen Luo's gaze swept across the magnificent edifices of the Tiando Royal Academy, ultimately arriving at the tallest structure before the main assembly. Though it was merely a single-story building, its apex soared to a height of at least 10 meters, leading Chen Luo to initially believe he had arrived at the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the building, the group from Shrek successfully encountered the esteemed Dream God Machine by Bashan and the wise Elder Jilin, who engaged in lively conversation with Flanders. Upon re-encountering formidable powerhouses of the Douluo caliber, Chen Luo felt a slight stir within. Though it hardly reached the heights of exhilaration, the three elderly figures before him exuded warmth and amiability, leaving a favorable impression. Due to Tang San's exceptional performance in the previous Soul Battle competition, Dream God Machine and the others specifically summoned Tang San for further evaluation. What transpired next aligned closely with Chen Luo's recollections. Tang San withstood the pressure admirably and was likely to reap considerable rewards, especially when the presence of his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, elicited astonished admiration from Dream God Machine and his companions. Who could have anticipated that such a genius would emerge from our realm of soul masters? I am truly fortunate to witness this gathering today. Dream God Machine's heartfelt exclamations resonated with Chen Luo's memories. Observing the accolades bestowed upon his academy student, Flanders could not suppress a sense of joy and excitement, his gaze often lingering on Chen Luo, as if he wished to unveil further surprises for Dream God Machine and the others. Fortunately, Flanders ultimately restrained himself. Chen Luo certainly noticed Flanders' gaze, yet he chose to disregard it, for he was inherently a person of modest demeanor, disinclined towards ostentation. Flanders then engaged in conversation with Dream Machine and others for a moment, and both parties appeared to be in high spirits, successfully finalizing their arrangements. Just as the members of Shrek Academy were preparing to take their leave and return to their respective quarters, the unexpected arrival of the clown ensued. Avalanche, accompanied by his dear uncle, Prince Xuesheng, made their entrance. However, the attention of the crowd was predominantly drawn to the elderly figure beside them. The old man was tall and slender, with hair and beard of a deep emerald hue, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds. He emanated an ethereal presence, resembling a mere apparition. His expression was utterly rigid, with sunken cheeks and disheveled green hair, clad in a plain gray robe. Was this indeed Douluo? The elderly man before Chen Luo was precisely as he had envisioned Douluo. Upon encountering him, Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement within, for he was one of the classic characters from Douluo Dala. Alongside this exhilaration, however, was a tinge of trepidation. He could distinctly sense an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from Douluo, a sensation he had never before experienced, not even in the presence of the formidable Dream Machine and others of the Soul Douluo rank. Was this the oppressive presence of a titled Douluo? It felt as though, should Douluo choose to strike, none present would escape unscathed. Chen Luo noticed that Xiaowu was exceedingly tense, so he took the initiative to move closer to her and grasped her hand. Upon feeling the warmth emanating from Chen Luo's palm, Xiaowu finally calmed down. After the appearance of the clown, a personal performance by the clown ensued. Prince Xuesheng, relying on the backing of Douluo, forcefully drove away the members of Shrek Academy. Chen Luo, having anticipated such an outcome, felt neither surprise nor strong emotions, unlike the others from Shrek, who appeared quite stifled. Initially, the trio of Dream Machine intended to stand up for their companions, but ultimately, their goodwill was rejected by the master, who, holding on to Flender, led the Shrek members away. Finally, they departed. The oppressive presence of the title Douluo was indeed overwhelming. Chen Luo felt a sigh of relief within his heart. Despite having contemplated various possibilities and prepared himself mentally before arriving at the Tiando Royal Academy, upon encountering Douluo, a singular thought consumed him: do not let any mishaps occur, or it could lead to dire consequences. Brother Chen Luo, I find that the Blue Tyrant Academy is quite pleasant. Its environment is not inferior to that of the Tiando Royal Academy. In the tranquil and shadowy woods, Chen Luo walked alongside Xiaowu, who curiously surveyed their surroundings and spoke with a smile. I concur, Chen Luo nodded. The environment held little significance for him. Even a simulated training environment would likely not cater to his unique needs. After all, Chen Luo's martial soul was no ordinary scythe, but rather the embodiment of death itself. If he were to seek an appropriate simulated training environment, a place like a graveyard or a mass burial site would be most suitable. Although the Blue Tyrant Academy lacked the grandeur of the Tiando Royal Academy and its environment fell several tiers short, it was still quite commendable in Chen Luo's eyes. Xiaowu's assertion that the Blue Tyrant Academy offered a superior environment seemed merely a self-soothing sentiment. After departing from the Tiando Royal Academy, the Shrek group made their way to Tiando City, with Qin Ming accompanying them. It must be said that Senior Qin Ming was genuinely admirable. He placed great value on relationships, willingly forsaking the privileges of the Tiando Royal Academy to wander alongside the Shrek group, burdened by a sense of guilt. At the entrance of Tiando City, Flander and the others stumbled upon recruitment flyers for the Blue Tyrant Academy, prompting them to lead the Shrek group there. Given Flander and his companions' prowess, they would undoubtedly receive a warm welcome at any academy. During the entrance examination, Qin Ming unleashed his martial soul, startling the testing instructor into a cold sweat, while Flander and his group left their examiners trembling in fear. The examination was passed with flying colors, even exceeding expectations. The Blue Tyrant Academy had initially sought to recruit only a few soul masters. They never anticipated attracting such formidable individuals. A teacher named Inshu promptly guided the Shrek group to meet the Academy's dean, leading to an emotional reunion among siblings and lovers. At that moment, the master was likely strolling with Lu Erlong. Reflecting on the events of the morning, a smile unconsciously graced Chen Luo's lips. The Tiando Royal Academy was now behind them, and it would not be long before the Blue Tyrant Academy would be renamed Shrek Academy, with the mission nearly complete. At this juncture, Xiaowu seemed to recall the morning's occurrences. Unlike Chen Luo's subtle smile, her expression was one of indignation. That prince is utterly despicable. Unable to contain her fury, she exclaimed, I really want to give him a good thrashing. There may be circumstances we are unaware of, Chen Luo replied with a smile. Xiaowu retorted immediately. What could possibly justify his actions towards us? Indeed, there were underlying reasons. Ming Shenji and his companions were affiliated with Shueqinghe. Should the Shrek group join the Tiando Royal Academy, Shueqinghe's power would significantly increase, and the Prince of the Snow Star was deliberately playing the villains. All for the sake of Shueqinghe's ambitions. Chen Luo was aware of everything. Yet the mere thought of the repugnant visage of Prince Shueqing caused him to furrow his brow involuntarily. Upon witnessing Xiaowu's furious demeanor, he readily echoed, I too wish to give him a good beating. After a considerable interval, Xiaowu gradually calmed down, and they shifted to another topic of conversation. Is it truly impossible for siblings to be together? Xiaowu inquired. Chen nodded affirmatively, stating, of course not, that would contravene ethical principles. You just heard about the matter concerning the master and Dean Lu Erlong, didn't you? Indeed, Xiaowu replied, her expression somewhat intricate. Upon seeing the weighty expression on Xiaowu's face, Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. We are not actually siblings, so why ponder so much? Besides, I have never claimed that I wanted to be your brother. At this, Xiaowu's large, watery eyes sparkled momentarily as she glanced at Chen Luo, only to quickly lower her head, her delicate face turning a deep shade of crimson. Chen Luo initially intended to seize the delightful atmosphere to take Xiaowu's hand, but he suddenly sensed something and promptly said to her, I just remembered that I need to discuss a matter with Tang San. You should go ahead and meet with the dean and the others. I will join you shortly. Xiaowu appeared somewhat bewildered but nodded in agreement and complied. Once Xiaowu had departed, Chen Luo finally exhaled in relief, yet his nerves quickly tensed once more. The presence had been fixated upon him, evidently approaching with intent. Show yourself, he called out. Chen Luo spoke, his outward demeanor remaining relatively calm, while his heart was already in turmoil. You truly are remarkable, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed, followed by the silent arrival of a figure clad in emerald green. None other than Douluo. Chen Luo gazed warily at Douluo, inquiring, "What are your intentions?" "To capture you," came the blunt reply, devoid of any superfluous words. Chen Luo was utterly bewildered, longing to exclaim, "What on earth do you want from me? Tang San is over there. It was Tang San who assaulted your granddaughter, which has nothing to do with me." However, it was evident that this was not the moment for emotional outbursts. He could only strive to maintain his composure, even though remaining calm seemed utterly futile at that juncture. Chen Luo began to summon the entirety of his soul power, preparing to unleash his martial spirit. Even though he understood the futility of attempting to escape from a titled Douluo, he felt compelled to try. He had initially thought you were exceptional, but it turned out you were rather ordinary. Perhaps your martial spirit was unique, which obscured your true strength. Douluo gazed calmly at Chen Luo, his figure gradually dissipating, seemingly relinquishing the pursuit of this target. Chen Luo let out a sigh of relief, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that the old man took an interest in me simply because he could not discern my true strength? How absurd. At his advanced age, he still behaved like an inquisitive child, nearly sending me away without a second thought. Though Douluo's murmured words as he departed were barely audible, Chen Luo's hearing surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to grasp each word with clarity, instantly comprehending the reason behind Douluo's appearance. Thankfully, he did not activate his martial soul. Had he done so and witnessed my soul ring configuration, he would likely have whisked me away immediately. Chen Luo felt a creeping terror as he instinctively swallowed. What on earth was that old man's true intentions? Who could ever fathom the thoughts of the sealed title Douluo? As long as he remained unscathed, that was all that mattered. Chen Luo endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions and resolutely resolved within himself, "It is imperative to strive with utmost diligence, for this sense of helplessness is profoundly distressing." Chen Luo had yet to regain his composure when faint sounds suddenly emanated from the other side of the forest. It appeared that Tang San was in trouble. Chen Luo did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he patiently waited for a considerable time until the hurried footsteps of the master and the others resonated in the air before he decided to act. As anticipated, Tang San had been captured by Douluo. However, not only would Tang San be unharmed, but he would also gain immensely from the experience. Yet, if Chen Luo were to act too hastily and approach too eagerly, there was a possibility that Douluo might change his mind and take him along as well, which would spell disaster. He dashed towards the direction where the master and his companions were located. Before they could inquire about Tang San's whereabouts, Chen Luo declared, "I just spotted Douluo." The master halted momentarily and swiftly responded, "It must be him. He is the one who has taken Tang San. That chilling aura is unmistakable." 062. The Armor of Death. A month later, Chen Luo stood at the entrance of the academy, silently observing as the sign was replaced with that of Shrek Academy. At long last, the day had arrived. The system task had finally been accomplished. Chen Luo walked slowly toward the academy, anticipating the arrival of the system notification. Upon successfully signing in at the Heavendo Royal Academy and joining the new Shrek Academy, the current main quest was completed, yielding the reward, the Armor of the Reaper. Chen Luo was acutely aware of the presence of an additional item within the storage space of the Death God Ring. He promptly made his way back to his dormitory. Upon his return, he immediately accessed the storage space of the Death God Ring. To his astonishment, a remarkably exquisite black armor floated within the confines of the storage. Without hesitation, Chen Luo retrieved it. As the Death God armor fell into his hands, he scarcely had the opportunity to admire its craftsmanship before it transformed into a flurry of black motes, darting towards his chest. In the next instant, the Death God armor reappeared, now adorning Chen Luo's form. It fit him perfectly and felt almost weightless, even through his clothing. He could sense a refreshing chill emanating from the armor, and simultaneously, he felt a subtle resonance from the Death God ring on his wrist. The armor enveloped his upper body, its entirely obsidian surface exuding a unique metallic luster. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate runes etched upon the armor, also in black, so finely detailed that they were nearly imperceptible at a casual glance. Before Chen Luo had the opportunity to delve deeply into his research, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Death's Armor artifact, one of the components of the Death God set. It provides absolute defense, rendering the wearer impervious to all mental and soul-based attacks. The strength of its defense is proportional to the host's power. Death's Bracelet artifact, another piece of the Death God set. It offers storage space and access to the realm of the undead. Death's Ring artifact, yet another element of the Death God set. It conceals one's presence, while its other functions remain locked. Death God set effect artifact, when all three pieces are gathered, their effects are doubled. As the system notifications resonated, Chen Luo observed the Death's armor and Death's bracelet emanating a faint black glow, seemingly forming a unique connection. There was also the Death's ring. Although it resided with Xiaowu, the absolute ownership of the Death's ring still belonged to Chen Luo, allowing him to sense its presence and the special resonance it emitted due to the set's effects. He wondered if Xiaowu could perceive the Death's ring's extraordinary transformation. Chen Luo glanced at the Death God armor, and with a mere thought, it vanished from sight. Such divine artifacts are truly remarkable, in addition to their formidable power. They are also incredibly convenient to summon and dismiss. Chen Luo was acutely aware that these divine artifacts had yet to be fully activated. Nevertheless, their current efficacy was already formidable and would continue to unlock as his strength increased. With the Death God's armor, his life-preserving capabilities had significantly enhanced, granting him the opportunity to spar with Zhao Wuji and test the defensive prowess of the armor. The Death God ensemble also provided additional bonuses, effectively doubling all its effects. While the defensive capabilities of the Death God's armor remained elusive for the time being, he could assess the Death God bracelet. The doubling of effects suggested that the storage capacity of the Death God bracelet would also be amplified, implying that the number of souls that could be housed within the netherworld space would similarly increase. Chen Luo promptly activated the Death God's ring, and as he anticipated, both the storage space and the necromantic space had undergone significant enhancement. The storage capacity, which previously could accommodate the contents of a room, had now doubled. Although Chen Luo rarely utilized such a vast expanse, the distinction between having the space and not having it was palpable. In contrast to the storage space, the necromantic space held far greater significance for Chen Luo. With the benefits of the set effect, the necromantic space could now harbor up to 4 undead entities. The ancient cave spider and the nightmarish centipede, which had awakened in the Star Do Great Forest, remained quietly in their designated positions. The cave spider had fully recovered from its injuries and its aura had strengthened slightly, now approximating a strength of around 11,500 years. The nightmarish centipede, having bypassed the recovery phase, exhibited a more pronounced enhancement in its aura, boasting a power level of at least 13,500 years. While it appeared that both the cave spider and the nightmarish centipede had each gained 500 years of strength, the implications of their growth were fundamentally different. The ascent in a soul master's soul power level becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses, and the same holds true for soul beasts, with the latter's advancement proving more challenging. If this trend continues, could it be possible for both to reach the 10,000-year tier, as long as I remain alive? Chen Luo found himself filled with anticipation. Since acquiring his third spirit ring and awakening the cave spider and nightmarish centipede, only about a year had elapsed. The rapid ascension of these 2 undead entities within such a brief span was nothing short of terrifying. With 2 additional slots for undead available, he was determined to seize the opportunity to fill them. The presence of utterly loyal death servants was undoubtedly desirable. However, he also sought to prioritize quality. At the very least, they should not be inferior to the current 2. He aimed to procure the most formidable configuration he could gather, intending to consider replacements only once he grew more powerful. Chen Luo contemplated this in his mind. Furthermore, the Death Goddess ring, being a component of the Death God set, was bound to possess extraordinary effects, far beyond merely concealing one's aura. The system had indicated that other functionalities remained locked. This was likely related to his own strength. As his power grew, the additional capabilities of the Death Goddess ring would naturally unlock. The same characteristic applied to the other Death God gear. The potency of the effects was influenced by his own abilities. Even though the Death Goddess ring was not physically worn by Chen Luo, a special connection had already been established, allowing him to receive system notifications and experience the benefits of the Death God set. The Death Goddess ring was also notably unique, as it could be entrusted to others. In contrast, the other pieces of Death God equipment, such as the Death Goddess ring and the recently acquired Death God armor, could not be passed to anyone else. They automatically fused with Chen Luo, becoming an extension of his very being. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the space, followed by the voice of the master from outside. "Are you in the dormitory?" "Yes," came the reply. Chen Luo opened the door, and the master stood at the threshold with a grave expression. "I have located the simulated training ground you desired. Please follow me," the master spoke. Chen Luo nodded immediately, acknowledging the information. The simulated training ground of the academy had been completed, yet it lacked an environment suitable for Chen Luo. Naturally, if Chen Luo did not voice his needs, no one would be aware of the specific conditions under which he could thrive in his training. Under the guidance of the master, Chen Luo made his way to the academy's rear mountain. The esteemed Blue Tyrant Academy, now aptly renamed Shrek Academy, was surprisingly expansive. The rear mountain of the academy was not particularly high, merely a small hill standing just over 50 meters, sparsely adorned with trees, giving it a rather barren appearance. From a distance, it resembled a vast grave. Despite the academy's somewhat remote location, it was situated within the city of Tiando, the capital of the Tiando Empire, where every inch of land was immensely valuable. It was astonishing that such an area remained undeveloped. It seemed a considerable waste. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the master spoke slowly. This place undoubtedly meets your requirements for a simulated training environment. According to Erlong, this area was originally a mass grave. Chen Luo cast a glance, nodding slightly. He had already sensed some extraordinary presence. The chaotic burial ground suited his taste perfectly. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Focus on your cultivation. If this place proves unsuitable, seek another location. Should you wish to forego attending classes, it is of no concern. I have already made arrangements on that front. You may devote yourself entirely to your training. As for the theoretical knowledge concerning soul masters, I shall procure a few books for Xiao to bring back to the dormitory. With these brief instructions, the master departed. During this period, he appeared considerably haggard, evidently troubled by Tang San's predicament. Ever since Tang San was captured by Douluo a month ago, the master had been gradually losing weight. In the meantime, the Golden Iron Triangle had specifically ventured into the forest where Douluo resided, and it seemed they had already engaged in combat with him. It could be assumed that an agreement had been reached. Otherwise, the master and his companions would not have returned. Nevertheless, as Tang San's mentor, the master remained deeply concerned for his safety. Though he outwardly maintained a calm demeanor, offering reassurances to Flinder and Lu Erlong, internally, he was in great turmoil. The incident of Tang San's abduction was known only to the Golden Iron Triangle and Chen Luo. The master kept this matter confidential. When the other members of Shrek Academy inquired about Tang San's whereabouts, he stated that Tang San had gone into secret training. Subsequently, over the course of the month, the master assisted Flinder and Lu Erlong in completing the transition of the academy, with Bluna Academy being renamed Shrek Academy. Chen Luo gazed at the hill ahead and then set off towards its summit. In truth, even without the master's guidance, Chen Luo had sensed something extraordinary upon his arrival. He instinctively understood that this location was anything but ordinary. Indeed, he discovered that this was a site of unmarked graves. The master's efficiency was commendable, as he swiftly identified a suitable venue for Chen Luo's unique cultivation. When it came to discussing this matter, Chen Luo refrained from revealing the true nature of his martial soul, the Grim Reaper. Instead, he merely mentioned that the Scythe of Death had peculiar properties, allowing for accelerated training in graveyards or similar sites. The master, while intrigued, chose not to pursue the topic further. He simply noted details about Chen Luo's martial soul in a thick notebook, yet he had never inquired about its specifics, suggesting he was merely recording information without delving deeper. This was preferable for Chen Luo, who had little desire to engage in idle chatter with the master. Upon reaching the hilltop, he could survey the expansive surroundings, encompassing the entire academy. On the opposite side of the hill lay a vast pit, nearly the size of half the academy, with a depth of at least 2 meters. It was evident that this pit had been filled in at some point, obscuring its original depth. Such a considerable expanse of land lay abandoned, seemingly in this state for many years. The pit was devoid of any overgrown weeds, featuring only a few trees, each over 10 meters tall, standing in solitude. However, these trees appeared to have long succumbed to decay. The surrounding area mirrored this desolation, with only a scant hint of greenery visible from a distance of nearly 10 meters. It was no wonder this area remained undeveloped. The atmosphere was saturated with an oppressive aura of death. After casting a glance around, Chen Luo's face broke into a gentle smile. Yet, to me, this place is a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. The more souls that had perished here, the more Chen Luo found himself drawn to it. In a matter of moments, he arrived at the center of the vast pit, deliberately positioning himself in its midst. Although it was the height of summer, an unsettling chill pervaded the pit, sending a shiver down his spine. While others might feel a sense of discomfort in such an environment, Chen Luo felt as if he had returned home, invigorated and revitalized. He was eager to commence his cultivation and strive for greater strength. Chen Luo promptly settled into a cross-legged position, entering a state of cultivation. It has been demonstrated that cultivating within an environment that corresponds to one's martial soul significantly accelerates the enhancement of soul power and facilitates a smoother transition into a meditative state. As Chen Luo began to invoke the Death God's technique, the surrounding energy commenced an intense convergence towards him, particularly the unique energy emanating from beneath the ground. Who could fathom the number of corpses buried below? Even after the passage of many years, a plethora of spiritual energy still lingered. Chen Luo was uncertain how long he had been cultivating. It wasn't until he sensed a gradual decline in his cultivation efficiency that he decided to conclude his practice. He was now even closer to reaching the 37th level. If he could maintain this pace, it would likely not be long before he achieved a breakthrough. Chen Luo rose, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. After stretching his limbs, he departed from the large pit and returned to the academy. Solely relying on cultivation would never yield rapid enhancement of strength. Alternative methods must be employed as support, such as engaging in a vigorous bout with someone. Long before commencing the mimicry of cultivation, Chen Luo had already devised a training regimen for the upcoming period. Cultivating within a simulated environment was indispensable, as was periodic combat training. Combat training not only enhances one's practical abilities but also serves to challenge personal limits, further stimulating latent potential. Solely immersing oneself in arduous practice is insufficient, nor is relentless combat training alone effective. Only by harmoniously integrating both approaches and discovering an appropriate balance can one achieve optimal strength enhancement. Moreover, Chen Luo possessed another, swifter method to augment his power, utilizing soul hunting to harvest souls for strength. However, this method is prone to addiction. Few can resist the allure of such rapid power augmentation akin to cheating, even at the cost of sacrificing a more distant future. Chen Luo's self-restraint is truly commendable, as he is able to consistently exercise control over himself. If it were someone else, who would even discuss the future? One would simply seek immediate gratification first. However, it must be noted that the soul hunt is not entirely unusable. Rather, it should be employed sparingly. When the right opportunity presents itself, one must seize it, and afterward diligently practice to solidify one's progress, all the while keeping one's desires in check. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Luo took a shower and changed his clothes before heading to the college's administrative building, where Zhao Wujie could usually be found. Since arriving in Tiando City, he had yet to engage in a proper spar with teacher Zhao and wondered if he missed those training days at Shrek Academy. The new sign-in task requires obtaining the 4th soul ring to refresh, but it's approaching completion. With a little effort, it won't be long before he breaks through to level 40. On his way to the administrative building of the academy, Chen Luo casually glanced at the new sign-in task. As was customary, the task refresh required the acquisition of a new soul ring. This time, the reward for the task was the Death God's armor. One could only wonder if the next task would offer something akin to the Death God's boots. It would be ideal to complete the tasks and assemble the entire Death God set. Having just 3 pieces of equipment would trigger the set's effects, and surely collecting all would enhance the power significantly. Before long, Chen Luo arrived at the foot of the Shrek Academy's administrative building, where he happened to encounter the master, who was just stepping out. "Ah, Chen Luo, have you completed your training?" the master inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Yes," Chen Luo nodded, thinking to himself that he wouldn't be here if he hadn't finished his training. The master continued, "I had anticipated that you would be in seclusion for at least a month. I didn't expect you to emerge so soon. How was the outcome of your training?" "Very good," Chen Luo replied with a smile. "Excellent, keep up the good work," the master said, gently patting Chen Luo on the shoulder as he passed by. He then reminded Chen Luo, "Zhao Wujie is in the office. If you're looking for training, just head to the academy's playground." "All right." Chen Luo smiled helplessly, wondering if my purpose for being here was so evident. Upon entering the office building, I learned that the college leaders were on the 2nd floor. Before Chen Luo could ascend the stairs, a teacher suddenly called out to him, "Hey, which class are you from? If you have any matters, go directly to your homeroom, teacher." The teacher who stopped Chen Luo was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a long green dress, fairly attractive, though her figure was rather unremarkable. Chen Luo smiled politely, greeting, "Hello, teacher. I am looking for teacher Zhao Wujie." The female teacher furrowed her brows, poised to articulate a response, when suddenly, a venerable voice resonated, "Allow him to ascend." The speaker was a tall, elderly gentleman, his age evident yet his spirit remarkably vigorous, none other than Li Yusong. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Li Yusong unexpectedly broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Little monster. It has been a while since we last met. I heard from the master that you have been in seclusion for your training." "Indeed, teacher Li," Chen Luo replied. "Zhao Wujie is just above. You have come for practical training, I presume?" "Precisely," Chen Luo affirmed. "Is it not evident that my purpose in seeking Zhao Wujie is inscribed upon my countenance?" Li Yusong responded, "Very well, go ahead. In the future, I too would relish the opportunity to spar with you." "Always welcome." Chen Luo smiled politely and then ascended the stairs. "Teacher Li, who is that student I have never seen before?" It is quite normal, as he seldom appears in the academy. Is he Tang San from the Shrek 7 Monsters? No. He is Chen Luo. Chen Luo? Well, it is understandable that you do not recognize him. He has always maintained a remarkably low profile. The Shrek 7 Monsters are a group of peculiar individuals, and he is indeed the most extraordinary among them. Is he stronger than Tang San? Certainly. When we were in Soto City, he was already able to contend with Zhao Wujing. He must be even more formidable now. Wouldn't you agree? Ah? Thud thud. Chen Luo knocked on the door. Come in, came a feminine voice, belonging to Lu Erlong. The office door swung open, revealing an exceedingly simple workspace. Adorned with a few desks and chairs that exuded an air of cheapness, undoubtedly the handiwork of Flander. Lu Erlong was engrossed in handling some documents for the academy. While Zhao Wujie lay sprawled across the desk, fast asleep, they were the only two occupants in the office. Chen Luo? Are you here to see the master? He just stepped out to check on Dai Mubai and the others' training, Lu Erlong remarked with a smile. One must admit, Lu Erlong possessed an extraordinary beauty. Her exquisite visage untouched by the passage of time, radiating a unique charm characteristic of a mature woman. Her figure was stunning, nearly flawless, though her discernment seemed somewhat lacking. No, I am looking for teacher Zhao, Chen Luo replied. At last, someone who cannot discern my intentions, Lu Erlong exclaimed, raising her voice. Zhao Wujie. Startled. Zhao Wujie jolted awake, momentarily disoriented, instinctively tilting his head towards Lu Erlong. What's the matter? Chen Luo is looking for you. As Zhao Wujie gradually regained his composure upon seeing Chen Luo, he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Little monster. What brings you to seek out your teacher Zhao so suddenly? I thought you were in seclusion for training? My training has concluded. And I am here for practical combat training. Can I skip it? I've been preoccupied with the academy's affairs lately. It's been quite exhausting. At this point, Lu Erlong interjected, Chen Luo, don't listen to his nonsense. He spends his days napping here, only occasionally summoned by Flander to lend a hand. Chen Luoping gazed calmly at Zhao Wujie, who, with a sheepish smile, replied, all right, let us proceed. He then turned to Lu Erlong, inquiring, are you interested in joining us? This lad is exceptionally formidable. Lu Erlong responded, you two go ahead. I shall join shortly. I just need to wrap up a few matters. The academy's playground was still under construction, much of it remaining barren land. Though it lacked aesthetic appeal, it was remarkably suitable for combat. Flander had taken it upon himself to procure the necessary materials, remaining as frugal as ever, wary of anyone extracting even a penny from him. He had mentioned refurbishing the playground a fortnight ago, yet it remained untouched. Zhao Wujie scoffed. What a disappointment. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Dean Flanders is merely being frugal for the benefit of the academy. He is quite the miser, indeed. Zhao Wujie stretched his limbs slightly. All right, enough about him. Let us commence our practical training. It has been quite some time since we had a proper sparring session. Oh, by the way, have you improved your strength? What is your current soul power level? Do inform teacher Zhao, so he can be prepared. Zhao Wujie appeared quite cautious. A trait he adopted after experiencing a setback on one occasion. Chen Luo Dao remarked, still at level 36, unchanged. Oh, understood. Zhao Wujie nodded in acknowledgement. It seems you are not far from reaching level 37. Otherwise, you would not have come to seek me out so suddenly. Chen Luo nodded with a smile, confirming indeed. Zhao Wujie exclaimed, then let us proceed. Mighty Vidra Bear, manifest. Martial Soul true form. As Zhao Wujie unleashed his martial soul, a dazzling golden light enveloped him, revealing a magnificent golden giant bear. Chen Luo's expression slightly twitched. Teacher Zhao, is it truly necessary? Shall we proceed directly to the manifestation of the martial spirit? After all, it will need to be unveiled eventually. The sooner we commence, the less suffering we shall endure. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Wujie surveyed the surroundings, his mouth opening and closing like that of a bear, as he bellowed in a thunderous voice, students in the playground and those nearby, heed my words. Quickly distance yourselves to avoid any inadvertent harm. If you wish to observe, ensure you maintain a safe distance. In truth, the playground was entirely devoid of people. Had Zhao Wujie refrained from his loud proclamation, the area would have remained empty. Yet, as soon as his voice rang out, a throng of onlookers, students, and teachers alike swiftly gathered nearby. Chen Luo furrowed her brow slightly. This must be deliberate. 065, terrifying. Seemingly noticing Chen Luo's helpless expression, Zhao Wujie chuckled heartily. Little monster, if you wish to train with me, you must certainly be prepared to pay a price. As newcomers to Shrek, we ought to showcase our strength to the teachers and students here. In matters of official duties, Zhao Wujie's capabilities might indeed be lacking, which is why he often found himself dozing off in the office. However, At certain pivotal moments, this instructor would promptly step forward, seizing every opportunity to contribute his strength. Chen Luo glanced at the increasing crowd surrounding the playground, let out a soft sigh, and then awakened his martial soul. The embodiment of the Grim Reaper, an ethereal specter, visible only to Chen Luo, materialized before him and seamlessly merged with his being. The sign of the Grim Reaper silently manifested, firmly grasped in his hand. 2 violet soul rings rose successively from beneath his feet, culminating in the emergence of a profound black soul ring, instantly elevating Chen Luo's aura to its zenith. Outside the playground, the previously boisterous teachers and students fell into an abrupt silence, each one instinctively widening their eyes in astonishment. When Zhao Wuji unveiled his martial soul in its true form, it had already elicited a chorus of gasps, yet everyone was familiar with Zhao Wuji, aware of the formidable teacher within the academy. Beyond mere surprise, there was a profound sense of admiration and reverence. Chen Luo was distinctly different. One could easily discern from his appearance that he was indeed a student of the academy, albeit rarely seen. In contrast to the formidable teachers, the identity of a student was evidently more relatable to everyone. It was not until Chen Luo awakened his martial soul, revealing the terrifying combination of 2 purple and 1 black soul rings, that they felt the overwhelming aura emanating from him. My goodness! 2,000-year soul rings and 1 10,000-year soul ring. How is this even possible? Such a young soul emperor. Why concern yourself with his rank? Just look at his soul rings. The black one, it's a 10,000-year soul ring. Good heavens, a 10,000-year soul ring. After a moment of stunned silence, the atmosphere erupted into even more raucous noise, with a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. Many were rubbing their eyes vigorously, fearful of having misinterpreted what they saw, while others pinched themselves, anxious they were merely dreaming or experiencing hallucinations. The other members of Shrek's Little Monsters soon arrived. The commotion generated by Zhao Wuji unleashing his martial soul was quite substantial. Although the immense wave of soul power did not affect the entire academy, it certainly enveloped a large portion of it. Upon sensing such a powerful soul energy, the other little monsters rushed over immediately. What on earth? The great strength titan bear. Has Teacher Zhao lost his mind? Why unleash his martial soul at such a time? Ma Hongjuan's round face displayed utter confusion. Oscar interjected, Fatty, you should first take a look at who was standing opposite Teacher Zhao. Chen Luo? Wasn't he in seclusion? Ma Hongjuan's expression shifted to one of surprise as he finally noticed Chen Luo's presence. Primarily because the great strength titan bear was so conspicuous that anyone arriving would be instantly drawn to it. He must have just finished his training. Why didn't Ti sense that his aura had grown stronger? Daimu Bai chuckled. What is so surprising about this? Is this your first encounter with such a situation? When I felt that energy, I had already surmised at least 8 out of 10 possibilities. Ning Rongrong cast a puzzled glance at Xiaowu beside her. You just found out too? Xiaowu nodded gently. Yes. We should give him a proper scolding when we return. How could he finish his training and not seek you out immediately? Ning Rongrong laughed. Xiaowu replied. He must be on the verge of a breakthrough. Another breakthrough. Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed slightly. Then she humorously retorted, could you possibly ask your friend to slow down a bit? I feel like the gap between us is widening. Zhu Zhuqing stood silently nearby, typically the quietest among the Shrek 7, yet a hint of surprise flickered across her cool visage, aligning her sentiments with those of the other little monsters. On the playground, Chen Luo and Zhao Wuji had already commenced their initial clash. Chen Luo's speed reached its zenith, yet Zhao Wuji had long been prepared to counter this. The third soul skill, gravity enhancement, was activated instantaneously, causing Chen Luo's velocity to diminish significantly. Indomitable! Chen Luo immediately activated his indomitable state, as black flames enveloped his entire being, elevating his aura once more. Simultaneously, the black armor of the Grim Reaper quietly manifested upon him. This marked Chen Luo's inaugural experience of donning the Grim Reaper's armor in his indomitable state. Though it was the second occasion he had activated the armor overall, the black flames appeared to coexist harmoniously with the Grim Reaper's armor, seemingly enhancing its defensive capabilities while imbuing it with the unique effects of the black fire. Beyond its defensive properties, the armor voraciously consumed the surrounding energy, replenishing Chen Luo's strength and significantly accelerating the recovery of his soul power. Should he acquire additional pieces of Grim Reaper equipment, each possessing restorative qualities, he could likely wield his indomitable state without concern for time constraints. With a distinct advantage in speed, Chen Luo was able to initiate the first strike. Swiftly appearing before Zhao Wujing, the Grim Reaper's scythe, cloaked in black flames, descended and struck Zhao Wujing's head. The black flames surged fiercely, resulting in a devastating conflagration. Almost concurrently with the flames dissipating, Chen Luo unleashed his third soul skill, Shadowbind. The black 10,000-year soul ring gleamed brilliantly as countless shadows erupted from the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly ensnaring the massive diamond bear. Chen Luo swiftly launched a second assault. The colossal scythe of death descending once again demonstrating the devastating power against the bear's head. After being engulfed by the black flames twice in succession, even Zhao Wujie, in his martial spirit true form with formidable defenses, found himself somewhat overwhelmed. The enormous bear's head was charred to a deep black, with many golden hairs singed and, most alarmingly, the corrosive nature of the black flames had inflicted numerous ghastly wounds upon it. You little monster, you are exceedingly ruthless. Striking with lethal intent right from the outset, Zhao Wujie channeled his soul power to expel the lingering black flames from his head and then turned his attention to countering Chen Luo. The Shadowbind possesses an absolute restraining capability against adversaries of equal rank, yet when faced with an opponent of vastly superior strength, merely obtaining an opportunity to retaliate was already quite commendable. Chen Luo seemed to have anticipated Zhao Wujie's assault well in advance. After the second attack, he had already distanced himself from Zhao Wujie. However, Zhao Wujie would not easily allow Chen Luo to escape. He unleashed his fifth soul skill, Gravity Compression, causing Chen Luo to uncontrollably lunge towards him. Having engaged in numerous battles, Zhao Wujie immediately followed up with his fourth soul skill, Target Tracking, leaving Chen Luo with no opportunity to evade. The fourth soul ring of Zhao Wujie shot forth, ensnaring Chen Luo entirely. Yet, an astonishing event transpired. The black armor adorning Chen Luo suddenly radiated with a brilliant light, shattering Zhao Wujie's fourth soul ring with a forceful shockwave. With a cough, Zhao Wujie spat out a mouthful of blood, his fourth soul ring reconstituting, but it was evident that the recent turn of events had inflicted significant damage upon him. How could this be possible? Zhao Wujie was taken aback, yet his hands did not falter as he swung his massive paw toward Chen Luo. This was the activation of his second soul skill, the mighty Vajra Palm, an attack of extraordinary power. Chen Luo had long been accustomed to such circumstances. He found himself squeezed by overwhelming forces, unable to control the direction of his body, yet he could wield the scythe of death. The blade of the scythe clashed with Zhao Wujie's enormous paw, unleashing a surge of black flames in the movement of shadows, all aimed at diminishing Zhao Wujie's strength as much as possible. However, even as Zhao Wujie's paw was instantly charred by the black flames and countless shadows bound him, the force transmitted from his palm remained largely undiminished. Chen Luo was forcefully thrown out, crashing heavily onto the ground. A tremendous roar echoed as the earth was gouged, creating a vast pit. Once the dust settled, Chen Luo emerged once more. The onlookers, particularly 066, were filled with trepidation, their hearts racing at the sight of Chen Luo being flung away. Zhao Wujing, a formidable soul sage of level 76, was no trivial opponent. Even with Chen Luo's formidable soul ring configuration, a blow from Zhao Wujing would surely leave him gravely injured, if not dead, especially for Xiao Wu. Her excitement nearly propelled her into action, but thankfully, Ning Rongrong restrained her. You have known Chen Luo long enough. Do you not understand his strength? While others may be unaware, you should know. Back in Soto City, he frequently trained with teacher Zhao, and now he has only grown stronger. He will be fine, Ning Rongrong said, her demeanor calm as she reassured Xiao Wu. Yet, a glimmer of concern flickered in her eyes, shared by the other Shrek students. My goodness. Teacher Zhao's strike was exceptionally fierce, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, seemingly immersing himself in the battle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he nervously swallowed. Dai Mubai reflected. If I were on the receiving end of teacher Zhao's palm, I would likely be no more. Oscar added, I should prepare some sausages for Chen Luo. He is fine. Look, he is already out. Zhu Zhuqing stated calmly, her exterior composed and indifferent, yet in that fleeting moment, a hint of shock and worry crossed her gaze. As the dust settled, a figure erupted from the depths of the pit. It was Chen Luo. On the surface, he appeared unscathed, his face slightly flushed, and the black flames surrounding him intensified. Chen Luo seems fine. If he were hurt, he would still be lying in the pit, Dai Mubai remarked. Oscar sighed in relief and looked at the sausages in his hand. I suppose these can be saved for teacher Zhao. At the moment Chen Luo emerged, gasps of astonishment erupted around him. While the Shrek students breathed a sigh of relief, the other students and teachers were astonished by Chen Luo's prowess. A soul master had withstood an attack from a soul sage and emerged virtually unscathed. Of course, virtually unscathed did not imply he was entirely unharmed. The absence of visible injury did not guarantee he was free from harm. Chen Luo felt as though his internal organs were on the verge of displacement. Had it not been for the formidable intervention of the death god's armor at a crucial moment, which alleviated a significant portion of the impact, he would likely have been rendered incapable of further combat. At this juncture, waves of excruciating pain coursed through his body, a sensation that was somewhat unbearable. Yet Chen Luo had long since acclimated to such discomfort. In his previous encounters with Zhao Wuji, he had endured injuries before. If Zhao Wuji merely acted as a stationary target for Chen Luo to unleash his attacks upon, their training would have lost all significance. However, it must be acknowledged that Zhao Wuji's strikes today were exceedingly forceful. Thankfully, with the protection of the death god's armor, otherwise, he would have been incapacitated for at least 3 days. Even if he were to be treated as a mere instructional subject, such a severe beating was truly unwarranted. In his heart, Chen Luo could not help but feel a surge of emotion as the deathly incantation surged wildly, mending his wounds. When he glanced at Zhao Wuji's disheveled appearance, he suddenly felt that everything was acceptable. Zhao Wuji's bear-like visage was shrouded in an inky darkness, marred by an array of burn injuries that rendered him a pitiful sight. His massive bare paws mirrored this state, albeit slightly better than his head. Goodness, you can still stand? Zhao Wuji paused, his darkened bare head moving as he uttered incredulous words. He was acutely aware of the tremendous force he had just employed, eager to bring the battle to a swift conclusion. Initially, the skirmish with Chen Luo was merely intended to showcase the prowess of the faculty and the brilliance of their students to the entire school. However, Chen Luo's assault had proven excessively fierce, seemingly stronger than before. If the fight were to continue, victory was assuredly his, yet he would appear too disheveled. And Zhao Wuji was a man who valued his reputation. Intentionally, he had increased his force to hasten the battle's end. The exchanges thus far had already left the students and faculty in a state of astonishment. Who could have anticipated that Chen Luo would rise again, looking as if he had suffered no harm at all? At that moment, Zhao Wuji noticed the ebony armor adorning Chen Luo, and his eyes brightened with realization. Contemplating within, so that is the source of his newfound strength. No wonder Chen Luo is swiftly recuperating from his injuries, while Zhao Wuji merely pauses for a fleeting moment before resuming his assault. In the heat of genuine combat, adversaries seldom grant one the luxury of respite, unless they intend to utterly shatter one's skull. Zhao Wuji has always approached Chen Luo's practical training with utmost seriousness and intensity, striving to align the experience as closely as possible with authentic warfare, thereby better igniting one's potential and consistently pushing the boundaries of limits. Naturally, Zhao Wuji is also aware of the necessity to restrain himself. Otherwise, it would be somewhat absurd for a soul sage of his caliber to struggle against a soul sovereign. Even if Chen Luo is no ordinary soul sovereign, should Zhao Wuji genuinely wish to eliminate him, it would transpire in mere moments. After all, beneath the veneer of combat lies the essence of training. It is impossible for it to devolve into a true life-or-death confrontation. Chen Luo's prowess is undoubtedly unquestionable. The ability to compel a soul sage to manifest their martial soul and engage in combat speaks volumes. Even if Zhao Wuji's intentions were somewhat lenient, the intensity of this battle would overwhelm a typical Soul King, who would likely have retreated long ago. After Chen Luo activated his indestructible form, his strength approached that of the Soul King, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. This newfound power was indeed the true foundation upon which he could contend with Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji launched his assault without hesitation. Chen Luo, unable to withstand it directly, relied on his superior speed to evade and buy precious time for his injuries to heal. The battle's atmosphere remained exceedingly tense. While Zhao Wuji could afford numerous mistakes, Chen Luo had but a singular opportunity. Should he endure another of Zhao Wuji's powerful strikes? Even with the assistance of the Death God's armor to mitigate damage, it was unlikely he could continue fighting. As his wounds healed rapidly, Chen Luo soon regained his combat effectiveness and shifted roles from defense to offense, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of attacks. Although Zhao Wuji managed to counter each strike, his demeanor grew increasingly ragged. He had to defend against not only the razor-sharp blades of the Death God's scythe, but also the terrifying black flames that clung to them, which were utterly inescapable. Upon contact, the black fire would engulf instantly. Employing the immovable King's form provided a tenuous means of coping. Yet matching Chen Luo's cunning and timing in battle proved exceedingly challenging. Logically, given Chen Luo's age and strength, it was improbable that he had experienced an abundance of combat, a fact corroborated by Tang San. After arriving at Shrek Academy, Chen Luo commenced his practical combat training, with none other than Zhao Wuji as his opponent. Despite being a novice with limited combat experience, this seemingly unassuming individual demonstrated an exceptional ability to seize the opportune moments during battle. His proficiency suggested countless hours of rigorous training. At times, even Zhao Wujie found himself in awe. Truly, he is a remarkable prodigy, Zhao Wujie mused. The skirmish lasted a little over 5 minutes, during which Chen Luo finally found an opening to conclude the bout. Although 5 minutes may appear fleeting, it is crucial to recognize that Chen Luo faced a formidable soul sage who had awakened his martial soul's true form. Merely enduring 5 minutes was an extraordinary feat. Surviving even a single round would have been commendable. The spectators, a mix of students and faculty, were utterly astonished. Lu Erlong, who arrived late, was taken aback by Zhao Wujie's disheveled appearance. Among the crowd stood a tall youth, drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at the agile Xiao Wu before turning his gaze toward Chen Luo, his eyes betraying a palpable fear. He is astonishingly strong, the youth reluctantly admitted, grappling with the undeniable truth. After the battle, Zhao Wujie reverted from his martial soul's true form, appearing quite disheveled, his body marred by various burn injuries. As the crowd gradually dispersed, they were eager to linger, yet Lu Erlong issued a command for them to return to their respective duties. Those who needed to train should train, and those who had classes should attend them. Apart from Zhao Wujie and Chen Luo, several other exceptional students from Shrek remained, while Lu Erlong observed silently. Oscar, ever considerate, presented the pre-prepared sausages, reminding Zhao Wujie, "Teacher Zhao, you owe me at least 1,000 gold soul coins. Let us keep it simple, just 1,000 gold soul coins. When will you settle the debt?" Zhao Wujie shot Oscar a glance, prompting him to fall silent. However, once they moved apart, Oscar remained persistent, insisting, "I have a little notebook where I keep track. Teacher Zhao, you can't evade your debts." Zhao Wujie merely smirked and chose to ignore Oscar, turning his attention back to Chen Luo. "Prodigy, I believe we must establish some rules for our future combat training." "Rules? What rules?" Chen Luo still feels a profound pain in his chest, yet the Death God technique is operating swiftly. It should not be long before all his injuries are healed. Zhao Wujie remarked, "For instance, refrain from using your unique flames in the future. Let's focus solely on training our strength and speed." Chen Luo, "If one does not unleash the unquenchable fire, even your defenses, Teacher Zhao, would be exceedingly difficult to breach. How then shall we engage in battle?" Zhao Wujin appeared to comprehend this notion as well, bursting into hearty laughter. "What a jest! We shall fight as we see fit from now on. Nevertheless, I must say, you have indeed grown stronger, haven't you?" As he spoke, Zhao Wujing cast a knowing glance towards Chen Luo, deliberately focusing on the area around his chest. Chen Luo smiled faintly, saying, "What changes are there?" "It remains the same as before." Zhao Wuji chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. "Well, I must return to rest now. Every time I spar with you, it feels as though I could sleep for several days," he remarked, waving his hand dismissively before departing. This was primarily due to the after-effects of his martial soul's true form. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, he would inevitably succumb to a period of weakness lasting several days. Chen Luo watched Zhao Wujie depart, and then engaged in conversation with the Shrek little monsters for a while. Lu Erlong had been silently observing, and once Chen Luo had finished his discussion with the little monsters, he finally spoke. "I didn't expect you to be the strongest. Perhaps we could have a sparring session next time?" "You flatter me, Dean." Chen Luo replied with a humble smile. Lu Erlong responded, "There is no need for such modesty. I have just witnessed your prowess. Zhao Wujie has performed admirably this time, deliberately allowing you to take the lead. I believe that for a considerable time to come, you will serve as a paragon within the academy. Indeed, Teacher Zhao has done exceptionally well. I am truly grateful to him." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Erlong turned his attention to the Shrek little monsters, inquiring about their training progress. Chen Luo quietly listened from the side, primarily waiting for Xiao Wu. Lu Erlong was not one to engage in lengthy conversations. After briefly inquiring about the situation, he departed, seemingly to arrange for repairs on the playground. The other members of Shrek Academy greeted Chen Luo before returning to their training, as they wished not to intrude upon the time shared between Xiao Wu and Chen Luo. "Why didn't you come find me after your training?" Xiao Wu inquired, though she was already aware of the reason and felt a twinge of concern. "I was worried it might disrupt your training," Chen Luo replied candidly. "Humph. Are you on the verge of a breakthrough again?" "Indeed. How astonishingly swift. One must be quick. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can I ensure your protection." Chen Luo and Xiao Wu were strolling side by side along the path of the academy. After walking for a while, Chen Luo took the initiative to grasp Xiao Wu's delicate hand. Her hand was soft and somewhat cool, a comforting sensation to hold. Due to their close proximity, he could detect the faint fragrance emanating from her, which left him somewhat enchanted. During your absence, an inconsiderate fellow has been bothering me daily, Xiao remarked. Chen Luo's expression instantly turned cold. Who? Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. I believe he won't dare to seek me out again. It seems I ought to attend a few classes, Chen Luo remarked earnestly. Xiao let out a soft laugh. It's not that serious. Focus on your cultivation. You need not worry about my affairs. I can manage them myself. Chen Luo nodded gently, affirming, Indeed, I have faith in Sister Xiao Wu's prowess. Xiao playfully tapped Chen Luo, exclaiming, Umph. After today's battle, you shall become a renowned figure in our academy. What are your thoughts on this? She gazed intently at Chen Luo, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I am certain many junior and senior students will take a liking to you. It seems I must attend classes for a few days, Chen Luo replied earnestly. At this, Xiao Wu revealed a satisfied smile before shifting the conversation to another matter. This black ring suddenly radiated light a few days ago, she remarked, her fingers brushing over the death god ring. Chen Luo nodded gently. Not at all surprised, it's quite normal. With that, he displayed his death god's armor before Xiao Wu. Isn't it handsome? How ugly? Xiao Wu laughed. Actually, it's not too bad. Xiao Wu pointed at Chen Luo's death god's armor, then shifted her gaze to the death god bracelet on his wrist, finally resting her eyes on the death god ring adorning her own hand. Before Xiao Wu could inquire further, Chen Luo took the initiative to explain. They form a complete set, interconnected in a unique way. The method of acquiring them is rather peculiar, and it's difficult to explain succinctly. As he spoke, Chen Luo retracted his death god's armor and grinned widely. It's a pity I can't give these to you. Otherwise, I would gladly hand them all over. I absolutely refuse. It's so ugly. Don't worry, I will take good care of the ring. The communication between Chen Luo and Xiao Wu has always been remarkably straightforward. They do not require excessive verbosity. Whenever there is a matter to discuss, it is expressed clearly and concisely. There has never been a situation where they pried into each other as secrets, as they both understand that there are certain mysteries that will be revealed in due time without any rush. After accompanying Xiao Wu for a leisurely stroll around the academy, Chen Luo escorted her to her training location before making his way to the rear mountain of the academy. Following his battle with Zhao Wuji, he felt that he was on the brink of reaching the 37th level. If all went well, he would achieve his breakthrough today. The intensity of Zhao Wuji's strikes had been truly formidable. There were several instances where he struggled to recover immediately. The greater his injuries, the more frantically the death god's technique surged within him, propelling him closer to his breakthrough. Upon arriving at the rear mountain, he descended into the deep pit and returned to his previous spot to continue his training. The process of cultivation is inevitably lengthy and monotonous. Chen Luo lost track of time during this session until he finally sensed that his soul power had successfully ascended to the 37th level, marking the completion of his training endeavor. Chen Luo's progression through the lower tiers has been remarkably smooth, encountering no significant challenges along the way. Everything has unfolded naturally. However, during the transition to higher levels, he must pause for an extended period. Upon successfully reaching the 37th level, Chen Luo did not immediately conclude his cultivation. Instead, he seized the moment to continue his practice for a while longer. Unfortunately, this state of cultivation was short-lived, as he was abruptly interrupted by a peculiar sensation. He opened his eyes and instinctively directed his gaze towards the ground. The sensation emanated from beneath him. 068, the sinister soul master Gong Zhongyang. Is there something down there? Chen Luo blurted out, only to chastise himself immediately afterward for his foolishness. There is certainly much down below. If there were nothing, would he be able to cultivate here? By day, he was alone, yet by night, it might very well be teeming with people. Yet, he had not sensed anything unusual before. Could it be that his perception has intensified upon reaching the 37th level? That seems to be the only explanation, regardless of the circumstances. He resolved to investigate what lay beneath before proceeding further. Chen Luo activated his martial spirit, grasping the Grim Reaper's scythe as he began to excavate downward. As the earth was continually turned over, he gradually uncovered several bones, predominantly human, with a few belonging to extraordinary creatures. Indeed, this was a graveyard of the Forsaken. Who could fathom how many corpses lay buried here? That entity remained beneath. He needed to exert himself further. In no time, Chen Luo found himself standing in a pit approximately 7 to 8 meters deep. To prevent any potential collapses, he deliberately enlarged the pit, ensuring he could respond swiftly to any unforeseen circumstances. Almost there, Chen Luo once again raised the scythe of death, and with a heavy swing, A vast expanse of earth was cleaved apart, transforming into loose soil. Effortlessly, he flung the debris aside. Although the scythe was somewhat ineffectual for digging, it sufficed. And with the support of his formidable soul power, even manual excavation posed no challenge. After unearthing nearly half a meter of soil, Chen Luo finally glimpsed a fragment of that which he had sensed. It was a human hand, largely buried beneath the earth, thus clinging to it. Yet its form remained unmistakable. It was indeed a hand, not merely a skeletal remnant. During the excavation, Chen Luo encountered various bones, and upon discovering the hand, he could easily identify it, though a frown creased his brow. He continued to dig, and soon the outline of a corpse emerged. With a firm tug, he revealed the body of a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. The man's visage was destroyed, as if his face had been violently torn away, leaving behind only a vague semblance. There was no doubt this was a corpse. The man exhibited no signs of life. Uncovering a body in a mass grave seemed unremarkable. Yet this particular grave had evidently been abandoned for an extended period, as evidenced by the multitude of bones scattered about. The pit itself bore signs of having been filled in anew, indicated by the marks in the soil, though considerable time had elapsed since that refilling. As Chen Luo unearthed the body, the earth below imparted an even more ancient sensation. It was evident that this mass grave held a tale, and the story of the corpse before him likely held even greater significance. This body appeared to have been interred long before, yet it showed no signs of decay. Even the black robe seemed remarkably preserved. It was precisely this corpse that elicited a unique resonance within Chen Luo. Prior to its excavation, the sensation was faint, merely hinting at the presence of the body. However, once unearthed, Chen Luo's awareness of its essence became markedly clearer. He could potentially employ the soul hunt on it, perhaps even awaken it. This was the extraordinary connection he felt towards the corpse. Not all bodies are suitable for the soul hunt, nor can all be awakened. When a body possesses that potential, Chen Luo receives a distinctive signal. There was no necessity for the soul hunt, for the residual spirit within the corpse was but a wisp, even if fully absorbed. It would likely yield less essence than the great python he had vanquished in the village of Douluo. Chen Luo pressed his hand firmly against the head of the corpse, seeking to directly sense its condition. The body was peculiar, revealing little at first glance, yet the lingering soul within was distinctly perceptible to Chen Luo. There was no need for soul hunting. He would attempt to awaken it instead. Perhaps, upon awakening, he would uncover the events that had transpired here in the past. Chen Luo made a resolute decision in his heart. However, he did not act impulsively. Instead, he meticulously examined the condition of the corpse once more. To his surprise, he discovered that utilizing the awakening on this particular body would require a significant expenditure of energy. This was merely an instinctive feeling. The true outcome could only be discerned through the act of awakening itself. Curiosity killed the cat. Perhaps I should reconsider? Chen Luo found himself wavering momentarily. Yet, this hesitation was fleeting. He was confident that nothing untoward would occur, aside from perhaps a considerable drain on his resources. When a peculiar entity presents itself before you, and you possess the means to study it, how could one possibly resist the temptation to explore? Most importantly, Chen Luo had received a mission prompt: awakening. Chen Luo is not the type to dither. After weighing her thoughts for a brief moment, she took decisive action. The scythe of death plunged into the corpse, and its unique ability was instantly activated, causing Chen Luo's soul power to be fervently siphoned away. This peculiar phenomenon lasted only a short while, approximately a minute. Chen Luo retracted the scythe of death, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. Although merely a minute had passed, it had drained nearly all his soul energy, surpassing his expectations. Stop feigning death and rise quickly. Chen Luo gazed calmly at the man before him, speaking with a serene demeanor. The man remained motionless, lying there like a lifeless corpse. Chen Luo spoke again, his tone considerably more authoritative, reminiscent of a command. Reluctantly, the man rose, emitting a hoarse and unpleasant sound. Esteemed master, Gong Zhongyang is willing to serve you. Do not feign innocence before me. I can perceive your thoughts as if you were a blank canvas, and even the faintest ink upon it is vividly apparent to me. Gong Zhongyang instantaneously erupted into a frenzy, emitting a bestial growl. Who are you? What have you done to me? You know very well, perhaps even better than I do. Calming himself almost immediately, Gong Zhongyang remarked, your manner of speaking is rather tedious. Speak, for I wish to know. Do you not already possess knowledge of all my secrets? Why must I repeat them? I am disinclined to sift through your chaotic memories. You should articulate them yourself. Consider yourself impressive, Gong Zhongyang conceded, opting for compromise. I am a soul sorcerer, capable of enhancing my power through the consumption of others' souls. and I can resurrect the deceased, turning them into my puppets. In the moment of my resurrection, I believed it was a junior of mine who had come to awaken me, only to discover it was you. You are not one of our kind. You surpass us in strength. Many years ago, I was slain by a titled Douluo and imprisoned here, mingling with countless corpses, which granted me the opportunity for rebirth. Those bones are of my kin. 069, mission complete. Gong Zhongyang has been successfully resurrected. Special task accomplished. Congratulations to the host for receiving a standard reward, the Death God emblem. As Gong Zhongyang spoke, Chen Luo received the notification of mission completion. Just as he hesitated to take the risk of resurrecting Gong Zhongyang, the task alert arrived. It was a special mission, the task being to resurrect Gong Zhongyang. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a special mission. How could Chen Luo possibly forego it? Thus, he decisively chose to proceed. Fortunately, everything transpired smoothly. Gong Zhongyang was successfully resurrected, and Chen Luo accomplished the special task. However, this time the reward for the special task was not extraordinary but merely standard. Special missions have a certain probability of yielding exceptional rewards, and it seems fortune did not favor him this time. Of course, this correlates with the difficulty of the special task. The more perilous the task, the more substantial the rewards, thus increasing the likelihood of exceptional outcomes. Tasks with lower difficulty, like this one, are fortunate to yield even a standard reward. In truth, prior to completing a special task, one cannot gauge its perilous nature, and must approach it with a gamble in mind. Chen Luo could not be certain of his ability to awaken Gong Zhongyang, should he fail in this endeavor. The consequences could be dire. However, the unique task presented a rare opportunity for Chen Luo, akin to a subtle nudge, suggesting that he might dare to take a gamble. It was reminiscent of slaying a colossal python in the shadowy woods of Douluo village, or forcibly absorbing a soul ring in the soul-hunting forest. Only through experience could he discern the outcome. Gong Zhongyang continued to divulge everything Chen Luo yearned to know, including his origins, intertwined with the forgotten tales of yore. Long ago, within the realm of the Tiando Empire, a cadre of evil soul masters emerged, capable of devouring souls to rapidly augment their power and employing nefarious methods to resurrect the deceased as their puppets. While this bore semblance to Chen Luo's soul-hunting and awakening abilities, the distinctions were profound. This was precisely why Gong Zhongyang asserted that Chen Luo surpassed them. The evil soul masters who employed such arcane techniques paid a steep price for their power. The act of consuming souls risked their very identities, potentially leading them to a frenzied, murderous state, transforming them into malevolent beings. Reviving the dead posed similar dangers, as they might unwittingly sacrifice themselves in the process. Even if they achieved their goals of soul consumption or resurrection, they faced the looming threat of backlash. Perhaps one day, the souls they had devoured would erupt in rebellion, leading to their demise, or the resurrected beings might turn against them when they let down their guard. In contrast, Chen Luo was free from such trepidations. As long as he could employ soul hunting, his only concern was whether he could absorb the souls adequately. The same principle applied to awakening. He merely needed to consider whether he could satiate them. With the presence of unpredictable elements, he could sense and avert potential dangers in advance, ensuring that only certainty prevailed without unforeseen complications. Upon completing the soul hunt, he would directly enhance his strength, with the soul worry being the influence of the original memories of the soul master, a concern that was relatively minor, as he need not fear any backlash from the souls. Upon concluding the awakening, the revived beings would be wholly under his command, devoid of any potential for betrayal. Should any undead harbor rebellious thoughts, Chen Luo would immediately sense such anomalies. There would be no need for him to take action if the undead harbored dangerous intentions. Their unique connection would obliterate all traces of their consciousness, rendering them true undead once more. To put it plainly, he would ensure they experienced death anew, and this time it would be irrevocable. Creating sentient undead was a simple task for Chen Luo. He had discerned a method that involved preserving some souls for the purpose of awakening, thereby allowing the revived undead to retain consciousness. Even the previously resurrected 10,000-year nightmare centipede, as well as the current evil soul master Gong Zhongyang, were products of this approach. These represented Chen Luo's intrinsic advantages. While at first glance his abilities appeared akin to those of the evil soul masters, a fundamental difference underpinned their essence. Chen Luo's soul hunting and awakening seemed to manifest as an exquisitely flawless divine art, while the unique abilities possessed by the evil soul masters resembled mere counterfeit imitations, powerful yet burdened with formidable repercussions. I count myself among the ranks of these evil soul masters. Fortuitously, the abilities I wield seldom exact a backlash upon me. Perhaps this is a testament to the unwavering strength of my convictions. I have never laid hands on the weak and pitiful. Those I have slain were all deserving of their fate, each one steeped in malevolence, thereby ensuring I have never lost my way. Yet this does not grant me a means to alter my identity, once branded as an evil soul master. We are condemned to bear this title for eternity, akin to a despised rat scurrying through the streets, met with hostility at every turn. I can scarcely recall the year it transpired, when I executed a heartless noble who had sacrificed countless innocent children in pursuit of his own quest for immortality. He was the true embodiment of a devil. Yet, due to his noble status, I soon found myself the target of retribution. My comrades and I were all captured. His strength was formidable, a single sword capable of cleaving through all. We battled fiercely against him, but even when combining our powers, we were no match. Ultimately, we were all extinguished and interred here. Still, I reiterate, I am fortunate. Perhaps it is due to the peculiar nature of my being. Or perhaps my companions wished to preserve their sole glimmer of hope. Somehow, I absorbed their life force to maintain the integrity of my body. Even though I had already perished at that juncture, I know not how many years I remained in slumber until you roused me moments ago. I initially presumed you were our descendant, for such capabilities are exclusive to us evil soul masters. Yet, you are not. I am certain of this. I have conveyed all that is necessary in simple terms. Gong Zhongyang's faceless visage appeared exceedingly eerie and terrifying, and his voice was harsh and grating, so excessively hoarse that it left one feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Chen Luo need not worry about Gong Zhongyang's deceit, for he possesses an uncanny ability to detect any lies uttered by Gong Zhongyang instantaneously. Their connection is undeniably direct, and he wields absolute control over it. What about your face? Chen Luo finally inquired. Gong Zhongyang replied with a smile. I tore it off myself. Once, I was nearly consumed by a vengeful spirit. And in that moment of peril, I removed my face. I do not require it to affirm my identity. Do you still desire that face? Chen Luo asked. Gong Zhongyang paused. Even if I did, it is no longer a possibility. It is possible, Chen Luo calmly stated. Subsequently, with a sweep of his left hand towards Gong Zhongyang, dark energy flickered, and Gong Zhongyang was instantly absorbed into the realm of the undead. His physique is indeed extraordinary. The gray aura that enveloped him upon awakening was wholly absorbed by his body. Although his face did not immediately regenerate, it could gradually restore itself within the realm of the undead. Should I frequently behold his faceless visage, I fear it may leave me with psychological scars. Gong Zhongyang's strength is neither overwhelmingly formidable nor utterly weak. He is likely on the brink of attaining the status of a soul saint, merely a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. Perhaps, remaining in the realm of the undead for a while could facilitate his ascension. Chen Luo never anticipated that he would cultivate in such a place and come across a death spirit, particularly one belonging to an evil soul master. What remarkable fortune! Moreover, there are also rewards for the tasks at hand. Chen Luo extended his hand, and a pitch-black badge materialized within his grasp, intricately etched with fine patterns and bearing a vague resemblance to a three-headed canine. The inscription read, 070, Evolution, Death God Badge, Hellhound of the Three Heads. This evolutionary badge is applicable to targeted undead, facilitating their evolution, which is contingent upon the inherent traits of the undead itself. It may also bestow certain characteristics of the Hellhound, albeit with a possibility of evolutionary failure. Valid for use within 1 hour. A Hellhound, indeed? Chen Luo curled her lips in disdain. This is rather haphazard. One can barely discern that it depicts a dog with 3 heads. After her moment of criticism, a subtle smile graced Chen Luo's face. An item capable of aiding the evolution of undead beings is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. If only it had no expiration date. She could retain it for the future, awaiting the day when she would possess formidable undead to utilize it. However, it appears that she must make a decision promptly. Chen Luo promptly engaged in communication with the 3 spirits residing in the realm of the dead. He exhibited a remarkable sense of humanity, refraining from coercively compelling his spirits to undergo evolution, as such a transformation inherently carries a risk of failure. Ultimately, the decision to evolve rested solely in their hands. Soon, Chen Luo received responses from the 3 spirits. The first to reply was Gong Zhongyang, whose resolve was unwavering. I do not wish to harness external forces to elevate myself. Having been granted a second chance at life, even if it means becoming your spirit, I aspire to enhance my abilities through my own strength. Chen Luo, when you previously hunted souls, Why did you lack such profound awareness? Gong Zhongyang. Those were individuals deserving of death. You could have simply slain them. Why resort to hunting their souls? Since Gong Zhongyang disagrees, Chen Luo did not press further. Gong Zhongyang is the first human soul master that Chen Luo has acquired, fundamentally possessing human thought, thus responding with utmost swiftness. Next is the nightmare centipede, a soul beast nearing 14,000 years of age, which shares Gong Zhongyang's sentiments. It too aspires to enhance itself through its own endeavors. Besides Gong Zhongyang, the nightmare centipede harbors a semblance of thought, albeit faint. Its wisdom, despite being present, pales in comparison to that of humans. Nevertheless, this does not hinder the nightmare centipede from making decisions, as Chen Luo can distinctly sense its intentions. Having faced death once, it yearns to avoid it again. This apprehension is primarily due to the explicit warning in the death goddess emblem, which clearly states the possibility of evolution failing. The repercussions of such failure are self-evident. It would result in utter annihilation. The final entity to respond is the abyssal demon spider, a soul beast nearly 12,000 years old. Devoid of any semblance of thought, its essence has been entirely obliterated by Chen Luo. In contrast to the malevolent soul master Gong Zhongyang and the nightmare centipede, the abyssal demon spider embodies the purest form of death. Its existence is solely to obey Chen Luo's commands, and its delayed response stems from an inability to comprehend Chen Luo's inquiry. Had Chen Luo issued a direct command, the abyssal demon spider would have undoubtedly been the first to act. Its response, unequivocally, is its willingness to evolve, even in processing the simplest of information. The abyssal demon spider took considerable time. However, this does not diminish its absolute loyalty to Chen Luo. The abyssal demon spider seeks evolution not for its own sake, but to serve its master, Chen Luo, with greater strength and fidelity. Upon sensing this information, Chen Luo felt an inexplicable stir of emotion within him. It seems that in the future, when acquiring the undead, one must contemplate whether to utterly erase their souls. At times, instilling the undead with consciousness may not necessarily be advantageous, even if they would never betray him. Should Chen Luo forcibly compel the malevolent spirit master Gong Zhongyang or the nightmare centipede to evolve, they would have no choice but to comply. Yet, he chose to honor their desires instead. This marks the first and last instance of such a decision. From now on, you shall have the final say. With such a precious gift at their disposal, it is lamentable that they failed to cherish it, destined to remain worthless for all eternity. Chen Luo grasped the death god emblem and resolutely cast it into the realm of the undead. Under Chen Luo's command, the emblem approached the abyssal spider and seamlessly merged with its being. Thus, the process of evolution commenced. In that fleeting moment, when the emblem penetrated the abyssal spider's form, its body began to tremble uncontrollably, followed by a remarkable expansion. The creature's exterior deepened into a darker hue, while intricate crimson patterns emerged, spreading across its entire physique. Notably, the area around the spider's spear became predominantly stained in a vivid red, exuding an eerie allure. The evolution unfolded at a pace far swifter than anticipated, and the abyssal spider exhibited no signs of distress. It had long since lost the capacity to feel pain. Its form continued to swell, growing ever darker, until the crimson markings fully manifested, signaling the completion of its transformation. Chen Luo received a notification from the system. The cave demon spider successfully evolved using the death god badge and the hellhound, and its current identity is the hell demon spider. Following its evolution, the hell demon spider has more than doubled in size, its obsidian body adorned with numerous crimson patterns. The majority of its 8 spider legs are now blood red, and the gray aura that once enveloped it has transformed into a deep crimson. It appears as though it hails from the depths of hell. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly, without any unforeseen mishaps. Chen Luo gazed with immense satisfaction at the hell spider for over 10 seconds before finally diverting his attention to Gong Zhongyang and the nightmare centipede. At that moment, both of these undead beings were enveloped in profound envy. Though they occupied distinct positions within the realm of the undead and usually remained indifferent to one another, they could still sense each other's existence and transformations. Witnessing the successful evolution of the burrow spider into the hell spider, Gong Zhongyang and the nightmare centipede, who had relinquished their own evolutionary opportunities, could not help but feel envious. This is a choice you made. It is futile to envy now. Opportunities are scarce and will not linger for those who fear death, Chen Luo remarked calmly. The nightmare centipede immediately became considerably more subdued, shedding its previous emotional turbulence and entering a state of enhancement. Gong Zhongyang, however, was different. As a human, he could express his thoughts. Master, those who have perished once tend to fear death even more. That colossal spider possesses no intellect and thus knows no fear. Yet, Its loyalty to me remains unwavering. We two were bound by necessity. Whether compelled or not, it mattered little at this juncture. It was Chen Luo who awakened the nightmare centipede in Gong Zhongyang, and their lives were irrevocably tied to his service. Even the slightest inkling of dissent would not require Chen Luo's intervention. Their unique connection would swiftly extinguish the last vestiges of their souls, rendering them devoid of intellect and wholly transforming them into mere undead. The current prowess of the hell spider had undoubtedly reached the level of a 30,000-year soul beast, marking a significant qualitative leap. Its form had undergone tremendous alteration, suggesting that it would venture further in the future. Should the need arise to replace undead beings, the nightmare centipede in Gong Zhongyang would be the first to consider. Gong Zhongyang, nightmare centipede, 071, questioning. After Chen Luo properly dealt with the death god badge and witnessed the evolution of the abyssal spider into the hell spider, he ceased to pay excessive attention to the realm of the undead. Within the realm of the undead, the hell spider, the nightmare centipede, and Gong Zhongyang could all enhance themselves, allowing their own development to unfold naturally. Casting a final glance at his death god bracelet, Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the chaotic scene before him. It was time to tidy up, otherwise he would be unable to cultivate further in the future. Chen Luo took out his scythe of the Grim Reaper and began to refill the various bones and soil he had unearthed. After less than 10 seconds of toil, he suddenly halted. Must I undertake such trivial tasks myself? What purpose do I serve by nurturing so many subordinates? Chen Luo promptly summoned Gong Zhongyang, instructing him to fill in the pit. Gong Zhongyang immediately set to work, demonstrating a diligent and conscientious demeanor. Chen Luo stood quietly to the side, observing Gong Zhongyang at work. This is how it should be. After all, I have painstakingly unearthed you, and the subsequent tasks must be handled by you alone. You are now a mature spirit and must learn to manage the aftermath. Gong Zhongyang did not utilize his martial soul. Instead, he employed his own hands to fill the pit. His pace was quite brisk, and in no time, he had filled the hole, albeit with a slight depression remaining. The sunken area marked where Gong Zhongyang had originally stood. Master, the task has been completed, Gong Zhongyang declared with a beaming smile as he stood before Chen Luo. His face had returned to its former state, resembling that of an exceedingly ordinary middle-aged man, appearing somewhat simple-minded. Yet, it is often those who seem outwardly simple that conceal a shrewdness and ruthlessness within. Chen Luo, by delving into a fragment of Gong Zhongyang's memories, became increasingly convinced of this notion. There existed a countenance that was rather pleasing to the eye, while the faceless visage was undeniably disconcerting. May I return to the realm of the dead? Inquired Gong Zhongyang. Chen Luo now asked, do you not find it tedious to remain in there? 2 dead soul beasts, one completely devoid of intelligence and emotion, and the other possessing only a modicum of awareness, could easily spend an eternity within the realm of the dead without issue. However, Gong Zhongyang is different. Even though he has become a spirit, he remains a person with his own thoughts. Can he truly acclimate to the dead space? Gong Zhongyang replied with a smile, Master, you need not worry. Once we enter the realm of the dead, we will lapse into a dormant state unless you actively reach out to us. It is within this unique condition that we can continually enhance our strength. Master, may I return now? Chen Luo could discern that Gong Zhongyang genuinely wished to return to the realm of the dead. It seemed that he aspired to surpass the limits of his previous life within that space. This is fortunate, for soon there would be an additional soul saint at our disposal. Chen Luo retrieved Gong Zhongyang, gazing at the environment within the deep pit, a hint of satisfaction gracing his face. Upon arriving here, he successfully transcended his soul power level, achieving an elevation of 1 tier. Subsequently, he acquired the necromancer Gong Zhongyang. Furthermore, he obtained the Hellhound badge, aiding the abyssal spider in its successful evolution into the hell spider. What a bountiful harvest! Yet, the sheer smoothness and beauty of it all instilled in Chen Luo a sense of unreality. Gong Zhongyang's soul power level stands at 69, nearly a step away from the coveted rank of soul saint at 70. It is anticipated that he shall soon ascend to that esteemed tier. Chen Luo is curious, however, whether Gong Zhongyang, now a being of the undead, still requires soul rings. It seems unlikely, as his other soul rings have turned gray. It is probable that upon reaching 70, he shall automatically acquire a gray soul ring. And it is worth noting that Gong Zhongyang's martial spirit is a long sword, having been slain in life by a tidal Douluo whose martial spirit was also a sword. A tidal Douluo wielding a sword? Could it possibly be the sword Douluo? It seems improbable, as they do not belong to the same era. Chen Luo contemplated the information regarding Gong Zhongyang within the recesses of his mind, yet merely cast a fleeting glance, too apathetic to delve into the memories of Gong Zhongyang. It seemed unnecessary. Subsequently, he sensed the transformations of the hell spider. Beyond its enhanced size and power, the hell spider acquired a remarkable ability, the power of replication. This replication was not a mere illusion. It required a fragment of the hell spider's own body as a medium for the process. Rather than calling it replication, the term division would be more apparent. For instance, should one of the hell spider's fangs break, that very fang could instantaneously give rise to a new hell spider, such as the nature of this phenomenon. The specifics of this process could only be grasped through first-hand observation. Moreover, the hell spider's attacks were imbued with a terrifying corrosive taint, akin to a curse. This was likely related to the characteristics of the Cerberus, as the hell spider had successfully inherited certain traits from it. This evolution could only be described as flawless. As he retracted his thoughts, Chen Luo prepared to engage in further cultivation. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching the vicinity of the deep pit. Was it Master Yu Xiaojiang? What brought him here? This sacred cultivation ground was indeed introduced by Yu Xiaojiang. Perhaps he possesses insights into the history of this place. Could it be that he orchestrated my arrival here for a specific purpose? Chen Luo continued in his state of cultivation, eager to discern the true intentions behind Yu Xiaojiang's actions. Before long, Yu Xiaojiang arrived above the deep pit, extending his soul power as if to sense something. His cultivation was commendable, and he confirmed that Chen Luo possessed a unique martial spirit, perhaps indicating a future inclination towards the development of spiritual-type soul rings. Although Yu Xiaojiang spoke in a hushed tone, Chen Luo's keen perception allowed him to hear distinctly. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Yu Xiaojiang merely glanced into the deep pit, seemingly only to assess his own cultivation, before departing without further ado. Perhaps I am indeed reading too much into it. Chen Luo pondered silently. Regardless of whether it pertains to hunting souls or awakening, one must exercise caution in the future, for there exists a cautionary tale. This tale is embodied by the malevolent soul master Gong Zhongyang and his cohorts. In truth, the concepts of evil and righteousness are merely constructs defined by humanity. Possessing extraordinary abilities does not inherently lead one down a path of malevolence. Conversely, those who appear to be virtuous and powerful soul masters may be far more corrupt than the filth found in a stagnant ditch. Chen Luo gleaned this insight from the memories of Gong Zhongyang. Indeed, numerous malevolent soul masters have strayed from the righteous path. Yet there exists a subset akin to Gong Zhongyang, who refrain from exploiting their unique powers for nefarious deeds. They harvest souls, but only those of the truly wicked. The harsh reality remains, regardless of one's actions, once branded with the label of evil, one is destined to bear that mark for eternity. Chen Luo has always been acutely aware of these matters, which is why he has never wavered in his steadfast resolve. Had he chosen to harness the power of soul hunting to enhance his abilities, he would likely have attained at least the level of soul saint by now, if not even greater strength. However, he refrains from such actions. He refuses to sacrifice his future prospects for the sake of immediate accomplishments. And he cannot bring himself to extinguish the souls of others at will. To become stronger through the act of killing and soul hunting is a path he will not tread, even if circumstances might force him to do so in the future. That day is not today. No one can guarantee that they will always walk the righteous path. But one can be certain that the choices made in the present are the right ones. 072. Tang San has returned. Tang San has returned. Chen Luo had just concluded his meditative state when he sensed two familiar auras approaching the gates of Shrek Academy. It was Tang San and Diggybo. Chen Luo's sensitivity has grown increasingly profound. Even from a considerable distance, he can still perceive certain familiar presences. Unbeknownst to him, half a year has slipped by, and he wonders how Tang San is faring. If all goes as expected, he should have reaped substantial rewards and returned with valuable treasures. The other members of the Shrek Academy likely possess their share, yet the prospects for himself and Xiaowu seem rather precarious. In Chen Luo's recollection, Xiaowu had obtained a Heartbreak Red, and now she belongs entirely to him, unless Tang San were to act foolishly. It is improbable that he would gift the Heartbreak Red. Perhaps he harbors an extraordinary spirit of generosity. As for Chen Luo, being an outsider, his chances of acquiring anything substantial seem rather slim. However, the abundant treasures at the Ice and Fire Yin Yag may hold surprises. Perhaps Tang San has prepared some rare treasures for him as well. Ultimately, it matters little. He feels that the treasures he already possesses are sufficient. If he were to gain more, it would be delightful, yet lacking them would not be of great concern. His true hope lies in Tang San procuring some excellent medicinal herbs for Xiaowu, aiding her in her advancement. Chen Luo rose from the deep pit and hurried toward the school gate. Upon his arrival, he found the scene bustling with activity. As Chen Luo had sensed, Tang San and Douluo had already arrived at Shrek Academy, greeted by the Academy's current most formidable lineup. Flender, the Master, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujie, Lu Qibin, Xiao Xian, and Li Yusong were all present, each exhibiting a demeanor of solemnity and caution. Some might question why the Master, Yu Xiaojiang, is included among Shrek Academy's strongest. Is he merely a placeholder? Yet, one must remember that Yu Xiaojiang, along with Flender and Lu Erlong, forms the legendary Golden Iron Triangle, capable of executing exceptionally powerful soul fusion techniques. Although Yu Xiaojiang may be considered the weakest among the three, he remains an indispensable part of their dynamic. The last time they ventured into the Sunset Forest to seek out Tang San, it was indeed the Golden Iron Triangle's soul fusion technique that ensured their survival. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to mere ashes, and Douluo would not have entertained their words. Observing the grand reception before him, Chen Luo understood that Flender and the others were primarily there to welcome Douluo. If he were not accorded the highest honors of welcome, this esteemed title Douluo might take offense, and Shrek Academy could face dire consequences. Douluo appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting that Tang San had performed admirably at the Eye of Ice and Fire, and that all was proceeding smoothly. Chen Luo mused inwardly. Chen Luo did not approach. He merely observed silently from behind. The Shrek Academy, led by Dean Flender, engaged in a brief negotiation with Douluo. Upon confirming that Tang San was unharmed, a wave of joy washed over them, especially when they learned that Douluo would become an advisor to the Academy. With a title Douluo in residence, the Academy's stature would undoubtedly elevate significantly. It was evident that Douluo regarded Flender and his companions with palpable disdain, should he choose to act. It was likely that even their combined efforts would fall short against him. Everything unfolded in a manner consistent with Chen Luo's expectations. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, their group proceeded inward toward the Academy. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Luo chose to depart a step ahead. His intention was merely to ascertain whether everything aligned with his memories, while also bearing witness to the glorious moment of Shrek Academy. After all, from this day forth, Shrek Academy would be renowned as an institution boasting a title Douluo. Shortly thereafter, Chen Luo arrived at the forest behind the Academy, ultimately halting before a thicket that stood nearly as tall as a man, appearing remarkably dense. Before Chen Luo could utter a word, a graceful figure burst forth from the underbrush, leaping directly into his embrace. "Brother Chen Luo, you've taken the initiative to seek me out," she exclaimed. "Your training is finished for the day, isn't it? Come, take me to indulge in some delicious food." "Not today," he replied, "but we can go another time." Chen Luo gently patted Xiao Wu's back and smiled. Xiao Wu looked up, her little lips slightly pouting. "Chen Luo, you've changed." I never used to say next time." "Today is indeed rather special." "What makes it special?" "Tang San has returned." Tang San has returned?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, somewhat surprised. "Wasn't he captured by that poisoned Douluo?" "Yes, he has come back," Chen Luo affirmed with a nod. "That's good, as long as he is safe. Let us go see him." Xiao Wu did not display excessive excitement, merely showing a slight fluctuation of emotions. The incident of Tang San being taken by Douluo was known only to Yu Xiaojiang and a few others. Chen Luo had confided in Xiao Wu alone, while the other Shrek Academy members remained unaware of the matter. Chen Luo initially believed that Xiao Wu would be quite excited upon learning of this matter. However, Xiao Wu displayed an astonishingly calm demeanor, exhibiting only a hint of surprise and a touch of concern, merely the kind of worry one might feel for an ordinary friend. Chen Luo was assured that Tang San was undoubtedly safe, thus he felt little concern. However, Xiao Wu was entirely different, despite their many years of camaraderie. She appeared remarkably composed. If I were to be captured, I surmised that Xiao Wu would weep inconsolably. Chen Luo held Xiao Wu's hand as they made their way to reunite with the other Shrek little monsters at Lu Erlong's former residence. Upon their arrival, they found that all the other Shrek little monsters had gathered. Oscar chuckled. "I was just about to call for both of you," the master remarked. Chen Luo must have sensed Tang San's return. His perceptive abilities have always been remarkable. "Indeed," Oscar nodded in agreement, smiling. During this period, everyone had been in seclusion, diligently cultivating their skills, and noticeable progress had been made. Chen Luo cast a glance around, exchanging smiles with everyone, and he could distinctly sense the enhancement of their auras. What a fortunate coincidence. Brother San is just about to present us with something wonderful. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together, excitedly. Chen Luo's gaze fell upon Tang San. Although Tang San's appearance had not changed significantly, his strength had seen remarkable improvement, now boasting at least level 37. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Tang San said, "I have prepared a medicinal herb for you as well. It should prove beneficial." "That sounds great," Chen Luo replied, slightly taken aback. While he did not require it desperately, possessing such treasures of nature was undoubtedly better than lacking them. The more, the merrier when it comes to rare herbs and resources. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang San began distributing the precious herbs, ensuring that everyone received their share. To Daimubai, he presented the wondrous Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, to Oscar, the 8-petal immortal orchid. The herbs distributed were largely akin to those Chen Luo had in mind. Soon, they arrived at Zhuzhuqing. Tang San produced the heartbreak red and recounted its tale. To pluck its petals, one must focus on their beloved at the moment of gathering, with true sincerity in their heart, and shed a drop of blood upon the petals. Only with genuine intent could one succeed. Any stray thoughts would result in failure, even at the cost of one's life. At Tang San's suggestion, Zhu Qing expelled a mouthful of blood, yet the heartbreak red did not acknowledge her sincerity. Next was Master Yu Xiaojiang, who met with the same fate and also failed. Both Zhu Qing and Yu Xiaojiang found their approach to love tainted with distractions. Chen Luo gazed intently at the heartbreak red, seeking to validate his heartfelt devotion to Xiaowu. However, Xiaowu was a step ahead. With a soft sound, her blood fell upon the heartbreak red. Before anyone could react, the heartbreak red silently departed from the Wujue stone, gliding effortlessly until it was ultimately cradled in Xiaowu's delicate hand. Higi, this one is mine. She casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, flashed a smile at the onlookers, then turned her gaze to Chen Luo, gently swaying the heartbreak red before him as if to flaunt her prize. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. You managed to get ahead of me. It turns out you wanted this too. Had I known, I would have gladly given it to you. Chen Luo approached Xiaowu, gently wiping away the blood that lingered at the corner of her mouth. With a smile, he remarked, silly girl. You're the one who's foolish. Xiaowu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Luo. A series of coughs erupted, followed by the voice of Daimubai. Enough of you two. Are you trying to drive us all to madness? We can hardly breathe with your antics. Oscar chimed in. Could you not spare a thought for us? Suddenly, Ma Hongjun interjected. But you have Rong, don't you? Oscar's face turned crimson, as if he might retaliate against Ma Hongjun. Meanwhile, Ning Rong remained composed, seemingly unaffected by their banter. Tang San then distributed treasures to everyone. As Zhu Qing had failed to obtain the heartbreak red, which Xiaowu had successfully claimed, Tang San presented the Narcissus jade bone to Xiaowu. Soon, all treasures had been distributed, including the Master S 9-piece purple mushroom and Tang San's own autumn water dew, leaving only Chen Luo's gift remaining. Tang San had previously indicated that Chen Luo was also entitled to a share. Chen Luo, it's your turn, Tang San announced, producing a jade box that contained a herb resembling ginseng. This is the primordial ginseng monarch. Consuming it will significantly enhance your constitution. I understand that your physique is quite unique, yet this ginseng will undoubtedly assist you in furthering your development. Chen Luo straightforwardly reached out to take it. Thank you, brother. Tang San nodded gently. I have just consumed the Wanchuan Chou Shui elixir, and now I must engage in some cultivation. Once you finish taking the Hun Yuan Renshin Huang, you should also enter a state of cultivation immediately. This will allow you to maximize its benefits. Understood. I will do so. Chen nodded, yet he did not immediately consume the primordial ginseng king. You all continue your cultivation. I shall stand guard for you, Chen declared. He then watched as Tang San proceeded to practice, his gaze shifting to the petite figure of Xiaowu beside him. Why do you not take the heartbroken red? Chen inquired. Xiaowu promptly shook her head. I wouldn't dare. I cherish it too much. This is for you, Chen said, extending the primordial ginseng king towards Xiaowu. I possess great confidence in my own constitution. You should have this. Everyone deserves to benefit from something exceptional. Xiaowu persisted in her refusal. I don't want it. I already have the heartbroken red. If I consume yours, what will you do? Take it, Chen insisted, pressing the primordial ginseng king into her hands. As it is meant to enhance one's constitution, it would indeed yield some benefits for you. Chen Luo Dao remarked, the enhancement I experience is merely marginal. However, your consumption may yield significant benefits, thereby allowing this precious treasure to manifest its true potential. With a huff, he added, are you implying that my constitution is lacking? That is indeed the implication, he responded. Thus, you should hasten to partake, and then join them in their cultivation. I shall stand guard for you. After much persuasion, Xiaowu finally acquiesced. She ingested the primordial ginseng sovereign and subsequently entered a state of cultivation. Chen Luo finally revealed a satisfied smile. He was reluctant to see his beloved Xiaowu lag behind others. Had he been familiar with those rare treasures of heaven and earth, he would have undoubtedly procured some to enhance her abilities. Although he was committed to relentless cultivation to become strong enough to protect Xiaowu, It was equally essential for her to grow formidable in her own right. He believed she shared this sentiment, after all. This lively and playful girl was capable of enduring the tedium of training, diligently striving for improvement. The Shrek 7 monsters, having consumed the rare treasures, were undergoing significant transformations through their ongoing cultivation. The changes in their physiques were akin to those Chen Luo had previously observed, improvements in their physical constitutions, evolutions of their martial souls. Dai Mubai's physique had further enhanced, while Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower had evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tower. All consistent with Chen Luo's memories. Chen Luo's gaze was primarily fixed upon Tang San and Xiao Wu. The surface of Xiao Wu's body had accumulated a significant amount of grime, remnants of impurities dwelling within her. Once these impurities were eradicated, her physical constitution would undergo a remarkable enhancement. Meanwhile, a glimmer of golden light emanated from Tang San's eyes. Chen Luo understood that this signified the impending evolution of Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes. Subsequently, Chen Luo's attention remained steadfast on Tang San until he finally opened his eyes. Chen Luo had been keenly observing Tang San's expressions, and upon noticing that Tang San exhibited no emotional changes, he finally averted his gaze. In Chen Luo's memory, Tang San had comprehended Xiao Wu's true identity only after consuming the autumn water elixir, yet it appeared that he had discerned nothing this time. Likely due to the influence of the Death God's ring. This was a relief, as Xiao Wu's identity was indeed peculiar. The fewer who knew, the greater the safety. Before long, the Shrek 7 monsters gradually concluded their training, each having reaped the corresponding benefits from the rare treasures of heaven and earth. Chen Luo was an extraneous addition. Yet even after receiving the Hunyuan Ginseng Emperor from Tang San, he chose to bestow it upon Xiao Wu. To this, Chen Luo harbored no regrets. His joy stemmed from the fact that Xiao Wu could accept the Hunyuan Ginseng Emperor. His only concern was that this foolish girl might refuse it. With the nurturing of the celestial grade herbs, the Shrek 7 monsters experienced a remarkable enhancement in their soul power levels. The Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mubai, stood at level 40, the Sausage Specialist, Oscar, at 38, the Thousand Hand Azura, Tang San, at 37, the Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, at 36, the Soft-Boned Charming Rabbit, Xiao Wu, at 38, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Ning Rongrong, at 37, and the Nether Cat, Zhu Shuqing, at 38. Naturally, Chen Luo, as an auxiliary member, was not to be overlooked. Even without consuming celestial grade herbs, his level remained firmly above the rest. The Side of Death, Chen Luo, was at level 40. This title was chosen to better align with the Shrek 7 monsters, while only Chen Luo himself was aware that his martial spirit was that of the Grim Reaper. Throughout the past 6 months, Chen Luo had devoted himself to training within a deep pit, where he had nearly absorbed all of the unique energy. During this time, he also practiced with Zhao Wujin on several occasions, and even Lu Erlong joined in the practical training. Lu Erlong's strength far surpassed that of Zhao Wujin, and it was under Lu Erlong's pressure that Chen Luo made such rapid advancements in his abilities. In truth, the primary reason for his swift progress post-level 30 was that he seemed to have transcended the previous bottlenecks that had hindered him. In the past, whenever he approached a breakthrough to the next tier, he would linger at that level for an extended duration. For instance, during his transition from level 19 to 20 and from 29 to 30, he had remained stagnantly for an exceedingly long time, to the point where he sometimes questioned his own existence. Now, having surpassed level 30, he appeared to be free from such stagnation, smoothly advancing to level 40. Perfectly poised to acquire new soul rings. Chen Luo gazed at the Shrek 7 monsters, a smile gracing his lips as he mused internally. With the aid of Tang San's celestial herbs, everyone's soul power levels had been elevated, even the Master Yu Xiaojiang, who had long been stagnant at the 29th level, finally achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 30th level. At the Master's behest, all would journey together to the Soul Beast Forest in 7 days to assist those in need of soul rings. During these 7 days, everyone could rest and simultaneously refine their skills. Chen Luo was not in a hurry, so he patiently awaited the main group to finish their rest before proceeding together. Chen Luo, I have grown stronger, exclaimed Xiao Wu, rushing to Chen Luo's side immediately after completing her training, her delicate face radiating with excitement and joy. It is good to see you improve, Chen Luo nodded, gently wiping the dirt from Xiao Wu's face. Her skin, already exquisite, appeared even more radiant after expelling impurities, resembling fine jade with a hint of pink, evoking an irresistible urge to savor her beauty. The primordial Ginseng Emperor was originally meant for you from Tang San. What is mine is yours, Xiao Wu declared. You are truly kind, Chen Luo replied tenderly. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of coughing echoed once more, as Ma Hongjun and Oscar could no longer bear to watch. Strangely, this time, Dai Mubai did not join in the commotion. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was embracing Zhu Qing, seemingly indifferent to the antics around him. "Could you please refrain from being so overly affectionate?" Oscar remarked. "Indeed. You stimulated us before training and again afterward. What have we done to deserve this?" Ma Hongjun added. "Even Dai Mubai has callously abandoned us," Oscar sighed. Ma Hongjun approached Oscar, draping an arm around his shoulder. "How about we become a pair instead?" With a playful wink, he attempted to charm Oscar. Oscar responded by kicking him away. "Get lost." After some playful banter, everyone's attention shifted back to Chen Luo. Ma Hongjun inquired with a grin, "By the way, Chen Luo, what level are you at now? You haven't consumed any rare resources this time. Surely we must be catching up to you." Oscar shot Ma Hongjun a glance. "Even if Chen Luo let you train for half a year and then fed you 2 rare treasures, you still wouldn't catch up. He could easily pin you to the ground with one hand." Ma Hongjun chuckled. "When did I say I would surpass Chen Luo in strength? I doubt I could ever outmatch him. I was referring to soul power levels." The members of Shrek's 7 monsters were unaware of Chen Luo's soul power level. Even Xiaowu, who trained separately, had no insight into it. After all, Chen Luo spent considerable time training. And not only the Shrek crew, but even Master Yu Xiaojiang and the Shrek Academy teachers were oblivious, knowing only that Chen Luo's soul power was at level 38 during his last training match against Lu Erlong. Once Ma Hongjun spoke, nearly everyone's gaze fell upon Chen Luo. At that moment, Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing had separated, and Zhu Shiqing reverted to her aloof, unapproachable demeanor, while Dai Mubai, having enjoyed the moment, showed no further inclination to pursue her, displaying remarkable restraint. 40. Chen Luo stated calmly. Just moments ago, he had briefly assessed the soul power levels of the Shrek 7 monsters, including himself, anticipating that everyone would inquire about his level, and indeed, the plump Ma Hongjun was the first to break the silence. Upon hearing Chen Luo's level, no one was particularly surprised. Had his level been lower, they would have been more astonished. "I knew Chen Luo's level would be higher than ours. He is truly a monster. I feel I will never catch up to him in soul power level. He is just too formidable." Ma Hongjun laughed. Oscar chimed in. "I suspect Chen Luo might have devoured some rare treasures. Otherwise, how could his soul power level have increased so swiftly in such a short time?" "It has only been half a year," Dai Mubai noted. "I recall he was at 36 6 months ago, and now he is at 40. I can only express my admiration." "Merely luck," Chen Luo smiled lightly. Ma Hongjun immediately moved closer, wanting to embrace Chen Luo. But a glare from Xiaowu made him behave. "Luck? Chen Luo, please tell me if there is still a chance for luck. I wish to experience that too," Ma Hongjun implored. "Honestly, every time I think I might qualify as a genius, I just think of you and feel like a complete failure." "I feel the same way." "I truly do," Oscar added. Chen Luo had nearly grown accustomed to the reactions of these little creatures. Almost every encounter, they would express their heartfelt sentiments. While only a few girls remained notably quiet, unsure of how to respond to these companions, Chen Luo ultimately offered a faint smile. After everyone had shared their thoughts, Tang San approached Chen Luo with a gentle smile, remarking, "You have grown stronger." "So have you," Chen Luo replied with a grin. The two of them had never required excessive conversation. A mere exchange of smiles sufficed to convey a multitude of emotions. Having spent so many years together, even in the absence of romance, a bond had undeniably formed, a fraternal connection. In Chen Luo's heart, there was only Xiaowu, and his inclinations had always remained perfectly normal. "As long as everything is well," Chen Luo stated. "Indeed," Tang San nodded. "Not only is everything well, but there have also been considerable gains." This was clearly the most favorable outcome. "Indeed," Chen Luo affirmed. Chen Luo and Tang San exchanged a few casual words, yet before their conversation could deepen, Flinder approached them. Upon sensing the shift in the atmosphere among the group, Flinder's expression subtly altered. "What has transpired? Why is it that each of you seems to be experiencing such rapid enhancement in your soul power?" Flinder inquired, his tone tinged with surprise. However, before Tang San and the others could respond, Flinder swiftly proceeded to the purpose of his visit. "Tang San, Senior Dugu is seeking you. He has brought along Dugu Yin, likely for a matter of importance. Exercise caution, for the title of Poison Douluo carries significant peril. The most dangerous element is invariably the human heart. Do not place too much trust in him." Tang San smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, Dean, there will be no issues. The old poison master is not as malevolent as you perceive." Subsequently, Tang San accompanied Flinder to meet Dugubo. Meanwhile, the Shrek little monsters dispersed, not returning directly to their dormitories to rest. Even though they possessed extraordinarily formidable talents, they exerted themselves with greater diligence than any other student at Shrek Academy, each returning to their respective training grounds to continue their cultivation. Chen Luo returned with Xiaowu, who was in dire need of a bath. After they departed from the sunsetting forest, he accompanied her back to her dormitory for a refreshing wash. Following her substantial enhancement in spirit power, Xiaowu no longer yearned for leisure and indulgence. Her sole focus was on diligently cultivating and solidifying her strength. The Xiaowu of today was no longer the playful girl from Nodding City. Although she retained her love for fun, she had learned to master her desires, prioritizing her training above all else. The allure of merriment still held significant sway over her, yet it paled in comparison to her dedication to cultivation. After her bath, Xiaowu donned a beautiful pink gown. With the aid of the primordial ginseng empress, her physique underwent remarkable improvement. It was evident from her figure alone that she had transformed. What was once already graceful now could only be described as exquisite, coupled with her remarkably delicate features. Referring to her as a celestial being would not be an exaggeration. What are you staring at? Xiaowu, noticing Chen Luo's gaze fixed upon her, felt a warm blush creep across her cheeks and could not help but inquire. Chen Luo smiled gently. I simply wish to see. You appear to have become much more attractive. Was I not beautiful before? Little Wu's sparkling eyes blinked. Chen Luo smiled and said, of course she is beautiful. She is even more stunning now, making it impossible to resist stealing glances. But there is no need to stare. Xiaowu's lovely face had already taken on a hint of blush. Chen Luo remarked, you are about to embark on your cultivation once more. I too shall return to my practice shortly. When we next meet, who can say when that will be? Of course, I wish to steal a few more glances. It's not as if we shall never see each other again, is it? Xiaowu pouted her lips. Chen Luo gently pulled Xiaowu into his embrace and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. If given the chance, I would like to gaze upon you like this forever. Xiaowu's charming face instantly flushed a deep crimson, reaching down to the roots of her ears. Yet her words remained unyielding. Confess honestly, have you been influenced by Boss Dai and his crew lately? Absolutely not. Then why has your speech become so excessively sentimental? It is not excessive. These words spring from the depths of my heart. Humph, I do not believe you. Have you perhaps uttered similar sentiments to other girls? How could that be? We have always been together. Are you implying that when I am not around, you seek out other girls? No. That is not what I meant at all. Humph, that is precisely what you mean. Chen Luo and Xiaowu engaged in a lively conversation as they strolled side by side, hands entwined. The surrounding blue-silver grass seemed unable to bear witness, curling its leaves in response. After escorting Xiaowu back for her cultivation, Chen Luo chose not to return to the deep pit for training. Instead, he made his way back to the dormitory. The unique energy of the deep pit had been nearly fully absorbed by Chen Luo. In further cultivation there would yield lesser results than in the dormitory, which had become a barren wasteland. Tang San returned, and everything aligned with his memories. He brought back a plethora of celestial-grade medicinal herbs, which significantly enhanced the little monsters. The only notable difference was that Xiaowu had also obtained a celestial herb, elevating her soul power level. This herb had originally been intended for Tang San to prepare for him. As Chen Luo reflected upon these matters, a smile involuntarily graced his face. A vivid scene flashed through his mind. Xiaowu, ahead of him, had plucked the heart-wrenching red flower with her own blood and flashed him a smile. That smile would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. His soul power had now reached level 40, and in 7 days, he would venture into the Soul Beast Forest with the Shrek Academy's little monsters to hunt for soul beasts and acquire new soul rings, each with a lifespan of no less than 20,000 years. After reminiscing about Tang San's return, Chen Luo immediately contemplated his forthcoming plans to obtain new soul rings and embark on new sign and tasks, relentlessly enhancing his strength. He would strive diligently, determined to amass sufficient power to shield her from harm when that day arrived. 7 days later, at dawn, before the gates of Shrek Academy, the Shrek Seven had gathered, and Chen Luo arrived punctually. Standing before them were Flinder, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujin, and the Master. The current might of Shrek Academy rested upon these few, and today marked the day they would lead the little monsters in hunting soul beasts for soul rings, necessitating thorough preparation. The Master was also set to acquire his 3rd soul ring, which would signify a monumental advancement for the Golden Iron Triangle. Hey, Tang San, where's your little sidekick? Xiaowu teased softly. Tang San wore a look of exasperation. Don't mention it. I barely managed to convince Tai Long not to follow us. During these 7 days, Tang San had not missed any significant experience, albeit with a slightly altered process. On the road, he encountered Tai Long, who, for reasons unknown, had impulsively attacked Tang San. seemingly seeking to vent his emotions. The outcome was predictable. How could Tai Long, the thousand-handed Shura, stand a chance against Tang San? He was thoroughly beaten, leading to a classic scenario of a father disciplining his son, with no shortage of such interactions. Tang San's background was partially unveiled, and he also gained a loyal little follower in Tai Long. Throughout these days, although Chen Luo devoted most of his time to training, he remained acutely aware of Tang San's experiences. Even without witnessing them firsthand, he could vividly picture the events upon hearing Xiaowu recount them. Xiaowu, being naturally drawn to lively gatherings, enjoyed seeking out bustling environments post-training, making her awareness of these happenings unsurprising. After Xiaowu spoke, Daimubai and the others joined in teasing Tang San until Flinder intervened. Flinder stated, "Our destination this time is the Sunset Forest. There are a few matters you should heed. First, the hunting of soul beasts must be accomplished independently. Unless absolutely necessary, we will not intervene. This is the first phase of your graduation examination, with the second phase being the upcoming Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Second, within the Sunset Forest, you must rely solely on yourselves. We shall not provide any protection, and you are also tasked with safeguarding us, which serves as a test for you. Thirdly, Chen Luo, you are a unique presence. If possible, I would prefer you to hunt soul beasts independently, forming a team of one. With your presence, they will inevitably lean on you to some extent." All the little monsters nodded in unison, and Chen Luo also acquiesced. The prospect of operating independently was precisely what Chen Luo yearned for. Flinder added, "Chen Luo, you need not worry about your safety. As long as you remain within a 500-meter radius, we shall be ready to intervene at the first sign of any insurmountable challenge." Chen nodded, yet inwardly mused, "In truth, there is no need for you to concern yourselves with me. I am capable of handling matters alone. If one cannot suffice, then two shall do. Should two prove insufficient, I can summon 2 ancient soul beasts. Even if I cannot dominate the Sunset Forest, I can at least ensure my own safety." As for Flandra's arrangements, the Shrek little monsters expressed no objections, and naturally, Chen had none either. Those conditions were achievable for everyone. However, the precise objectives set by Flandra remained ambiguous. Ma Hongjun boldly inquired, "Teacher, what is the goal for our graduation examination?" Flandra replied, "In the first phase, you may rely on collective strength to hunt suitable soul beasts. As long as the 4 of us do not intervene, your passage will be secured. In the second phase, as long as you bring back any championship from the Soul Master competition, it will suffice for graduation." Having spoken, Flandra's gaze shifted to Chen, his expression tinged with contemplation. Clearly unprepared for Chen's unique circumstances, Chen had always been a distinctive presence among the Shrek monsters, often receiving special consideration in various arrangements. Chen, as an exception. Your goal shall be to break through to the Soul King before your graduation, if at all possible, Flandra declared, this being an obvious spur-of-the-moment decision. Yes, Director. Chen Luo held no strong objections to the notion of the Shrek little monsters breaking through to the Soul King before their graduation. While it posed a certain challenge, it was by no means insurmountable, it merely required relentless effort. However, the little monsters were less composed, unable to suppress their grievances. Director, we can guarantee a flawless completion of the first stage, but the second stage seems exceedingly difficult, Daimubai remarked. Indeed, even if our talents are somewhat acceptable, our youth is a significant hindrance. In the Soul Master competition, we will face elite Soul Masters all under the age of 25. Simply reaching the finals would be a commendable feat, let alone claiming the championship. That seems exceedingly arduous unless you allow Chen Luo to join our team. Ma Hongjun interjected. Flinder shot Ma Hongjun a glare, prompting him to immediately fall silent. If you want Chen Luo to join, what significance does your participation in the Soul Master competition hold? It is not an exaggeration to say that even if he were to compete alone, he would effortlessly secure the championship. But what would be the point? The strong disdain to battle the weak, for such an endeavor lacks any semblance of meaning. Flinder spoke solemnly. Despite his words, he harbored a different intention. Should the moment arise, he would indeed allow Chen Luo to take the stage, even if it were merely to dominate the competition. The rewards of the Soul Master competition were immensely enticing, compelling one to pursue them at any cost. If possible, Flinder himself would wish to return to his youth to partake in the competition. Of course, Chen Luo was the ultimate trump card of Shrek Academy, one that would not be revealed unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing Flinder's words, the previously agitated little monsters fell silent. Fully aware that Flinder spoke the truth, Chen Luo was indeed that formidable, far surpassing them. At that moment, Xiaowu suddenly spoke up, Director, I have no objections to your arrangements for us, but your expectations for Chen Luo seem rather harsh. We only have a year or two to participate in the Soul Master competition, and he has just broken through to the Soul Ancestor level. How could he possibly advance to the Soul King so swiftly? While everyone else was preoccupied with their own tasks, only Xiao Wu remained concerned for Chen Luo. Flinder hesitated for a moment, seemingly questioning his recent thoughts. Indeed, to break through a level within a year or two was exceedingly arduous, even if Chen Luo were extraordinary. It would be a formidable challenge. After all, as a Soul Master's strength progresses, the difficulty escalates exponentially. And the demands on talent become exceedingly high. Those lacking in aptitude may find themselves forever anchored at a certain level. There was no doubt about Chen Luo's talent. Given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly become a renowned title Douluo. Yet, even prodigies require time to mature. Just as Flinder was about to speak, the master interjected, "I believe he can achieve his goals." Upon hearing this, Flinder nodded, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Xiao Wu. "Have a little more faith in your Chen Luo. We all believe he can accomplish it." With Flinder even teasingly referring to Chen Luo as your Chen Luo, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, rendering her speechless. At that moment, the other little monsters chimed in with laughter. "We also believe in Chen Luo's strength. After all, he had accomplished many seemingly impossible feats." As they discussed their objectives, they did not cease their progress. The Sunset Forest was in close proximity to Heaven Do City, serving as a prime locale for soul masters to hunt soul beasts, which was precisely why Shrek Academy had chosen this location. It did not take long for the Shrek group to reach their destination. Upon entering the forest, Flinder issued the command to split up. "Chen Luo, you may act freely. As long as you do not venture too far, there will be no issues. We have faith in your abilities, and it is likely we will not need to intervene. Simply obtain your soul ring and then seek us out." Flinder had always held unwavering trust in Chen Luo's prowess, never once suggesting that they would hunt soul rings and then look for him. He believed Chen Luo would accomplish this ahead of them. "Understood, Director." Chen Luo nodded before parting ways with the group. Everyone smiled and watched Chen Luo depart, save for Xiao Wu, whose eyes betrayed a hint of concern. "Chen Luo, do take care," she called out. Chen nodded and waved his hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will soon reunite with you." In comparison to the vast starry forest, the Sunset Forest is considerably smaller in area, and its temperatures are notably lower. It is adorned with numerous temperate plants, though the density of vegetation is not particularly high, facilitating easier movement. However, it is worth noting that the resources of soul beasts here are significantly inferior to those found in the starry forest. Chen Luo walked alone along a narrow path in the forest, attuned to the myriad sensations surrounding him. He was still at the forest's edge, where it was unlikely he would encounter a suitable spirit beast. Thus, it was prudent to remain vigilant. As he progressed, Chen Luo took the opportunity to reflect on his memories. With just half a month remaining until the commencement of the Spirit Master Academy's elite competition, the young prodigies from Shrek Academy would strive to enhance their abilities as much as possible. Those capable of obtaining spirit rings would do so. While Tang San had recently attained level 40 and acquired his first 10,000-year spirit ring. Regrettably, as the thrilling segment of Douluo approached, he found himself relegated to the role of an observer, unable to participate in the competition. However, Dean Flinder's words rang true. Merely dominating weaker opponents held little allure. Watching the contest unfold offered a more enriching experience. During the time of the Shrek Prodigies competition, he could embark on his own journey of self-improvement, rather than trailing behind them, as that held little significance apart from keeping close to Xiao Wu. Yet, remaining by her side would not expedite his growth. Time was of the essence, and he needed to elevate his strength as much as possible. Nevertheless, he decided to cast aside these thoughts for the moment, focusing instead on the present and the pursuit of his fourth spirit ring. Upon acquiring this ring, he would unlock new tasks, allowing him to plan his endeavors accordingly. Furthermore, he still had unutilized system points, which might enable him to draw rewards after securing the fourth spirit ring. With renewed determination, he resolved to locate his target. Chen Luoka had never forgotten about the system lottery. He had merely been restraining himself from participating, hoping to accumulate more points for a series of draws, believing that perhaps his luck would improve that way. Chen Luo's current plan is to acquire the fourth soul ring and then examine the nature of the new sign and task. If it proves to be easily achievable, he will complete the task before engaging in the lottery. Conversely, if it seems insurmountable at the moment, he will opt to partake in the lottery first. Time is indeed of the essence for him. The outskirts of the Sunset Forest are devoid of significant soul beasts. Although there are numerous weaker ones, they do not align with Chen Luo's ambitions. Chen Luo has consistently upheld the philosophy of sustainable development, refraining from taking action against the weaker spirit beasts, even when some ferocious spirit beasts sought to provoke him. He merely unleashed an intimidating aura to scare them into submission without causing them harm. The rate of growth for spirit beasts is exceedingly slow. If indiscriminate slaughter were to continue, it would not take long before they became mere legends in the world of Douluo. This understanding is common knowledge. Thus, any sensible spirit master would refrain from recklessly attacking spirit beasts. Unfortunately, I am unaware of the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Otherwise, I would venture there. Provided that the old poisoner, Douluo, is not present. That individual is quite eccentric, and should he take an interest in me again, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Chen Luo ascended a grand tree, gazing into the distance, his mind drifting to the Eye of Ice and Fire, yet swiftly shifting to thoughts of Douluo presently. Chen Luo no longer harbored the same trepidation towards Douluo, although he was still no match for him in combat. He at least possessed the means to safeguard his life. The last time Douluo sought to capture him, Chen Luo had already resolved to unleash the man-faced demon spider and the nightmare centipede. Even if those ancient soul beasts could not delay Douluo for long, they would at least buy time until Flanders and the others arrived. A titled Douluo could easily slaughter ancient soul beasts. Yet such a feat would still require a measure of time. Now, Chen Luo had gained an additional ally, the formidable evil soul master Gong Zhongyang, who was on the verge of breaking through to Soul Saint. Although Gong Zhongyang would merely serve as cannon fodder against Douluo, he nonetheless afforded Chen Luo an extra opportunity. Why must I always envision the worst outcomes? I bear no enmity towards Douluo, and a direct confrontation seems highly improbable. After his previous disappointment in me, he is unlikely to take much interest in me again, especially with Tang San around. Those two are the true companions, Chen Luo mused. Leaping down from the tree, Chen Luo continued his journey through the forest, ever attuned to the location of Flanders and his companions. After all, Flanders had instructed him to maintain a certain distance from them. Chen Luo was certainly not seeking the protection of the Golden Triangle. He merely wished to alleviate their worries. It was likely that Tang San would soon employ the ethereal fragrance of the exquisite celestial treasures to attract soul beasts. If a suitable target could not be found before then, it would be far more efficient to simply lie in wait near their location. Chen Luo made up his mind as he swiftly traversed the forest, and before long, half a day's time had elapsed. Chen Luo could sense that a battle was unfolding among the Shrek monsters, likely due to an encounter with a suitable soul beast. However, he himself had yet to come across a worthy entity. The main reason for this was their location, still on the periphery of the Sunset Forest, where it was exceedingly difficult to encounter formidable soul beasts. Although soul beasts of 10,000 years were as common as cannon fodder in the later stages of Douluo, with soul masters frequently adorned with 10,000-year soul rings, the actual number of soul beasts exceeding that grade remained quite scarce. If he could not find anything soon, he would join Dean Flinder and the others. He could either inform Dean Flinder of his intention to venture deeper into the forest or wait for Tang San to employ the aroma of the ethereal blossom to attract soul beasts. Biding his time in ambush, prolonging this situation was not a viable option. While Flinder's arrangements indeed ensured his safety, they simultaneously constrained his range of activities. Chen Luo mused that he should have heeded Dean Flinder's advice from the onset. Had he plunged deeper into the Sunset Forest, he might have already discovered a suitable soul beast by now. As half a day slipped by, Chen Luo still had not identified a fitting target. The most formidable soul beast he had encountered was merely a 10,000-year-old cave spider, which he surmised would soon become Tang San's target, contributing to the latter's fourth soul ring. Chen Luo no longer hesitated and made his way directly to join the members of Shrek. In a short while, he found them and straightforwardly explained the situation to Flinder. To Chen Luo's surprise, Flinder readily agreed to his request, reiterating, "We believe in your strength." This was fortuitous, as it spared him from a multitude of troubles and lengthy explanations. However, Xiao expressed some concern and insisted on accompanying Chen Luo in his endeavors. Chen Luo was indeed willing to bring Xiao along, yet Flander and the others were opposed. Their reluctance stemmed from valid reasons. Acting alone is an entirely different concept from embarking on a journey with another. It is not that Xiao lacked strength, but rather, in comparison to Chen Luo's capabilities, she would not contribute significantly and might even become a burden. Should Chen Luo encounter peril, he could escape on his own, but with Xiao in tow, the difficulty of fleeing would multiply. Ultimately, with no alternative, Chen Luo departed under Xiao Wu's anxious gaze. Upon receiving the Dean Flanders' approval, Chen Luo began to make his way toward the heart of the Sunset Forest, confident that he would surely find a suitable spirit beast there. Should we truly not be concerned for him? Flander whispered to the master beside him. The master nodded with conviction, rest assured, even if he faces danger, he will emerge unscathed. Do not underestimate his combat prowess. He can hold his ground even against a second-level dragon for several rounds. I am aware of that, Flander replied, though he still appeared somewhat apprehensive. His earlier agreement to Chen Luo's request had indeed been prompted by the master's suggestion. The master continued, however, the spirit beast forest is perilous. What if Chen Luo encounters an exceptionally formidable spirit beast by mere misfortune? Let us not overthink it. Although the Sunset Forest is the largest spirit beast forest near Heaven Do City, it does not host an abundance of powerful spirit beasts. Do you think this is the Star Do Great Forest, where one might casually encounter a 100,000-year-old forest king, the Titan giant ape? Upon hearing this, Flander nodded in agreement. After distancing himself from the Shrek group, Chen Luo summoned his two skeletal spirit beast companions. He had initially wished to call out Gong Zhongyang for some fresh air, but that fellow was currently engrossed in a secluded meditation, striving to break through to the Soul Saint level, so Chen Luo had to abandon that idea. Having arrived at the heart of the Sunset Forest, he knew he must exercise caution. While he held great confidence in his abilities, it was always wise to be prudent. In this place, Chen Luo had already sensed several powerful auras and was in the process of selecting a suitable spirit beast. Never mind, I shall choose you, he declared. King of the Earth. 078, King of the Earth Deep Blue. At this moment, Chen Luo found himself in the heart of the Sunset Forest, where the soul beasts typically boasted an age exceeding 10,000 years. However, their numbers were sparse, and the presence of exceedingly powerful soul beast was absent. Standing atop the body of the hellish demon spider, Chen Luo assessed his surroundings and swiftly identified his target, a king of the earth, approximately 20,000 years old. He commanded the hellish demon spider and the nightmarish centipede to advance together. Before long, they arrived at a clearing. Before them, flames soared into the sky as an enormous scorpion savored its meal. A wolf-like soul beast lay lifeless, its neck severed, while the colossal scorpion tore at the beast's hind legs. A ring of black soul rings hovered above the carcass of the wolf-like creature. This gigantic scorpion possessed a physique nearly identical in size to that of the hellish demon spider, perhaps even larger. Its appearance was remarkably unique. A deep blue hue enveloping its entire being, with a palpable aura of malevolence emanating from its joints. A tail, composed of 4 segmented vertebrae, arched high, culminating in a ghostly blue stinger. Chen Luo possesses the ability to sense the approximate strength of the colossal scorpion, and its appearance provides a more intuitive insight into the creature's identity and age. The Earth King, a soul beast of extreme ferocity, is notorious for its bloodthirstiness. Although its venom does not instill the same level of fear in soul beasts as that of the human-faced demon spider, few soul beasts of the same rank dare to provoke it, marking it as a superior fire-type soul beast. When the Earth King's cultivation reaches the 10,000-year mark, its body undergoes a transformation, adopting a deep blue hue, with each segment of its tail representing 5,000 years of cultivation. For tail segments signify an age exceeding 20,000 years. It is important to note that Chen Luo has also acquired considerable knowledge about soul beasts. While he may not possess the expertise of Tang San, he is still capable of easily identifying these creatures. The Earth King before him perfectly meets Chen Luo's requirements for a soul ring, boasting an age of over 20,000 years and additionally possessing a unique elemental fire. Although Chen Luo had already imbued the Scythe of Death with the characteristic of fire during the second soul ring, the Earth King remained a viable target. By absorbing its soul ring, the fiery attribute of the Scythe of Death would be further enhanced. With no inclination to continue selecting and no other options available, it was decided, the Earth King it shall be. Chen Luo had firmly established his objective. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his 2 spectral beast companions to take action. He leaped from the body of the Hell Spider, activating his martial soul and entering an indomitable state. The Earth King before him was, after all, a soul beast of 20,000 years, not easily subdued. Perhaps his 2 spectral beast companions, the Hell Spider and the Nightmare Centipede, could vanquish it, yet they would undoubtedly incur some cost. There was no need for that. Why stand idly by when he could join the fray? If not for Gong Zhongyang, who was engrossed in his cultivation to ascend to the Soul Saint level, he would have summoned him to assist in dealing with the 20,000-year-old Earth King, ensuring a swift resolution. However, it mattered little, even without Gong Zhongyang. They could still subdue the Earth King. One must not forget that the Hell Spider had already reached the strength of 30,000 years, making it more than capable of handling a 20,000-year-old Earth King. Chen Luo merely sought to minimize losses, or more accurately, reduce consumption. Otherwise, a single spectral beast, the Hell Spider, could easily dominate the Earth King. After all, the Earth King was a soul beast of 20,000 years, should it inflict harm upon the Hell Spider. The latter would require time to recuperate in the realm of the dead, which was somewhat unwise. As Chen Luo and his two spectral beast companions approached, the Earth King had already taken note of their presence, yet it made no immediate move, continuing to indulge in its meal. Only when Chen Luo and the Hell Spider drew nearer, with the Nightmare Centipede flanking from behind, did the Earth King finally spring into action. Soul beasts possess keen senses. The higher their cultivation, the sharper their awareness. Particularly for those exceeding 10,000 years, they exhibit a degree of intelligence. As Chen Luo, the Hell Demon Spider, and the Nightmarish Centipede entered the perception range of the Earth King felt a flicker of confusion. It was astonishing that humans could coexist with soul beasts. However, when Chen Luo began to take action, the Earth King instantly sensed a looming threat. Yet, the Earth King was supremely confident in its own power. Having already regarded Chen Luo and his two skeletal soul beast companions as mere appetizers, no, more accurately, as a substantial meal. Upon encountering them, the Earth King suddenly found the wolf-shaped soul beast in its mouth to be rather unappetizing. Chen Luo, along with the faceless spider and the Earth King, drew ever closer, while the Nightmarish Centipede stealthily maneuvered behind the Earth King. A fierce battle was on the brink of eruption. The Earth King remained remarkably composed. As Chen Luo and his companions approached within a certain radius, a blinding blue light suddenly emanated from its body. In an instant, the air within a radius of several dozen square meters warped around its form, and the ground beneath it fractured with a violent crack. With a powerful strike of its colossal pincers against the earth, a formidable shockwave surged through the distorted air. Chen Luo, the Hell Demon Spider, and the Nightmare Centipede were abruptly immobilized by the shockwave, their bodies frozen in place. At that moment, the ground beneath the Earth King fractured with a thunderous roar, unleashing a column of phosphorescent blue flames that soared into the sky. The fire column, with a diameter of 10 meters, engulfed Chen Luo, the Hell Demon Spider, and the Nightmare Centipede in an instant. This was the Earth King's innate skill, the Magma Rift Strike, capable of creating a tremor in the air within a certain radius, causing enemies to experience disorientation, the duration of which depended on the disparity between the Earth King and his adversaries. Once an opponent's body was rendered immobile, the next moment would see a high-temperature fire column, akin to molten lava, delivering a fatal blow. As the ghostly blue flames gradually subsided, Chen Luo and his two spectral companions vanished without a trace. They were certainly not reduced to ashes by the blue flames, dissipating into the ether. This was evident from the Earth King's display of vigilance and surprise. The enormous blue tail hook behind the Earth King was poised to strike at any moment, while his massive scorpion pincers remained wide open, ready to rend anything in their path. The surroundings reverted to tranquility. Had it not been for the sunken earth around the Earth King and the scorched marks on the surface, one might have thought that nothing had transpired at all. The figures of Chen Luo, the Hell Demon Spider, and the Nightmarish Centipede re-emerged, maintaining a certain distance from the Earth King. The position of the Nightmarish Centipede was slightly more advanced, yet it remained utterly secure. It was time to unleash the skills of the Earth King. The moment for the hunt had arrived. Chen Luo gently waved his hand, prompting the Hell Demon Spider and the Nightmarish Centipede to simultaneously charge towards the King of the Earth. He followed closely behind the two undead creatures, biding his time for the opportune moment to reap the rewards. Should the opportunity arise, he too would advance to unleash a powerful strike. As they pressed forward, the pitch-black body of the Hell Demon Spider gradually revealed numerous blood-red patterns, with the majority of its 8 spider spears adorned in crimson hues. The gray aura that once enveloped it transformed into a striking scarlet, having completed its evolution. The Hell Demon Spider possessed the ability to conceal its presence and alter its appearance. At Chen Luo's behest, it maintained its form and aura at the level it had held for the past 10 millennia. Were it not for this, the King of the Earth would not have displayed such confidence in facing multiple foes. At this moment, the Hell Demon Spider's formidable aura surged forth, causing the King of the Earth to tremble in fear, instinctively seeking to flee. However, its escape route was blocked by the Nightmare Centipede. Just moments prior, the King of the Earth had attempted to unleash a skill, only to strike at empty air, primarily due to the effects of the Nightmare Centipede's unique ability, Nightmare. The Nightmare Centipede could conjure incredibly realistic illusions, ensnaring even the King of the Earth, whose strength far exceeded its own. While there was certainly an element of carelessness on the part of the King of the Earth, the outcome was nonetheless exceedingly gratifying to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was acquainted with the King of Earth and was well aware of the latter's innate skills. From the very beginning, He intended to force the King of Earth to reveal its abilities, and the nightmarish centipede possessed exceptional illusionary skills. In Chen Luo's memory, during his hunt of the nightmarish centipede in the starry forest, the creature had employed its nightmare skill against the burrowing demon spider, which, being a purely necromantic entity, had completely disregarded the nightmare. It now appeared that the nightmarish centipede's nightmare skill was indeed formidable. The King of Earth had already expended its crucial abilities and was momentarily incapable of reactivating them, although its colossal stature and immense strength were not to be underestimated. They paled in significance compared to its skills. When the Hell Spider revealed its true prowess, the fear exhibited by the King of Earth had already predetermined the battle's outcome. The King of Earth, exhibiting remarkable cunning, immediately charged at the significantly weaker nightmarish centipede, recognizing it as its last chance for survival. However, the nightmarish centipede would not concede an inch. As a being of necromancy, it was oblivious to the concept of pain. Resolutely using its own body to obstruct the King of Earth while inflicting damage with its sharp claws and formidable jaws, the King of Earth unleashed a frenzied assault upon the nightmarish centipede, yet could only advance marginally. Its gigantic pincers left a trail of horrific wounds upon the nightmarish centipede, while its ethereal blue tail hook repeatedly pierced the creature's form, all of which proved futile in altering its fate. The Hell Spider moved with astonishing speed, swiftly reaching the rear of the King of Earth, and denied it any further opportunity to attack the nightmarish centipede. The razor-sharp, venomous spider spear suddenly plunged into the King of Earth's body, releasing a blood-red web that ensnared the creature in an instant. At this juncture, the battle was nearly declared over. The King of Earth was utterly incapable of withstanding the Hell Spider's potent venom, its vitality rapidly waning. Chen Luo finally seized his opportunity to strike, and this strike was aimed at the very life of the King of Earth. The immense scythe of death descended, engulfing the King of Earth in black flames that swiftly extinguished its final vestiges of life. A circle of black soul rings gradually rose from the feet of the King of Earth, irrevocably signaling the end of its existence. Had this been secured? Chen Luo still felt somewhat unsatisfied. The battle concluded too swiftly, exceeding his expectations. The primary reason was the formidable strength of the Hell Demon Spider, which utterly dominated the Earth King. Of course, this was largely attributable to the Earth King's overwhelming fear. Had the Earth King chosen to confront the Hell Demon Spider in a desperate fight instead of fleeing, perhaps it could have left some mark upon its adversary. Alas, it succumbed to its fears. Chen Luo approached the lifeless form of the Earth King, yet his gaze fixated upon the severely wounded nightmare centipede nearby. The nightmare centipede stared intently at the Hell Demon Spider, its expression a mixture of envy and longing. And Chen Luo could distinctly sense an air of resentment emanating from it. What? Do you truly believe that the Hell Demon Spider has intentionally betrayed you? It possesses the prowess to dominate the battlefield entirely. Upon discerning the thoughts of the nightmarish centipede, Chen Luo could not help but find it somewhat amusing. The strength of the Hell Demon Spider is undoubtedly formidable. Yet to suggest that it would sell you out is rather excessive. The Hell Demon Spider possesses no consciousness whatsoever. Its combat is purely instinctual, rendering any notion of betrayal moot. There is no need for envy. The initial choice was yours to make, and it was your fear that hindered you. The opportunity was singular, and it was you who failed to seize it properly. Chen Luo smiled faintly and subsequently summoned the nightmare centipede into the realm of the undead. The nightmare centipede had sustained severe injuries, having borne the brunt of the Earth King's final struggle. It would likely remain in the realm of the undead for a considerable time to recuperate. This was of little concern, as the Hell Demon Spider was the primary focus of Chen Luo's cultivation. With the Earth King successfully dealt with, there was no need to worry about safety. And the severely wounded nightmare centipede would be of limited utility. It was better to return it to the realm of the undead for recovery. Another subordinate had arrived, and it must be accepted. After retrieving the nightmare centipede, Chen Luo's gaze finally settled upon the Earth King. Upon seeing this colossal creature, a smile involuntarily graced his face. Awaken. Without further hesitation, Chen Luo directly invoked the awakening on the Earth King. The opportunity to acquire another undead soul beast was too precious to forego. Moreover, awakening would also mitigate the difficulty of absorbing soul rings, thus it was imperative to proceed. The awakening process was swift. Even though the Earth King was a 20,000-year-old soul beast, Chen Luo had reached level 40, fully capable of shouldering the cost of awakening. In less than a minute, the Earth King revived, its wounds completely healed. Like Chen Luo's other undead soul beasts, the Earth King grew in stature post-awakening, enveloped in a gray aura. Its power significantly enhanced. All set, it was time to absorb the soul rings. Chen Luo commanded the King of the Earth and the Hell Spider to guard him closely as he began the process of absorbing the soul ring. As always, the absorption proceeded smoothly. The resentment that originally belonged to the King of the Earth had merged with a fragment of its soul during its awakenings, significantly easing the difficulty of the absorption. The moment the King of the Earth revived, all its lingering thoughts dissipated, sealing its unwavering loyalty to Chen Luo for eternity. The black soul ring that hovered above the ground vanished, marking the completion of Chen Luo's absorption of the King of the Earth's soul ring. He gradually rose to his feet and activated his martial spirit, adding a deeper, darker soul ring to his original configuration of 2 purple and 1 black. Everything, including the search for soul beasts, their extermination, and the absorption of soul rings, transpired exceedingly smoothly, well within Chen Luo's control, devoid of any unforeseen circumstances. If one were to pinpoint an anomaly, it would be the unfortunate state of the nightmare centipede, which would likely require several days to fully heal from its wounds. Who could have anticipated that the King of the Earth would harbor such fear of the Hell Spider, wielding its full power? The disparity in their strengths was starkly evident among the soul beasts. Currently, my strength should be around level 42. Absorbing a soul ring over 20,000 years old resulted in a surprisingly minimal increase in soul power. However, I ought to be content. Previously, after absorbing soul rings, I experienced little to no enhancement. Perhaps, after breaking through level 30, I truly unlocked my potential, paving a smoother path for future advancements. If that is indeed the case, then my efforts and stagnation before level 30 would have been worthwhile. Since Chen Luo broke through to level 30 and acquired a new soul ring, he noticed a significant acceleration in the rate of his soul power growth compared to before reaching level 30. While others typically experience a rapid increase at the beginning that gradually slows down, Chen Luo's trajectory has been quite the opposite. As he retracted his martial spirit, Chen Luo turned his gaze to his undead soul beast companions. The Hell Spider and the King of the Earth remained steadfastly vigilant around him, poised to heed his commands. Perhaps sensing that Chen Luo had completed all necessary tasks, both the Hell Spider and the King of the Earth began to entertain new thoughts. The Hell Spider's desire was straightforward. It fixated on the carcass of the wolf-like soul beast that the King of the Earth had deemed prey, eager to devour it. Upon perceiving this, Chen Luo felt a tinge of surprise. However, he readily acquiesced, gesturing with his hand to indicate that the Hell Demon Spider could proceed. The Hell Demon Spider immediately lunged towards the carcass of the wolf-like soul beast, swiftly devouring it whole, causing the once vibrant black soul ring that belonged to the wolf-like soul beast to dim considerably in an instant. Chen Luo could distinctly sense that the Hell Demon Spider's strength had seemingly intensified slightly, involuntarily manifesting a hint of astonishment upon his visage. My Soul Hunter can augment its power by capturing souls, whereas the Hell Demon Spider appears to enhance its prowess through the consumption of corpses. Perhaps devouring living beings would yield even greater efficacy. Could this be a trait inherited from the Cerberus of Hell? After the Hell Demon Spider completed its consumption of the wolf-type soul beast, it promptly returned to Chen Luo's side. Lacking intellect, it harbored only the most rudimentary instincts. The act of devouring seemed merely instinctual, and having fulfilled this primal urge, it now sought only to remain by Chen Luo's side. Chen Luo gently caressed the immense body of the hellish magic spider. From its metallic, hard shell, he could sense a faint chill. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I shall allow you to continue your devouring. Perhaps you will grow to an unforeseen magnitude. Chen Luo's figure vanished, only to reappear upon the body of the Hell Demon Spider. The soul ring had been absorbed, the objective achieved. He decided to first depart from the heart of the forest, and then proceed to rendezvous with the Shrek little monsters, uncertain of their circumstances. Chen ordered the Hell Spider to advance while seeking to reclaim the Earth King into the realm of the undead. With the Hell Spider paving the way, it was entirely sufficient, and there was no need to create such a grand spectacle. Chen Luo gazed at the King of the Earth with a hint of surprise, inquiring if he had no desire to return. Just moments prior, when he had commanded the King of the Earth to return to the realm of the undead, he was met with an unexpected refusal. Certainly, Chen Luo possessed the power to forcibly summon the King of the Earth to the realm of the undead. Yet he refrained from exercising that authority. Generally speaking, the undead are exceedingly obedient, rarely defying orders, which is why Chen Luo has never deemed it necessary to issue coercive commands to his undead subordinates. They typically act upon their intentions as soon as they communicate them to Chen Luo. The King of the Earth, however, stands as a notable exception. There must be a reason for this, and indeed, that is the case. Chen Luo had already sensed the thoughts of the Earth King. Do you wish to venture to another place? The Earth King's tailhook gradually descended, and then its body subtly shifted in a particular direction. Very well, Let us proceed, Chen Luo replied with a nod. After all, there was no immediate rush to reunite with the Shrek group. It was prudent to first investigate the matters concerning the newly acquired undead soul beast. Chen Luo could certainly access the memories of the Earth King through their unique bond, yet he refrained from doing so. He seldom delved into the memories of his hunted souls or awakened beings, for the overwhelming influx of recollections could cloud his mind. The Earth King led the way, and Chen Luo followed atop the hellish spider. Before long, they arrived at a cave. Even from a distance, Chen Luo was assaulted by the putrid stench of decay. An odor so pungent that it was nearly unbearable. Inside the cave lay the corpse of a soul beast, which had evidently been there for some time. Chen Luo mused internally. As the Earth King entered the cave, Chen Luo beheld a massive soul beast carcass. From its general appearance, he could vaguely discern that it was a pink lady, or more aptly named the Pink Queen. The Pink Queen bore a resemblance to the Earth King, sharing a scorpion-like form, yet her entire body was a vivid pink, adorned with a layer of fine scales. This Pink Queen must have been at least 18,000 years old, though she had long since perished. A horrific wound marred her abdomen, which was undoubtedly the cause of her demise. It was a rarity for a pink lady to attain such a level of maturity, typically. Those of 1,000 years were referred to as pink maidens, while those of 10,000 years were rightly called pink queens. She could have fallen victim to a formidable soul master or a more powerful soul beast, sustaining grievous injuries or succumbing on the spot. Subsequently brought back by the Earth King, Chen Luo contemplated. Even in death, the Earth King refused to accept reality, remaining vigilantly by her side as she had once lived. It was uncertain how long the Earth King had maintained this state. Undoubtedly, it had been a significant period, as the corpse of the Pink Queen had begun to decompose considerably. The Earth King's reluctance to return to the realm of the dead stemmed from a desire to gaze upon the Pink Queen one last time. Despite having forged an unbreakable bond with Chen Luo, one that rendered betrayal impossible, the Earth King still defied Chen Luo's command for the sake of the Pink Queen. He yearned for one final glimpse, even if it was just that. Chen Luo could not help but chuckle. Even soul beasts can possess such profound affection. Indeed, love is the most exquisite of all emotions. Yet, many have transformed this term into a mere irony. The Earth King approached the lifeless form of the Pink Queen, gazing at her intently for a considerable time, gently touching her head with his tail hook, as if bidding a final farewell. Chen Luo took a deep breath, then leaped from the body of the hellish demon spider, landing directly before the corpse of the Pink Queen. I cannot ascertain the likelihood of success, for she has been deceased for quite some time, yet I still yearn to make the attempt. Chen Luo seemed to be conversing with the King of the Earth, as if lost in his own thoughts. A presence of death enveloped him. Chen Luo awakened his martial soul, and a phantom, visible only to him, materialized before him, subsequently merging with his being. In that instant, a colossal scythe manifested in his grasp, while 4 soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black, hovered around him. Awakening, Chen Luo swung the scythe of death and struck towards the corpse of the Pink Queen. In that fleeting moment, he even sensed that the King of the Earth intended to intervene and shield the Pink Queen from this attack, a truly foolish display of affection. However, due to their unique connection, the King of the Earth could never genuinely act upon such an impulse. Ultimately, the scythe of death landed firmly upon the Pink Queen's lifeless form, sinking into it instantaneously. Subsequently, Chen Luo's body began to tremble slightly as his soul energy rapidly detached from him, drawn into the corpse of the Pink Queen. Yet, this process lasted only a few breaths before coming to an abrupt halt. It was evident that the awakening had failed. Chen Luo had never experienced failure in awakening before, and this time, his defeat was the consequence of his own awareness of the inevitable outcome. Indeed, it was futile. Chen Luo let out a soft sigh and then retracted his martial soul. The previous awakening had consumed almost negligible amounts of his energy, if it were possible. He would willingly allow his soul power to be fervently drained, thus granting the Pink Queen a chance at resurrection. Now it appears that everything was merely an impractical dream. The Pink Queen had been deceased for far too long, rendering her unable to meet the conditions for awakening. Whether it be Chen Luo's soul hunting or awakening, both are predicated upon specific conditions. Not all lifeless entities can be subject to such abilities at will. Targets that have long since perished, like this one, are evidently beyond the reach of those 2 unique skills. Everything unfolded as Chen Luo had anticipated. He was not overly surprised, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered. In truth, even if the Pink Queen were to rise again, what would it matter? He could never forsake his other undead minions for the sake of the Earth King's so-called love. Even now, reduced to the most wretched of nightmare centipedes, it still holds some utility, not yet reaching the threshold for replacement. So be it. He had observed sufficiently, and it was time to return to the realm of the undead. Chen Luo gazed at the Earth King. The Earth King's tailhook gently drooped, preparing to enter the realm of the dead. However, at that moment, the Hell Demon Spider suddenly surged forward, lunging at the corpse of the Pink Queen and voraciously devouring it. Goodness, it actually dared to feast upon it. This body has not been deceased for even half a year, but several months. Chen Luo was taken aback. The Earth King, in a frenzy, was poised to charge at the Hell Demon Spider for a decisive battle, fully aware that it was no match for its formidable adversary. Wait. Chen Luo commanded the Earth King to halt. Despite its profound fury, the Earth King could only remain stationary, witnessing the appalling spectacle of its Pink Queen being devoured by the Hell Spider. The consumption transpired with astonishing rapidity, completed in mere seconds, a pace that was nothing short of extraordinary. Fortunately, the brevity of the ordeal spared the Earth King from descending into madness. The sight of its Pink Queen being consumed was, for it, an excruciating torment. Even though it had transcended to the realm of the undead, it retained a semblance of sentience. No matter how much it might forget, the Earth King could never erase the memory of its cherished Pink Queen. Do not be hasty. The Hell Spider's act of devouring your wife bears no advantage, and rather, it portends malevolent intentions. Chen Luo spoke calmly, his voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. He could sense that after the Hell Spider devoured the corpse of the Pink Queen, its power did not increase. Rather, there appeared to be a decline. The 10,000-year wolf-type soul beast it had previously consumed seemed to have been ingested in vain. After completing its feast, the Hell Spider remained stationary, while Chen Luo observed in silence. The Earth King grew increasingly furious, even contemplating defying Chen Luo's orders to attack the Hell Spider. Before long, the Hell Spider stirred into action. Its body trembled violently, and the crimson mist surrounding it thickened, while the red patterns on its body became more pronounced. Suddenly, a bulge, the size of a fist, appeared on its torso, rapidly covered in cracks before bursting open. A half-fist-sized pink lady emerged from within, swiftly darting towards the Earth King, who was glaring with clenched teeth from across the way. Upon seeing the pink lady, the Earth King was momentarily taken aback. All his fury dissipated in an instant, replaced by an indescribable surge of emotion. Chen Luo severed his emotional connection with the King of the Earth to shield himself from any influence. He was unwilling to gaze upon that scene, instead directing his attention solely to the Hell Demon Spider. As the small sack on the Hell Demon Spider burst, it vanished in an instant, as if nothing had transpired. However, the creature's strength had undeniably diminished, and the contribution of the millennia-old wolf-type soul beast had dissipated into mere illusion. Chen Luo gazed in astonishment at the Hell Demon Spider, swiftly turning his head to glance at the pink lady resting upon the body of the Earth King. How did you accomplish this? The Hell Demon Spider promptly conveyed the simplest of messages to Chen Luo. Execute your command. Command? Chen Luo wore a perplexed expression. When did I issue a command? Could it be that the Hell Demon Spider misconstrued my desire to resurrect the Pink Queen as a directive? And was the ability it just manifested somehow related to the Hellhound? It appears I have indeed stumbled upon a treasure, or perhaps I simply placed my bet wisely. The evolution of the Hell Demon Spider is undoubtedly a marvel, an unparalleled miracle. Not only has its power seen a tremendous enhancement, but it has also acquired certain traits and abilities of the Hellhound. From devouring to what I just witnessed, rather than resurrection, it should be termed duplication. These capabilities are extraordinarily formidable, even to the point of being described as perverse. Chen Luo gently caressed the body of the Hell Spider, then turned his gaze back to the Earth King. One could sense a profound connection between the Pink Lady and the Pink Queen. Perhaps she was indeed the incarnation of the Pink Queen. Otherwise, the Earth King would not have been so intimately close to her. However, it remained uncertain whether this little creature could be brought into the necromancer's realm. If not, it might lead to yet another heart-wrenching separation. Chen Luo made an attempt, and this time the King of the Earth offered no resistance, promptly being drawn into the necromantic space, accompanied by the half-fist-sized Pink Queen. Task 082. What is this situation? How is it possible to enter the necromantic space together? Chen witnessed the Pink Queen and the King of Earth entering the realm of the undead, and he distinctly sensed their presence within that space. Is it not true that the realm of the undead accommodates only 4 slots? The Hell Demon Spider, the Nightmare Centipede, Gong Zhongyang, and the newly acquired King of Earth have already filled all available positions. Why then, is the Pink Queen still able to enter? Chen Luo possesses a profound understanding of the spatial definition within the realm of the undead. In that peculiar dimension, the concept of volume is rendered obsolete. Seemingly any object, regardless of its size, can find a place within. The undead space is solely defined by quantity. The number of slots you unlock determines how many undead entities you can accommodate. Not long ago, Chen Luo had only 2 vacant slots, which were occupied by the Hell Spider and the previous Burrow Spider, along with the Nightmare Centipede. Subsequently, upon completing a system task, he acquired the Death Goddess armor, which activated the Death God set function, thereby augmenting his slots by an additional 2. Chen Luo had indeed made attempts to house additional undead within the realm of the dead, yet all efforts had ended in failure. Presently, the Pink Queen had successfully entered the realm of the dead, which explained Chen Luo's astonishment. Could it be that the Pink Queen was a replication derived from the hellish demon spider, thus constituting a part of it and not occupying space in the realm of the dead? Chen thought to himself. It seems that this explanation is the only one that makes sense. Chen Luo did not pursue this notion any further. It was untenable to compel the Hell Demon Spider to replicate additional entities for experimentation. Such an endeavor held no significance. Expending immense spiritual energy for the meager return of trivial undead was clearly a fool's errand, a transaction fraught with loss unless under extraordinary circumstances or sheer folly. In the face of quality, quantity often pales in comparison. While the Hell Demon Spider might indeed produce numerous undead, the cost would be the spider's own strength. A choice evidently to be avoided. After securing the Earth King and the Pink Queen within the realm of the undead, Chen Luo briefly assessed their conditions. Like other undead, they could gradually enhance their powers within this space. The Pink Queen, however, harbored no illusions. By the time she matured into a formidable force, the Hell Demon Spider would likely have reached a level of 100,000 years. The Pink Queen's significance was merely to assuage the Earth King's lingering desires. Indeed, this was the case. With the Pink Queen's company, the Earth King grew remarkably enthusiastic immediately upon entering the undead realm, silently absorbing the unique energies therein to bolster his strength. It was time to reunite with the Shrek monsters. Having lingered for such an extended period, although the delay was not overly concerning and had afforded him the chance to witness a poignant tale of love between soul beasts, prolonging this venture might lead to complications. Should they have completed their hunt for soul beasts and obtained their soul rings, encountering the Hell Demon Spider would undoubtedly prove awkward. Chen Luo once again approached the Hell Demon Spider, guiding it toward the outskirts of the forest. Simultaneously, he attentively sensed everything around him. He was not particularly worried about potential dangers, but rather concerned that Dean Flandra and his companions might come searching for him. If he could perceive their approach in advance, he could promptly retract the Hell Demon Spider, thus averting a multitude of troubles. The 4th soul ring had already been acquired, and a new task had been refreshed. Before Chen Luo, a blue holographic panel materialized, displaying a series of information, which was indeed the system's new tasks. Main quest: sign in at the City of Slaughter. Task details: survive for 30 days and attain the title of God of Death within 100 days. Side quest: participate in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Task details: complete the registration and ensure that the team claims the championship of the Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. After acquiring the 4th soul ring, Chen Luo had been preoccupied with matters concerning the King of the Earth, leaving him no time to review the new tasks. Now, at last, he found the opportunity to examine them. Upon discovering the 2 newly refreshed tasks, a smile involuntarily crept upon Chen Luo's lips. Chen Luo had been contemplating a suitable place for training during the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy, and the City of Slaughter was among his considerations. With the new task location conveniently set in the City of Slaughter, he resolved to proceed there without a moment's hesitation. As for the side quests, they were clearly a means of securing rewards. A simple word to Dean Flandra would suffice to complete the registration for the elite competition. Regarding his team's pursuit of the championship, it was merely a matter of time. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, and if the Shrek 7 monsters faltered, he would readily shoulder the responsibility. Given his prowess, defeating those from the Soul Master Academy would be akin to besting mere children. Even the golden generation of the Spirit Hall posed no challenge. With a single strike, he could effortlessly trample them beneath his feet. They were simply not in the same league. At the age of 29, Chen Luo was capable of overpowering the Soul King Yu Zhiqiu. Even if Yu Zhiqiu, a teacher at Songhui Academy, might be considered a rather mediocre Soul King, he was nonetheless a genuine Soul King. Upon reaching level 30, Chen Luo directly challenged Zhao Wujie, a Soul Sage, in an arm wrestling contest, and despite Zhao Wujie's earnest efforts, Chen Luo managed to hold his ground. To be candid, those so-called geniuses paled in comparison to Chen Luo. While their soul power levels might have been somewhat comparable in terms of combat prowess, Chen Luo could effortlessly engage them without even summoning his martial spirit. After returning from the Sunset Forest, He spoke with Dean Flandra about enrolling in the elite tournament of advanced soul masters, and subsequently discussed with Xiao the prospect of venturing into the city of slaughter for further training. Chen Luo had resolved in his heart to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength rapidly. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he protect all that he cherished. In truth, Chen Luo's current strength was already commendable. He was inherently formidable and had 4 powerful undead subordinates, one of whom, the evil soul master Gong Zhongyang, was nearing the soul sage level. Yet, Chen Luo still felt it was inadequate. He believed that if he did not possess an undead soul beast on par with the title Douluo or a soul master of the same caliber, it would not suffice. Alternatively, he sought to elevate his own strength to a level where he could contend with title Douluo-level warriors. In the early stages of Douluo, even a slightly stronger soul master or soul beast could be terrifying, but as one progressed to the later stages, those below title Douluo effectively became cannon fodder. With even 10,000-year soul beasts destined to become prey, there was no room for complacency. Time waits for no one. Neglecting to strive now would inevitably lead to regret in the future. After Chen Luo commanded the Hell Demon Spider to escort him away from the heart of the Sunset Forest, he promptly withdrew the creature into his possession and continued onward alone. The area was no longer considered perilous, and there was no need for the protection of his spectral beast companions. Amidst the towering trees, a figure moved swiftly, leaving behind a series of fleeting shadows among the foliage. Some weaker soul beasts, upon sighting him, instinctively scattered in all directions, while others, gripped by fear, collapsed to the ground. Before long, the figure came to a halt on a branch of a grand tree, clad in a sleek black outfit. He possessed a tall and robust physique, exuding a strikingly handsome appearance. Though he appeared youthful, there was an air of remarkable composure about him. This individual was none other than Chen Luo. Chen Luo had arrived at the fringes of the Sunset Forest, yet he found no trace of the Shrek group along his journey. This was not indicative of any misfortune befalling them, nor did it suggest they had returned. Even in the event of an incident, some remnants would remain. Similarly, their departure would leave behind signs. However, Chen Luo sensed nothing, making the likelihood of either scenario quite slim. It appeared that I had taken a completely divergent path from theirs, leading us to this profound separation. Nonetheless, this was of little concern, as having reached the edge of the forest, I would soon be able to locate them. Chen Luo paused for a moment, meticulously sensing the surroundings before continuing his journey. After traversing through the thickets for approximately a quarter of an hour, he arrived before the remains of several spirit beasts. Among them lay the lifeless body of a mighty Earth King, accompanied by several pink ladies, with the Pink Empress not far off. At last, he had discovered the traces left by the members of Shrek Academy. Both the Earth King and the Pink Empress were spirit beasts sought after by the Shrek monsters. As anticipated, Ma Hongjun absorbed the spirit ring of the Earth King, while Oscar consumed that of the Pink Empress. Everything aligned perfectly with the narrative etched in his memory. Chen Luo remained in place for a moment, sensing that the Shrek group was not nearby, before summoning the Hell Spider. Although a soul beast that had existed for 4,000 or 5,000 years would likely provide minimal enhancement to the Hell Spider, every morsel counts, and thus it was essential to utilize resources wisely. There was no need for Chen Luo to direct it. The Hell Spider promptly began to clear the battlefield, devouring all the corpses of the soul beasts, which resulted in a slight increase in its power, indeed, just a marginal gain. The enhancement from low-age soul beast was exceedingly limited for the Hell Spider. After recalling the Hell Spider back into the necromantic space, Chen Luo continued his journey. Whenever he encountered the carcasses of soul beasts and sensed that the Shrek group was absent, he would release the Hell Spider once more to cleanse the battlefield. It was not until he detected the presence of numerous soul beasts in the aura of the Shrek group that he realized they had finally arrived. Alas, it was unfortunate that he could not continue to clear the battlefield. It felt somewhat wasteful. Chen Luo perched upon a forked branch, gradually discerning the unfolding scene ahead. Numerous spirit beasts congregated in that direction, among which were several that had reached the venerable age of 10,000 years. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this area still lay on the periphery of the Sunset Forest. There were not many formidable spirit beasts in sight. Clearly, the current situation indicated that Tang San was employing the ethereal fragrance of the exquisite immortal item to lure the spirit beasts. It would be prudent to wait before advancing. After all, with such an abundance of spirit beasts present, forging a path through them would require a fierce struggle, which seemed unnecessary at this moment. Chen Luo settled himself on a tree branch, silently awaiting the conclusion of the hunt for the soul beast ahead. However, it was not long before a familiar presence swiftly approached him, heading directly towards the heart of the encircled soul beasts. It was Flandra. Clearly, Flandra had sensed Chen Luo's aura and had come specifically to seek him out. Alas, even a brief moment of rest was not to be, for he would have to join the scene to witness the unfolding spectacle. Chen Luo let out a soft sigh before rising to his feet. Before long, the figure of Flandre indeed appeared. "Have you acquired a suitable soul ring?" Flandre inquired. Chen nodded and said, "All right, I will take you there." Consequently, Flandre led Chen to the location where the Shrek team was gathered. The little monsters of Shrek were primarily engaged in absorbing their soul rings. Upon Chen's arrival, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had both successfully completed their soul ring absorption, enhancing their powers once more. Even Xiaowu had acquired her fourth soul ring, and everything was proceeding remarkably smoothly. However, Chen had long harbored a perplexity regarding the timeline of the little monster's power enhancement. Following the aid of Tang San's celestial great herbs, all the little monsters experienced a rapid surge in strength. Logically, they should have required at least 6 months to reach level 40. Yet this duration had astonishingly been condensed to a mere 7 days. Within just 7 days, they had all attained level 40, including Xiaowu. This elevation was indeed terrifying. Reminiscent of the notion of hastening growth, yet there appeared to be no significant adverse effects. Chen surmised that they would need to invest considerable time in solidifying their newfound strength. Upon spotting Chen's arrival, Xiaowu immediately approached him, her concern palpable in her gaze. "Chen, are you all right? Have you acquired your fourth soul ring?" "Yes," he replied. Upon receiving Chen's confirmation, Xiaowu let out a tentative sigh of relief, though her worry persisted as she circled around him, ensuring he bore no injuries before finally relaxing. "Chen, what color is your fourth soul ring? I presume it is black, right?" Daimu Bai remarked with a chuckle. Ma Hongjun quickly chimed in. "It must be. Chen's third soul ring is a black 10,000-year soul ring. His fourth soul ring must be at least 20,000 years. Isn't that so, Chen?" "Indeed," Chen affirmed. "Wait, seriously? A 20,000-year soul ring?" Ma Hongjun, initially taken aback by Chen's response, soon donned an expression of incredulity. "My good brother, could you enlighten me on how you single-handedly hunted a 20,000-year soul beast?" Ma Hongjun eagerly inquired. Chen Luo declared, "One-on-one. Indeed, the king of the earth was set to face him and 2 lesser soul beasts." Ma Hongjun swallowed hard and gave Chen Luo a thumbs up. "You truly are extraordinary. I feel the gap between us has widened, and it seems I shall never surpass you in my lifetime." Oscar and the others were equally astonished, their expressions reflecting mild shock. Even Flandre and his companions exhibited a change in demeanor. They were not surprised by Chen Luo's ability to absorb a soul ring of 20,000 years. After all, his third soul ring was already of a millennium grade. Once the impossible had been achieved, the second occurrence felt less astonishing. Thus, their focus shifted to how Chen Luo would vanquish the 2,000-year soul beasts. "Last time, you were fortunate enough to encounter a dying millennium soul beast and defeated it to absorb its soul ring. Surely, this time you cannot be so lucky again, stumbling upon a near-death 2,000-year soul beast?" In this realm, there were no titanic ape-like entities, and inflicting severe injury on a soul beast of such caliber was exceedingly improbable. Perhaps in the Stardow Forest, the odds might be slightly more favorable. Yet, in an environment like the Sunset Forest, people would rather believe that the 2,000-year soul beasts were on the verge of death from overexertion than from being bested in battle. There's no need for such astonishment. Chen Luo smiled gently, then gracefully shifted the topic. "What of Tang San?" Chen Luo was certainly aware of Tang San's whereabouts. At this moment, Tang San should have already commenced the absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring from the abyssal spider near the Eye of Ice and Fire. Meanwhile, Gong Zhongyang has achieved a breakthrough. Chen Luo and the members of Shrek waited in place for an extended duration. During this time, Xiaowu recounted their experiences in hunting for soul rings, while Chen Luo briefly shared the process of his own soul beast hunts, omitting many details. The Hell Demon Spider and its skeletal minions could not be openly discussed. Possessing a cadre of undead minions was undeniably impressive. Yet it also invited a multitude of complications that one would naturally prefer to evade. Xiaowu's fourth soul ring was purple, a rarity among soul masters, as few could absorb soul rings of a higher rank, much like the exceptional cases of Chen Luo and Tang San. Even a purple 1,000-year soul ring represented the utmost limit a soul master could endure. As for the soul skill, it was, of course, the invincible golden body. Despite the numerous changes brought about by Chen Luo's presence, many aspects, regardless of the alterations, would inevitably revert to their original course. After several hours of waiting, Chen Luo and the others from Shrek finally welcomed Tang San's return. As anticipated, Tang San successfully absorbed the soul ring of the 10,000-year-old cave spider, acquiring the 10,000-year soul skill, Blue Silver Prison. At this moment, a crescent moon hung in the sky, its silvery light cascading upon the earth. With everyone gathered together, they promptly departed from the Sunset Forest. During their expedition in the Sunset Forest, each of the small creatures had obtained their respective soul rings, leading to a significant enhancement in their strength, elevating their soul power levels to 41. Chen Luo's soul power level stands at 42, still surpassing that of his peers. With more than half a year remaining until the Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, the primary focus for all the young prodigies will be on solidifying their strengths. After all, the pace of their recent advancements has been nothing short of astonishing. If they do not take the time to fortify their abilities, it may adversely affect their future progress. Chen Luo need not worry about this matter. He has always been the epitome of steadiness and diligence. Were it not for his methodical and grounded approach to progress, it is likely that his soul power level would now exceed 50. Shrek Academy, Office Building. Chen Luo arrived at the office of the dean, where Dean Flandre was engrossed in filling out some documents. "Speak up. What brings you here?" he inquired, not looking up from his task. "Haven't I already granted you the utmost privileges? Within the academy, you possess the greatest freedom." Flandre adjusted his glasses, placing the papers aside and covering his face with a book. Chen Luo candidly expressed his intention. "Dean, I wish to register for the Senior Soul Master Academy competition. Primarily, it is for the side quest that offers rewards without effort. Were it not for this task, I would not have come here." In truth, Chen Luo was not particularly interested in the competition itself. If he were to participate, it would merely be out of sentimentality. Flandre furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Did I not say I would not allow you to participate? I do not intend to compete actively. I merely wish to have my name associated with it. Should any special circumstances arise, I can still contribute to the academy," replied Chen Luo. "Oh, I did not realize you possess such a strong sense of collective honor," Flandre remarked, somewhat taken aback. "Very well, Dean. I accept your agreement." Flandre nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chen Luo. "Now, tell me, is there anything else?" Flandre was skeptical that Chen Luo's visit was solely for registration. Sure enough, Chen Luo smiled slightly and added, "Dean, I also wish to venture out for some training." "For how long?" Flandre did not inquire about Chen Luo's intended destination. "Approximately 6 months, though if all goes well, it could be as brief as 3 months. Chen Luo Dao remarked, "I shall return before the conclusion of the prestigious Soul Master Academy competition." "Very well, I grant you permission. Do take care of yourself." "Indeed. I am aware. Now, you may depart." Flandre began to issue the eviction order. Chen Luo nodded slightly before departing. Flandre adjusted his glasses and cast a glance out the window, then moved aside the book that covered the registration form on the table. This form was indeed the enrollment sheet for the prestigious Soul Master Academy competition, which had already been filled out with the names of the participants from Shrek Academy. Naturally, the names of the Shrek 7 were indispensable, along with some other outstanding students as substitutes, such as Talon. At the very last line, Chen Luo's name stood prominently among them. After leaving the office, Chen Luo headed straight back to his dormitory. He did not engage in any training. Instead, he reclined on his bed. The side quest was halfway completed, and its full realization was merely a matter of time. Next, he needed to devise a plan for his journey to the City of Slaughter. The approval had already been granted by Dean Flandre. Yet negotiating with Xiaowu might pose a greater challenge. Chen Luo organized his thoughts in his heart. Everything was progressing rather smoothly. Initially, he had anticipated that he would squander a considerable amount of time with Dean Flandre to complete his registration and secure approval for his external training. To his surprise, Flandre was quite accommodating and granted his request without hesitation. Now, the greatest challenge lay in discussing his plans for training with Xiaowu. Given her personality, it was likely that she would insist on accompanying him. Chen Luo had no objections to bringing Xiaowu along to other locations. However, the crux of the matter was that he intended to travel to the City of Slaughter. This place was inhabited by formidable limit Douluos. And even with the aid of the Death Goddess ring to help Xiaowu conceal her presence, should that individual detect any anomaly in her aura, the consequences could be unfathomable. Even the slightest possibility was too great a risk to take. Chen Luo still harbors some concerns for his safety. Venturing into the City of Slaughter poses no challenge for him. Achieving 100 victories is merely a matter of time. His only fear lies in the possibility that the King of Slaughter may not wish for his continued success. Unlike Tang San or Hulaina, he lacks any significant backing. Should the King of Slaughter decide to eliminate a potential god of slaughter, it would be a trivial task. Though apprehensive, Chen Luo is undaunted, having already made his decision. He refuses to believe he is so unfortunate as to attract the king's attention. If the king of slaughter seeks to prevent the emergence of a god of slaughter, then how did previous gods of slaughter come into existence? Going alone should pose no issue. Once Xiaowu completes her training today, he intends to have a heartfelt conversation with her, hoping she can comprehend and accept that his journey to distant lands is solely to grow stronger, so that he may better protect her. Chen Luo made up his mind and then sat cross-legged, preparing to cultivate for a while. The environment near the deep pit no longer provided any assistance, and it would take some time to find another suitable place for simulated cultivation. While there were numerous mass graves and cemeteries, not all of them were appropriate for cultivation. In fact, the dormitory proved to be the best option. Since he would be leaving in a few days, there was no need to seek out other locations. The city of slaughter, to which Chen Luo is about to venture, serves as the most exceptional training ground, a place where death occurs daily, and perhaps even daring individuals of the title Douluo rank may be found. Master, I have successfully achieved a breakthrough and ascended to the Soul Saint level. Chen Luo had just embarked on his journey of cultivation when the fervent voice of Gong Zhongyang echoed in his mind. 085, we shall depart tomorrow. Under ordinary circumstances, it was quite rare for Chen Luo to receive direct communication from the spirits of the deceased. Once they entered the realm of the dead, they either succumbed to slumber to heal their injuries, or remained in a state of cultivation to enhance their powers. This was primarily due to the fact that the spirits Chen Luo had previously encountered were all soul beasts. Even those with a modicum of intelligence could not engage in dialogue like humans. Gong Zhongyang, however, was different, being human himself. His ability to communicate was evidently superior to that of the hellish demon spider and the nightmare centipede, among other soul beasts of the dead. Upon hearing the voice of Gong Zhongyang, Chen Luo promptly concluded his meditative state and swiftly established contact with him. He refrained from releasing Gong Zhongyang, deeming it unnecessary. Should it provoke the attention of the Academy's instructors, it would lead to considerable complications. The same caution applied to communication within the realm of the undead. Chen Luo gently closed his eyes, and his consciousness transitioned into the realm of the undead. There, he beheld Gong Zhongyang, who was stationed at his designated positions, wearing an expression of exuberance, eager to share his joy with Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo's attention was captivated by the 7 soul rings that encircled Gong Zhongyang. Indeed, there were 7 soul rings. Gong Zhongyang had achieved a breakthrough and had ascended to the status of a soul sage. Among the 7 rings, 6 were adorned with varying hues, yellow, purple, and black, forming an impressive combination, while a veil of gray shrouded them. The 7th soul ring, in stark contrast, was entirely gray, devoid of any other color. Suspended before Gong Zhongyang was a black longsword, marked by a blood groove surrounded by grotesque patterns resembling monstrous visages. This was Gong Zhongyang's martial soul, the Demon Slayer's sword. In truth, Gong Zhongyang could be regarded as a prodigy at merely 30 years of age. Achieving such proximity to the Soul Sage level is an extraordinary feat had Gong Zhongyang not met his demise. It is conservatively estimated that he would have already attained the rank of title Douluo, perhaps even exceeding the 95th level. After all, his martial soul is exceptionally unique. Moreover, Gong Zhongyang possessed the abilities of an evil soul master, capable of devouring souls to augment his strength. Of course, should he choose to stray down a darker path, that would be an entirely different matter. My master, I have reached the Soul Sage level. Gong Zhongyang exclaimed joyfully once more. I have witnessed it. My master. I was so overwhelmed with excitement earlier that it inadvertently disrupted your cultivation. I am truly remorseful. It is of no consequence. Any soul master, upon achieving a breakthrough, experiences a mental elation, yearning to share their joy with someone. Chen Luo understood this sentiment well. Gong Zhongyang continued with a smile. I never imagined I would return to life and achieve a breakthrough to the Soul Sage level. It was once my greatest regret. When I perished, I lamented not pushing harder to transcend my limitations and reach the Soul Sage status. Who would have thought I would accomplish it now? I am profoundly grateful to you. My master, you have granted me the chance for rebirth, allowing me to fulfill my long-held aspiration. Did you not mention that your descendants could resurrect you? That was merely a jest to console myself. During my lifetime, evil soul masters were nearly eradicated. Having been dead for so many years, it is likely that evil soul masters have vanished from this world, and if there are any descendants left, they probably do not even recall the existence of evil soul masters. Gong Zhongyang chuckled. Perhaps evil soul masters still exist? At this, Gong Zhongyang paused momentarily, then chuckled again. That is highly improbable. Well then, my master, I am grateful that you have come to share in my joy. Please continue with your endeavors. I shall not trouble you further. I, too, must resume my cultivation. In this unique space, I feel my soul power is increasing at a pace even swifter than when I employed the evil soul secret techniques to devour souls. With that, Gong Zhongyang immediately entered a state of cultivation. Chen Luo smiled faintly, then turned her gaze towards her other undead minions. The Hell Spider, the Earth King, and the Pink Queen upon the Earth King were silently enhancing their powers, while the Nightmare Centipede had succumbed to slumber. When capturing the Earth King in the Sunset Forest, the Nightmare Centipede had sustained grave injuries, and although it was now rapidly recuperating, it would still require several days for a complete recovery. Chen Luo refrained from disturbing his undead minions. Seeing them toil so diligently, he found no justification for his own indolence, withdrawing his consciousness from the realm of the undead. Chen Luo resumed his cultivation. As dusk approached, Xiaowu returned from her training. Chen Luo and Xiaowu enjoyed a delightful dinner together, followed by a leisurely stroll through the academy. Xiaowu, there is something I wish to discuss with you. After much contemplation, Chen Luo finally spoke up. What is it? Xiaowu inquired, her large, sparkling eyes blinking curiously. Chen Luo Dao, I wish to venture outside for some experience. It is indeed a commendable endeavor, yet regrettably, I cannot accompany you, as we are soon to partake in the prestigious Elite Soul Master competition, Xiaowu remarked. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiaowu would suddenly become so understanding. Xiaowu continued, rest assured, I will also strive diligently. Participating in the Senior Soul Master Elite competition is the finest experience for me. Unfortunately, it may not be of much assistance to you. When you return, you shall see me holding the championship title of the Soul Master Elite competition. Indeed, Chen Luo nodded emphatically. The two continued their journey, engaging in casual conversation, though both seemed to harbor unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, Xiaowu turned to Chen Luo and said, Brother Chen Luo, you have never styled my hair. It seems that is indeed the case, he replied. Chen Luo gently caressed Xiaowu's delicate hair, saying, let's return to the dormitory. I shall comb your hair. It is indeed a positive development that Chen Luo is willing to venture out. The outside world serves as the finest stage for his growth, rendering his continued stay at the academy somewhat futile. Flunder and Zhao Wujin were reclining in their chairs, enjoying the breeze and engaging in a pleasant conversation. I concur completely. That young man is exceptionally formidable. It is likely that before long, he will reach an extraordinarily terrifying level. Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Zhao Wujin inquired, Dean, did you speak with Xiaowu this afternoon? If she were to learn of Chen Luo's departure, she would undoubtedly be the first to object. Or perhaps she would insist on accompanying him. Indeed, I did converse with Xiaowu, but it was not I who initiated the discussion, it was Erlong. Flinder affirmed with a nod. Ah, her involvement is indeed more fitting. She seems quite fond of Xiaowu. Indeed. It is rare to witness Erlong so enamored with a little one. Sometimes, I feel their personalities are quite similar. Is Chen Luo departing tomorrow? Barring any unforeseen circumstances. That should be the case. What a pity, I should have sought him out for another spar. Are you feeling restless, or what? Would you like me to accompany you in training? Perhaps not. 086, Arrival. In the early morning, Xiaowu remained in a deep slumber, while Chen Luo had awoken long before, lying beside her and gazing at her. He yearned to reach out and caress her face but ultimately restrained himself. It was time to take his leave. Chen Luo cautiously rose to his feet, with no belongings to gather, as all that he required resided within the Death God's bracelet. Standing by the bedside, he cast one final glance at Xiaowu, before his gaze settled upon her somewhat disheveled scorpion tail braid, his handiwork. It was his first attempt at braiding the girl's hair, and he felt a sense of satisfaction with the result. After pausing for a moment, Chen Luo finally departed. Not long after his exit, Xiaowu slowly opened her eyes, filled with sorrow and reluctance. She sat up and gazed towards the door, staring for an extended period until the intricate hues of her emotions began to fade. I must strive to become stronger, Xiaowu whispered softly, then settled into a cross-legged position, entering a state of meditation. The small town. Chen Luo walked down the street, disregarding the chill emanating from those around him, and resolutely proceeded in a singular direction until he arrived before a tavern. At last, he had reached his destination. As Chen Luo pushed the door open, he was immediately met with an oppressive atmosphere, thick with stagnant air. Within, he observed an overwhelming prevalence of dark decor, despite the fact that it was daytime. Stepping inside imparted a sense of chill and gloom. This was a month after Chen Luo had departed from Shrek Academy. During this time, he had devoted nearly half a month to locating the city of Slaughter, followed by an unrelenting journey that ultimately led him here. To be honest, without a guide, discovering this place presented quite a challenge. Chen Luo was indeed fortunate to encounter someone in the know. Otherwise, he might still be in the midst of searching for the location of the city of slaughter. Inside the tavern, patrons were sparse and silence reigned. Each individual sat in solitude, quietly sipping their drinks, the majority clutching goblets filled with a deep crimson liquid. Chen Luo recognized that it was Bloody Mary. Upon entering the tavern, he did not seek a place to sit but instead made his way directly to the counter. The bartender, noticing Chen Luo's presence, promptly inquired, "What can I get for you?" The bartender appeared to be in his 30s, clad in black attire, with an unremarkable appearance. His eyes were bloodshot, suggesting a prolonged absence of sleep, yet his voice possessed a certain magnetism, making it quite pleasant to hear. Chen Luo gently shook her head, expressing that she desired nothing. The waiter, taken aback for a moment, quickly masked his surprise, as if he comprehended Chen Luo's intentions. "We have what you need here," the waiter remarked. Chen Luo no longer beat around the bush and stated directly, "I wish to journey to the city of Carnage." The waiter, devoid of any surprise, responded calmly, "You lack the requisite qualifications." "What constitutes sufficient qualifications? Must I eliminate you?" Chen Luo said calmly, then added, "Should we eliminate everyone here?" The waiter chuckled, and the other patrons in the tavern joined in laughter, including a diminutive man who laughed heartily. However, the small man's mirth was short-lived, for after a few moments, his head was forcefully pressed into the table. No one witnessed how Chen Luo had moved behind the small man. They were taken aback as they observed the small man's head being thrust into the table, creating a vast indentation in the granite surface, surrounded by cracks. Blood swiftly oozed from the wound, mingling with the fissures. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, rendering the tavern's atmosphere increasingly oppressive. Laughter ceased abruptly, plunging the establishment into a profound silence. Some faces still bore the remnants of smiles, yet they appeared unnaturally rigid, as if their owners had instantaneously transformed into lifeless statues. Was this sufficient? Chen Luo approached the counter with measured steps, calmly gazing at the attendant. The attendant, drenched in cold sweat, trembled slightly as he stammered, "Enough, enough. Open the entrance." Chen Luo replied with an air of indifference. The attendant promptly complied, moving to the side of the counter, seemingly attempting to activate a switch. However, his hands shook so uncontrollably that he failed multiple times. At last, the attendant successfully engaged the mechanism, and the counter lifted slowly, revealing a pitch-black opening. "It is finally opened," the attendant exhaled, his breath escaping in relief, as his garments were nearly soaked through with perspiration. Chen Luo stood before the entrance of the cave, gazing for a fleeting moment. A chilling wind swept up from the depths of the cavern, suggesting the presence of an alternate realm, one that belonged solely to darkness, where all light would be consumed. Chen Luo plunged directly into the depths. Once he had entered, the attendant swiftly shut the switch, and the counter descended once more, restoring an eerie calm. The attendant pounded his chest, gasping for breath, while the other patrons of the tavern continued their revelry, offering no mockery towards the attendant's timidity. Their hands clutching their goblets trembled ever so slightly. The diminutive figure remained buried in the table, ignored by all, unnoticed by anyone. How astonishing that lad was. Zhao Laosi was indeed a figure of the soul sect. After a prolonged silence, murmurs began to circulate among the patrons. One voice broke the stillness, igniting a wave of excitement among the others. "He appeared youthful, and I had initially contemplated extracting some advantage from him, fortunate that I refrained from such folly. Yet, it must be said, Zhao Laosi deserved his fate. That scoundrel had committed numerous heinous acts, rumored to have slain his entire family. What noble souls could one expect to find in such a den of iniquity? All present were cut from the same cloth. There was no need for such bluntness." They chuckled heartily, laughter echoing through the room, though this time the attendant did not join in. Descending into the darkness, Chen Luo found himself firmly grounded after falling just a few meters. Light was unnecessary, his perceptive abilities were remarkably acute, and a vision of the path ahead materialized in his mind. However, this perception was limited, he could only discern the immediate route. Unable to probe too far into the unknown, for beyond a certain range, a peculiar force seemed to sever all connections. It was a lengthy corridor, slanting downwards, enveloped in a chilling atmosphere that perpetually wafted towards him. Chen Luo paid no heed to these distractions and stepped forward purposefully. Everything around him aligned perfectly with his memories. His sole objective now was to advance relentlessly until he beheld the city of Carnage. Welcome to the city of Carnage, the capital of hell, a realm steeped in bloodshed. Here, one may acquire anything their heart desires, albeit at the cost of their very life. A chilling voice resonated from all directions, yet Chen Luo remained undeterred, pressing onward. As he turned a corner, he was greeted by a glimmer of light. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a grand gate illuminated by that same light. Before the gate stood a contingent of soldiers clad in black armor, with one individual atop a towering warhorse. 087. Everything fell into place. Chen Luo paid no heed to the black-armored knights and proceeded forward with unwavering determination. He had already caught sight of the silhouette of the City of Carnage. A city shrouded in darkness, its formidable black walls stretching wide. Gazing upward, he beheld a violet moon suspended in the sky. Everything resonated once more with the memories he held. He had not strayed from his path. However, after only a few steps, he was halted by the black-armored knights. Welcome to the City of Carnage. Since you have violated the rules, you must first defeat me to gain entry. The voice of the black-armored knight was chillingly cold, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. I have not engaged in indiscriminate killing. So how could I possibly be in violation of the rules? Is it because that waiter deemed me unqualified, thus I must prove otherwise? Is this also a breach of protocol? What exactly are these rules based upon? Had I known it would come to this, I would have spared no courtesy. Akin to Tang San in the City of Slaughter, eliminating everyone in my path, for they are all deserving of death. It matters little now, having arrived at this juncture. I shall let nature take its course. Since this individual before me seeks his own demise, I shall oblige him. Chen Luo wasted no words and sprang into action. His movements were swift, almost instantaneous as he reached the front of the black-armored knight steed. Without any ostentation, he delivered a single, powerful blow that shattered the horse's skull, causing the towering creature to crash to the ground. Before the knight could react, Chen had seized his neck with a vice-like grip and forcefully slammed him down onto the earth. The impact created a deep crater, rendering the black-armored knight incapacitated. Countless bones lay shattered within him, and blood poured forth from his mouth in a relentless stream. The battle had not even begun, yet it was already over. Chen Luo retrieved an identification badge from the fallen black-armored knight and, clutching it firmly, made his way toward the City of Carnage. A black-armored soldier approached the knight's lifeless body, displaying no hesitation as he plunged his longsword into the knight's chest, definitively extinguishing the flicker of life that remained. The obsidian gates of the city loomed before him, exuding an oppressive atmosphere, adorned with the imposing characters that spelled out City of Carnage. Upon reaching the grand entrance, the gates swung open of their own accord, allowing Chen Luo to stride confidently inside. As he crossed the threshold, a woman clad in black veils appeared at his side. Chen Luo was not taken aback. Rather, he would have been surprised had the woman in black not appeared. Everything fell into place, allowing him to feel reassured. The presence of the woman in black resembled that of a guiding sprite in a game, as she provided Chen Luo with a succinct introduction to the City of Carnage. He listened attentively until the conversation shifted to the hellish arena of slaughter. Chen Luo spoke directly. Take me to the Hell Arena. Are you certain? The veiled woman expressed her surprise and then took the time to introduce Chen Luo to the Hell Arena. Chen Luo felt a twinge of impatience and urged, please, lead the way swiftly. He was not a villain, nor had he sought refuge in the City of Slaughter, though he possessed the strength to indulge in its excesses. That was not his intention. His arrival was solely motivated by the pursuit of system tasks in the realm of the God of Slaughter. To be candid, he was somewhat pressed for time. Accompanied by the veiled woman, he finally reached the inner city of the City of Slaughter, a place that truly embodied the essence of this notorious domain. Chen Luo felt no inclination to appreciate the chaotic scene around him. He requested the woman in black veils to lead the way, and soon they arrived at the arena of hellish slaughter. On the path to this grim venue, the woman provided an intricate overview of the rules governing the hellish slaughterhouse. In truth, Chen Luo retained a clear recollection of those regulations, but it was undoubtedly beneficial to reaffirm them. That will be all. You may leave now. Chen Luo did not require any protection from the woman in the black veil. Her sole purpose for him was to serve as a guide. Now that her task was complete, her existence seemed unnecessary. Are you certain? These three words echoed. The woman in the black veil appeared unable to comprehend Chen Luo's actions. Chen Luo chose to disregard the woman in the black veil and proceeded directly towards the arena of slaughter. At that moment, many others were also making their way into the hellish battleground. Without hesitation, Chen Luo seized a random individual, unapologetically snatching the Bloody Mary from their grasp, which served as the entrance ticket to the arena. Armed with the Bloody Mary, he entered the arena of slaughter with ease. From the outside, the arena appeared as an extraordinarily unique structure. As he recalled, it took the form of an irregular cone, tapering as it ascended. The entire edifice was cloaked in black, imparting a suffocating aura. Upon entering, Chen Luo discovered that the interior was far more rudimentary than it seemed from the outside. There were no partitions, merely a series of ascending spectator stands surrounding a vast expanse below, measuring over 100 square meters. In terms of area, the hellish arena was comparable to the Soto Great Spirit Arena. However, its decor was so lacking that even the restrooms of Soto paled in comparison. Nonetheless, this did not deter countless individuals from unleashing their madness within its confines. The crowd was numerous and increasingly frenzied, with some shouting loudly and others hurling angry curses. The atmosphere was saturated with a myriad of negative emotions. Madness and violence seemed to be the exclusive lexicon of this place. Below, a battle unfolded among 10 combatants, with 8 already having fallen permanently. Only 2 remained to vie for supremacy. Shortly thereafter, one of the remaining fighters succumbed, leaving only one victor who emerged from the fray. However, his appearance was far from pristine. His body bore grotesque wounds, severely injured and likely needing at least 10 to 15 days for recovery. Despite his condition, a triumphant smile radiated from his face, increasingly manic as if he glimpsed a promising future ahead. This place was utterly repugnant. It was time to conclude this ordeal and depart swiftly. Chen Luo harbored a profound disdain for the environment of the City of Slaughter, a sentiment that intensified upon his arrival at the hellish arena. This place resembled a grand coliseum, yet the combatants within were not beasts, but rather human beings. It bore an unsettling resemblance to a slaughterhouse, where the victims of the butchery were also of the same kind. Chen Luo swiftly completed his registration. In pursuit of his aspirations, he reluctantly assumed the role of an executioner. The individuals here were all deserving of their fate, evoking little sympathy. Those who were not steeped in malevolence would not find themselves in such a place, except for those, like him, who specifically sought the domain of the god of slaughter. The inaugural battle of Chen Luo commenced swiftly, with his 9 formidable opponents towering impressively over him, rendering him somewhat out of place among them. Each of them bore the marks of past skirmishes, their forms exuding an aura of menace, while Chen Luo appeared remarkably pristine, both in attire and demeanor. The clash was brief, concluding just a few seconds after it had begun. Chen launched an indiscriminate assault, eliminating all adversaries without exception. It was not merely a defeat. It was a complete annihilation. 088, brother, in the dead of night. Chen Luo had just concluded his 5th match and emerged from the hellish arena of slaughter. In truth, he possessed ample stamina to continue fighting. However, in this treacherous place, one must ensure absolute safety before daring to engage further in the brutal contests. Numerous sinister individuals lay in wait outside the arena, eager to ambush the weary victors as they emerged from their harrowing battles, ruthlessly dispatching them. Danger lurked at every corner. When one's fists lack sufficient strength, it is the moment one finds themselves trampled underfoot by others. As Chen Luo traversed the streets of the City of Carnage, he sought a refuge to rest. This metropolis was far more opulent than he had anticipated. Yet behind the dazzling lights and vibrant revelry lay a throng of lawless miscreants indulging in their debauchery. Reflecting on his 5 encounters in the arena, Chen Luo felt a sense of satisfaction with his own prowess. Even in the absence of his martial spirit, his physical attributes far surpassed those of an average individual. His formidable strength and unparalleled speed were the cornerstones of his victories. Thus far, he had not encountered any formidable adversaries, perhaps due to the limited number of contests he had participated in. The strongest opponent he faced in those 5 battles could be likened to a Soul King. Even when employing soul power, Chen Luo could easily subdue them, let alone those incapable of wielding such abilities. As he continued on, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, drawing his attention to a gathering of at least several dozen people, amidst which anguished cries pierced the air. Chen Luo's gaze was instantly captivated, albeit only briefly. Such occurrences were exceedingly common in the City of Slaughter. Observing the scene, it was evident that several unfortunate souls would likely depart from this exquisite world by nightfall. However, just as Chen Luo prepared to take an alternate route, a shadowy figure emerged from the crowd, charging directly towards him. Help me. If you save me, my life will be yours. The figure was a man in his 50s, slender and of similar height to Chen Luo, his body marred by grotesque wounds. And his face was a canvas of terrifying scars, seemingly aged by time. The scarred man resembled a drowning individual, desperately grasping for anything that could save him. While the surrounding crowd had long dispersed, leaving Chen Luo standing alone, the only beacon of hope. Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly. He had no desire to concern himself with such trifles. The lives and deaths of others were of no significance to him, nor did he wish to become embroiled in them. Those who ventured to this place were hardly paragons of virtue, yet few, if any, shared his singular ambition to challenge the path of hell in pursuit of the realm of the killing god. Most were desperate souls seeking refuge in this City of Slaughter. Naturally, Chen Luo had no intention of intervening in the conflicts among these fugitives, for they were, by their very nature, deserving of their fate. Chen Luo, like those around him, quietly stepped aside to clear the path. However, the scar-faced man seemed resolute in his fixation on Chen Luo, directly kneeling before him and attempting to grasp his leg in a desperate embrace. Chen Luo swiftly evaded, casting a disdainful glance at the scar-faced man, contemplating whether to take decisive action against him. At that moment, several towering figures surged forth from the crowd, their imposing presence starkly contrasting with the scrawny appearance of the scar-faced man. Without uttering a single word, they regarded Chen Luo with indifference before preparing to confront the scar-faced man once more. However, it was then that Chen Luo took the initiative. He stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of the burly men tumbling to the ground, followed by a punch that toppled another. Witnessing Chen Luo's prowess, the remaining individuals retreated, their expressions awash with confusion and indignation. "Young man, I advise you not to meddle. He is far from a good person," one of the robust men warned. Chen smiled faintly. "Those who arrive here are seldom virtuous. You may leave. I have already taken enough lives today and have no desire for further bloodshed." The burly man glared fiercely but refrained from making any aggressive moves. Instead, he gestured for the others to depart, leaving without uttering a single threatening word. Thus, the conflict came to an abrupt conclusion. "No need for pretense. Speak your purpose for seeking me." Chen Luo turned around, gazing indifferently at the scarred-faced man on the ground. The man's condition was dire. Blood continued to seep from his wounds, and his breath grew increasingly feeble, suggesting that he might depart from this world at any moment. However, as soon as Chen Luo spoke, the injuries on the man's body miraculously began to heal, and his breath gradually regained strength. A sinister smile emerged on his scarred face. "Had I known you were this astute, I would not have endured such suffering," he remarked, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust. "Damn it. That hurt like hell. I initially thought this would have some effect on you, but it turns out I was the fool. My name is Gong Zhongfei, and you bear the aura of my brother, Gong Zhongyang." After venting his frustration, Gong Zhongfei proceeded to introduce himself and convey the reason for seeking Chen Luo. "Ah, Gong Zhongfei?" Chen Luo smiled and remarked, "Evil Soul Master? Do not speak recklessly. My brother may be, but I am not." Gong Zhongfei replied calmly. "Chen Luo, I am aware that your brother has passed away. I witnessed his death, which makes me even more curious as to why I can sense my brother's essence emanating from you." Gong Zhongfei wore a subtle smile, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Luo. A smile is typically a beautiful expression, yet on Gong Zhongfei's scarred visage, it took on an unsettling quality. Gong Zhongfei spoke with remarkable candor, devoid of any circumlocution. Chen Luo was likewise awakened. "I have roused him." "Awakened?" Gong Zhongfei scoffed. "Is resurrection not a more fitting term? After all, is that not the exclusive trick of a malevolent soul master?" "I am not a malevolent soul master," Chen Luo replied calmly. Gong Zhongfei nodded slightly. "I am aware of that. You bear no trace of a malevolent soul master. Even after decades of not encountering those repugnant beings, I still remember their aura, just as I have always recalled the essence of my foolish brother. I had intended to gradually build rapport with you, extracting information from you bit by bit. However, I did not anticipate your cleverness. Quite impressive indeed." Gong Zhongfei licked his parched lips and then reached up to touch the scar on his face, seemingly relishing the sensation. "Before speaking again, may I be granted the opportunity to meet him?" "That requires his consent," Chen Luo replied. "As the elder brother, I have the final say. There is no need to consult him." Gong Zhongfei chuckled. "That lad has always heeded my words. Yet, in his 20s, he suddenly lost his mind and mingled with the malevolent soul masters. He deserved to be killed and buried." Gong Zhongfei's smile was truly grotesque when he grinned. The scars on his face contorted together, evoking an involuntary shiver down one's spine, making it hard to fathom how those scars were acquired. Chen Luo remarked. He agreed. Upon hearing this, Gong Zhongfei paused momentarily and then immediately inquired, "Where are the others?" Despite it being a mere three-word sentence, Chen Luo could still discern the tremor and excitement in Gong Zhongfei's voice. Chen Luo inquired, "Do you know of any relatively safe locations around here?" Upon hearing this, Gong Zhongfei immediately comprehended Chen Luo's intent and promptly replied, "Follow me." With that, Gong Zhongfei set off at a swift pace, perhaps concerned that Chen Luo might struggle to keep up, as he cast a glance back at him. Chen Luo was undoubtedly able to follow Gong Zhongfei with unwavering steadiness. And ultimately, under Gong Zhongfei's guidance, the two arrived at a secluded corner of the inner city of the City of Slaughter. In this desolate locale stood a rather dilapidated two-story building, its exterior unremarkable, yet showing signs of wear and habitation, though it could hardly be deemed dangerous. Gong Zhangfei led Chen Luo into the building, ascending directly to the second floor. Both the first and second floors bore an exceedingly simplistic decor, with scant furnishings that rendered the space rather barren. Upon reaching the second floor, Gong Zhangfei unleashed his full aura. A blood-red longsword materialized in his hand, strikingly reminiscent of Gong Zhangyang's martial spirit sword, featuring a blood groove along the blade adorned with numerous grotesque patterns that resembled hideous creatures. From beneath Gong Zhangfei's feet, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, began to rise slowly, casting a soft glow that captivated Chen Luo's attention, eclipsing even the striking sword in his grasp. Title Douluo. As Chen Luo made his way here, he had already surmised the extent of Gong Zhangfei's prowess. However, upon their meeting, he was still somewhat taken aback. When Gong Zhangfei unleashed his martial soul, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, reminiscent of a title Douluo. Yet, it appeared that Gong Zhangfei had deliberately tempered his aura, ensuring that Chen Luo did not feel an excessive burden. I am about to activate the domain of the god of death. Prepare yourself, for I fear you may not withstand it, Gong Zhangfei cautioned. Chen Luo nodded gently, unperturbed by Gong Zhangfei's possession of the slaughter god domain. Aside from the individuals chosen by the king of slaughter, only those who have attained the title of slaughter god and possess the slaughter god domain are capable of unleashing their martial souls and harnessing soul power within the city of slaughter. Chen Luo could distinctly perceive the emergence of ethereal white patterns upon the blood-red sword wielded by Gong Zhangfei, followed by an overwhelming surge of terrifying killing intent. An icy sensation, emanating from the very depths of his soul, assailed him in an instant, as an oppressive dread rendered Chen Luo momentarily breathless. The death god's armor instinctively activated, alleviating the discomfort induced by the god of death's domain. You are indeed extraordinary, Gong Zhangfei remarked, his gaze fixed upon the death god's armor adorning Chen Luo, a subtle smile gracing his features. Upon activating the god of death's domain, a luminous white barrier emanated from Gong Zhangfei, enveloping Chen Luo as if the entire building were ensconced within it. This should be sufficiently secure. Allow me to behold them. Gong Zhangfei seemed rather impatient, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chen Luo gently nodded, affirming his response. As his voice faded, a dark radiance erupted from his side, revealing Gong Zhongyang's form. The moment Gong Zhongyang appeared, he rushed towards Gong Zhangfei, and the two brothers embraced tightly. Brother, it's been so long. You foolish child. You truly came back to life. Tears streamed down their faces, both overwhelmed with emotion. Brother, have you avenged me? Gong Zhongyang inquired. Gong Zhangfei smiled and nodded, of course. The year after your death, I ascended to the rank of title Douluo and slew your murderer with a single strike. Then, to evade danger, I came here. You have lived here all this time? Gong Zhongyang asked, sensing something amiss. Gong Zhangfei grinned. Indeed, I traversed a path through hell, earned the title of God of Slaughter, and established my domain of slaughter, then made this place my home. So many years have passed, you could have ventured into the outside world. Gong Zhongyang appeared pained by this revelation. Gong Zhangfei chuckled softly. You have died. Living anywhere is the same for me. Brother, I have broken through to the soul saint level, Gong Zhongyang declared. Gong Zhangfei's expression shifted to one of surprise and joy. Oh, really? Let me see. Subsequently, Gong Zhongyang summoned his martial soul, revealing a black longsword in his hand. 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 gray, rose from beneath his feet. Gong Zhangfei squinted his eyes, but a smile soon illuminated his face. Not bad, very impressive. No wonder you are my brother. Brother, this is my master, Chen Luo. After reminiscing, Gong Zhongyang began to introduce Chen Luo. Master? Gong Zhangfei raised an eyebrow but quickly relaxed, nodding gently. Gong Zhongyang continued, Brother, he is not an evil soul master. His abilities far surpass those of any evil soul master. It is thanks to him that I was resurrected and able to break through my limits to reach the soul saint level. As long as he lives, I can continue to thrive. Because of him, I can grow stronger and regenerate. The benefits are abundant. Gong Zhangfei smiled faintly. I understand your intentions. You need not shower him with praise. If I wish to harm him, you would have no say in the matter. My life here is conditional. I cannot act recklessly. Gong Zhongyang promptly replied. Once we leave, you cannot act either, unless you step over my corpse. Look at you, so pathetic. Gong Zhangfei shot Gong Zhongyang a glare. I never claimed I would kill him. Afterward, Gong Zhangfei turned to Chen Luo. Young brother, you need not remain here. You may explore outside. I am rather easygoing. My home is quite messy and unsuitable for your stay. Go see the world. There are many fine places to reside, and with your strength, you can easily acquire them. I believe my brother can maintain his current state even if he departs from you. Of course, I do not mean to imply that you should hand Gong Zhongyang over to me. Even if you agreed, this fellow would not consent. I simply wish to catch up with him. Chen Luo nodded gently, acknowledging the situation. In truth, there was no need for excessive words, after all. The two brothers had not seen each other for decades and undoubtedly wished to engage in a heartfelt conversation. Chen Luo was acutely aware that, as an outsider, he was not suited to linger in their presence. He was merely waiting for Gong Zhongfei to issue the polite dismissal. Once he departed from Gong Zhongfei's residence, Chen Luo re-entered the bustling streets of the city of Slaughter, wandering aimlessly until he soon discovered a reasonably satisfactory place to stay. It appeared that this journey bore rich fruits, as he had not anticipated the unexpected boon of encountering Gong Zhongfei. I have faith in Gong Zhongyang's persuasive abilities. When I eventually leave the city of Slaughter, I anticipate having a formidable ally of tidal Douluo caliber by my side. The stronger the bond between the two brothers, the more secure my position becomes. Alas, if only Gong Zhongyang's brother were not deceased, had he awakened, their reunion would have rendered my situation even safer. Chen Luo discarded the old bed along with the former owner of the house, and now lay on the newly acquired bed, his thoughts wandering freely. The next morning, Gong Zhongyang returned, possessing a unique connection with Chen Luo. Regardless of where Chen found himself, Gong could always locate him, and vice versa. After a restful night, Chen Luo felt invigorated and was somewhat surprised to see Gong Zhongyang. "Why are you back so early?" Chen Luo inquired, as he had assumed that Gong Zhongyang and his brother, Gong Zhongfei, would remain until he completed the hellish slaughter arena. Gong Zhongyang replied with a smile. "It's not too early. We spoke for an entire night. Besides, there is plenty of time ahead." "What does this mean?" Chen Luo inquired with a hint of surprise, as he had already surmised the situation and had even predicted it the previous night. However, upon truly hearing the news, he couldn't help but feel a mix of astonishment and delight. "My brother has agreed to accompany us in leaving the city of Slaughter," Gong Zhongyang remarked with a smile. "Oh, that is indeed wonderful news," Chen Luo nodded in agreement. It was undoubtedly a fortuitous development, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He would soon have a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse by his side upon exiting the city of Slaughter. "It seems you have not finished your statement. Please continue," Chen Luo urged. Gong Zhongyang smiled gently. "He can follow you for my sake, but there are two conditions." Chen Luo nodded gently and said, "Speak plainly." "It is entirely reasonable to have conditions. It would be peculiar otherwise. A powerhouse of the tidal Douluo level, especially one who possesses the domain of the god of slaughter, would not simply follow another out of mere brotherly affection." Gong Zhongyang immediately responded, "Condition 1. You must leave the city of Slaughter. This is imperative. If you cannot exit, all discussions are futile." Chen Luo continued, "Condition 2. Should he perish, you are also required to revive him." A subtle smile unconsciously appeared on Gong Zhongyang's face as he spoke of the second condition. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. "Is this considered a condition?" Gong Zhongyang shrugged. "Everyone fears death. My brother is no exception. That is why he has been hiding here. The possibility of immortality drives anyone to madness, including my brother, even if it means existing as a wraith." Chen nodded. "Both conditions are acceptable. I will speak to my brother about it." Gong Zhongyang then fixed his gaze on Chen. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to accompany your brother?" Gong Zhongyang shook his head and replied with a smile, "Master, I wish to return to the realm of the dead." Ah, so this was Gong Zhongyang's true intention. Chen Luo granted Gong Zhongyang's request, allowing him to enter the realm of the undead without any manipulation on his part. Even as Gong Zhongyang vanished from his sight, Chen Luo felt a lingering sense of unreality. Was Gong Zhong really so accommodating? In regard to Gong Zhongyang, Chen Luo harbored complete trust. The undead he awakened would never betray him. Even the slightest hint of disloyalty would result in their immediate obliteration, without Chen Luo needing to intervene. It was precisely this unwavering trust that compelled Chen Luo to engage with Gong Zhongfei. In truth, upon first laying eyes on Gong Zhongfei, he had already received a subtle cue from Gong Zhongyang. It was only after receiving Gong Zhongyang's affirmative response that Chen Luo dared to interact with Gong Zhongfei. Had he not possessed absolute confidence, he would never have risked such an encounter. Anyone discovering that one had transformed their brother into an undead would likely react with fury. Thus, Chen Luo's caution was not without merit. Moreover, everything that transpired thereafter unfolded even more smoothly than Chen Luo had anticipated. Throughout the encounter, Gong Zhongfei exhibited no signs of hostility, maintaining a demeanor of tranquility, save for the moment he laid eyes on Gong Zhongyang. Chen Luo has always been acutely aware of these dynamics. Should Gong Zhangfei harbor intentions to harm him, he would instantly react, summoning all his subordinates and pitting Gong Zhongyang against his brother. Fortunately, such scenarios have not materialized. All has remained exceedingly amicable. In Chen Luo's analysis, the primary reason for Gong Zhangfei's restraint lies with Gong Zhongyang. Beyond their fraternal bond, Gong Zhangfei is cognizant of his younger brother's identity as an evil soul master and is well aware of the tricks associated with that title. It is precisely this knowledge that renders him unfazed by the reappearance of his brother, and he is even somewhat anticipatory of it. This, however, constitutes only part of the rationale. Gong Zhangfei himself has indicated another. In this city of slaughter, he must adhere to certain agreements and cannot act impulsively. It is evident that he has forged some accord with the King of Slaughter, which enables him to reside here. Otherwise, the threat posed by a god of slaughter, possessing dominion over the realm of slaughter, would be insurmountable. Were Chen Luo to assume the mantle of the King of Slaughter, he would not tolerate such an entity lingering in his territory. He would either devise a means to expel it or seek its complete eradication. While it may be eloquently stated that those bearing the title of God of Slaughter can freely traverse the city of slaughter, the reality is that any being wielding such power is unwelcome, particularly by the King of Slaughter, who perceives them as a significant threat. Of course, Chen Luo would not naively fill the void of his uncertainties with these reasons alone. There surely exist numerous other factors, though he cannot discern them at this moment. And Gong Zhangfei would not reveal them. Even Gong Zhongyang, as a brother, remains oblivious, for if he were to know, it would equate to Chen Luo's awareness. Regardless, having a title Douluo in his company is advantageous. The sense of security it provides is not overwhelmingly strong, and in truth, it is rather tenuous. As this title Douluo is not akin to Chen Luo's awakened undead, who could betray him at any moment. Yet, the situation has reached this juncture, leaving only acceptance and a natural progression forward, fostering positive thoughts. Even without the influence of Gong Zhongyang, had Chen Luo chosen not to engage with Gong Zhangfei, the latter would have inevitably sought him out. Such occurrences are inescapable since Chen Luo set foot in the city of slaughter. They are bound to transpire in due course. Chen Luo had not anticipated that his arrival in the city of slaughter would grant him the fortunate opportunity to witness a poignant reunion between brothers. The outcome could be deemed both favorable and unfavorable. Nonetheless, it must be accepted. One can only hope that circumstances unfold in a positive direction. Gong Zhongyang was exerting himself even more than Chen Luo had envisioned, perhaps spurred on by the achievements of his brother, Gong Zhangfei. With his elder sibling having attained the illustrious title of Douluo, and himself merely having just ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, he understood that comparison breeds discontent. Yet, with the prospect of advancement at hand, one must seize every opportunity to strive for improvement. Chen Luo was also aware of Gong Zhongyang's innermost thoughts, requiring not even the slightest effort to discern them. Chen Luo seldom contemplated the thoughts of his undead companions. They typically reported to him only when necessary. Due to their unique bond, Chen Luo had come to possess a profound understanding of them. As a new day dawned, he first indulged in a modest breakfast before proceeding to the infernal arena of slaughter to engage in battle once more. Chen Luo no longer dwelled on these matters. He remained resolute in remembering the true purpose of his arrival in the city of slaughter. As the door creaked open, he returned to his dwelling. His body adorned with numerous conspicuous wounds. Though not severe, they were healing rapidly, exerting little impact on him. Tomorrow marked the final day. With one more victory, he would achieve 100 consecutive wins, enabling him to challenge the Hell Road and subsequently escape this accursed place. Chen Luo reclined upon his bed, releasing a long, languorous sigh. Despite the numerous wounds on his body, oozing with blood, he remained utterly unconcerned. He possessed unwavering faith in his physical resilience. Only a few days prior, he had sustained a grievous injury yet had fully recovered by the following morning. His ability to heal was remarkably formidable. Minor wounds were of no consequence, and even those deep enough to expose bone could hardly be deemed serious. In no time, they would mend spontaneously. This innate capacity for recovery was the very reason Chen Luo thrived amidst the brutal arena of slaughter. A month had elapsed since Chen Luo's arrival in the City of Carnage, during which he had engaged in relentless battles nearly every day, participating in at least 2 skirmishes, and on some occasions, as many as 5 within a single day. The outcome was invariably triumphant, with the vanquished now serving as mere additions to the blood-soaked landscape of the city. Beyond the confines of the hellish arena, Chen Luo had been compelled to partake in further carnage within the city itself. Those deranged individuals could not tolerate the existence of someone as formidable as Chen Luo, and for over 10 consecutive days, they launched frenzied attacks the moment he stepped foot outside the arena. Even on his journey home, He had to remain vigilant against the ambushes of countless desperate souls, each more unhinged than the last. It appeared that they could not rest until Chen Luo was vanquished. Yet, against such dire circumstances, he not only survived but thrived, leading a life of relative comfort amidst the chaos. The period of relentless slaughter did not endure for long. Most individuals, gripped by an instinctual fear of death, ultimately abandoned any thoughts of eliminating Chen Luo. For many, provoking him was tantamount to courting annihilation. Having navigated through those tumultuous days, Chen Luo now enjoyed a tranquil and serene existence. Starkly contrasting with the pervasive madness and violence that characterized life in the City of Carnage, Chen Luo was uncertain of the number of lives he had extinguished. He had grown somewhat numb to it all, resembling a merciless executioner, or perhaps more aptly described as a machine for killing. His resolve had always been unwavering. Even as the aura of death intensified with each adversary that fell, it never swayed his mental fortitude. He maintained a composed demeanor throughout. In this cursed realm, possessing a steadfast will is imperative. Even great strength can be easily tainted by its murky depths, leading one into an abyss. As the saying goes, a single thought can lead to hell or heaven, such is the reality. It is deceptively easy to become a devil. Yet remaining true to one's core is profoundly challenging. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. But the voice that followed did not instill tension in Chen Luo. Rather, it offered a sense of relief. "It's me," came the voice of Gong Zhongfei. Over the course of the past month, he had visited only thrice, and today marked his third appearance. Chen Luo was too lazy to rise. "Come in." The door swung open, and Gong Zhongfei swiftly entered. It is only Chen Luo who could evoke such courtesy from a titled Douluo. Without much exchange, Chen Luo directly released Gong Zhongyang. In truth, Gong Zhongyang was rather reluctant. He had been diligently cultivating in the realm of the dead and was not pleased with his brother's arrival. Despite harboring some inner discontent, upon seeing his elder brother, Gong Zhongyang immediately donned a smile. "Brother, you're here." However, Gong Zhongfei's gaze remained fixed on Chen Luo. "I have come to see you today." The smile on Gong Zhongyang's face vanished in an instant, and he promptly added, "Master, did you hear that? My brother is here for you. So I shall take my leave." Chen nodded, an amused smile playing on his lips. The bond of brotherhood that had flourished merely a month ago had faded so swiftly. After only a few encounters, he no longer wished to spare even a glance. Gong Zhongyang promptly retreated to the realm of the undead, without the slightest hesitation, plunging directly into a state of cultivation. This individual possessed a commendable pace in his training. It would not be long before he ascended to the 72nd level. He must have been a prodigy in his own right, albeit having strayed down a misguided path. "What business do you have with me?" At this moment, Chen Luo approached the only table in the room and pulled out the solitary chair. Seeing this, Gong Zhongfei mistakenly assumed it was prepared for him and walked over. However, Chen Luo seated himself and poured a glass of water, which was indeed meant for his own enjoyment. "Speak. What is it?" Chen Luo's manner was always refreshingly direct, eschewing unnecessary circumlocution. Gong Zhongfei replied, "Allow me to congratulate you in advance on acquiring the title of Slayer. I shall await you outside the City of Carnage in 3 days. Do you harbor such confidence in me?" Chen Luo inquired. "It is solely the prowess you have demonstrated that instills such trust in me," Gong Zhongfei affirmed. "You are the first, and likely the only one, to achieve 100 consecutive victories in the Hell's Killing Arena within such a brief span. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will undoubtedly traverse the Hell's path successfully, thus earning the title of Slayer in the domain of the Slayer. You are familiar with the Slayer's domain, I presume?" Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Gong Zhongfei continued, "Then there is no need for me to elaborate further. Your strength guarantees your passage through the Hell's path without issue. Should you emerge from the City of Carnage first, please await my arrival. I have some matters to attend to, which I expect to conclude within 3 days. That will be our appointed time." Chen Luo nodded gently. "All right." The scarred visage of Gong Zhongfei revealed no discernible emotion, yet a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. "That is all I have to say. I shall take my leave now, and I hope that when I arrive outside the City of Slaughter, I will have already caught sight of you." With that, Gong Zhongfei's figure vanished. The door to Chen Luo's room closed automatically. When Gong Zhong arrived, he was exceedingly polite, and upon leaving, he maintained that courtesy, even taking the effort to shut the door behind him. Only one battle remained. Chen Luo took a sip of water and reclined back onto his bed. On the following morning, in the City of Carnage, the concept of time was rather ambiguous. Above the city, apart from the violet crescent moon, there existed only an infinite expanse of darkness. Chen Luo could only rely on his sleeping patterns to estimate the time of day. After completing his simple morning routine and having a modest breakfast, he made his way directly to the hellish arena of carnage. To his astonishment, the once tranquil streets were now teeming with people, all seemingly awaiting his emergence. Upon catching sight of Chen Luo, the crowd erupted in unison, chanting, "Hell's Reaper! Hell's Reaper!" Their voices resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the entirety of the city of carnage. Chen Luo appeared somewhat surprised, yet he did not dwell on it, continuing to move forward. 092. The final battle. Chen Luo was perplexed as to when he had acquired the moniker of the Hell Reaper. It was likely that those desperate souls regarded him as a harbinger of death, for during that period, he had taken lives with reckless abandon, akin to a relentless machine harvesting souls. The title of Reaper seemed quite fitting, for his martial spirit was indeed that of a deity of death. Unbeknownst to him, today marked the 100th match he would participate in at the Hell Arena. Should he emerge victorious, it would signify 100 consecutive wins, thus granting him the opportunity to challenge the path to hell. Upon arriving at the arena, Chen Luo swiftly found an opponent. Initially, there had been restrictions within the Hell Arena, allowing matches only between competitors whose victories differed by approximately 5. However, this regulation had been altered due to Chen Luo's overwhelming prowess. The reality was that he had become unable to find worthy adversaries. Despite the multitude of inhabitants in the city of carnage, few could endure the rigors of the Hell Arena, and even fewer could achieve such a remarkable number of victories. In this match, the most formidable contender had achieved merely 70 consecutive wins, a stark contrast to Chen Luo's impressive tally. However, this disparity did not imply that the opponent lacked strength. At this moment, Chen Luo, alongside his 9 adversaries, had entered the Hell Arena. Even before the battle commenced, half of them trembled in fear, their reactions not exaggerated, for they were about to confront death itself, a primal fear that all experience when faced with their mortality. It was merely unfortunate for them that they had drawn the Hell Reaper, Chen Luo. Once all had entered the arena, Chen Luo stood solitary while the other 9 quickly formed a tight circle, acutely aware that if Chen Luo did not fall, neither would they. Chen Luo had long been in such a competitive situation, having triumphed excessively, his prowess undeniable, inevitably making him a target for his adversaries. Yet, no matter the extent of their targeting, the outcome for his opponents remained singular: demise. Without excessive verbal exchanges, the battle swiftly commenced. The other 9 rushed towards Chen Luo from various directions, each fiercely determined, for they understood that this was their sole opportunity to attack. If 9 individuals could not vanquish Chen Luo simultaneously, it would be they who would face annihilation shortly thereafter. Chen Luo stood calmly in place, his large hand extending as the Grim Reaper's scythe materialized in his grasp. Although he could not employ soul techniques, he was still able to summon his martial spirit. The Grim Reaper's scythe was undoubtedly a formidable weapon, and despite his unwavering confidence in his own strength, Chen Luo felt no inclination to hold back upon entering the Hell's killing field. As the 9 adversaries encroached upon his vicinity, he commenced his actions. Chen Luo moved with astonishing speed, leaving behind a series of fleeting shadows in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he darted past the 5 adversaries. In an instant, a mist of blood surged forth as the 5 terrified opponents, who had just entered the arena, were instantly torn apart, dying on the spot. The remaining 4 quickly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from Chen Luo. Among them was a formidable warrior who had achieved 70 consecutive victories, possessing the strength of a soul Douluo. Alas, he was unable to harness his soul power, otherwise, the situation would have been dramatically altered. The other 3, each at least of Soul Emperor caliber, were similarly constrained by their soul power, otherwise, they would never have underestimated Chen Luo. After Chen Luo swiftly dispatched 5 individuals, he did not pause in his relentless advance. The scythe of death in his grasp shimmered with a chilling light, as if capable of severing all traces of vitality. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, each acutely aware that individually they stood no chance against Chen Luo. Thus, they resolved to unite once more, launching a concerted assault towards him. Chen Luo's speed remained remarkably swift, yet it had entered a realm that they could tolerate. They were acutely aware that soon, someone would inevitably falter. However, as long as there were individuals still standing, capable of inflicting significant damage upon Chen Luo, the remaining members would retain a glimmer of hope for survival. Chen Luo's figure, akin to a specter, eluded capture as he disregarded the encirclement of his foes, launching yet another offensive. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before one of his adversaries, the weakest among the remaining 4. The Grim Reaper's scythe rose and fell, and the enemy instinctively raised his hands to block, only to have them severed cleanly. The blade of the scythe plunged into his torso, instantaneously extinguishing the flicker of life within him. The remaining opponents seized the moment. Observing Chen Luo's scythe embedded within a fallen foe, they swiftly charged at him. However, Chen Luo effortlessly withdrew the scythe, swinging it with force, resulting in another adversary cleaved in two. Yet, this maneuver exposed a vulnerability, allowing a formidable opponent at the Soul Douluo level to swing a fist as large as a cooking pot toward Chen Luo's head, while another, a Soul Saint powerhouse, aimed a kick at his chest. Any strike from either would inflict tremendous damage upon Chen Luo, potentially resulting in a shattered skull or a punctured torso. After all, their prowess was formidable, their offensive strength even surpassing Chen Luo's. Although their formidable soul power was rendered useless, it granted them a robust physique and terrifying strength. Even a Soul Douluo, devoid of soul power, could easily vanquish any opponent below the Soul King or even Soul Emperor rank. Chen Luo was an anomaly, otherwise he would have succumbed long ago to their onslaught. The assault speed of the Soul Douluo and Soul Saint was not to be underestimated, under normal circumstances. Evading their coordinated attack would be implausible. Yet, Chen Luo was a fortuitous exception. He retracted the Grim Reaper's scythe, swiftly crouched, and shielded his body with his arms. Bang! A powerful whip kick struck his arm, propelling him backward. The punch intended for his head missed entirely, and the kick aimed at his chest collided with his arm instead, allowing Chen Luo to deftly neutralize the attacks from both the Soul Douluo and Soul Saint. Chen Luo retreated over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. His adversaries were formidable, and in terms of sheer strength, the disparity between them was negligible. In fact, he found himself at a disadvantage. Although his arm throbbed painfully, Chen Luo paid it no heed. He once again brandished the scythe of death and charged towards the two opponents. As he advanced, he suddenly accelerated, his figure becoming so swift that he seemed to vanish. When he reappeared, he stood before the formidable Soul Saint-level opponent, the massive scythe of death howling through the air. In every competition, Chen Luo typically targeted the weaker adversaries first, unless an unforeseen circumstance arose. He preferred to eliminate the relatively weaker foes before comfortably confronting the most powerful. The Soul Saint-level opponent was hardly a match for Chen Luo. His previous sparring partners had been Soul Saints. In response to Chen Luo's sudden assault, the Soul Saint immediately invoked his martial spirit, thick layers of granite manifesting over his arms. His physique altered as he transformed into a stone giant. With a resounding clang, the blade of the scythe of death struck the Soul Saint's arm, which was entirely encased in stone. The moment of impact produced an excruciatingly grating sound, accompanied by a shower of sparks. This martial spirit was quite intriguing. Why had it not been utilized from the outset? Chen Luo, after a failed attempt at offense, retreated without hesitation, leaving no opportunity for his adversary and denying another soul fighter the chance to intervene. In the fleeting moment of Chen Luo's confrontation with the stone giant, the soul fighter surged forward. However, alas, Chen Luo's swiftness proved superior, rendering the opponent's efforts futile once more. It appeared that once the martial soul was activated, his speed diminished significantly. Though he possessed resilience,